following an unforeseen accident, I awakened to the bewildering reality of having transformed into an infant. Initially, I presumed it to be a reincarnation. Yet, through my parents' conversation, I discovered that I had inexplicably transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter, becoming Lily and the twin sister of Harry, which was utterly absurd. After navigating a perilous life-and-death ordeal shortly thereafter, I embarked upon a journey of wandering. Upon my return to Hogwarts and resuming my studies alongside my brother, I commenced my legendary path as the cherished darling of the realm. Chapter 1. Had I transmigrated again after entering the world of Harry Potter? Lee, a seemingly ordinary university student. The most outrageous act she committed during her time at school was skipping classes to sneak out for adventures. However, what she never anticipated was that this habitual truancy would turn into a cruel jest from fate. Lee is an orphan who, during her childhood, was briefly taken in by a fraudulent Taoist, which instilled in her a peculiar fondness for the supernatural. Of course, this fondness merely fueled her weekly escapades to the antique street, where she would purchase trinkets that exuded an air of antiquity. After all, the fraudulent Taoist possessed no genuine mystical abilities beyond manipulating psychology for financial gain. On this day, Lee, as usual, skipped class and climbed over the wall to the antique street. While traversing an alley, she inadvertently glimpsed something that captured her entire attention, as if it were calling out to her. A faint, azure light flickered in the alley. In that fleeting moment, Lee's hair stood on end, and her heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a profound dread of the unknown engulfing her. This sensation manifested each time an ominous event loomed on the horizon. Others claimed that Lee possessed an unusually strong sixth sense. As for her academic endeavors, this ability proved futile in matters of cheating. Do not inquire how she knows. However, her usual instincts had never forewarned her with such intensity as they did today. Perhaps this signified a grand opportunity, and Lee mused as she composed herself, although she had yet to encounter any supernatural phenomena. Yet, great opportunities often herald great dangers. Ironically, she was no longer a high school student, but rather a qualified, laid-back university student. With this thought, Lee turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Nevertheless, there are exceptions to every rule. Adhering to the principle of if you do not enter, I shall invite you in, an overwhelming force drew in Lee, who was just about to flee, into its depths. Lee felt certain that her demise was imminent, convinced that a mishap had occurred during her reincarnation into the underworld, preventing her from consuming the Mangpa soup, leading her to be reborn prematurely, for she still sensed the world outside as an unborn fetus. Alas, had she known, she would have refrained from venturing out. Now she would have to start her academic journey anew, cursing her fate for having savored merely 2 months of university life. However, after Lee's birth, she realized that she had underestimated her own sweetness. When she overheard those around her conversing in English, she reassured herself that perhaps the underworld had initiated foreign services. Fortunately, her English was passable, and given her young age, she could gradually acclimate. Becoming a foreigner was not entirely unacceptable. Upon hearing her parents name the little bundle beside her Harry, and witnessing them casually wave a wand to levitate a cup right before her eyes, she realized she could no longer deceive herself. It seemed she had inadvertently crossed into the world of Harry Potter, a revelation that left her utterly astonished. However, exceptions do exist. Perhaps it was merely coincidence? Thus, Lee observed meticulously for several days, ultimately conceding that her suspicions were indeed accurate. In truth, Lee found herself quite accepting of this outcome, for it was a realm imbued with magic. Who wouldn't be enchanted by magic? Just the thought of it stirred her excitement. If it were a world of immortal cultivation, well, that would be far too perilous. Nevertheless, in this life, she was at least aware of her parents' identities and had gained an older brother, sparing her from the solitude she endured in her previous life. The deceitful Taoist. Alone? Are you certain? This was already quite favorable. If only Voldemort would refrain from committing murder for a while longer, it would be even better. The thought alone made her want to sigh. Yet regrettably, a mere infant was incapable of such intricate actions. This matter was her greatest concern. While Harry, as the protagonist, would not meet his demise, her fate was uncertain. What if she were to be relegated to the role of cannon fodder? Of course, such thoughts were purely speculative. She had just lamented that the current Enli was but a powerless infant, which filled her with frustration. Each day, she prayed that time could remain suspended indefinitely, ensuring the safety of everyone in her family. The Potter couple had named her Lillian, a name she adored. From this moment forth, she was Lillian. Her doting father, James, even remarked that she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother as a baby, destined to grow into a stunning beauty. Only half believed his words. The probability of resembling the Potters was high. Yet if she truly resembled her mother, she could only imagine how confidently she could stride before Professor Snape. With this thought, Lillian beamed, revealing her toothless gums in a joyous smile. Her teasing father noted her vanity at such a tender age, predicting she would be insufferable when she grew up. "Oh, that wretched father," James observed, Emily flailing her arms and babbling, fully aware that his daughter was decidedly displeased. Yet he could not help but burst into laughter. Lily shot him an exasperated glare before quickly soothing Lillian, for if she cried, Harry would surely follow suit, resulting in a cacophony of wailing. James and Lily frequently regaled their children with tales of their romance, urging Harry to protect his sister as they spoke. At times, Lillian overheard their concerns regarding the outside world, as well as their trust in Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Sirius was indeed worthy of trust, yet Peter Pettigrew was utterly unworthy. However, Lillian was unable to voice her thoughts. As an infant, all she could do was wail at the mere mention of Peter Pettigrew, though it bore no effect. After all, she was just an infant without the ability to speak. The sense of helplessness grew with each passing day. "I cannot save them," Lillian thought. In her previous life, devoid of parental love, she now experienced the unconditional affection of the Potters. She knew that in the not-so-distant future, they would perish, yet she possessed no power to alter this fate, forced to watch helplessly, a truly torturous ordeal. All she could do was hope that time slowed down just a little longer. Yet that moment inevitably arrived. While Voldemort was taken aback by Lillian's existence, he was convinced that the child foretold in the prophecy was Harry, thus deciding to eliminate this potential threat. Those who knew the outcome understood this was impossible. He could not kill Harry. Therefore, as Voldemort attempted to take Harry's life, the protective magic born of a mother's sacrifice was activated, rebounding his killing curse and obliterating his physical form, leaving his soul to dissipate. Oh, but not entirely. Fragments of his soul lingered, with a portion entering Harry's body. Lillian felt a mix of relief and sorrow, witnessing her parents' tragic demise, yet being rendered powerless to intervene. This was even more brutal than her previous life. Thankfully, she still had family, and she found solace in gazing at her little brother Harry beside her. Yet reality swiftly dealt a cruel blow. Lillian noticed spatial fluctuations around her due to the dissipating magic, her body being tugged by the forces of space, threatening to engulf her at any moment. What chaos was this? Each day seemed to bring incessant turmoil. At that moment, a radiant veil of soft crimson energy enveloped Lillian, providing her with complete protection. Was this the guardian magic left by Lily? Did she possess such power as well? What on earth was happening? Lillian could only hope that the protective barrier would hold until the fluctuation subsided or until Dumbledore arrived. In fact, the energy shield did indeed endure until Dumbledore's arrival. However, the fluctuations did not dissipate, and the barrier ultimately shattered, leaving Lillian to vanish under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Lillian caught a fleeting glimpse of shock and confusion in his eyes, followed by regret and urgency. He intended to save her, she could discern, but alas, he was a moment too late. Lillian felt as though she were trapped in a dream, witnessing a drop of blood suspended in midair, surrounded by an ethereal blue light. As for why it was blood, she chuckled. The faintly visible totem on the blood resembled a chicken, certainly not a phoenix. This thought jogged her memory of a creature akin to a phoenix that had collided with her as she was drawn into the alley. She had initially thought it a hallucination born of impending death, but it turned out to be real. In the vast whiteness of space, Lillian felt a bit disoriented. Had she stumbled upon a great fortune? A fleeting memory of the deceitful Taoist, mentioning the blood of a phoenix, flickered in her mind. Perhaps her arrival in the Harry Potter universe was not mere happenstance. This could very well be the essential golden finger for her journey. Lillian floated towards the container filled with chicken blood, nay, phoenix blood, and tentatively reached out to touch it. Upon discovering it was indeed tangible, she hastily grasped it and unscrewed the bottle. Suddenly, a wisp of phoenix blood burst forth, colliding directly with Lillian. She felt a shroud of darkness envelop her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, while her body began an uncharted transformation. Thus, her fate commenced its inexorable journey. When Lillian finally reopened her eyes, she discerned that she was in a dilapidated Taoist temple, lying upon a slightly damp wooden bed. Her immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. Had she returned once more? Or was she back in her infancy? The recent memories of her experiences in the world of Harry Potter lingered vividly, leaving her in a state of profound complexity. So, she had returned. What, then, was the significance of her time in the Harry Potter universe? At that moment, footsteps echoed faintly from outside, and before anyone entered, Lillian realized that the individual was not a fraudulent Taoist. She felt a blend of disappointment and intrigue. Astonishingly, she found herself capable of perceiving the world beyond the temple walls. Every flower, every blade of grass, even a speck of dust appeared to her with striking clarity. This reminded her of the phoenix blood that had soared towards her before her slumber. She surmised that it must be the blood's influence. This implied that perhaps this world was conducive to cultivation. Such a notion excited her far more than her prior existence in the Harry Potter realm. After all, she was a cultivator at heart. The allure of cultivation seemed to surpass that of magic by leaps and bounds. At that moment, an individual stepped through the door. Clad in a tidy yet patched Taoist robe, the figure appeared gaunt yet possessed piercing eyes, albeit with a somewhat unsteady gait. It was evident that he was quite elderly, yet his spirit remained remarkably vibrant. Upon entering, the old Taoist set down the bowl of thin rice porridge beside the straw on the ground, carefully lifted the child, and began to feed her spoonful by spoonful, all the while expressing his astonishment. After all, Lillian had appeared before him quite unexpectedly, and she was clearly a foreigner. Following his initial shock, he swiftly cradled the child to inspect her, and upon confirming her survival, he breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly averting a calamity. Yet he sensed that this child was destined to be significant to him. Her closed eyes evoked a sense of worry within him. After thoroughly checking that the child was unharmed, he concluded that it would be improper for her to awaken on an empty stomach. Thus, he ventured outside to procure some infant nourishment. After all, once she was satiated, he would need to take her to the association. Even if they were fated to meet, one must still navigate the path of life. Through the old Taoist words, Lillian discerned that she seemed to be situated in the late 1980s or early 1990s, a time reminiscent of the Harry Potter world. What, she pondered, could be the nature of this transmigration phenomenon? Fortunately, she possessed a golden finger of fate. Yet, she was still uncertain about the extent of her transformations beyond her newfound perception. Her anticipation for the day she would learn spells grew ever stronger. Once she confirmed that Lillian had eaten her fill, the old Taoists tidied up and set forth on their journey, relieved that their destination was not far away. Chapter 2. The remnants of a childhood spent among flowers. In these times, there exists a multitude of abandoned children. Typically, the process involves a search for their kin. If no relatives can be found, they are sent to welfare institutions. Alternatively, if there are suitable candidates for adoption, the process is expedited without necessitating a stay at a welfare home. However, the case of Lillian is quite extraordinary. She appeared as if descending from the heavens, her appearance suggesting she was not of this land. Moreover, the venerable Taoist priest felt a profound connection to her, believing that those versed in mysticism often trust their intuitions. Thus, he took her directly to the Taoist association. Upon arrival, matters were swiftly resolved. Through observation and divination, they discerned Lillian's general circumstances, though her origins from another world remained undetected. It was confirmed that she shared a familial bond with the old Taoist, leading to a smooth completion of the necessary paperwork. Alongside her adoption, the priest's situation was also addressed. The tale is simple. The temple, though not grand, had been well managed in its earlier days, attracting many local devotees. The priest, often assisting the people and even spending from his own pocket, had gained considerable respect. Despite the temple's finances being strained, the community, under the priest's protection, managed to thrive. However, this stability was abruptly shattered by the ravages of war. The number of worshippers dwindled, and the temple faced increasingly dire straits. Yet, The priest remained unconcerned, merely wishing for the people to endure this calamity. Unfortunately, such hopes proved futile amidst the chaos of war, as the nation descended into despair, with cries of anguish echoing everywhere. Visits from the populace became rare, and each time, they came with the desperate hope that a deity might descend to rescue them. The priest, witnessing their suffering, decided to leave the temple. After entrusting the youngest disciple with its care, he led his other disciples into battle, never to return. The young disciple, having recently joined, was only vaguely familiar with the scriptures, and, following the priest's departure, the temple fell into further decline, with no visitors to sustain it. Despite receiving some assistance from other Taoist sects, life remained difficult. Many, focused on their own challenges, faced formidable tasks of their own, while others contended with mystical threats from foreign realms. Following the war's conclusion, the young disciple matured into a seasoned practitioner. Yet he awaited in vain for his master and senior brothers, as the temple's decay deterred anyone from remaining. Sensing his own time was drawing near, he ventured out to find a seemingly promising child among the beggars, who would become the present-day old Taoist priest. Both he and his master possessed only a rudimentary understanding of their craft, but this child exhibited a spark of talent, often providing surprisingly accurate readings of people's fates. With intermittent support from the Taoist community, he managed to sustain himself. However, exceptions abound. It is well known that the overall trajectory of the nation post-establishment was upward. Yet it was marked by a tumultuous and dark journey, and this temple was not spared from its tribulations. Consequently, it now bore the appearance of decay. Fast forward to the year 1980, the Taoist Association had resumed operations, and the sects were gradually regaining their footing. Those who had previously contributed were now being accounted for, including the old priest's lineage. Initially indifferent to the changes, he had become accustomed to a carefree existence as a wandering Taoist after enduring darkness. However, now that he had a child to care for, circumstances had shifted. While merely maintaining the temple and receiving basic subsidies sufficed, the fact that most had not survived the trying times meant he held a respectable standing within the community, aside from the more prominent lineages. Thus, Lillian took on the surname In, becoming In Li, a name reminiscent of her past life. From this moment forth, her identity returned to its original form. Time passed swiftly, and In Li grew steadily to the age of 2, observing an assailant attempting to abduct her, only to be repelled and left lying a meter away. She contemplated the absurdity of the situation. Was she truly so formidable for a mere child of 2? Within her musings, she spotted the old Taoist approaching. After reporting the incident to the authorities, In Li noted that his primary concern was whether she had sustained any injuries, neglecting to inquire about the assailant's state. In Li was unsure whether to feel relieved. In these 2 years, In Li had adeptly showcased her acting prowess, embodying the essence of childhood. It was not that she lacked the desire to learn. Rather, upon taking her first tentative steps at 1 year old, she had quickly realized she appeared nothing like the locals, particularly with her striking emerald green eyes. Her immediate thought was how fortunate she was that the old Taoist did not perceive her as a monster. The second realization struck her. Was this still the world of Harry? Had she merely found herself within the confines of the Flowering Kingdom? The distance from Britain seemed insurmountable, and she could only ponder how to return, hoping that if a magical department existed here, it might facilitate her journey. Yet, truthfully, she preferred the path of cultivation over magic. At this moment, Harry must be enduring life with his detestable relatives, and in her own helplessness at 2 years old. In Li quietly vowed to avenge him. However, she deemed her plans should remain limited to harmless pranks, for it took immense courage to adopt Harry under such circumstances. Moreover, the situation he faced was undeniably grim, and the thought of his suffering tugged at her heartstrings. Returning to the present, apart from her deliberate portrayal of a genuine child, In Li's abilities had developed, enabling her to perceive the entirety of the temple, which had been repaired and expanded. Remarkably, despite its previous dilapidation, the temple still held 2 sacred texts, the Tao Te Ching and the Tranquil Scriptures. The old Taoist would read aloud to In Li, and she discovered she could memorize the passages verbatim, unlocking the skill of photographic memory. This revelation delighted her, as it was a quintessential ability for someone who had traversed realms. However, aside from this newfound capability, there was little else to report. Perhaps she had yet to uncover her potential. After all, she had only recently graduated from high school, and the fleeting 2-month respite had been consumed by military training. She could hardly bear to hear discussions of lengthy post-examination vacations, as her entire summer had been spent laboring. Thus, when the old Taoist was present, In Li feigned ignorance of written language, though this did not hinder his patient efforts to teach her. Given her tender age, it was reasonable that he did not impart more complex teachings. Of course, this perception was uniquely hers. From the old Taoist perspective, her pretense was glaringly obvious. as he could easily discern her understanding and photographic memory, recognizing it as an act of childlike innocence. As time progressed, Enli discovered that her reading was merely rudimentary. Aside from recognizing the characters within the scriptures, she felt no deeper comprehension. Where was the prodigy she hoped to be? Perhaps the time had not yet come for her to grasp her true potential, she mused. Life continued in its ordinary rhythm, with moments of eating and drinking. In the interim, other events unfolded, such as during the second visit of officials to assess the temple's status, Enli learned more about its history. Enli found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with melancholy throughout the day. The heroes of the Flower Country were indeed remarkable. Yet the realm was never short of such unsung champions. Even in the world of Harry, the overarching trends remained unchanged. It was undeniable that, regardless of the time or space, the Flower Country always evoked a sense of pride and profound emotion. Alas, today marked yet another day in her life that she regretted not being born into the Flower Country. Harry, sister, have you forsaken me? That night, as she drifted into slumber, Enli once again found herself in the enigmatic white space, where the blood of the phoenix made its appearance. Just as she reached out to grasp it, she awoke, greeted by the first light of dawn. Upon waking, Enli felt a pang of frustration, only to discover that, with a mere thought, the phoenix blood manifested before her eyes. At that moment, the old Taoist entered, noticing the spectacle but offering no commentary, behaving as he always did. Enli pondered whether the old Taoist truly possessed no remarkable skills at all. Lost in thought, she hurried to assist him, helping prepare the meal. Indeed, despite the Taoist temple's improved circumstances, no one had come to seek apprenticeship. The old Taoist had grown accustomed to cooking for himself, imparting to Enli the wisdom of self-sufficiency. With family around, the winter months were bearable, and little else marred their existence. In the meantime, Enli returned the phoenix blood to the white space, grumbling about the fact that nothing significant transpired after its extraction, lamenting the waste of her emotions. Shouldn't she have felt a surge of power, ready to dominate the realm of cultivation? Yet, despite her complaints, life continued, and she began her studies at the age of 3. As she grew older, she even attended primary school, her life seemingly mirroring that of her previous existence. Once again, she was fostered by a Taoist, named Enli, just an ordinary child among many students. If not for her altered appearance, her retained memories, the presence of the phoenix blood, and her inherent abilities, she might have believed that everything prior was merely a dream. In the blink of an eye, Enli turned 10. The old Taoist had departed when she was 6, having done his utmost to live until she turned 16, yet ultimately succumbing to the relentless passage of time. During a memorial for the old Taoist, Enli unexpectedly awakened her magical abilities, attracting the attention of certain individuals. Initially, she presumed them to be from the Ministry of Magic, but they were, in fact, members of a special department, cultivators. Beyond various sects and associations, this official agency was the Special Department, the first to respond in such circumstances. Was this all real? Though she had speculated before, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, she mused. Enli felt a surge of excitement. Without needing to ask, these individuals informed her that she was currently unable to practice cultivation. Who among the children raised in the Flower Country did not yearn for the path of cultivation? In an instant, Enli's excitement tempered, doused as if with a bucket of ice water. The Special Department noticed her discontent and offered a brief explanation. It was not as complex as she thought, merely a difference in power systems, constrained by the world's limitations. No matter the circumstances, Enli could never learn the ways of cultivation. Well, there was nothing to be done about it. Over the past decade, she had come to terms with her role as a non-protagonist. Understanding the reasons behind her situation, Enli set aside her frustrations and asked the Special Department personnel to wait until she completed her memorial before accompanying them back to their agency. On the journey, Enli learned why the Ministry of Magic had not arrived first. Due to various reasons, divine beings were prohibited from entering the Huaxiao realm, primarily targeting other nations. Naturally, the mystical forces from other countries could not simply intrude. While the Ministry of Magic existed within the region, it was only natural for the family to respond more swiftly. Moreover, they needed to register for better management. After clarifying her situation with the Special Department, the Ministry of Magic arrived belatedly. During their discussions, Enli reiterated her relationship with the old Taoist. When registering her information, she used the name Enli, and once the Special Department verified her details, they handed her over to the Ministry of Magic, leaving the subsequent oversight to them. As Enli departed, she glanced back, understanding yet feeling a tinge of regret. The allure of cultivation was undeniably tempting. No child of the Flower Country could resist such a call. However, with differing energy systems, there was little she could do but obediently follow the Ministry of Magic personnel. After registering with the Ministry of Magic, Enli hesitated before revealing to them that she frequently dreamed of her parents, who were evidently British. Additionally, in her dreams, she bore the name Lillian. Beyond that, her memories were hazy. Upon seeing Lillian's features, the Ministry of Magic officials recognized that she was not a child of the Flower Country, despite her black hair. Since the child wished to reunite with her family, they were inclined to extend their assistance. Thus, they contacted their superiors to explain the situation. After observing Lee's magical presence, the superiors deliberated and decided to reach out to the Ministry of Magic in Britain, hoping to foster a benevolent connection. In the ensuing days, Lee continued her studies about the magical world at the Ministry of Magic while awaiting a response from Britain. Chapter 3. Brother, I look forward to your guidance. The waiting felt interminable. Even with magical tomes available for her perusal, the experience grew monotonous. The ministry officials treated Lee kindly, as the emergence of a wizard within Huaxia was a rare occurrence. Thus, whenever she had questions, she could directly approach them, often receiving answers. They even lent her a standard wand for practice. Consequently, Lee mastered several foundational spells, her favorite being the spell for silent expansion, akin to magical sleight of hand. This success was due in no small part to her remarkable memory and insight. However, lacking a personal wand left her somewhat dissatisfied. Despite the fulfilling nature of her life, her longing to reunite with her family caused her growing restlessness. She wished for the British Ministry of Magic to respond with haste. One day, while diligently practicing basic spells such as the Cleaning Charm, Summoning Charm, and Lumos, Lee suddenly realized that she would inevitably encounter Dumbledore, who would likely employ the pensieve to delve into her memories. Furthermore, since she had mentioned dreaming of her parents, the British Ministry of Magic would likely investigate her memories for clarity. Therefore, she needed to master the brain-sealing spell to protect her secrets. It was imperative that no one learned of her transmigration or the existence of the Phoenix blood. These were her greatest secrets. However, Lee could not seek guidance on this spell within the ministry, nor could she access the restricted section of their library, which posed a significant challenge. In the days that followed, Lee maintained her usual demeanor, but those who knew her well could discern her distress. Among them, her closest colleague, Li Su, even mistook her discomfort for illness, insisting on taking her to the infirmary. After much hesitation, Lee fabricated an excuse, telling him that she had finished reviewing all the foundational magic and merely wished to explore more advanced texts. Li Su shrugged, admitting his limitations as a mere apprentice wizard. However, he suggested that she might find surprises in the library, winking playfully before departing. Lee cast a skeptical gaze at Li Su's departing figure, feeling increasingly convinced that he was deceiving her. Nevertheless, the potential consequences awaiting her upon returning to England compelled her to take a chance. To her astonishment, she indeed discovered something in the archives of the Ministry of Magic. While contemplating how to stealthily infiltrate the restricted section, she stumbled upon a book titled Philosophy in the corner, which contained the brain-sealing technique. This unexpected turn of events left her astounded, as it all felt rather fortuitous. Who exactly was Li Su? However, now was not the time for such musings. Noticing that no one seemed to be paying attention to her, Lee swiftly adjusted her demeanor and settled down in the reading area. After committing the technique to memory, she hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to discreetly return the book to its original place. After checking out several other volumes, she retreated to her room, dedicating her time to repeatedly reinforcing her practice of the brain-sealing technique in hopes of mastering it before her return. Of course, during this period, Lee remained undeterred in her pursuit of cultivation. After thoroughly organizing the memories from both her past life and the first decade of this life, she indeed made significant progress, albeit solely in her understanding of cultivation, as she had yet to achieve any practical results, let alone the ability to wield them. Unfazed by her numerous failed attempts, Lee experienced a moment of inspiration and utilized her wand to cast a cleansing spell inspired by her cultivation practice. To her delight, it was successful, leaving her room impeccably clean. Yet, this raised a perplexing question. Did this count as cultivation or magic? Lee found herself in a state of confusion, as this situation seemed absurd from any angle. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that as long as it was functional, all was well. Even after experimenting with some teachings from the dubious Taoist priests, she felt less conflicted when she managed to utilize them through her wand. Following extensive contemplation, she decided to report her findings, only to realize she was not alone in her endeavors. Others had begun to experiment once both cultivation and magic were accepted. After all, with such a vast population, there would inevitably be a few individuals engaged in unconventional pursuits. Oh well, it was no matter. She merely stated that she was not the protagonist and would let fate take its course. Thus, the ensuing days were spent in a cycle of study and anticipation. It was now July, and with just 2 months until Harry's enrollment at Hogwarts, Lee eagerly anticipated their reunion. However, she was acutely aware that such trivial matters might not garner the Ministry of Magic's attention. and perhaps 2 months would pass without resolution, evidenced by her repeated inquiries to the ministry, which had gone unanswered. After another fortnight, the British Ministry of Magic still had not responded, and Li could no longer remain idle. Such inefficiency came from the official government of the magical realm. Truly, it was a sign of decay and unreliability. No, it seemed this was simply the European way of doing things. Contemplating this, Li felt as if the sky had collapsed around her. Consequently, she proposed to the staff responsible for her case that she should travel to England. Initially, they disagreed. However, coincidentally, a team was scheduled to depart 10 days later, and after much persistence on Li's part, they ultimately consented. This brought her a sigh of relief. During the ensuing 10 days, aside from packing her belongings, Li focused on perfecting the brain-sealing technique and preparing the lies she would need to tell, lest others discover her secrets. However, she had not anticipated that on her very first day at the British Ministry of Magic, she would encounter Dumbledore. After the initial surprise, she hurriedly activated the brain-sealing technique. What was he doing here? Did he seem to recognize her? Surely, this must be a figment of her imagination. For the last time he had seen her, she was but an infant. After Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries with the ministry officials, he proposed a private conversation with Lillian, who should now be referred to as Li. Upon seeing the recognition in Dumbledore's eyes directed toward Li, the ministry staff exchanged knowing glances and discreetly exited, allowing the two to converse privately. After all, Dumbledore was a renowned white wizard in the magical world, and his integrity was beyond reproach. Li felt a wave of panic. Dear brother, could you not hold on a moment longer? She had just overheard him inquiring about her situation, casting complex glances her way filled with compassion and perhaps guilt. Li found it difficult to articulate her emotions. Now, with the prospect of a private conversation looming, her anxiety only intensified. Who would come to her rescue? She felt so weak and helpless. In the isolated office, Li was at a loss for words. Dumbledore, noticing her apprehension, spoke in a soothing tone. There's no need to be nervous. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother, Lillian, or should I say Li? In that moment, Li suddenly recalled that James had once remarked on how much she resembled Lily, and Dumbledore had known both Lily and James. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she nearly overlooked this vital detail. For a brief moment, she berated herself. However, she couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's proficiency in Chinese. I know you have many questions at the moment, he continued, and we can take our time to discuss them. I will share with you the information you seek. Dumbledore gazed at Li with warmth, his reassuring eyes helping her to relax. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she noticed a glint of mischief in Dumbledore's eyes as he spoke. But before we delve into our serious discussion, perhaps a little candy would help ease your nerves. With that, a basket of sweets and a charming little table appeared as if conjured from thin air. Unable to contain her laughter at the sight, Li realized that if Dumbledore wished to forge a bond with someone, they would undoubtedly feel at ease in his presence, especially since he had a genuine fondness for sweets. Li quickly thanked him and popped a honey candy into her mouth. So sweet, she thought, and she conveyed this sentiment to Dumbledore. He appeared delighted to hear it, as if he had found a kindred spirit, promptly filling her hands with more candies and placing a juice beside the table for them to enjoy together. The act of sharing food always served to strengthen connections between people. Once the atmosphere had warmed, Dumbledore resumed the previous topic. It's wonderful to know you enjoy it. Now let us get to the heart of the matter. During the following hours, Li listened attentively to Dumbledore's narrative, gradually uncovering the reasons for his presence and the events of the past. When he reached the point of discussing how he had failed to save her, Dumbledore paused, his gaze filled with remorse. Li understood that he had likely believed her to be dead for a long time, and she bore no ill will toward him. He had only been trying to save her, but had arrived a moment too late. No one had anticipated that she would be transported to the Flower family. It was hardly something to blame him for. After this, Dumbledore took a brief pause, and despite Li's inquisitive expression, he proceeded to share Harry's current living situation and whereabouts. Once he finished recounting, he elaborated on how he had located Li, revealing that it was not solely her blood relation to Harry that had led him to her, but rather the presence of Phoenix blood within her. The protective energy that had shielded her from the spatial disturbances was not merely Lily's love, but rather the safeguarding essence of her Phoenix blood. He had previously mentioned that she had only been transported after Dumbledore's arrival. He beheld the fractured protective barrier enveloping Li, sensing the power of the Phoenix emanating from within, which was the source of his astonishment, not the misconception that he was surprised by the revelation of the Potters having twins, for they had already informed him of this in a previous correspondence. He lamented that, in his astonishment at the Phoenix's might, he had failed to save himself in that critical moment. Over the past decade, Dumbledore, burdened by guilt, had endeavored to connect with the Phoenix, Fawkes, in hopes of locating Li, yet his efforts bore no fruit. As she had surmised, Dumbledore began to speculate that perhaps she had departed from this world. Unexpectedly, today, Fawkes had become agitated, emitting cries and circling restlessly in the air. Dumbledore almost believed that Fawkes sensed an impending danger and was preparing for battle, only to discover through their communication that it had detected the presence of someone with a suspected Phoenix lineage. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore immediately thought of Onley, for she was the only individual in recent years who might possess such blood, and though it seemed implausible, one must cling to hope. Thus, he set aside his current endeavors and instantly transported himself to the airport, purchasing the nearest ticket before hastily proceeding to the Zonghua residence. Hope is beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. In truth, he had arrived a couple of days prior, but due to the stringent regulations imposed by the Zonghua Ministry of Magic regarding foreign mystical entities, urgency proved futile. Fortunately, as a reputable white wizard, he faced no further challenges. Upon his arrival at the Zonghua Ministry, he was struck by the striking resemblance between Onley and her mother, particularly those enchanting green eyes. A weight lifted from his heart, and his next task was to bring Onley home. As for why he had only just now sensed her presence, it was revealed that upon arriving at the Zonghua residence, a protective enchantment was in place, effectively isolating and suppressing foreign magical influences. While it was not impossible to conduct a thorough search, such an action would be deemed an affront and a declaration of war, which explained why he had been unable to locate Onley until now. Dumbledore sincerely apologized to Onley. "This is not your fault. You have done your utmost, and besides, I am still alive, am I not?" Hearing Dumbledore's comforting words, Onley smiled and felt a warm sense of kinship, akin to that of Harry, a good child indeed. Reflecting on Harry's arduous circumstances, Onley felt a pang of sorrow and hoped to find her brother. After a moment of hesitation, Dumbledore readily acquiesced to the notion. After all, Onley was Harry's twin sister, and their blood bond was far stronger than that of the Dursleys, alleviating Harry of further hardships. Onley was elated at the prospect of Harry no longer having to reside with the Dursleys. This time, Dumbledore could not use the excuse of familial ties to prevent them from living with Sirius. Sirius, as a godfather, was indeed dutiful, and being in his company was the most favorable choice. However, at present, Sirius remained imprisoned in Azkaban. Alas, this posed a dilemma. She could not reveal her knowledge of the traitor, so she pondered whether there were other, more feasible alternatives. The mere thought of temporarily residing with the Dursleys, much like her brother, distressed her. No, she must strive for a better outcome. Among all her concerns, the most relieving aspect was that Dumbledore did not inquire about the origins of her Phoenix lineage. Upon reflection, it was only natural that she herself was unaware. Nevertheless, Onley could not shake her apprehension, continuously worrying about the possibility of being subjected to a soul extraction. Although she understood that, given Dumbledore's character, he would not resort to forcibly invading the minds of those who were not heinous, he might occasionally conduct a cursory scan for safety's sake. For instance, upon sitting in this room, Onley had faintly sensed something brushing past her mind, albeit subtly. In that instant, her mental defenses activated, though she was unsure of their efficacy. While Onley's thoughts raced, Dumbledore had already made arrangements with the Zonghua authorities and, using apparition, transported them near the Dursley residence. Onley could scarcely contain her excitement as she followed Dumbledore toward the Dursleys' home. En route, she witnessed Harry being bullied, and her heart could not bear it. Fueled by indignation, she rushed forward, shoving the nearest child to the ground and stepping in, her strength revealing its advantages at that moment. The other children, taken aback by her sudden intervention, stood frozen. Onley disregarded them, quickly checking if her brother was injured. Upon confirming he was relatively unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She then turned to the other children, her expression stern. "How can you treat others this way? This is not the behavior of good children. Grandfather, come here and teach them a lesson." To hasten the departure of these children and assess Harry's condition, Onley cleverly pretended that Dumbledore approaching was her grandfather. Children are often intimidated by adults. She hoped Dumbledore would not object to this ruse, and, of course, he was unlikely to mind. Indeed, he would likely be pleased. Initially, when Onley uttered those words, the children had rolled their eyes dismissively, but upon hearing of an adult's presence, they scrambled away faster than she had anticipated. See, she was right. After they left, Onley hurriedly helped Harry up and brushed the dirt from his clothes. Harry bashfully thanked her, casting glances at both Onley and Dumbledore with a hint of trepidation. Onley felt a tightness in her heart. Seeing Harry's suffering brought tears to her eyes. Perhaps this is what family truly means. We should have been growing up happily under the care of Lily and James. The Dursleys would face my wrath. How dare they bully my brother? Though I am grateful for their shelter, a line must be drawn. When the time comes, I shall play some wicked pranks. My brother deserves better. A fleeting glimmer of ferocity passed through Onley's eyes as she silently vowed to deal with the Dursleys. Glancing meaningfully at Dumbledore before turning to Harry with a radiant smile. "Brother, I have returned. I look forward to our future together. Chapter 4. The happiest time ever. Upon hearing Onley's words, Harry's pupils dilated. Just as he was about to retort, he fainted. Onley, bewildered, supported him, feeling a mix of concern and amusement. Dumbledore quickly approached to check on him, discovering that Harry was merely exhausted from hunger and the recent bullying, having fainted from the strain, with no serious injuries. In the gentle gaze of Onley, Dumbledore swiftly used magic to heal Harry. Once he confirmed that there were no other injuries, the two found a place for Harry to rest and sat nearby, awaiting his awakening. Reflecting on her earlier address of Dumbledore as grandfather, Onley felt a twinge of guilt as she glanced at him. He was evidently aware of the reason and teased her with a knowing smile. Onley, or rather, it would be more fitting to call you Lillian here in Britain. How is it that I was unaware of gaining a granddaughter? Lillian chuckled awkwardly, having no objection to being called by her name in this world, as it was indeed her identity here. However, regarding the second question, Lillian could only look at him in bewilderment, indicating her lack of understanding. Dumbledore erupted into laughter. Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. What does youth have to do with it? However, Lillian dared not retort. In truth, I don't mind, Lillian, Dumbledore said playfully, winking at her. How should I put it? Do you remember how old you are? Quite the eye-opener, isn't it? However, Lillian cannot utter this phrase. Really? How splendid. From now on, I shall refer to you as Grandpa Dumbledore. Lillian feigned astonishment as she gazed at Dumbledore. Hadn't he just been pretending not to understand my words? Observing Dumbledore's playful demeanor, she felt a sense of triumph, realizing she had won this exchange. Yet, in her heart, the grand image she held of Dumbledore began to shatter. She never anticipated that Dumbledore could be so unscientific. No, rather, so devoid of magical reasoning. After the jest, Lillian's thoughts turned to the family that routinely mistreated her brother, allowing him to go hungry and turning a blind eye to his torment. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Only a sliver of reason restrained her from acting too rashly. After much internal conflict, Lillian finally voiced her desire to take Harry away. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, the passing time making Lillian wonder if he would refuse. Ultimately, he replied, "This is not an advisable course of action, but it is not out of the question." Upon hearing the initial part of his response, Lillian felt disheartened, but was taken aback by the subsequent twist. This solution was indeed feasible. Lillian promptly asserted her reasoning. You already mentioned that his circumstances may not be ideal, so I was somewhat prepared for it. Let us establish a foundation. You must understand, I had not intended this initially, but after witnessing his torment and hunger with my own eyes, I find it utterly unjust. If, as you say, my brother and our parents are heroes, why must he endure such abuse? It is simply unfair. The more she contemplated, the more tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dumbledore in indignation. I apologize, you are right, Dumbledore replied. His gaze filled with regret and resignation as he looked at Lillian. It was indeed his fault. However, Lillian, I have informed you that the protective spell your mother left behind must remain close to the bloodline, and at that time, I could not ascertain whether you were alive. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused. Now that I have returned, I can reside with my brother. Even if it means living in an orphanage, I beg you. The conviction she had moments ago had faded, and Lillian gazed at Dumbledore with a near pleading expression. Dumbledore fell silent once more. But this time it did not last long. He sighed and affectionately ruffled Lillian's hair. I believe you are correct. Is this an agreement? Lillian could hardly contain her joy. She joyfully embraced Dumbledore. Thank you, Grandpa Dumbledore. You are truly wonderful. With that, Lillian hastily retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket and offered it to him. Dumbledore smiled as he accepted the candy, though his eyes reflected more resignation than delight. Lillian felt a moment of insecurity. It seemed that Dumbledore was treating himself to his own candy. Nevertheless, living in an orphanage was hardly a good idea. The Potter family had sufficient resources to ensure they would not want for anything. However, one crucial matter remains. I must find someone to act as your guardian to prevent you from mismanaging your finances. Would you not agree, Miss Lillian? Dumbledore winked at her. Lillian could not suppress a laugh. This was quite the playful old man. Oh, but he always was. Of course, Grandpa Dumbledore, you are absolutely correct. I believe my brother would wholeheartedly agree with your words, and I trust you will find a suitable guardian to care for us. After all, it cannot be worse than the Dursleys, can it? With that, Lillian winked back at him, mimicking his earlier gesture. After a brief interval, Harry finally awoke. Before he could speak, Lillian handed him a piece of bread. Do not ask. It was purchased during those few minutes. And of course, the funds were borrowed from Dumbledore, who insisted it was unnecessary to repay, as if they had both forgotten they could use magic. She indicated that he should eat first before they conversed. Harry blushed and hesitated to refuse, but realizing there was no urgency, he quietly expressed his gratitude once more and began to eat. Observing the tears welling in his eyes, Lillian silently offered him a bottle of juice. After finishing, Harry anxiously inquired, his eyes shining with hope, the hope of escaping from his current plight. Lillian felt a lump in her throat as she hurriedly explained the situation, emphasizing her identity as his biological sister and that they could leave the Dursleys to live together. After a moment's hesitation, she also mentioned the considerable risk Mrs. Dursley undertook in adopting him, assuring him that she would always stand by his side, even if Harry were to cough. Lillian cast a nervous glance at Dumbledore, who suddenly coughed and quickly changed the subject. After hearing her words, Harry was torn between joy and sorrow. He learned that he was a descendant of heroes and that he need not endure these hardships. Yet, uncertainty lingered. He questioned whether he should trust the person before him, as they were still strangers. After all, what if they were human traffickers? Although his heart urged him to trust this girl, his feelings regarding the Dursleys were far more complex. Both Lillian and Dumbledore recognized Harry's discomfort, and Lillian gently patted his shoulder as they walked home in silence. Upon arriving at the Dursleys' residence, they stated their intention to take Harry away and awaited a response. Once Dumbledore used magic to verify their identities, the Dursleys could hardly conceal their eagerness for Harry to leave, save for Mrs. Dursley, whose expression was slightly conflicted. As Harry stepped out the door, she momentarily grasped his arm, only to release him quickly, retreating upstairs without a backward glance. Lillian sensed she must have been reminded of her own sister. Having left her behind once, she could not hold on to Harry now. Disappointment flickered in Harry's eyes. Lillian grasped his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Harry looked at Lillian in surprise, then tightly clasped her hand in return. His gaze resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. Lillian felt he was imagining something profound. Thus, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. Lillian believed they would soon find a guardian, and everything would be resolved. Once outside, she winked at Harry and playfully remarked, "Now you believe me, don't you, dear brother?" Harry's face flushed uncontrollably. Even now, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, constantly yearning to escape this home, yet finding that dream realized one day. Moreover, he had gained a sister, the very sister who had rescued him from this den of despair. Contemplating this, Harry looked at Lillian with a hint of gratitude, then affectionately ruffled her hair. "Thank you, and Lillian, welcome back." Lillian stared at him in astonishment for a moment before recalling his earlier words. "Brother, I have returned." Unable to suppress her laughter, she beamed at Harry. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to slow, filled with a serene beauty that was too precious to disturb. Except for Dumbledore, of course. Dumbledore's blunt voice shattered the tranquil moment. "All right, children, the sun has set. We should first have some dinner, and then engage in a more leisurely conversation." Lillian and her brother exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Then, Dumbledore led them directly back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts using apparition. Lillian was taken aback. Was it appropriate to arrive here so abruptly? She glanced at Harry, only to find him even more astonished than she was. Although she had already known about the existence of magic while at her uncle's house, experiencing the sensation of time travel firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Inside the office, as soon as Fawkes spotted Lillian, he excitedly flitted around her, his movements filled with exuberance. Yet hesitated slightly, as if trying to ascertain something. He occasionally emitted perplexed chirps. Lillian joyfully observed him and began to explain the existence of magical creatures to Harry. Meanwhile, Dumbledore furrowed his brow at the sound of Fawkes's calls. This was a phoenix, after all. While Lillian possessed phoenix blood, she had yet to encounter a true phoenix. Ultimately, Fawkes settled atop Lillian's head, leaving her bewildered as she looked to Dumbledore for clarification. Dumbledore relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled, indicating that Fawkes was quite fond of Lillian, sensing a familiar essence about her, albeit with a slight difference. However, he reassured her that it was not a matter of great concern. A difference? Wasn't her phoenix lineage inherent? As Lillian pondered this, Dumbledore spoke again. "It's nothing, Lillian, just follow your heart." Lillian's expression of joy swiftly transformed into one of despondency. Oh, it seemed she would have to face the enigma of riddles from now on. Chapter 5, The Happiest Times Ever Too. Lillian recalled that Dumbledore had first noticed her phoenix powers when she was just an infant in England, though he claimed not to mind now. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unsettling about Dumbledore's past. Dumbledore perceived Lillian's turmoil and gently patted her head, allowing the topic to rest. The portraits of previous headmasters, however, had no intention of letting the matter slide. They were quite the gossips. Lillian and Harry jumped at the sudden outburst, and Dumbledore chuckled as he made brief introductions. Upon learning that Harry was the savior, they erupted with joy. And soon the tables turned as Harry became the one being interrogated. Lillian, reveling in the mischief, diminished her own presence. Harry shot her a reproachful glance, his eyes filled with accusation. His newly found sister suddenly seemed to disavow him. Fortunately, Dumbledore came to Harry's rescue, suggesting it was time for dinner. The headmasters, under Dumbledore's friendly, yet firm, insistence, concurred that he was indeed correct. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured an array of delectable dishes, and Lillian and Harry began to indulge in the feast. Harry felt an abundance of unanswered questions lingering in his mind. Yet seeing the delight in his sister's eyes as she gazed at the food, he decided it was not the right moment for conversation. Opting to discuss matters after the meal, Lillian was practically salivating at the thought of the Hogwarts cuisine. However, to her surprise, what awaited them was a candy feast, with the only edible item resembling dinner being a pumpkin pie. In response to their bewildered expressions, Dumbledore hurriedly explained that the house elf had made a mistake, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, and promptly replaced the sweets with roasted turkey, steak, French bread, and other more suitable fare. Indeed, the saying that England boasts the finest French cuisine was not unfounded. The food was truly delightful, except for the turkey. Afterwards, Lillian and Harry fell into a comfortable silence, each absorbed in their meal. Of course, the silence was primarily maintained by Lillian. Next to her, Harry watched his sister devour her food with a mix of admiration and hesitation, while Dumbledore looked at Lillian with a blend of affection and guilt. Lillian, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Harry quickly responded, "Of course we are. If we don't hurry, there won't be any left." He eagerly dove back into the culinary battle. Dumbledore, however, declared that he had already had his fill. Lillian cast a skeptical glance at Dumbledore's ample belly before turning her attention back to Harry, who was now even faster than before, diving back into the meal with great enthusiasm. Once dinner concluded, it was time for Harry's questioning hour. The earlier introductions had glossed over many details, and now it was time to fill in the gaps. For instance, the tumultuous history between the Potter family and Voldemort, why Lillian had only now come to find him, and various essentials of the magical world. Harry listened intently, and Dumbledore occasionally interjected to clarify points Lillian had overlooked. By the time they finished discussing these matters, night had fallen. Dumbledore found himself pondering where it would be best for the two children to reside temporarily. Lillian quickly suggested they could stay in the library, as it was filled with books to read, an ideal location. Harry looked at her in surprise, while Dumbledore chuckled heartily. A passion for learning is a commendable trait indeed. Knowledge is an essential power for wizards. However, he cautioned that living in the library might not be the best idea. "If you are willing, you may stay at my home for the time being." Lillian readily agreed. After all, it was Dumbledore's home. Harry exchanged a glance with Lillian and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two children temporarily took up residence in Dumbledore's abode. "Lillian, we promised to go out together this weekend. Have you forgotten again because of your books?" Harry exclaimed angrily as he strode up to her and snatched the book from her hands. Clearly, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. There was no helping it. Lillian was simply too eager to learn, or perhaps, for a child raised in the ordinary world, the allure of mystical powers was simply irresistible. If there was knowledge to be gained, she felt it her duty to absorb it entirely. After all, it would be an affront to her existence in this world. Oh, her earlier days of idling away time in a flower garden didn't count, nor did her later obsession with studying the arcane instead of focusing on magic. Children are young, and it's normal not to understand. After arriving at Dumbledore's home, Lillian discovered a plethora of family-curated magical tomes, and she could easily surmise that many of them were unavailable elsewhere. Overjoyed, she sought Dumbledore's approval, and from then on, she frequently studied alongside Harry. The theoretical knowledge of magic that Lillian and Harry acquired steadily grew. Particularly, Fawkes often visited her, during which she practiced spatial and fire magic. Lillian distinctly felt the blood within her surging with energy. However, Dumbledore intervened, asserting that the time was not yet ripe. Returning to the earlier discussion, Harry inquired about Lillian's life at the flower garden. Lillian recounted the details of living with the old sage, naturally omitting certain aspects. After all, just mentioning that she lived in a dilapidated temple caused Harry to gaze at her with pity and guilt. She sensed that if she continued, he might become distraught. Although the temple was far from broken, and her living conditions were quite decent. Subsequently, Harry vowed to take good care of Lillian, expressing that he thought his own life at his uncle's was miserable, only to realize that his sister's circumstances were even more pitiable. "I will learn magic diligently to protect you, Lillian. From now on, we will rely on each other, and I shall never allow you to suffer again." The boy before her possessed a gaze that was resolute and filled with affection. Lillian conceded that she had indeed been moved to tears. "All right, brother, you said it. So you cannot go back on your word." Since that day, Harry had shed the image of a lackluster student from the original narrative, diligently pursuing knowledge and seeking guidance from Dumbledore whenever he encountered difficulties. This new lifestyle was simply too idyllic for both Lillian and Harry. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. Harry stubbornly believed that Lillian had endured too much suffering in the past and deserved to live joyously every day, rather than remaining cooped up indoors with her books. Thus, every few days, he would insist on taking her out for shopping excursions. Sometimes they ventured to Diagon Alley, though they did not frequent it often, as it was not particularly safe. Not all wizards were amicable. Most of the time, they preferred the Muggle world, which was considerably more welcoming. Moreover, Lillian had spent over 20 years in the Muggle realm in her previous life, having undergone a formal 9-year compulsory education. In this life, she had also resided in the Muggle world for a decade, as had Harry. Consequently, Lillian sought Dumbledore's assistance to invest in several renowned companies from the future, placing them in her and her brother's names. Naturally, she could not invest in them all, lest she fail to pass Dumbledore's scrutiny. Thus, she also put a small amount into lesser-known enterprises that might eventually go bankrupt, though she was careful not to incur significant losses or debts. The rationale she provided to Dumbledore was a fabrication concocted after she had persuaded Harry. The thrill of it all was palpable. After all, Dumbledore was a master of legitimacy. Subsequently, Dumbledore helped the two children find a reputable financial management firm to oversee their assets, without questioning them further. Lillian's meticulously crafted arguments went unused. Nevertheless, this arrangement meant they would not have to manage the investments themselves and could continue to revel in their joyful academic pursuits. Although Lillian found it curious that Dumbledore seemed quite familiar with the matter, an understanding not typical of the magical world's perception of the Muggle realm, she refrained from questioning him, opting instead to act as if she were oblivious. Now they could eagerly await the days of wealth accumulation, which was a delightful prospect indeed. In the blink of an eye, time passed in a fulfilling and joyous manner. Both Lillian and Harry felt that these were the happiest days they had experienced in over a decade. Chapter 6. I will continue to protect you. During this period, Lillian and Harry visited Ollivander's wand shop, intending to infuse their wands with phoenix blood to create their own unique wands. Given the rarity of phoenix blood, Lillian had already devised an explanation for its origin, but to her surprise, Ollivander did not inquire further. He merely marveled at the phoenix blood in his hands. This was, after all, quite normal in the wizarding world. However, Lillian pondered whether the phoenix of Eastern mythology was indeed the same as its Western counterpart. Deciding to temporarily set aside this question, she recalled that Harry's wand was made from a phoenix tail feather, just like that of the Dark Lord, a true duel of fate. Rest assured, you will be able to collect it in a few days. An owl will notify you. In the meantime, you may try out other wands. Perhaps you will find one that you favor, Miss Lillian, Ollivander said. Lillian agreed, as choosing a wand in a wand shop was a significant milestone in Harry's story. Before selecting, Lillian noticed Harry, who had received his destined wand, an 11-inch holly wand with a phoenix tail feather, was brimming with excitement at the prospect of finally being able to use magic. However, Lillian mischievously dampened his spirits. Hogwarts students are not permitted to use magic outside of school. As we will undoubtedly be first years, there are likely trace charms in our wands. Therefore, using magic at this point is simply impossible. Harry's demeanor noticeably dimmed, resembling a forlorn puppy. At this thought, Lillian could not help but chuckle, drawing a puzzled glance from Harry. She quickly composed herself and resumed her search for a wand. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a wand in the second compartment of the first row on the shelf behind Ollivander. A shiver coursed through her, reminiscent of the oppressive atmosphere she had faced in the alley that had led to her crossing over. Her unusual reaction caught the attention of both Ollivander and Harry, and Ollivander followed her gaze, his expression transforming to one of astonishment. My dear Miss Lillian, you truly have an eye for selection. It appears you are indeed the fated individual that the mysterious wizard from the East spoke of. Lillian snapped back to reality at Ollivander's words. What did Mr. Ollivander mean by that? He reached into the compartment and retrieved an exquisite box, which, upon closer inspection, bore a shimmering crimson pattern reminiscent of a phoenix. He then explained the backstory to the two children. This tale begins a decade ago, when a mysterious Eastern wizard visited my shop. He neither chose a wand nor repaired one. Instead, he handed me this box and stated that a person of destiny would come to claim it. At the time, I was curious about who this destined individual might be and worried about what would happen if someone else took it. However, when I looked away from the box to inquire further, he had vanished, leaving behind only a collection of rare materials. I had no choice but to accept the box and place it in a prominent position. Subsequently, I discovered that, apart from myself, no one else seemed capable of perceiving the box, which was truly remarkable. I can assure you there were no repelling charms on it. Moreover, even high-level wizards who could see it were unable to open it. Until your arrival, of course, your age clearly indicates that you cannot be a high-level wizard. Yet you can see it and are drawn to it. Under Ollivander's expectant gaze, Lillian felt a surge of nerves as she carefully opened the box. A deep azure light erupted forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning, interspersed with the melodious cry of a phoenix emanating from the box's cover. A phoenix, outlined in crimson light, soared around the shop before settling back onto the box, and in an instant, all strange phenomena dissipated, revealing the contents within. What? Why is it merely a charred piece of wood? Came Harry's bewildered voice. Surely, such a grand spectacle could not be for that. Wait, could it be? Lillian exclaimed. Oh, Merlin's socks. This is the lightning-struck wood that the Eastern wizard longed for. It appears to have quite an age to it. Ollivander exclaimed in awe. Mr. Ollivander, you knew about this? Of course. One must not forget that one of the materials for wands is various types of wood. Thus, I must be well acquainted with the distinctive woods from around the world, especially considering I have an alchemical friend from the East. So it was. However, a single piece of lightning struck would hardly warranted such an elaborate display, did it? Surely it wasn't an elaborate ceremony merely to impress a foreigner? The thought increasingly resonated with Lillian, and she began to believe it was possible. Yet, what was she to do with a piece of lightning-struck wood? The energy system was that of magic, which she could hardly utilize. Or could she fashion it into a wand? Just the thought alone sent shivers down her spine, envisioning a terrifying future where she was hunted by a throng of Taoist priests. But, what the heck? If this piece of lightning-struck wood was fated to be hers, then it was hers to wield. Surely the venerable Taoist would understand her plight, right? Given her struggles to cultivate her abilities, she was already pitiful enough. Upon contemplating this, Lillian reiterated her wand requirements to Ollivander, settling on Thunderwood and Phoenix Feather, with a design inspired by thorned roses. Perhaps it was a tad melodramatic, but in a world filled with magic, such trivialities could be overlooked. After earnestly beseeching Ollivander once more, Lillian returned home with Harry to Dumbledore's residence. It was yet another day where, despite accomplishing little, they felt an inexplicable fatigue. While awaiting the wand, the first arrival was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. As anticipated, both Lillian and Harry found themselves among the ranks of new students. That evening, excitement kept them both awake, leading to yet another late-night conversation. Harry sincerely expressed to Lillian that this past month had been the happiest of his 11 years. He was immensely grateful for her arrival and felt fortunate to have her as a sister, vowing to continue protecting her once they arrived at school. As their conversation unfolded, Harry drifted off to sleep. Lillian couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Truly, at nearly 30 years of age across 2 lifetimes, it was somewhat embarrassing to be so easily brought to tears. As she cried, her gaze fell upon Harry, and she couldn't help but smile. The feeling of having family was truly wonderful. Brother, I shall protect you too. Chapter 7. Preparations before school commencement. As the start of school approached day by day, Dumbledore needed to hasten back to the school to prepare for numerous matters. Thus, it was Hagrid who ultimately led Harry and Lillian to Diagon Alley to acquire the various magical supplies necessary for the new term. Although they had already gathered quite a few items, who could ever have too many tools for learning? While waiting, Lillian couldn't help but reminisce about the original story where Hagrid teased the Dursleys during his visit to fetch Harry. The thought of that bully, who always tormented Harry, being transformed by Hagrid into a creature with a pig's tail made her chuckle aloud. Truly, Hagrid was magnificent. Harry cast a puzzled glance at Lillian. Are you, like me, particularly excited about going to school? It seemed that the bond of twinhood was indeed profound. Lillian hesitated to confirm, for it appeared that Harry was gradually shifting towards an overprotective brotherly persona. This cannot possibly be my influence. It's merely one of the factors, however. The main reason shall remain a secret. With that, Lillian hummed a tune as she walked past him, blissfully ignoring the reproachful look from her dear brother. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It must surely be Hagrid. Yet, shouldn't he simply burst in? That was how it had transpired in the original tale at the Dursleys' home. Or perhaps Hagrid had done so intentionally. Well, knowing his character, that was plausible, especially given the stark contrast between the Dursleys' home and Dumbledore's. It is a pleasure to see you both, Harry and Lillian. Upon opening the door, the towering figure of Hagrid greeted the 2 children warmly. We are equally delighted to see you, Lillian and Harry replied in astonishment, gazing up at Hagrid. Though they were already aware of his imposing stature, witnessing it firsthand was still a marvel. To think a person could be so tall, Lillian recalled that he stood nearly 4 meters. He surpassed many renowned towering athletes from her previous life, a feat attributable to his half-giant heritage. Yet, some thoughts were better left unexamined. Harry, congratulations on finally escaping that wretched place. I am genuinely happy for you. While Harry remained momentarily speechless, Hagrid hoisted him up, continuing to speak to himself. Lillian watched Harry, suspended in midair, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. And Lillian, congratulations on your successful return. Just as Lillian was still chuckling, she faced her own comeuppance. Harry, now experiencing the same treatment, beamed even more brightly than she had moments prior. With no words to express her feelings, she could only manage a grateful smile. Thank you, Hagrid. But I believe we should swiftly head to Diagon Alley to purchase our school supplies. Before Lillian could finish her thought, Hagrid promptly set them down. Lillian is right. The timing is just right. Let us hurry along. Hagrid glanced at his watch and urged the two children to follow him. As they made their way to the leaky cauldron, Lillian and Harry confirmed the items they needed to purchase. Regarding wands, Harry had already acquired his. They merely needed to obtain Lillian's custom wand. Following that, they would gather various other supplies. While the list was extensive, it mattered little. The undetectable extension charm proved to be exceedingly useful. Upon arriving at the leaky cauldron, Lillian first procured some mead for Hagrid. Expressing her gratitude for his company while they shopped, attributing her knowledge of his fondness for the drink to Dumbledore. After inquiring if Hagrid had any means to ease the burden of carrying their purchases, Lillian realized her phrasing had been too subtle. Hagrid, proud as ever, declared he could manage any amount. Lillian fell silent. Indeed, Hagrid was rather single-minded. After spending too long in her previous world, she had grown accustomed to more nuanced expressions. Ultimately, she had to clearly state her hope that Hagrid would perform the undetectable extension charm on the satchel he carried. With a jovial demeanor, Hagrid obliged her modest request with a flourish of his wand. The remaining task was to acquire an owl for Harry. Lillian longed for a cat, or perhaps even both. For the convenience of an owl for delivering messages was undeniable. While using a mobile phone would be even more convenient, that was regrettably impossible, at least for now. As she and Harry engaged in animated discussion, the pub owner greeted Hagrid with a smile. "Hey, Hagrid, what brings you and these two little ones here today?" "Oh, I must have forgotten. Hogwarts is about to commence, so these must be this year's new students." He then turned his curious gaze toward Lillian and Harry. Hagrid chuckled as he patted his ample belly, responding to the owner. "Yes, I'm here to take Harry and Lillian to Diagon Alley to purchase their school supplies." The bustling pub fell silent under Hagrid's booming voice. The owner was the first to recover, exclaiming, "My goodness, it's Harry Potter, our savior." The tavern erupted into a cacophony of excitement, even more fervent than before, as everyone turned their attention to Harry, buzzing with chatter. Lillian was bewildered by how merely Harry's name could elicit such recognition. Numerous patrons approached Harry to shake his hand, offering their respects. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. It's splendid to have you here. We wholeheartedly celebrate your return." Lillian mischievously teased Harry. "Brother, you are quite the esteemed figure." She punctuated her remark with a playful wink. Harry shot her an irritated glance. "Oh, I'm on the verge of a panic attack, Lillian. I absolutely despise this feeling of being the center of attention." "Well, that seems unlikely to change, Harry." A man, adorned in a turban and dressed peculiarly, approached Harry. Stuttering as he spoke, "Harry Potter, it is, a pleasure to meet you." Lillian recognized him instantly. Quirrell had made his entrance. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she clenched her fists, then feigned nonchalance. For now, she could not confront Quirrell, lest she risk capture. Hagrid gazed at Quirrell in astonishment. "Hello, Professor, I didn't see you there just now," he said. Turning to Harry and Lillian, he introduced, "Harry, Lillian. This is Professor Quirrell, who will be teaching you defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this semester." Both Lillian and Harry looked at Quirrell with polite curiosity and greeted him. "Good day, Professor." Lillian forced herself not to stare at the back of Quirrell's head. Yet her eyes occasionally drifted that way. It seemed Quirrell had noticed this, as a peculiar emotion flickered in his gaze when he surveyed Lillian. He had an unsettling feeling that the child was privy to something, prompting him to hastily excuse himself and depart. "All right, no more staring. Now, I shall take you to Diagon Alley." Hagrid picked up his umbrella wand and tapped it 3 times, continuing, "You can open it with 3 taps of your wand. So remember that, it is crucial. Next time you come, you will do it yourselves." Lillian and Harry exchanged glances, refraining from disclosing that they had visited before. As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, the passage to Diagon Alley revealed itself. Although it was not their first visit, they were still awestruck and amazed, for they rarely dared to pay attention to their surroundings, and it would be perilous for the 2 young wizards to navigate alone. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Hagrid smiled at Lillian and Harry. "Next, we must make a stop at Gringotts. Prepare yourselves." Hagrid beamed at the 2 children. Harry quickly explained to Hagrid that they already had some money and didn't need to visit Gringotts just yet. "Harry, Lillian, I know you have galleons in hand, but I have an important matter to attend to first. May we go there together?" Hagrid's request left them with no objections. Lillian recalled that the Philosopher's Stone was indeed housed within Gringotts. When the trio arrived before a grand silver door, Lillian glanced at the inscription once more, pondering how imposing the words appeared, yet realizing that Quirrell would soon visit again. This made her reflect on how Hogwarts seemed to share a similar fate. Oh dear. It was another day of thoughts that should not be delved into too deeply, as it gave her a headache. Passing through the grand entrance, they entered the Gringotts Hall, where numerous goblins sat on high stools, orderly and watchful. Hagrid approached one of the goblins, producing an envelope and discreetly stating that this was a task assigned to him by Professor Dumbledore. The goblin scrutinized Hagrid for a considerable time before leading the trio to the underground vault to retrieve the item. Lillian felt that the goblin was quite reluctant to procure the Philosopher's Stone, but understanding the goblin's greedy nature offered her some clarity. Yet, they seemed more like goblins than true fairies. As Lillian's mind wandered, she once again experienced the thrilling sensation of a roller coaster ride. Curiosity piqued. Harry inquired about what Hagrid was retrieving, but Hagrid sternly warned him, "Harry, that is not something I can disclose. It is a matter of utmost secrecy at Hogwarts." Lillian smirked with pride beside him. "Hee, I know what it is." "Well, securing school supplies is of greater importance," Harry remarked, not overly disappointed by the lack of revelation. "Lillian, you have purchased far too many sweets. If you acquire any more, our extension charm will be utterly useless." Harry suspected that Dumbledore had led his sister astray, as she seemed perpetually preoccupied with confectionaries. Lillian glanced at the bags hanging from Harry and Hagrid, then at the enticing sweets before her, caught in a dilemma. Indeed, their extension charm could hardly accommodate more. Yet, she recalled from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that Newt's case had ample space. Was it possible that Hagrid's magic was lacking? Lillian cast a peculiar glance at Hagrid. The shopkeeper, perceiving Lillian's conflict, was keen not to lose such a valuable customer and promptly offered to send her purchases to school. Lillian's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, sir." After receiving confirmation, Lillian happily paid, completely oblivious to Harry's exasperated and disapproving glances. "Lillian, while I too find sweets delectable, you have overindulged. It's detrimental to your teeth. You will regret it with toothaches later." Harry felt a headache coming on. Indeed, Dumbledore had corrupted his sister. How infuriating. Would Lillian heed his words? Of course not. She had long mastered the art of manipulating Harry during their interactions. With a pitiful expression, she looked up at him. "But, brother, I've never had such delightful candies before. I must indulge in what I missed out on. Furthermore, Grandfather Dumbledore eats sweets often, and his teeth are just fine," she added, attributing this to Professor Snape's influence. Hearing Lillian's reasoning, Harry's eyes flashed with resignation and concern. "She knows I will give in, doesn't she? You are not like Grandfather Dumbledore. Fine, you may buy them, but they must be sent to my place for safekeeping, with a daily limit on consumption. If you refuse, I shall ignore you from now on." What kind of childish ultimatum was that? Unfortunately, Lillian dared not speak further. She understood that if she pressed on, Harry would genuinely become angry. All right, I agree," she replied, her spirits deflated. Harry affectionately ruffled her hair. "Now, Lillian, remember, too many sweets will lead to toothaches. I am doing this for your own good. You are my sister, and I promise to protect you, which includes safeguarding your dental health. Be good." "Wow, brother. You're so warm-hearted. I love you." Lillian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Harry, eagerly nodding to indicate her understanding. Soon after, the three of them swiftly purchased their textbooks and some extracurricular books of interest at Flourish and Blots on the north side of Diagon Alley, then hurried to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As Madame Malkin waved her finger, measuring tools flew over automatically to take Lillian and Harry's measurements, providing them with a rather novel experience. However, the crafting of the garments evidently required some time, so they decided to explore elsewhere in the interim. "We must first visit Ollivander's to obtain our custom wands." Lillian had eagerly anticipated this moment. The instant she grasped the wand, she felt an innate connection, as if it were destined to be hers. With a gentle flick, a whirlwind of energy erupted, accompanied by a faint phoenix-like cry and flickering lightning. Leaving the room in disarray, Lillian looked sheepishly at the three individuals whose hair had become electrified, offering an awkward smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it would do that. Are you all right?" The trio of victims assured her that aside from a tingling sensation, they were perfectly fine, even feeling happy for Lillian. After all, finding a wand that suited a wizard was a significant achievement, and it was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Among them, Ollivander appeared particularly delighted. This sent a shiver down Lillian's spine, as an ominous premonition settled in her mind. "Lillian, this wand is truly one of the most exceptional I have ever crafted. It is an honor to produce such a remarkable wand, and you must treat it with the utmost care." Faced with Ollivander's serious expression, Lillian hastily promised to utilize her wand wisely. "By the way, due to the unique nature of the materials, I had an epiphany during the crafting process and ventured to a mysterious eastern land. Now, I have a little surprise for you." "Certainly, it would be splendid if you could leave it directly with me." Is there a surprise as well?" Lillian gazed at Ollivander with anticipation, only to see him retrieve the same box from behind him once more. When he opened it, there were no dazzling effects, but rather a diminutive wooden sword. Observing the words "evil repelling" inscribed upon it, Lillian pondered whether it was indeed as she suspected. She abruptly raised her gaze to Ollivander, who nodded in affirmation. "It seems you have already surmised. especially since I've heard you lived in the East and were fostered by a Taoist during your childhood. I am immensely grateful to you. This is such a delightful surprise. Lillian could hardly believe she was to possess a small, evil-repelling sword. Although, to be precise, it resembled more of a dagger. Mr. Ollivander, this surprise is truly beyond measure. I scarcely know how to repay you. Harry and Hagrid looked on, utterly perplexed, as the two conversed in a language they could not comprehend. No, you need not repay anything. In truth, it is not of my making, but rather crafted by an old companion of mine from the East. At this juncture, I must also extend my apologies. The quantity of wood required for wand making is not as substantial as one might think. When I brought it over, it was ample enough to forge a genuine longsword. The small dagger was merely fashioned from the leftover scraps. So, is my lightning-struck wood truly of such magnitude? Does that box possess a shrinking charm? Indeed. Very well, so they retained the longsword? Yes, Lillian, I am deeply sorry, I could not prevent it. Of course, they are not so unscrupulous. You cannot fathom the frenzy that ensued when they beheld that piece of wood. The revelation of ancient lightning-struck jujube wood resurfacing after a millennium was akin to a religious experience for them. I was nearly frightened out of my wits. When they learned it was to be used for wand making, the look they gave me was one of sheer devastation. I nearly thought I would not return. They initially vehemently opposed my apparent extravagance, but once the lightning wood was revealed, they realized it was quite a sizable piece. Thus, after invoking some Eastern deity for divine insight, they begrudgingly yielded a portion to create wands. Ollivander concluded with a pat on his chest, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief from having narrowly escaped a calamity. Well then, Lillian expressed, I can certainly imagine that. It would indeed be a perilous endeavor. Thankfully, she was not present. Yet, since it was a revelation from the heavens, I suppose she was merely a tool in their scheme? Thus, they imposed conditions? Certainly. Both the wand and the scrap dagger are inscribed with Eastern runes, along with numerous beneficial items and a promise. Furthermore, you shall be regarded as their dearest friend, always welcome to visit for learning and exchange, at which time the items will be bestowed upon you. May I refuse? The items are being held there. Am I to simply seize them? They likely wish to deceive me into a beating for their own waste of the lightning wood. However, in light of the last two conditions, Lillian resolved to acquiesce. Perhaps deep down, she remained a flower cultivator at heart. Ollivander exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief, gazing at Lillian with a hint of guilt, for this indeed felt somewhat like coercion. As a gesture of goodwill, he refunded the fee for the wand. And after much persuasion from Lillian, she reluctantly accepted a third of the payment. Upon emerging, Lillian noticed Harry and Hagrid exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Before they could voice their questions, she began to share some tales of Eastern cultivation practices. Harry and Hagrid felt as though they were listening to an ancient scripture, and Lillian could almost envision their eyes spinning in confusion. As for Lillian, in a somewhat whimsical moment, she decided to name her wand Thorned Rose. In response to Harry's incredulous expression, she defended her choice, asserting that it was simple and clear, perfectly mirroring the intricate patterns upon it. Perfect. What of the evil-repelling sword? Shall it be named simply evil-repelling? Amidst Harry's sighs of exasperation, Lillian racked her brain and ultimately settled on a different name. Let us call it Exorcising Evil. That name is quite fitting. Lillian and Harry conversed for a while before realizing that Hagrid, who should have been nearby, had vanished. Just as they contemplated searching for him, Hagrid returned, a mysterious smile gracing his face, holding two snowy owls. Harry immediately took notice of the one with black spots, Hedwig. Lillian observed her own owl, entirely snow-white save for the black feathers surrounding its eyes, which increasingly resembled makeup artfully applied by a girl. Harry, Lillian, happy birthday. This is a birthday gift from a dear friend. Both Lillian and Harry were overjoyed. Thank you, Hagrid. This gift is simply marvelous. After visiting all the shops and acquiring their school uniforms, Lillian contemplated her desire to adopt a cat. Without hesitation, Hagrid led them to the magical creature's shop. Lillian instantly fell in love with a lion cat lounging lazily on a cat tree, its unique eyes captivating her. How splendid it was to see such a striking specimen from the Chinese rural cat lineage. Cautiously approaching the feline, she hesitated before deciding whether to pet it. The cat, however, took the initiative, rubbing against her palm and looking up with its innocent mismatched eyes, melting Lillian's heart. The shopkeeper expressed surprise. This particular cat had some hearing issues and might not live long, and many had chosen to adopt other cats upon learning this. Consequently, the cat had become somewhat aloof. Yet today it had approached Lillian. Upon hearing this, both Lillian and Harry gently stroked the cat's head with sympathy. This one will do. If no one else will adopt it, I shall. I shall name you Treasure, if that's agreeable. Although you cannot hear, I believe you will appreciate it. Lillian. Harry looked at her with a mixture of disbelief. What is it, brother? Lillian, do you not think that name is rather, well, Do you not believe the cat deserves a more fitting name? Perhaps something like my Hathaway? Lillian pondered this and indeed realized that treasure lacked the grandeur of Hathaway. Then let it be Iris. With that, Lillian paid for her new companion and left the magical creature's shop, satisfied. Chapter 8. Friends made on the train. Hagrid remained as boisterous as ever. While Lillian and Harry stood silently on the train station platform, both reflecting the same exasperation in their eyes. How could someone be left behind mid-journey? Surely, they cannot have lost their way. Lillian, we will surely find this elusive Platform 9, will we not? Observing Harry's somewhat frantic expression, Lillian hesitated. It should be possible. I suppose. But wait, where are the Weasley family? Have they missed their chance? What shall we do? This is my first time here as well. I cannot act as though I possess all the answers. Must I resort to lying again? Fortunately, just as Lillian was on the verge of revealing the method to access the platform, the Weasley family finally arrived. Thank the heavens. Lillian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Upon hearing Mrs. Weasley urging her children to hurry and not attract the attention of muggles, Lillian exchanged a knowing glance with Harry. As a child named Percy pushed a cart towards the wall, Harry shut his eyes in fright, anticipating disaster. Yet, contrary to expectations, Percy simply passed through the wall. It was yet another day filled with marvel at the wonders of the magical world. Lillian and Harry timely greeted Mrs. Weasley just as the Weasley twins were about to continue their pranks. Pardon me, madam, could you kindly guide us to platform 9 3/4? Harry, still somewhat bashful in the presence of strangers, spoke softly. Mrs. Weasley, noticing Harry's shyness, offered a warm smile. My dear child, are you referring to the platform? There's no need to be anxious. Ron, just like you, is also embarking on his first journey to school. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley gestured to the boy beside her, who was equally shy. Both parties exchanged bashful smiles. Simply walk through the wall situated between platforms 9 and 10. If you're truly apprehensive, a brisk run should do the trick. Best of luck to you both, Mrs. Weasley encouraged, pointing towards the entrance to the platform. At that moment, Ron suddenly interjected, Wow, you two look remarkably alike. I mean, your eyes and hair are absolutely identical. Harry beamed with pride as he regarded Lillian. Of course, Lillian is my beloved twin sister. Lillian, feeling an urge to distance herself, took a couple of steps back, wishing to feign ignorance of this silly fellow, who most certainly was not her brother Harry. However, sensing her sudden disdain, Harry turned to her and asked, Isn't that right, Lillian? His expectant gaze resembled that of an eager puppy. Lillian had no choice but to nod in agreement, fearing the potential reproach from her elder brother. Ah, this is just like Fred and George, my brothers, who are also twins. Truth be told, I'm not overly fond of them, as they constantly play pranks on me. Of course, I don't mean to imply anything about you. You both seem like good people. No, rather, good children, Ron lamented. A hint of irritation in his tone regarding his mischievous siblings. Lillian and Harry exchanged amused glances, recognizing that this was not the time to voice their opinions. All right, children, you must make haste to the platform, or you'll be late. The trio then ceased their chatter and hurried towards the platform. Honestly, colliding with the stone wall was quite a thrilling experience. A medieval-style train, Lillian exclaimed, eagerly surveying her surroundings. This is a testament to history. A pristine steam train. And it's magical. Harry, observing Lillian's excitement, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her to stay close. Fortune smiled upon them, as they found an empty compartment. Their luggage was rather minimal. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm, Harry carried 2 compact suitcases, while Lillian held a classic black handbag, albeit one that should not be opened carelessly, lest it explode, especially hers. This was the most sincere advice from a brother who had faced unfortunate circumstances. Hello there. May I sit with you? All the other compartments are full, came Ron's voice from the door, a proposition they readily accepted, given the ample space available. Lillian took a seat opposite Harry, but as she stood to welcome Ron, Harry swiftly pulled her back, maintaining a casual smile towards Ron. Seeing Harry's composed demeanor, Lillian reassured herself that perhaps she was overthinking. We just met earlier. I'm Ron Weasley, he introduced. Lillian Potter. Harry Potter, Lillian's twin brother. Upon hearing Harry's name, Ron's mouth fell open in surprise. Lillian smiled as she observed their conversation, her eyes sparkling when the snack trolley arrived. Lillian, you've already exceeded your snack limit for today. Have you forgotten your promise to limit yourself? Harry chided her with mock irritation. But brother, Ron is now our good friend. We should buy some to share with our new friend, right? Ron will be delighted. Lillian attempted to charm Harry, dragging Ron into her plea. Ron, caught off guard by the unexpected mention of his name, momentarily stuttered. Yes, I suppose. See, brother, I was right. Let us just buy a few. Ultimately, Lillian emerged victorious. Harry pulled out a handful of galleons to purchase all the snacks. Yes, you read that correctly. All of them. It was evident that Lillian's insatiable appetite was a matter of concern, and aside from Dumbledore, Harry bore considerable responsibility for it. Come on, Ron, let us eat together. We want to finish all of this. Ron felt elated to have made 2 kind and generous friends on the train, so different from his own mischievous twins, in comparison. The siblings across from him seemed like angels. However, deep down, Lillian secretly lamented over the snacks, thinking it unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Furthermore, Ron, dear boy, if your face bore less accusation and more envy, your words might hold greater credibility. Maintaining her smile, Lillian quietly read, discreetly indulging in her snacks. Once Ron finished his tale, it was Harry's turn to speak, and Lillian soon discovered that there was no limit to embarrassment, only greater levels of it. Brother, please, no more. My walls are about to crumble. You're right, Ron. Lillian is truly wonderful. My sister is intelligent, adorable, kind, generous, and beautiful, especially obedient. Not only is she an academic prodigy, but she also. Help! Someone save me. As Harry's praise became overwhelming, Lillian realized that this protective older brother persona was irretrievable. Well, this chocolate frog is indeed delicious. Lillian. The sudden voice startled Lillian, causing her to lose her grip on the chocolate frog, which fell beneath the table. She sheepishly looked up at Harry, forcing a smile. What is it, dear brother? Forget it, just this once. Once we arrive at school, you must strictly limit yourself, understood? Wow, brother, you're so wonderful. I love you the most. Lillian exclaimed joyfully, playfully teasing Harry, who wore an exasperated smile. You two share such a close bond, Ron remarked, filled with envy once more. Of course, we are twins, after all, right? Brother? Lillian and Harry exchanged knowing smiles. Just as Ron was about to demonstrate a spell he had learned, the compartment door swung open. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville dropped one. That must be Hermione, Lillian thought to herself. What a lovely little girl. In the original story, Hermione was described as unattractive. But the film version was indeed a sight for sore eyes. It seemed, however, that Ron might be somewhat out of her league. But beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Ah, love is indeed unpredictable, she mused, not wanting to delve into matters that did not concern her. With a friendly smile, Hermione shook her head in greeting, having already asked several compartments with the same result. After receiving their responses, Hermione politely introduced herself. Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, Lillian's twin brother. Must you always add that last bit? Lillian interjected. Lillian Potter, as Harry just mentioned, is his sister. Harry Potter? What an honor to meet you. I believe I just saw you about to cast a spell. Come on, let us see it. Hermione suddenly turned her attention to Ron. In an instant, Lillian felt that Hermione truly embodied the essence of a beautiful and kind-hearted young girl. Thumbs up. Huh. Ahem. Sunshine, daisies, sweet cream, transform this foolish plump rat into yellow. Ron initially seemed a bit bewildered, but upon grasping what Hermione had just uttered, he solemnly grasped his wand. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Scabbers. Yet, nothing transpired. Except for the snack box that Scabbers had been munching on being knocked aside, startling him in the process. It appeared rather ineffective. Are you certain the spell you used was correct? Hermione raised an eyebrow, inquiring of the now flustered Ron. I've attempted several simple spells at home, and they all proved quite effective, the girl said with a hint of pride, as she produced her newly acquired wand and stepped into their compartment. Glancing around, she noticed that aside from the smudge on Ron's nose, there was little else to perform magic upon. Thus, she took a seat beside Ron. Very well. It's your turn, let us clean it up. The stain on Ron's nose vanished as if erased by an eraser. The boy could only muster a more embarrassed smile and utter a thank you. By the way, does this count as a failed attempt at showing off that backfired? No need to thank me. I must take my leave now. I still need to assist Neville in finding his toad. Oh, and you three should better put on your uniforms. We're approaching the station, Hermione reminded them as she exited. Indeed, as Hermione had indicated, the train arrived shortly after they donned their attire. Upon disembarking, Lillian and Harry immediately heard Hagrid's booming voice, easily spotting him amidst the throngs of people. It must be said that entrusting the task of welcoming the newcomers to him was a most fitting choice. Hagrid was undeniably conspicuous. Spotting Lillian and Harry, Hagrid greeted the two children with a smile, then lifted an antique oil lamp and addressed the young wizards. All right, first-year students, this way please. Everyone obediently followed Hagrid towards the lake, ready to cross it. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the dim light from Hagrid's lamp providing a flicker of illumination. Harry tightened his grip on Lillian's hand. This place is quite suitable for filming a horror movie, an errant thought flitted through Lillian's mind. Chapter 9. The school year commences. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered, leading to the ultimate destination, Hogwarts, which stood silently above the dark water. The nighttime Hogwarts, bathed in moonlight, donned a silvery facade. Its stark contrast of black and white rendering it even more enigmatic. In the tranquil night, accompanied by the gentle sounds of the bobbing boat and the paddles gliding through the water, Lillian's mind wandered once more to that ill-timed thought. This truly is a perfect setting for a horror film. Upon reaching the shore, Lillian smiled at Harry, commenting that the experience of sitting on the boat while holding a torch was rather pleasant, though she couldn't resist casting one more glance at the water's surface. Some thoughts ought not to arise, leaving her feeling unsettled, as if something might have lurked beneath the surface. As Lillian and Harry exchanged hushed whispers, they arrived at the end of the staircase, dressed in a dark green robe adorned with subtle patterns, and wearing a classic pointed wizard hat. Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor commanded immediate silence among the chattering young wizards. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a moment, you shall pass through this door and join your upperclassmen in merriment. However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. During your time here, your house will be your home. Your exemplary performances will earn points for your house, while any violations of school rules will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will receive the house cup." Just then, Neville spotted his toad. "Trevor!" he exclaimed loudly, rushing to capture the toad, only to look up and find Professor McGonagall watching him. "I'm sorry." Neville swallowed hard and hurried back to the group of young wizards, his face flushed and unable to meet Professor McGonagall's gaze amidst the surrounding laughter. "The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Are you prepared?" Neville's interruption caused Professor McGonagall to cease her speech, simply issuing a brief reminder before turning to depart. With the professor's exit, the previously quiet young wizards erupted into chatter once more. The rumors from the train proved true. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, had indeed come to Hogwarts. A sarcastic voice reached Lillian and Harry's ears. Upon turning, Lillian found it was none other than the mischievous Draco Malfoy. Drawing the attention of those nearby, "This is Crabbe and Goyle. I am Malfoy," he declared arrogantly as he approached Harry, adjusting his attire. "Draco Malfoy." Malfoy extended a hand toward Harry in a haughty introduction, his demeanor exuding a rather irritating arrogance. Lillian speculated that he might have intended to befriend Harry, yet his attitude left much to be desired. "Uffed." Ron could not contain his laughter at Malfoy's pompous demeanor. "Do you find my name amusing? With that red hair and tattered robes, you surely must be a Weasley." Ron's face flushed with indignation at the insult. After mocking Ron, Malfoy continued condescendingly toward Harry. "You will soon discover that some wizarding families possess a certain nobility. I trust you wouldn't wish to associate with such filth, would you? TSK. Just as in the original text, Malfoy's words were pointedly antagonistic toward Harry. The implication was that he desired to befriend Harry. Lillian glanced between Malfoy and Harry, her mind inexplicably conjuring up dissonant thoughts. Indeed, one ought not to dwell too much on peculiar matters. Her thoughts were now filled with the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Uffed. No, Harry is my brother. I mustn't think such things." "Uffed." Suppressing laughter is quite the ordeal. Lillian felt her expression must be quite amusing, though fortunately, the attention was not on her. Malfoy's patronizing remarks made Harry grimace uncomfortably. He despised such an attitude and resolutely rejected Malfoy's overtures. Malfoy glared at Harry, his expression a storm of indignation, and one could easily anticipate that his next words would be far from kind. "My brother says he doesn't want to be friends with you. Can't you hear? What are you standing there for?" Lillian puffed her cheeks, feigning anger as she admonished Malfoy. Some individuals do not merit a pleasant demeanor. Malfoy appeared momentarily taken aback. Who was this audacious individual daring to speak to him in such a manner? Turning to see a face resembling Harry's, he was about to unleash a retort when Professor McGonagall returned. "Malfoy, return to the line." Malfoy could only begrudgingly retreat to his position, casting a venomous glare at Harry and Lillian. "This grudge, Draco Malfoy shall remember. All right, everything is in order. Everyone, follow me." The moment the grand doors swung open, they stepped into a wondrous realm. The Great Hall was resplendent, countless lit candles floating in midair, with the Hogwarts crest sculptures adorning the corners of the hall. As she raised her gaze, what met her eyes was a breathtaking celestial dome adorned with twinkling starlight, occasionally graced by the fleeting passage of shooting stars across the night sky. Lillian recalled that this enchanting spectacle was said to be conjured by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. A truly wondrous feat, this dome, however, was not an authentic sky. It was a solidified spell, giving it the appearance of a starry expanse. As she had read in Hogwarts, a history, soft whispers from Hermione and the surrounding children drifted to her ears. At the forefront, all the professors sat poised in their designated places, followed by the long tables where the students were seated, for elongated tables nearly filling the entire dining hall. laden with delectable dishes. To Lillian's astonishment, she even spotted the presence of Chinese cuisine, casting a surprised glance towards Dumbledore's direction. It was needless to say. It must have been his arrangement. Coincidentally, Dumbledore was also observing her, and upon noticing her astonished expression, he discreetly winked. Lillian smiled warmly, redirecting her attention to the hall's decor. Some experiences could only be fully appreciated through personal encounters, revealing their profound beauty. Professor McGonagall halted before a tattered, pointed wizard's hat. Had she not known its significance, Lillian would have found it utterly distasteful. Did this hat never require cleaning? Her curiosity piqued. The moment the school song began, both Lillian and Harry grimaced. What a dreadful auditory assault. If I am to be punished, let it be by the law, rather than enduring this wretched hat's serenade. As the melody subsided, McGonagall waved her hand, and a scroll of parchment materialized in her grasp. When I call your name, please step forward and take a seat on the stool. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and assign your house. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, Harry Potter. As Harry ascended, Lillian stole a glance at Snape's direction. Indeed, he was intently staring at her, and she thought, wait a moment. Is he looking at me? Professor, you've mistaken your target. Lillian felt a chill from the intensity of Snape's gaze. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Would she become a target as well? Perhaps it was best to feign ignorance in such moments, right? Suddenly, a notion struck her. In her previous life, someone had remarked that if Harry were a girl, Snape would undoubtedly dote on her. Lillian fervently hoped that this statement held some truth. She wished to avoid being singled out. Lillian lifted her gaze once more, only to find that Snape's attention had shifted to Harry, and she perceived his expression had grown even colder. Just then, the sorting hat announced Harry's affiliation with Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, pride and joy radiating from them. Snape's demeanor darkened further. As Lillian's musings drifted, it was finally her turn. She steeled herself, setting aside her peculiar thoughts as she approached the sorting hat. The hat wavered between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Ravenclaw? Ah, she remembered her persona as an academic prodigy. That certainly fit. This reminded her of Hermione, a brilliant student in Gryffindor, who would equally thrive in Ravenclaw. Rav, the hat began to call, but Lillian quickly interjected. Realizing that if she were sorted into Ravenclaw, she would be separated from her brother, which was unacceptable. Hat, may I please be placed in Gryffindor? I wish to be with my brother. Your brother? Oh, Harry Potter, is it? That can be arranged. In fact, I believe Gryffindor suits you far better. Given that you share certain qualities with Professor Dumbledore, ahem, very well then, Gryffindor. What qualities? Phoenix blood? I'm not unaware of that. Yet, she wondered why the hat would even consider placing her in Ravenclaw if it felt she belonged in Gryffindor. With a light heart, Lillian strolled over to sit beside Harry. Wonderful, Lillian. We are in the same house. Harry was thoroughly pleased with the outcome, as he had no desire to be separated from his sister. Indeed. But why does it feel so chilly behind us? Both Lillian and Harry shivered in unison. Lillian glanced towards Snape, sensing the tension in the air. Now, Snape's already grim expression had darkened further. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore adjusted his robes and rose to deliver a speech. Welcome, young witches and wizards, to Hogwarts. Now, I declare the feast to commence. With a gentle wave of his wand, the tables brimmed with even more food, half of which comprised Chinese dishes. Lillian glanced up at Dumbledore, who smiled and raised his glass in her direction. Harry, noticing Lillian's eyes sparkling at the sight of the food, anticipated her next move and refrained from reprimanding her, as this was indeed a formal dinner, and skipping it would leave her hungry later. Lillian, try to eat in moderation. You might feel unwell later, understand? Lillian nodded while happily gnawing on a chicken leg. Harry shook his head in resignation, allowing her indulgence. Hence, should Lillian gain weight, Harry would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Naturally, Lillian eagerly recommended Peking duck, which delighted Harry. Suddenly, the ghosts appeared, startling Lillian, causing her piece of duck to tumble onto her plate. Before she could respond, the ghosts cried out in alarm. What? This isn't how it goes in the original text. What is happening? Oh dear. Newcomer, what do you have on you? Lillian confirmed they were indeed pointing at her. Now, all eyes were on her. What could she possibly have? She puzzled, glancing at them. Just her wand and a dagger. Wait, a dagger. It was widely known that a talisman made from thunderstruck wood was particularly effective against ghosts and similar entities. Could it be that foreign ghosts also feared the talisman? Yet, they were all of the same ilk. Realizing this, Lillian retrieved the dagger. Is this what you're referring to? The ghost's cries grew louder, as if unaware of the terrifying implications of her possession. Oh, what in the world is that? Throw it away quickly. Goodness, are freshmen this dangerous now? The surrounding young witches and wizards whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Dumbledore promptly stood to restore order. Silence. Miss Lillian, May I inquire what this is? It appears capable of inflicting harm upon ghosts. Dumbledore regarded her sternly, questioning when she had acquired such a dangerous object. Professor Dumbledore. This is a dagger crafted by Eastern wizards. It has a suppressive effect on malevolent creatures and spirits. I am thrilled to have you at Hogwarts. But I must admit I forgot that we have ghosts here. My sincere apologies. At that moment, a voice from Ravenclaw's table affirmed Lillian's statement, and she smiled gratefully at her supporter. Ah, so it can suppress malevolent beings? That sounds like a fine protective talisman. Yet the ghosts at our school are our teachers and friends. They would not harm us. Therefore, Lillian, I fear you must keep it stored away during your time here. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. I will put it away once I return to my dormitory, Lillian replied, nodding earnestly. As the matter was resolved, everyone resumed their indulgence in the delectable feast. After Lillian settled down, Harry affectionately ruffled her hair. The surrounding young wizards were quite astonished, inquiring about the dagger. While enjoying her food, Lillian regaled them with enchanting tales from the East, and as the stories unfolded, the background music transformed into Dumbledore's closing remarks. As the banquet drew to a close, Dumbledore's voice echoed with reminders. Now, let me once again sing the school song, serving as the perfect conclusion to today's opening ceremony. With his words, he gently waved his wand, and in an instant, the hall was adorned with vibrant ribbons. The opening ceremony officially concluded. Lillian found the journey back to the dormitory imbued with an atmosphere reminiscent of an ancient house adventure. Talking portraits lining the corridors, staircases that shifted positions, winding paths, and the occasional ghost floating by all contributed to a sense of thrilling escapade. Upon uttering the password, the portrait slowly swung open, revealing the passageway to the Gryffindor common room. The room was decorated in quintessential Gryffindor style, and the crackling fireplace provided a familiar warmth to the young wizards far from home. It felt wonderfully cozy. Harry and Ron resided in one dormitory, while Lillian shared hers with Hermione. Lillian mused that this arrangement was quite splendid. She would have company during her library escapades. Both Lillian and Harry understood that from the moment they reunited, everything in their future began to improve gradually. After exchanging goodnights, Lillian, lying in bed, found herself wide awake, contemplating the events that would unfold in this school. Although she knew Harry would be all right through his trials, this time, with her presence, she vowed to protect her brother earnestly. Meanwhile, Harry, leaning against the window, silently pledged to safeguard his sister at school, particularly ensuring she would not be easily taken away by others. Chapter 10. The Peculiar Occurrences in Potions Class. The following morning, upon encountering Harry in the common room, Lillian inquired about Harry's solitary state. Harry regarded her with a look of incredulity, as though questioning how Ron could possibly have a sister while also prioritizing his studies. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lillian, seeing Harry's innocent expression, decided to forego her concerns about Ron. It appeared that he simply hadn't called out for her. How could she blame her brother for that? This could be attributed to the diligent house elf at Dumbledore's residence, who had been exceptionally attentive to Lillian's requests, employing various methods to rouse Harry each morning. Indeed, this had cultivated a commendable habit of early rising for him. Though the methods were somewhat brutal, given the house elf's slightly harsh tactics, the end result was commendable. This realization brought Lillian great comfort. Upon arriving at the classroom, Lillian noticed that Hermione had already taken her seat and was engrossed in her studies. Lillian's first reaction was a wave of nostalgia for her past life, reminiscing about classmates who were excessively studious. How nostalgic. Good morning, Hermione. Good morning, Lillian. Good morning, Harry. As expected, the last to arrive was Ron. The poor fellow late and relieved that the professor had not yet arrived. Lillian looked at him with pity, thinking, oh dear, the cat on the table is Professor McGonagall. You're doomed. Wow, that was a stunning transfiguration, Ron exclaimed, his survival instincts kicking in as he complimented Professor McGonagall while she transformed back into her human form. Unfortunately, McGonagall did not appreciate his praise. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. But perhaps I should turn you into a pocket watch so you can learn that punctuality is a virtue. I got lost, those staircases. Ron defended himself, looking dismayed. Then I shall turn you into a map. I assume you should be able to find your way without one, correct? You will stand in detention for half the class period, and for being late on your first day in my class, Gryffindor loses 2 points. Thus, Ron found himself standing in detention for half a class. Poor lad. The first transfiguration lesson focused solely on the basics and was rather relaxed, as it was the beginning of the term, and the intention was not to dampen the students' spirits. Lillian, along with Hermione and Harry, shared this sentiment. After reminding the students of the course's guidelines, Professor McGonagall adeptly transformed the podium into a delightful pink pig. Gasps of astonishment filled the classroom. Magic is indeed wondrous, thought Lillian, as she reflected on how such feats were deemed impossible by the scientific theories of her past life. Transforming a lifeless wooden desk into a living creature was a feat that shattered her worldview, making her feel it was not entirely consistent with the law of conservation of energy. However, this was the magical realm, so it was all quite normal. After explaining the methods and techniques for executing the Transfiguration spell, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing the young wizards to transfigure it into a needle. This proved to be quite engaging, as both Lillian and Hermione completed the task simultaneously, followed closely by Harry. Clearly, innate talent and prior knowledge proved advantageous. Harry, undoubtedly gifted, was now also inspired to learn due to Lillian's presence. Professor McGonagall was delighted to see 3 students complete their task with such swiftness on the first day, thus awarding Gryffindor 28 points. Ron, feeling envious, attempted to redeem himself after being released from detention, but unfortunately, he nearly followed in the footsteps of the explosive genius. This startled the 3 surrounding him. Upon witnessing Ron's crestfallen expression, the trio exchanged glances and promptly offered their assistance in correcting his mistakes. Finally, with mere moments left in the class, they succeeded, prompting Ron to exclaim with excitement that the needle would now serve as his cherished keepsake, commemorating his first successful use of the Transfiguration spell. Lillian realized that despite being a Weasley, Ron couldn't be deemed entirely talentless. He simply seemed to be particularly impatient, eager in every sense. What he lacked was patience, or perhaps focus. He often rushed to demonstrate before others had completed their instructions. Lillian surmised that this was likely a consequence of growing up in a large family, which was simply unavoidable. Subsequently, the course on the history of magic proved noteworthy. It was not due to the quality of instruction. The professor recited monotonously from the textbook, causing many young wizards to succumb to fatigue and doze off. Lillian found it amusing that the professor occasionally cast fearful glances in her direction, which left her puzzled, as she had not brought her wand of banishment with her today. In the charms class, the 3 academic prodigies once again earned Gryffindor an additional 30 points. The professor was indeed generous, even granting Harry 10 points for being a moment late. The reason this class remained etched in Lillian's memory was due to the professor later advising her to exercise caution when casting spells. After all, the young girl had inadvertently emitted a blinding light that nearly dazzled everyone present. The professor remarked that such power in her hands could easily serve as an offensive spell. The professor unwittingly grasped Lillian's intentions. Indeed, that was precisely her aim. Just imagine casting a blinding spell during a duel to momentarily dazzle the opponent's vision before snatching away their wand and delivering a swift blow. Surely, no one would refuse such a delightful quality of sleep thereafter. Among the most unforgettable experiences was the potions class. Not only due to the eerie atmosphere that enveloped the underground classroom, which evoked in Lillian a sensation akin to that of a secretive cult gathering in the shadows, but also because of the imminent entrance of the pivotal character, Professor Snape. Harry and Ron, unusually obedient, sat in their seats, likely recalling the cautionary advice provided by the Weasley twins regarding potions class. Indeed, in such a foreboding atmosphere, one could hardly remain skeptical. Alas, they would soon discover that being dutiful was of little consequence, as there were ample reasons for point deductions. Surely, Snape would not target him personally? The likelihood seemed minimal. After all, he was well prepared, having memorized the fundamentals of potion-making beforehand. Nevertheless, Lillian could not escape being affected by the tense ambience surrounding her. In the midst of her internal turmoil, the classroom door was abruptly thrust open, and a gaunt figure strode in, his black cloak billowing behind him. His cold and indifferent gaze swept over the young wizards, and when it settled on Lillian and Harry, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. His hooked nose indeed rendered him reminiscent of a vast, humanoid bat, just as depicted in the original narrative. During Snape's subsequent address, he cast a glance at Malfoy, who was smugly tilting his chin upwards. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Snape also directed his gaze towards Lillian. Following his introductory remarks, Snape swiftly commenced the roll call. When he reached Harry's name, it was inevitable that he would launch into his customary mockery and interrogation. Harry Potter, Mr. Potter, oh, I nearly forgot we have a renowned celebrity in our midst. Now, tell me, what do you obtain when you add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? The familiar scent and formula enveloped Harry. However, this time, Snape's schemes were destined for failure. In the month preceding the term, Lillian had insisted that Harry memorize all the potion knowledge. Although Harry felt a twinge of confusion as to why Professor Snape seemed to single him out, he stood confidently to answer. Professor, if I am not mistaken, the combination of daffodil root and wormwood yields a potent sleeping draught, also known as the elixir of life. Am I correct? Lillian could not help but recall an aside from her previous life, where she had seen someone mention that Professor Snape likened his love and regrets for Lily to the flower's meaning of daffodils, regret, signifying that his remorse would follow her to the grave. A pang of emotion stirred within her. Snape himself was taken aback that a first-year student like Harry could provide an answer. After a brief silence, he inquired about the source of Bezoar and the differences between the aconite and wolfsbane. Could these questions stump someone who had memorized the fundamentals of potions? Evidently not. As Harry answered without hesitation, Bezoar can be found in the stomach of a goat, and the aconite and wolfsbane are indeed the same plant. At this point, Snape had little to retort. However, accolades were out of the question. Well, it appears our celebrity possesses a modicum of intellect. Yet that does not excuse you from arrogance or inattentiveness in my classroom. Refrain from such antics, understood? Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances, fully aware that this was clearly aimed at Harry. Malfoy, on the other hand, reveled in the moment, laughing triumphantly. Harry felt a surge of defiance. But Lillian tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to restrain himself. Reluctantly, he apologized, vowing not to repeat his behavior. Mr. Potter, you seem rather reluctant. However, I am indifferent. Since you challenged the Professor's authority, the points you should have earned for your answer will be nullified. Sit down and reflect on your actions. At this, Malfoy's glee intensified, mockingly observing the exchange. It was infuriating. Lillian felt her fists clench in frustration. She firmly urged the irate Harry to take his seat. Relieved that no points had been deducted, he must not act impulsively. Harry sat down, his expression one of indignation, too apprehensive to speak further, fearing additional scrutiny. Snape continued with the roll call, skipping over Harry's name, and finally arrived at Lillian Potter. Lillian promptly responded, keen to avoid giving Snape any opportunity to deduct points. After a prolonged gaze, Snape finally spoke. Potter? The Potter of Harry Potter fame? You are the renowned celebrity's sister. Snape hesitated, having assumed that Lily had only one child, but it appeared he was mistaken. Lillian eagerly interjected, denying him any chance to misinterpret. Professor, I am Harry's twin sister, Lillian. Professor Dumbledore can attest to that. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression became even more intricate. His demeanor softened, and for a brief moment, Lillian thought she discerned a flicker of sadness and tenderness. Tenderness? A chill ran down her spine. Surely, she must have misinterpreted. After a moment of silence, Snape disregarded her, prompting Lillian to exhale in relief, thankful to have avoided trouble. In a moment of unexpected bravery and proactivity, Lillian assisted Professor Snape in clarifying a point, which garnered her house an additional 5 points. His tone remained characteristically cold, betraying no emotion. The young wizards stared in astonishment at Snape, particularly the Slytherins, who were baffled by his sudden willingness to award points to Gryffindor. Professor, are you in your right mind? We are sworn enemies of Gryffindor. Is there a problem? Snape narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing glare at the students. Sensing the sudden chill in the air, they uniformly shook their heads, fearing repercussions for any lapse in judgment. Their earlier belief that Snape had become more amiable was indeed a mere illusion. Perhaps Lillian's exceptional performance had prompted Snape to grant her a reprieve. Yes, that must be it. Since there are no objections, why aren't you taking notes on the concepts I just presented? Do you expect me to guide you through the process of note-taking? Lillian excelled in this regard, earning Gryffindor an additional 5 points. As she glanced at her notebook, which contained only her name, the subject, and the professor's name, she fell into self-doubt. Me? Although Lillian understood that Snape harbored deep affection for her mother and would sacrifice himself to protect Harry, the thought of facing him directly was daunting. The chilling sensation of being scrutinized by a serpent sent shivers down her spine. Observing Snape's peculiar gaze as he taught, Lillian chose to feign ignorance once more. What Lillian did not yet realize was that every subsequent potions class would unfold in a peculiar manner. Snape would target Harry for point deductions, only to commend Lillian with point additions, as though he were enacting an inexplicable bug in the system. Chapter 11. It is perfectly normal for children to engage in playful banter. This left Gryffindor feeling as though they were on a roller coaster with each class, but eventually, they grew accustomed to it. Perhaps Professor Snape had simply lost his mind. Of course, such thoughts could only be kept to themselves. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. The young wizards remained silent, lest they end up like some unfortunate soul, forced to drink their own concoction and spending 3 days in the infirmary. What to do? Surely, he wouldn't attempt to sow discord between Lillian and Harry? This was the prevailing thought among the young wizards. Harry clearly shared this sentiment, and after one particularly intense potions class, he solemnly swore to Lillian. Lillian, rest assured, you are my sister, and I would never fall for his tricks. Lillian looked at Harry in confusion. Severe as Snape's gaze upon them was indeed somewhat unsettling, leaving Lillian uncertain if that was the reason for her discomfort. Ultimately, she inquired with Dumbledore and, upon receiving a negative response, felt at ease. During their delightful yet nerve-wracking study sessions, The candy shop owner sent a package of sweets Lillian had purchased via owl. Goodness, the parcel was enormous. The owl struggled to maintain its balance, ultimately dropping it before the long table. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Lillian and Harry cast a levitation charm. Or else everything on the table would have been in disarray. Alas, before Lillian could revel in joy, Harry pulled her back to his seat. Oh, brother, you can't do this. I mean, you haven't given me today's snacks yet. Despite Harry's increasingly disapproving looks, Lillian sincerely chose to rephrase her request. Well done, Lillian. Harry praised as he opened the package and handed her a bag of snacks. Lillian felt even more disheartened. Those were all supposed to be her treats. She cast a forlorn glance at Harry, who pretended not to see. How outrageous. Harry, Lillian, is your package filled with candy? All of it, Ron exclaimed, overhearing their conversation. The others looked on in disbelief. Is it really that free? Buying so many snacks and sweets. Well, perhaps she did purchase a tad too much. In truth, Lillian had a fondness for candies and snacks, hence her overindulgence. Harry felt slightly embarrassed. Are you sure it's just a little too much? Everyone wore expressions of skepticism. Ahem. It's because we wanted to share with our peers at school, right, Lillian? Harry lied with a straight face, a remarkable feat indeed. You say so, brother, Lillian thought, feeling a pang in her heart. Oh, my candies, my snacks, all distributed just like that. Regrettably, human emotions do not resonate with one another. The others were evidently delighted, each taking a share. Even Ron and Hermione, seated nearby, personally thanked Lillian. Despite Hermione taking a small portion, Lillian felt a sense of grievance, yet maintained her smile. How frustrating. A glance at the important documents from the Muggle Company delivered by Hedwig made her even more agitated. This feeling persisted until the first flying lesson, when Lillian stared at the broomstick, envisioning the exhilarating scene of soaring through the skies, standing atop a sword. Since I can cast spells with my wand, I could actually fly standing on the sword. I should enlarge the exorcism sword. No, wait, it's already bonded to me, so I can operate it directly? Why didn't I think of this earlier? Lillian was filled with restless anticipation. Indeed, we are the illustrious Potter twins, blessed with exceptional flying genes. Lost in her thoughts, Lillian still found time to commend both herself and Harry. Upon witnessing Lillian and Harry succeed, Hermione grew anxious, reciting the incantation repeatedly. After hearing Madame Hooch explain the need for emotion while casting spells, she nearly sang with fervor. As for Malfoy, upon seeing Lillian and Harry complete their tasks so swiftly, he felt a burning embarrassment, especially since he had boasted at the beginning of the class. What a disgrace. You'd better hold on tightly to your broomstick to avoid sliding off, Madame Hooch sternly reminded them after they mounted their brooms. Just then, Neville lost control and soared into the air, wobbling perilously above the grass field, nearly crashing into the wall before being caught by the spear of a statue, tumbling down. In a moment of peril, Lillian quickly cast the levitation charm, and aside from being frightened and pale, Neville emerged relatively unscathed. Madame Hooch rushed over to check on him, relieved to find he was merely shaken. Lillian, you did splendidly. Gryffindor earns 5 points. However, she still escorted Neville to the hospital wing, cautioning the remaining young wizards to stay put and refrain from causing chaos. Once Madame Hooch departed, Malfoy began to stir, picking up Neville's memory ball and mocking him. Oh, foolish Neville Longbottom. I doubt he'll ever dare to fly again. Ha! The surrounding Slytherins erupted in laughter. Inevitably, Harry intervened. Enough. Malfoy, you cannot mock Neville like that. Am I wrong? That idiot. Oh, how could I forget? You are his friend, Malfoy sneered at Harry. What kind of friend would stand up for such an idiot? Are you going to seek revenge for him? Get back his things, then come after me. But I suspect, after what just happened, you must be terrified, Harry. Coward. As Malfoy's taunts escalated, Lillian raised her wand, ready to teach him a lesson. Harry stopped her and took off on his broom, with Hermione not having the chance to dissuade him. Lillian, why didn't you stop your brother? Hermione asked, exasperated, glancing at Harry aloft. You know, this concerns the so-called dignity of boys. I couldn't possibly intervene, Lillian shrugged, expressing her helplessness. In truth, if she had attempted to stop him, she might have succeeded. But this was Harry's opportunity to join the Quidditch team. How could she hold him back? As for her own plans to deal with Malfoy later, she would leave that to her brother for now. It was essential for Harry to shine in the Quidditch match. All Lillian needed to do was to prevent Quirrell from causing trouble. For now, she wanted her brother to perform well enough to catch Professor McGonagall's attention. Everything proceeded smoothly. Harry successfully retrieved Neville's memory ball and was called over by Professor McGonagall. Following her, he entered the classroom where Quirrell was teaching and summoned Wood. He then conveyed the suggestion for Harry to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, mentioning Harry's remarkable flying skills. Naturally, Harry was fortunate enough to join the Quidditch team in his first year. Meanwhile, Malfoy cackled. Ha ha ha, our savior Harry has been summoned by the professor. I bet he is about to be expelled. Don't you think so, Lillian Potter? Your brother is about to be expelled. You won't be crying, will you? This impudent child truly deserved a lesson. Could Lillian endure it? Absolutely not. Thus, Malfoy faced the repercussions of his words. Inverted hook. Aw, Lillian, what are you doing? Put me down. If Madame Hooch comes back, I'll have her expel you. My father is a board member. Do you hear me? Put me down at once. Malfoy shrieked like a girl while dangling in the air. Oh, and what of it? Lillian responded, her expression unwavering, her tone unperturbed, finding him rather annoying. Hermione urged from the side. Lillian, you must let Malfoy down, or else Madame Hooch will punish you when she returns. It's all right, Hermione. Just a moment, Lillian began. But seeing Hermione's disapproving expression, she held back her words. Very well. Ultimately, Lillian acquiesced and lowered Malfoy. Unfortunately, this impudent child had no sense of consequence. Lillian, it's over between you and your brother. I shall inform my father about your little antics, and he will expel you both. I rolled my eyes. Malfoy, are you still acting like a toddler? Always running to daddy whenever something goes awry. If you feel the need to inform the adults that a girl in your year has bested you, and you cannot take the defeat, resorting to your father's influence to have her expelled will only reveal that you are a pitiful crybaby reliant on your father's authority. Go ahead and tell him. Lillian gazed at Malfoy in disbelief, delivering a final blow of insight. How childish, akin to a 2- or 3-year-old, resorting to tattling. TSK, TSK, TSK. Malfoy, visibly irked, clearly felt the sting of her words. Who said that? I meant no such thing. You are the childish one. Just wait. I will have my revenge, Lillian. I hope you won't be crying when that time comes. Humph. Lillian scoffed, asserting that whoever cries is the dog in this scenario. Thus, their feud was sealed. Soon after, Madame Hooch approached, and the others remained silent, as it is the nature of children to revel in the spectacle, especially with Malfoy having issued a warning. Hermione had initially intended to speak up, but fell silent upon glancing at Lillian, who promptly gave her a thumbs up, earning a roll of the eyes in return. As for Harry, he was not spared from the turmoil, especially since he was absent. Malfoy continued to embellish the tale. Lillian would not permit Malfoy to malign her brother, directly exposing his falsehoods. I swear to the great Merlin, I speak only the truth. Malfoy had not anticipated Lillian's astuteness and had to momentarily abandon his malicious intent, though he glared at her with fierce resentment. Well, since the matter is clear, Slytherin loses 10 points, while Gryffindor will lose 5. This is your first warning, so consider it a light reprimand. Should there be a recurrence, you know the consequences. The subsequent matters were left to Professor McGonagall, who would address Harry's situation. Hey, have you heard the rumors? Harry has joined the Quidditch team. I knew from the moment I first laid eyes on him that he would achieve great things. Sir Nicholas boasted to the other ghosts nearby. Suddenly, he spotted Lillian approaching from afar, and in an instant, all the ghosts seamlessly vanished into the surrounding walls without a hint of hesitation, their movements synchronized. Of course, Lillian was unaware of this peculiar occurrence and often found herself wondering why she had not encountered any ghosts in the school apart from the first day and during History of Magic class. Later, everyone learned of Harry's induction into the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and a few young wizards approached him, whispering in admiration. They also became aware of the wager between Lillian and Malfoy. Even the professors caught wind of the incident, considering the number of young wizards present that day. Only Malfoy remained blissfully ignorant, believing the secret was secure as he plotted daily to create mischief for Lillian and Harry. However, everyone tacitly agreed to remain silent, watching him repeatedly face defeat. Indeed, the instinct to observe drama is inherent to human nature. The professors chose not to intervene, as the playful skirmishes among children were deemed quite normal. Chapter 12. An Embrace from Snape. The ensuing days returned to tranquility, save for Harry's continual Quidditch practice and Malfoy's incessant disruptions, while everything else flourished beautifully. Yet, one day after Quirrell's class, I noticed Quirrell fixating his gaze on Harry, which set Lillian on high alert. Was it nearing the time for the troll to be unleashed? Moreover, the three-headed dog posed its own set of troubling concerns. Though the past few days had been peaceful, Lillian remained uncertain if her involvement would somehow jeopardize Harry's safety. Thus, she resolved that acquiring some offensive spells would be prudent. Perhaps a covert visit to the restricted section was in order. Alas, plans often falter. Malfoy confronted the siblings once more, this time dragging Hermione into the fray, which thwarted Lillian's attempt to sneak into the restricted section. She would have to seek another opportunity. Afternoons devoid of classes were always delightful, and the others decided to visit Hagrid's hut for some amusement. Consequently, Harry took Ron along, while Hermione insisted on bringing Lillian, who had planned to sneak into the restricted section, as they chattered and laughed their way to Hagrid's abode. Once again, Lillian's scheme to infiltrate the restricted section was foiled. Hagrid's hut appeared quite dilapidated, and the towering giant was an incongruous presence amidst the diminutive furniture that seemed dwarfed by his stature. Hagrid was overjoyed by their arrival, promptly producing freshly baked cookies to share with them. This time, Lillian refrained from immediately reaching for the treats, prompting curiosity from her companions. Her reputation as a voracious eater was evidently well established, and Lillian took pride in it. Harry suspected that Lillian was unwell and insisted on taking her to the hospital wing. Would she reveal the true reason? Certainly not. She quickly claimed that she had eaten too much prior to their visit, but out of gratitude for Hagrid's hospitality, she still accepted one cookie. Harry scrutinized her with suspicion, convinced that his sister was harboring ulterior motives. Lillian, where did you acquire snacks in excess? I have never seen you indulge excessively. Are you feeling unwell? Don't force yourself. How could she respond? Was she to confess that Hagrid's cookies were too hard to bite? That would be most ungracious. Of course not. I merely went to the kitchen and asked the house elf for a lunch. Is that so wrong? It's not like I was asking for candy. I simply couldn't resist. I may have indulged a tad too much. All right, I did take one cookie, she said, diverting their attention. Hagrid, your cookies look absolutely delectable. You all should partake. Don't focus on me. Harry was about to say more, but Lillian deftly shoved a cookie into his mouth, determined to give him a few more, even if he was her brother. Thus, she handed him 2 more, smiling brightly at him. Harry sensed something amiss about Lillian's demeanor, yet could not pinpoint what it was. Lillian speaks truth. These are my favorite cookies, and they taste delightful. Please, don't talk, just try them. Hagrid urged them to sample the cookies. Reluctantly, Harry withdrew his gaze from Lillian. After expressing thanks, he took a bite. Faha! Harry's face contorted instantly. He felt as though his teeth might shatter. Curse it, Lillian was indeed trying to set him up. Lillian stifled her laughter, quietly nibbling on the cookies that had been soaked in tea, before brightly praising Hagrid. These are absolutely delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Had I not eaten beforehand, I would gladly have devoured several more. Hagrid beamed at her words and eagerly inquired how Harry and the others found the treats. Harry, forcing a smile and speaking insincerely, praised the cookies, while Ron and Hermione managed pained smiles and nodded in agreement. Lillian, observing their reactions, nearly erupted in laughter. The conversation shifted to lighthearted banter, discussing school life, particularly Harry's humorous commentary on Snape's menacing demeanor, which had become increasingly frightening, as if he were being driven to madness. Then Lillian's gaze fell upon a newspaper, the one reporting the Gringotts heist. It seems to be the day when the candies were sent. Indeed. Lillian recalled that she had not received any news, only now realizing that the focus was entirely on the candies. Alas, a wave of sadness washed over her as she remembered her own candies, all gone. It was all Harry's fault. Lillian shot a glare at Harry, who looked back at her with a bewildered expression. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the date on the newspaper, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling guilty. As dusk descended, the group decided it was time to return, and Hagrid, ever generous, handed out extra biscuits to everyone. They all forced smiles, assuring him they would finish them. On their way back, they encountered Malfoy, who excitedly approached them, claiming he had caught Lillian and Harry in wrongdoing and intended to report them. The younger ones stared at him in confusion. Wrongdoing? What crime had they committed? They were utterly oblivious. Stop pretending. I saw you sneaking into the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Finally, I can turn the tables. Poor boy, was he utterly deluded? Hermione couldn't bear to watch him make a fool of himself and kindly reminded him that they had merely been gathering at Hagrid's hut. This was unacceptable. Malfoy had thought he had finally caught the wretched Harry and Lillian in a mistake, only to realize he was mistaken. His face twisted in frustration, and he began to hurl insults. Shut up, you filthy mudblood. Do you think I would believe your words? Oh dear, this was spiraling out of control. Before Lillian could react, Harry and Ron charged at Malfoy, engaging him in a scuffle. For heaven's sake, they were wizards, not street thugs. Use some magic. Hermione, still perplexed, glanced at Lillian, who, unable to bear the situation, explained the meaning of mudblood. Hermione's eyes flared with anger. However, they could not allow the fighting to continue. Hermione and Lillian hurriedly intervened, and during the process, Hermione slyly kicked Malfoy a few times. Well done. Lillian could claim to be temporarily blinded and saw nothing. That wretched child Malfoy deserved a good thrashing. Just as Lillian resolved to use a petrification charm to halt the troublesome scuffle, a familiar voice called out, "Stop! What are you doing?" Oh no, a professor was approaching. Harry and Ron quickly released Malfoy, and Lillian and Hermione straightened up. Malfoy fell to the ground. Where were his cronies? The professor approached, and when Lillian looked up, her heart sank. It was Snape. This was disastrous. Harry and Ron felt despair wash over them. Yet perhaps there was still hope. Lillian quickly seized the opportunity to report Malfoy. Professor Snape, you have arrived just in time. You won't believe how foul Malfoy's language was. He insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood. My goodness, I cannot fathom what possessed him to say such a thing, especially since she is his classmate. As anticipated, Snape's expression darkened immediately. The term mudblood marked the beginning of his rift with Lillian and was a lifelong wound. Lillian knew she had gambled right. Professor, I speak the truth. She is nothing but a filthy mudblood, Malfoy hastily countered, but Snape interrupted him coldly. Enough. I do not care why you are fighting, but Malfoy, this is your last warning. Do not let me hear you use that term again. Do you understand? Malfoy wanted to protest, confused as to why Snape, who usually treated him decently, was chastising him for such a label. However, upon seeing Snape's dangerously stern expression, he chose silence. Very well, Professor, I understand. Harry and Ron, you will lose 30 points for assaulting a fellow student. Malfoy, you will lose 10 points for insulting a classmate. Remember, this is a school, not a place for brawling. If this happens again, you will be expelled. Now, return to your dormitories at once. The group held their breath, and upon hearing this, they hurriedly made their way back. Wait, Lillian, come with me, Snape commanded. Me? What is going on? Has he figured out that I'm using him? Harry and the others looked at Lillian with concern, while she quietly reassured them that everything would be fine. Perhaps it was merely an issue with their potion assignment. After all, Professor Snape had always been relatively fair with her and had never targeted her. Unfortunately, they were not convinced. Harry, agitated, grabbed Lillian's arm. Professor Snape, it's nearly dark. Can't this wait until tomorrow's class? Why do you need Lillian with you now? Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously at Harry. Are you defying me? Is this your attitude towards a professor? Gryffindor loses another 5 points. Harry was about to retort, but Lillian quickly intervened. Brother, this is school. It's all right. You all should head back. She then whispered that if they were truly worried, they could seek out Professor Dumbledore, assuring them she would be fine. Harry's grip tightened and relaxed several times before he finally relented. He dejectedly embraced Lillian, whispering an apology in her ear. Sister, I'm sorry. I promised to protect you. Don't worry, I'll go find Professor Dumbledore right away. After releasing her, Lillian understood that Snape would not harm them. But she could not divulge the reason to her brother. Yet, something felt off about his reaction. What was he imagining? Thus, Lillian followed Snape with a sense of confusion, while Harry rushed towards the headmaster's office. Hermione and Ron, equally bewildered, followed suit. As for Malfoy, he had long since vanished. Meanwhile, Lillian pondered how her plan to sneak into the restricted section that night had once again been thwarted. Snape led Lillian into the potions classroom, silently observing her. Lillian met his gaze, equally silent, but found his expression too complex to comprehend. As her legs began to feel numb, she shifted slightly. In that moment, Snape knelt and embraced her tightly. The strength of his hold frightened her momentarily, and she instinctively reached for her wand. Yet, in the next second, she heard him murmur, I'm sorry, his voice trembling. At that moment, Lillian's wand fell from her grasp. She was at a loss for words, but she sensed that Snape did not expect any from her. Lillian understood that this apology was not directed at her, but rather towards her mother, the late Lily Evans. Just as her mother had once heard the term mudblood, today she too had heard it, even though the insult was aimed at Hermione, not her. Though this embrace felt incongruous with Snape's character, Lillian felt as though she had committed a grave error in unearthing this wound. The damage had already been done. Yet the one who owed an apology was no longer present. The living could only repent in their memories, over and over again. What emotions was Snape wrestling with as he faced her and her brother? Lillian quietly retracted her wand and returned the embrace, gently patting his back. The mingled sense of various potions enveloped her. It's all right, Professor, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Snape visibly stiffened and held her even tighter. Lillian sensed that he might be crying, which seemed even more out of character. However, a story is merely a story. She is now living vibrantly in this world, where it is only natural for people to possess slight differences, is it not? At this moment, the outside world should be enveloped in complete darkness, with the classroom succumbing to utter blackness, illuminated only occasionally by the eerie green light of some potions, which is rather unsettling, to say the least. Lillian could only gently pat Severus's back, offering him silent comfort. Lillian, you must take care of yourself, came a faint voice of blessing from the darkness. Lillian paused momentarily in her soothing motion. I will. Professor Snape would never easily utter words of gratitude or guilt, so he addressed Lillian, affirming, Lillian, you must take care of yourself, and he vowed to ensure that she would be well, promising that such sorrow would not befall them again. Lillian felt that Severus need not respond to her, for that whisper, akin to a thank you, was nearly inaudible. Where are brother and Dumbledore? Why haven't they arrived yet? Lillian pondered, her hands weary and her heart heavy. It seemed to be raining outside, and her eyes stung with moisture. How bothersome. You are very much like her. Yes, I know, she mentally replied. Chapter 13, Sneaking into the Restricted Section. Meanwhile, Harry rushed to the entrance of the headmaster's office, but unfortunately found himself in a state of anxiety, unable to recall the password. Hermione and Ron soon arrived and discovered the same predicament. Perhaps we should first seek out Professor McGonagall. She should know, Hermione suggested anxiously. But that would take a lot of time. Harry retorted. Then standing here is also a waste of time, Harry. Be reasonable. This is a school, and Snape will not harm Lillian. But he has always targeted me. Furthermore, the way he looks at Lillian is peculiar. I cannot. Cannot what, Harry? At that moment, a voice interrupted Harry, and the three turned to find it was Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Harry hurriedly addressed him, but was once more interrupted. Harry, calm down. I am already aware of the situation, and I believe that Professor Snape is a good man. You need not worry excessively. No, you do not understand. Lillian is my sister, my only family. I cannot lose her, not even based on mere speculation. Harry spoke with anguish, his emerald eyes brimming with guilt and sorrow. This child truly thinks too much. Does he not? Harry, I understand. Perhaps in time, you will learn that I once had a sister as well, but I failed to protect her, and as punishment, she has departed from us forever. Dumbledore paused, a shadow of sadness flickering in his eyes. I comprehend your concerns. However, sorrow and tears serve no purpose. You must first learn to be rational, to judge everything with clarity, and not allow anger or grief to cloud your thoughts. Like now, I can assure you that Professor Snape will not harm Lillian. You must attempt to believe this. Dumbledore comfortingly embraced Harry. Harry gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. I am sorry. I do not know, but all right, since you are so uneasy, let us go see. You will discover that your perceptions of Professor Snape are merely prejudices. As for Hermione and Ron, you should return to rest, should you not? Hermione and Ron were still astonished by the revelation that Dumbledore had once had a sister who had passed away. Upon hearing their names, they hurriedly expressed their desire to join, considering that the day's events concerned them all. Children, I find your loyalty to friends commendable, but now you should truly rest. There are classes tomorrow. Go on. Ron attempted to protest further, but Hermione tugged at him, and ultimately, they both departed. Harry, do not resist. Fawkes, begin. Harry looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Suddenly, he recalled Dumbledore's earlier statement about already knowing the events. Who could have informed the headmaster? In the next moment, Fawkes released a fireball towards him, and before he could react, he was enveloped in warmth, which was surprisingly not scorching. Then they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, another individual appeared in the office, none other than Malfoy, who had vanished earlier. He hastily scurried towards his house, muttering, I am not worried about Lillian Potter. I merely came to report. How could Dumbledore misconstrue my intentions? Yes, just like that. He seemed to be attempting to convince himself. Meanwhile, Snape finally released his embrace of Lillian and stood upright once more. Lillian was finally able to stretch her stiff legs and ease her sore hands, followed by a moment of silence. Lillian, you may make a request of me. As long as it is not excessive, I shall comply. Snape finally broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. Lillian looked at him in surprise. Could such a fortunate opportunity truly exist? Professor Snape, is this genuine? Of course, I would never deceive Lillian. I mean you. Lillian. It seemed that Snape wished to compensate for his past shortcomings towards her mother. After contemplating, Lillian recalled her intention to study dangerous magic in the restricted section, which had been thwarted by various distractions. Hesitantly, she addressed Snape. This request could include learning dark magic. I mean, spells for self-defense, correct? Snape hesitated but refrained from inquiring about her reasons. Yes, that is wonderful, Lillian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then every Thursday and Friday evening, you shall come to this classroom for lessons, understood? Lillian quickly agreed. May I first visit the restricted section to take a look? She shamelessly proposed. That may not be possible. Albus, how much longer must you listen outside? When did Dumbledore arrive? Lillian gasped as she saw Dumbledore entering with Harry. So they arrived long ago? See, Harry, I told you Snape would not harm Lillian. On the contrary, they seem to be getting along splendidly. Dumbledore cheerfully remarked to Harry as they walked in. Harry's expression was complex, but he sighed in relief upon seeing Lillian unharmed. He approached and gently embraced her. Thank goodness you are safe, Lillian. Lillian returned the embrace, lightly patting his back, feeling that it was her brother who needed comforting. I am sorry for worrying you, brother. This gesture feels somewhat familiar. I was just comforting Snape, and now I am soothing Harry. Lillian thought to herself how challenging it was. As for Snape, upon the entrance of Dumbledore and the others, he resumed his previous impassive demeanor, gazing disdainfully at Harry, perfectly embodying an air of arrogance, just as he always did. When did you arrive, brother? Lillian quietly inquired. It was precisely when you were silently gazing at one another. I never anticipated he would agree to teach you magic. Is there some sort of conspiracy? All right, I understand. But why this overly suspicious demeanor? Brother, you are truly overthinking this. Lillian, do you wish to learn dark magic? Dumbledore inquired once Harry had calmed down. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. To be precise, I aspire to learn magic that can safeguard my brother as well as myself. It need not necessarily be the dark arts, Lillian hastily clarified, hoping Dumbledore would not perceive her as the next Voldemort. However, she reasoned that merely studying dark magic should not evoke such a notion. Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. Since Severus has already agreed to teach you, let it be so. Lillian, I require your promise that you will never misuse the magic you learn for malevolent purposes. Can you commit to that? Dumbledore regarded Lillian with a serious expression. Of course, Grandfather Dumbledore. I can do that, Lillian replied with a smile. Dumbledore visibly relaxed. Lillian, remember your promise today. Now, since that is settled, you may also explore the restricted section, though I must insist that you refrain from engaging with anything too perilous. I will arrange that later. Now, both you and Harry should return to rest. Harry, witnessing Dumbledore's consent for Lillian to study advanced magic, could not contain his eagerness and quickly expressed his desire to join her. That is certainly permissible, but you must also pledge the same commitment and add another. You must protect your sister diligently, even at the cost of your own life. Are you willing? Professor, you know that is inevitable, Harry solemnly affirmed. Lillian regarded them with suspicion, feeling as though there was something they were withholding from her. On that note, Grandfather Dumbledore, I have my doubts. Enough, Lillian. Some matters will be revealed to you in due course. For now, I can only say that you bear a closer resemblance to your mother than Harry does. Should you have any further inquiries, seek me out tomorrow. It is time for rest. Do you understand? Ah, the password is cockroach cluster. Lillian fell silent, feeling as though her mental occlusion had failed. Dumbledore had recognized her as an infant and remembered the likeness of both Lily and Potter. As for the other details, Lillian had long since noted the faint glimmer of something golden that had shielded her past memories. At the time, she had dismissed it, believing it to be the effect of her occlusion charm, thus overlooking it entirely. She had thought her occlusion was successful, but it appeared that she had merely not seen her past memories while everything else had been uncovered. Nonetheless, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, she remarked, I understand, Professor, and then took Harry, who was still perplexed, and departed. Lillian, I advise you to maintain a distance from Severus. I sense he harbors ulterior motives. After walking some distance away, Harry could not resist admonishing Lillian earnestly. Lillian could not help but chuckle. Her brother was sometimes adorably earnest. Are you planning to breach your promise, Albus? Severus, having ensured they were out of earshot, chastised Dumbledore angrily for the words he had just spoken to Lillian. Of course not, Severus. The promise remains intact, I assure you, Dumbledore replied calmly. Then, that child is rather exceptional, though it is not I who informed her. Nor does she know what Lily and James look like. Do you comprehend my meaning? Severus glared at Dumbledore, feeling as though he might have been deceived. So she is not. No, quite the contrary. She is indeed the child of Lily and James. However, her experiences are rather unique. It is difficult to explain succinctly, perhaps akin to what the East refers to as innate knowledge. Severus exhaled, relieved. As long as she is Lily's child, that is sufficient. I care not for the rest. Albus, I warn you against involving her in your schemes. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do. Severus, this may well be beyond our control. As long as she remains Harry's sister, she will inevitably be drawn into the fray, as you are aware. Severus fell silent, understanding the truth of Dumbledore's words. Then I shall do my utmost to protect her in them, he thought to himself. Very well, you should return to rest as well. You have classes tomorrow, Dumbledore remarked, departing alongside Fawkes. Severus cast one last glance at the spot where Lillian and Harry had vanished before leaving himself. Lillian, if I recall correctly, Professor Dumbledore instructed us to return and rest. What are you doing now? Harry said, observing Lillian stealthily leading him towards the library, exasperated. Harry, did you not hear Grandfather Dumbledore mention that the restricted section would be incomplete tomorrow? We must take this opportunity to explore it tonight. Did Professor Dumbledore say that? Harry replied, bewildered. He distinctly remembered him stating that Lillian and he could access the restricted section's books, but that particularly dangerous ones were off limits and that Dumbledore would make arrangements. There had been no mention of tomorrow's incompleteness. Harry, if we cannot learn, it implies we cannot read. If we cannot read, it means the materials are either withdrawn or magically sealed away. Thus, we must seize the moment to jot down some notes. Very well, sister, you make a valid point. Your mind is quite astute. Consequently, the siblings stealthily ventured into the restricted section, perusing the majority of the seemingly perilous tomes. However, Lillian was cautious not to touch the book that was notoriously problematic. Known to manifest a screaming, ghostly face, one ought to be kind to oneself, especially at night. It was said that this particular book had been created from the torment of a living being to the point of death. The atmosphere grew even more sinister. I must not dwell on that. Back to reading. Harry cast a curious glance at Lillian. Lillian, what ails you? Nothing. Nothing. I merely find some dark magic excessively cruel. It is no wonder Grandfather Dumbledore urged us to swear an oath. Lillian responded to Harry's inquiry, keeping her speculations to herself. I share your sentiments, Lillian. These spells are merely for observation. We must not dare to practice them. I noticed a reference to how learning dark magic can corrupt one's mind, leading one to become a sinister dark wizard. Promise me, will you? Lillian nodded repeatedly, assuring Harry that she would not recklessly engage in such studies, which put him at ease. Soon after, Lillian began to document various spells, including the commonly known Obliviate, Cruciatus, and Avada Kedavra, among many others. Though she could not yet perform them, she could gradually learn. At this juncture, one might inquire if Lillian had truly learned no magic in the East. Indeed, she had devoted all her mental energy to the pursuit of spiritual cultivation. And during her time at Dumbledore's residence, did she not read numerous books? Why is she still studying now? Lillian suspected that prior to their visit to his home, the house elf had already removed the restricted and significantly dangerous tomes. They had indeed perused a multitude of books, but none possessed formidable power. Oh, how unfortunate that I lack a system. Otherwise, I could master all magic in an instant. My golden finger seems to be failing the predecessors, she mused. Finally, as dawn approached, Lillian roused a slumbering Harry, and together they stealthily returned to Gryffindor. At this moment, Lillian earnestly hoped that Dumbledore would promptly procure the invisibility cloak for Harry, as it would greatly facilitate their endeavors. However, the fat lady was quite displeased with the two young wizards for their late-night escapade and delivered a stern reprimand. Despite their claims of having lost track of time while studying in the library and ultimately falling asleep, they could not evade her ire. Fortunately, after much coaxing, the fat lady finally agreed not to inform the professors. Lillian, even though you only have 2 hours, you must take a good rest. If you truly cannot hold on, just let Hermione know. We will help you take a leave, understood? Chapter 14. The loser must do anything for the winner. Harry fussed over Lillian like a mother hen. I know. Brother, you should hurry and get some sleep too. To avoid further nagging, Lillian urged Harry to retreat to his slumber. After returning to the dormitory, changing into her pajamas, and lying down, Lillian swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Good night, and good morning. Lillian, I told you to rest last night. Now we are going to be late. Harry shouted as he dashed toward the charms classroom, with Lillian sprinting alongside him. Harry, are you blaming me? I never expected you would yell at me. Lillian's remark held no trace of anger, merely surprise. Was this a slight shift in her brotherly affection? Oh, I'm not. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I was just a bit anxious. I wasn't shouting at you, Lillian. Please don't be upset. All right then, no harm done. In the end, the two arrived just on time for class, which was fortunate, as their classmates were quite astonished, considering they usually belonged to the earliest group to arrive. Feigning nonchalance, Lillian and Harry took their seats, and Ron leaned over to inquire quietly about the events of the previous night. Lillian and Harry briefly explained that Professor Snape simply recognized Lillian's intelligence and wished to impart more magical knowledge to her. Naturally, Harry was included in this. Oh my goodness, this is impossible, Ron exclaimed loudly, utterly unable to fathom how his two companions could desire to study magic privately with Snape. While Lillian was not entirely surprising. Given that Snape treated her relatively well, Harry had always been a target. Had Harry lost his mind? Such was the expression on Ron's face. Whether Harry was indeed mad remained uncertain, but Lillian knew Ron was in trouble again, as his loud voice had attracted the attention of the entire class. Mr. Weasley, there's nothing impossible about this. As long as you study diligently, Professor Flitwick happened to be assigning class exercises just as Ron made his remark. Mistaking Ron's comment as a complaint about the difficulty of the task, Professor Flitwick sternly chastised Ron for his lack of effort. Oh, I didn't mean that, Professor. I wasn't saying. All right, before class concludes, I expect to see you successfully perform the enlarging charm, or you will remain after class until you do. Now get started. Poor Ron. Thus, sometimes pressure can lead to extraordinary results. Under Professor Flitwick's keen scrutiny, Ron barely managed to complete the exercise before the end of class. Congratulations, truly. Congratulations. After an entire class spent on edge, Ron returned to Gryffindor Common Room to complain about Professor Flitwick's excessive seriousness. Hermione, however, disagreed, believing it was entirely Ron's fault. Not paying attention in class while talking was inappropriate, and Professor Flitwick's actions were justified. They had indeed helped Ron discover his potential, as he had successfully completed the exercise without their assistance. How could he blame the professor? Ron was not pleased with this, and a quarrel ensued with Hermione. Lillian and Harry spent considerable time mediating to prevent the situation from escalating too much. However, the adage about watching where you walk held a kernel of truth. As they navigated the moving staircase to the corridor on the right of the 4th floor, Lillian sensed the mocking laughter of a significant plot twist approaching. Filch's cat fortuitously appeared at the corridor entrance, forcing them to hurry forward, only to be halted by a wooden door. This time, all three employed the Alohomora spell together, except for Ron, of course. This left Lillian with a strange sense of isolation, as if they were inadvertently excluding him. Though Ron bore no ill will, only admiration for his companion's prowess. Upon entering the room, everyone exhaled in relief. Successfully evading Filch was indeed exhilarating. Yet Lillian knew that the true peril lay ahead. Sure enough, as she turned, she came face to face with the three-headed dog, its gaping maw revealing a set of sharp teeth, emitting a foul odor that nearly made her retch. Most disconcerting was that Harry stood perilously close to the creature's jaws. Fortunately, Harry reacted swiftly. Obstacles abound. He quickly cast a spell, conjuring invisible barriers that momentarily restrained the dog's gaping mouth. With a deft sidestep, Harry narrowly escaped disaster. Lillian's heart finally settled, thank goodness. Yet, it was rather peculiar how the three-headed dog seemed to regard her for a moment before shifting its gaze to the others in fear. Ron had already sprinted to the door, but alas, it was locked. In a panic, Ron began to weep, lamenting their impending doom. Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled him aside, casting the door-opening spell once more. Alohomora. The four hastened out as soon as the door swung open, locking it behind them before the hellhound could pursue. On the return journey, trepidation lingered in the air. They had truly brushed with death. My goodness. How could such a dangerous creature be kept at school? Ron shrieked. Did you not see the moving trapdoor below? Clearly, that three-headed dog is guarding something. Lillian interjected before Hermione could voice her thoughts, averting yet another argument. Indeed, Lillian is correct, and it must be something of considerable importance. Hermione nodded in affirmation of Lillian's deduction. The trio then debated what lay beneath the trapdoor that warranted such vigilant guardianship. Lillian listened with a subtly bemused expression, feeling as though she alone was clear-headed amidst their intoxicated fervor. Before parting ways in the common room, Hermione, true to her character, warned Harry and Ron as in the original story. Whatever lies beneath that trapdoor is none of our concern. It should be left for Professor Dumbledore to consider. Do not engage in any reckless pursuits. Ignoring Hermione's advice, Ron headed directly to the boys' dormitory, causing Hermione to angrily slam the door behind him. Lillian and Harry exchanged glances, and after a resigned goodnight, returned to their respective rooms. Perhaps this could be deemed a tale of star-crossed rivals. Confronted by the three-headed dog, Lillian realized just how powerless she truly was. Despite her mind brimming with spells, her inability to perform advanced magic left her bewildered. This was rather embarrassing for someone who had traversed dimensions. After all, look at those who had come before her. They were adept at magic from a young age, effortlessly displaying their prowess. Surely, her potential was high. Was it truly because she was not the protagonist? Frustrated, Lillian refrained from pondering other possibilities, attributing her struggles solely to her non-central role, rationalizing that it was only natural for an ordinary witch to feel helpless when faced with challenges. Yet was that the entirety of the truth? Returning to the matter at hand, had they not escaped the three-headed dog in time, their fate would have been sealed. This deeply illuminated Lillian's awareness of her own frailty, despite the infusion of a trace of phoenix blood and perhaps the addition of Thunderwood, which had transformed her innate talents to an exceptional level. When confronted with genuine peril, her only recourse was to flee desperately. She had repeatedly vowed to protect Harry, yet her current state was utterly inadequate. How could she confront Voldemort under such circumstances? The dangerous spell she had diligently noted down required her to act swiftly. She could no longer afford to wait for Snape's guidance. She must urgently locate the room of requirement and commence her practice. Wait, Snape's instruction. Oh no. Today is Thursday. Lillian hurriedly sprang to her feet and dashed outside, hoping that Snape was still in the classroom. No, she also needed to summon Harry. Having already exited, Lillian raced back, anxiously pacing outside the boys' dormitory. Damn it, I can't get in. Fortunately, Neville returned just in time, and Lillian quickly asked him to call Harry out, before hastily making her way to the potions classroom. By the time the two arrived, Snape was instructing Malfoy on the nuances of the killing curse. Malfoy? What is he doing here? Professor, I apologize for our tardiness. Ignoring Malfoy for the moment, Lillian offered her apology to Snape. Lillian, I hope this does not occur again. Please come in. With a sigh of relief, Lillian pulled Harry inside. Wait, Harry, I only permitted Lillian to enter. I did not imply you could join. Do you believe that arriving late absolves you of accountability? As a student, how can you possess such a lack of awareness of time? And to have brought Lillian along? Truly reprehensible. Professor, Lillian attempted to explain, but Snape cut her off. Lillian, this is not your concern. Just step inside. Stubbornly, Lillian stood her ground before Snape, falsely claiming that her own reasons had caused their lateness. insisting that if punishment was to be issued, it should fall solely on her, not Harry. Snape regarded Lillian for a moment before relenting, casting a fierce glare at Harry. So, she has learned to lie. It is undoubtedly his corrupting influence. That Potter boy has a penchant for deceit. And how could he simply watch as Lillian stood before him, defending him? He hardly resembles a protective brother. The Potter boy lacks any sense of responsibility. It seems the burden of safeguarding Lillian still rests upon his shoulders. Potter. He will soon learn the cost of leading Lillian astray during the upcoming training. Professor Snape's reproach was relentless, completely disregarding Harry's repeated attempts to shoulder the blame, which had been silenced by Lillian's hand over his mouth. Professor Malfoy. Lillian gestured towards Malfoy, prompting Snape to follow her gaze. He will be joining you for the ensuing lessons. Very well, Lillian dared not oppose. Now, we shall begin the study of the Shattering Curse. Snape then commenced his explanation of the spell's intricacies. Lillian recalled having seen this spell previously, but had never had the opportunity to practice it. After all, it was somewhat perilous for young witches and wizards. To finally learn it openly was exhilarating. As she successfully cast the spell on her first attempt, her confidence surged once more. Indeed, theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. Practice holds equal importance. However, initially, every time she shattered the wooden figure, it was somewhat tedious for Snape to restore it with a counterspell. The next phase involved dueling against a living opponent, and naturally, it was a three-way battle against Snape, particularly for Harry, who bore the brunt of the onslaught, sustaining the most injuries while desperately evading Snape's attacks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's lesson finally came to a close. If it had continued any longer, Lillian feared Harry might collapse on the spot. Although Snape had prepared a potion, she was unsure what he had added, as Harry remarked during their break that after drinking it, he nearly glimpsed paradise. Indeed, Snape is truly unfathomable. Before leaving, Lillian hesitated, then broached the subject of the Room of Requirement. Although she was aware of its location, she did not believe it prudent to sneak in alone. Professor Snape, I have heard that a Room of Requirement is located opposite a tapestry on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. When a user concentrates intently on their desired environment and walks past that wall 3 times, a door will appear, leading to the Room of Requirement. Is this true? I believe it could accommodate our various training needs, allowing for more effective practice. Before Snape could respond, that insufferable Malfoy began to mock her. Lillian, where did you hear such nonsense? How could such a place possibly exist? Lillian glared at him in disbelief. Malfoy, just because you are ignorant of something does not mean it is non-existent. What will you say if it does exist? At that moment, Harry chimed in supportively. Malfoy. If Lillian claims it is true, she must have her reasons. Malfoy regarded them with arrogant disdain. Since you are so adamant, let us make a wager. The loser must obey the winner's commands. What do you say? Are you brave enough? This insufferable child, unaware of the folly of his own actions. Of course, but with one condition. The commands must not be excessively cruel. For instance, you cannot command me to harm others. And there must be a time limit, just 1 month of servitude. They were all studying under Snape, and there was no deep-seated animosity. So Lillian felt it best not to torment Malfoy too severely. Truly, his persistent determination to engage in battle despite repeated failures was somewhat admirable. This is no problem, Lillian. You are destined to lose. Such a place cannot possibly exist. To demonstrate my fairness, I shall grant you 1 week to prove it. After proclaiming his challenge, Malfoy bid farewell to Snape and left, wearing a smug grin of confidence. Professor, I firmly believe that this place truly exists. All legends hold a grain of truth. Do they not? Snape's eyes flickered with exasperation. I will look into it for you. If you lose, it will not matter, as I will warn Malfoy. Without waiting for Lillian's response, Snape departed with a swift gait. Snape is going to assist me in cheating? This was entirely unforeseen for Lillian. Why does this make me feel a bit pleased? Perhaps it was best to investigate immediately, as it would provide an opportunity to test her mastery of the disillusionment charm. To her astonishment, she succeeded on the first attempt. The mirror reflected only the items within the opposite cabinet, devoid of any sign of Lillian and Harry. Though producing sound in such a manner felt rather eerie. Nevertheless, it did not dampen Lillian's joy. After confirming that the disillusionment charm was thoroughly effective, she and Harry meticulously examined each tapestry on the 8th floor, searching for the one depicting the giant's encounter with the hapless Barnaby. Although she was aware of which tapestry it was, the specific location had not been clearly indicated, and they were left to search on their own. Then, she spotted Snape wandering nearby. To her surprise, Snape was genuinely intent on assisting her, and he had indeed found it. Lillian gazed in astonishment as a smooth, grand door manifested before Snape, who hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, only to emerge shortly afterward, disappointment etched across his features. Not here, Snape murmured as he departed. Lillian and Harry could not quite discern what he had said, and only after sensing that he had walked away did Lillian pull Harry towards the room of requirement. With the thought of desiring a place to practice magic, she paced back and forth 3 times, and once again, a door materialized on the wall. The two stepped inside. "Lillian, what do you think Snape intended to do? It seems he was not successful," Harry inquired, gazing in astonishment at the magical training arena. Reflecting on Snape's disappointment as he exited, he asked Lillian, "Who knows? It's likely just a place he frequented with Lily. Let us set that aside for now. We should familiarize ourselves with this place," Lillian exclaimed, her delight bubbling over as she beheld the well-equipped training facilities within the room of requirement. "Finally, we can train in magic without any reservations." Soon after, Lillian and Harry began to experiment repeatedly. The fixed and movable props inside were perfectly suited for simulating battles, and they could self-adjust to various requirements. Moreover, they could recreate various environments and weather conditions. In essence, everything could be simulated except for living beings. Indeed, the room of requirement proved to be an excellent venue for practicing magic. The following day, after encountering Malfoy, they shared this wonderful news with him. Naturally, he was reluctant to believe it. "It's only been a day. How could you have found it so quickly? I don't believe it." This was the internal monologue of a flustered Malfoy. Thus, in the evening, Lillian and Harry, along with a hopeful Malfoy, ascended to the 8th floor and encountered Snape. After exchanging greetings, they all entered the room of requirement together. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated losing so swiftly. Unable to maintain his bravado, his expression fell into one of deep discontent, contrasting sharply with the gleeful demeanor of the two beside him. "Deal a deal, Malfoy. Remember your words. For the next month, you will heed my commands." Malfoy grumbled in frustration. "Oh, how can this be? Hogwarts actually has such a place." But there was no escaping the watchful gaze of Snape. Harry stood tall, hands on his hips, and smugly looked at Malfoy. "I told you Lillian was right." His demeanor mirrored Malfoy's former arrogance, inciting Malfoy's ire. Of course, he dared not retaliate, especially with Snape present. Although Lillian suspected that Snape might secretly relish the thought of Malfoy taking a swing at Harry. After finding a suitable place, the 4 of them dedicated their time to practice, transforming the room of requirement into their secret training base. Chapter 15. "Do you believe me when I say we were just passing by? Malfoy, I'm so thirsty. Quickly fetch me a glass of water." With gritted teeth and under Snape's deathly glare, Malfoy begrudgingly filled a cup of water and handed it to Lillian. "Oh dear, I've been studying for too long. My shoulders are sore. Come here, little fuxie, give me a shoulder rub." Malfoy, feeling numb, walked behind Lillian and began to knead her shoulders. "I'm tired, Malfoy. You must carry me." Harry, seeing Malfoy in a state of disarray, decided to provoke him, speaking in an arrogant tone. "Harry, don't go too far. This is a wager between Lillian and me. But the room of requirement was discovered by both of us, so the wager includes my share too. Are you going to go back on your word, Malfoy?" Lillian, noticing Harry's intent to tease Malfoy, feigned ignorance and supported her brother. Thus, Malfoy attempted to resist, but his efforts were in vain as he was subdued. He felt as if Lillian had cast a spell on him. And so, the tedious cycle of studying and bossing Malfoy around continued until the eve of Halloween. By then, Malfoy looked as though he had been mercilessly tormented, his face a mask of numbness. Everyone at school regarded him with strange glances, occasionally bursting into laughter. Particularly, the Slytherins initially believed Malfoy had defected to Gryffindor, branding him a traitor, shameful betrayer. Their expression stood in stark contrast to the gleeful faces of Gryffindor and the eager gossiping from the other 2 houses. This was the reality Malfoy faced in recent days. Once everyone learned that he had lost a bet, despite not knowing the specifics. The consensus was simple. They mocked Malfoy with abandon, save for the Slytherins who felt embarrassed on his behalf. In the course of a month, Malfoy found himself pondering the meaning of such days. What was the purpose of living? Why had he provoked Lillian? Subsequently, he adopted a carefree attitude, resigned to his fate. On the other hand, after half a semester of study, aside from Snape's private instruction on the killing curse, which had not progressed, Snape believed it was due to Lillian's excessive kindness. Lillian speculated it was likely the result of her successful nurturing. They had become proficient in other spells. The spell Fiendfire, enhanced by Phoenix blood, was particularly formidable. Moreover, it seemed to activate the enchantments within their wands, resulting in crackling lightning accompanying the flames, which was utterly absurd. During one training session, Lillian accidentally set half of the training equipment in the room of requirement ablaze. Harry, Malfoy, and she herself were caught in the aftermath, their hair transforming into explosive styles. What a disaster, inflicting 1,000 points of damage while suffering 800 in return. Fortunately, Snape reacted swiftly, utilizing the Reparo charm to restore everything to its original state. Afterward, Snape sternly cautioned Lillian to refrain from using fire-based magic unless faced with danger, though he left the definition of danger unexplained. Harry, meanwhile, endured both pain and joy under Snape's rigorous training, as the intensity of Snape's focus was exacerbated by Malfoy's incessant taunts, amplifying the effect. Nonetheless, the outcome was significant. Harry's magical prowess improved dramatically, now comparable to Malfoy, who had been studying since childhood. The only area where he lagged behind was in dark arts, for Malfoy was indeed a Slytherin. Naturally, as a potions master, Snape could not show favoritism. Potion knowledge was also part of their curriculum. Upon discovering that Lillian and Harry had already memorized the foundational potions textbook, they began to delve into advanced potion theory. Harry found himself questioned repeatedly. During this time, Lillian even managed to acquire the recipe for Felix Felicis. Initially, she had merely asked jokingly, yet the following day, Snape presented the formula to her with a nonchalant attitude and a dismissive gaze. Truly, he was quite impressive. Although she now possessed the recipe, Lillian felt she could not concoct the potion just yet. Therefore, after providing her with the formula, Snape retrieved a vial of Felix Felicis from the potions cabinet and handed it to her. Lillian was certain her eyes sparkled with admiration at that moment. Harry became jealous. It took a considerable amount of time for Lillian to appease him. Lillian could hardly believe her eyes. Snape had genuinely chosen to bestow upon her both the recipe and the finished potion without a second thought. To be honest, she found herself a bit envious of her mother. By the way, I should mention that after realizing the room of requirement was indeed an excellent place for practice, their previously limited 2-day training sessions had transformed into 4. Indeed, the weekend was also commandeered, and both Lillian and Malfoy felt relatively untroubled. Although it was rather pitiable for Harry, who had to hastily rush over after completing his Quidditch practice. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his resolve, as he put it. He was uneasy about Lillian being in the company of 2 individuals with dubious intentions, especially when there was an opportunity to learn magic. Although their relationship with Malfoy had softened considerably due to their shared studies and the wager they had made, the apathetic Malfoy's power diminished. Only to be resurrected once the wager was fulfilled, the mischievous boy still had a penchant for instigating trouble. It was almost unbearable not to exchange barbs with him daily, which was quite vexing. Thus, the room of requirement transformed into a clandestine haven for the trio. Naturally, others remained oblivious, as such secret endeavors necessitated a degree of stealth. Hermione was somewhat suspicious, but she was deftly deceived by Lillian and Harry, for otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Yet, Lillian and Harry felt a twinge of guilt in Hermione's presence. Lillian had contemplated involving Hermione and Ron, but such matters required severest Snape's approval. Unsurprisingly, Lillian was deemed acceptable, while Harry, despite Snape's apparent disdain, would receive his earnest guidance. The relationship between Malfoy and Snape was rather intricate. However, others, particularly those from Gryffindor, had no ties to Snape, and their agreement was utterly improbable. In anticipation of the forthcoming Halloween, the campus was adorned with pumpkin lanterns, each enchanted with magic personally conjured by Dumbledore, emitting an eerie blue, green, and red glow, perfectly chilling for the occasion, especially given Hogwarts' reputation for its resident ghosts, which added to the amusement. Take Peeves, for example, who slyly concealed himself within the lanterns, springing forth to startle any young wizard passing by, leading to shrieks of terror. Harry and his companions fell victim to this prank numerous times, inciting Harry to resort to magic. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective against Peeves, who reveled in his mischief. However, with the exception of Lillian, the ghosts seemed to have an unspoken agreement to steer clear of her, hastily retreating at the mere sight of her. This was quite perplexing, given that she bore no talisman against malevolence. Thus, after yet another scare befalling Harry, they resolved to accompany Lillian. A ghost, unaware of Lillian's presence behind Harry, leapt out to frighten him, only to scream more dramatically upon seeing her. This was utterly bewildering. Lillian swiftly became the most cherished companion among the young witches and wizards during Halloween. After several days of being overshadowed, Lillian could no longer restrain herself and sought assistance from a ghostly acquaintance. To her surprise, they were quite cowardly. Expressing fear that Lillian might retaliate in a fit of anger with her talisman, which could indeed be lethal. No, it could be deadly for ghosts. Only then did Lillian realize her fearsome reputation among the spectral inhabitants. It was no wonder she had scarcely encountered them outside of class for the better part of the semester. On Halloween day, as everyone settled in the Great Hall, Lillian noticed Hermione's absence, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. "Harry, Ron, have you seen Hermione?" Lillian urgently inquired. Harry replied that he had been with Lillian all day and had only seen Hermione in the common room that morning. Lillian acknowledged this and turned her gaze toward Ron, whose face flushed crimson as he stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Anger surged within Lillian, After persistent questioning, she learned that Ron and the Weasley twins had been disparaging Hermione behind her back and had concocted a prank to retaliate against her, which Ron had agreed to. Lillian's frustration escalated. She had thought that with Harry by her side, such incidents would be avoided, yet the situation had taken a turn. With Harry replaced by the Weasley twins. I did nothing wrong. It's Halloween, it shouldn't matter. Besides, she is precisely that kind of person. Ron, upon witnessing the reproachful gazes from Lillian and Harry, stubbornly deflected. Are you talking about Hermione? I saw her rush into the abandoned girls' bathroom when I greeted her. She completely ignored me. How rude, exclaimed a passing Gryffindor girl. Lillian shot Ron an exasperated glance. They needed to find Hermione quickly, or she could be in peril. Hopefully. Time was still on their side. After thanking the girl, Lillian dashed out of the hall, with Harry following closely behind. Lillian hesitated but ultimately decided to trust in Harry's protagonist aura, allowing him to accompany her. Where are you going? The feast is about to begin. This is school. Nothing will happen to her, Ron shouted from behind, but the two remained unresponsive to him. Unbeknownst to them, he stealthily trailed along. Once outside the hall, Lillian and Harry hastened toward the abandoned girls' bathroom to locate Hermione, hoping the troll had not yet been unleashed. Fortunately, they found her without much delay, and thankfully, the troll had yet to appear. Lillian quickly approached, urging Hermione, Hermione, the feast has started. Let's go to the hall together. Unfortunately, Hermione continued to weep, oblivious to her surroundings. You think I am insufferable, don't you? I must resemble a nightmare. Don't deny it. If it weren't true, why have you both been avoiding me? Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice your charade? For a moment, both Lillian and Harry fell silent. Indeed, they had erred, and they had not anticipated Hermione's feelings. Lillian felt a pang of guilt. Ignoring Hermione's protests, she stepped forward to embrace her. Hermione, I am sorry. You are truly a clever girl. The truth is, Harry and I do not harbor any ill will towards you. We have merely been preoccupied, especially with... Stop lying. I am not a fool. Hermione interrupted, forcefully pushing Lillian away and bolting towards the door. As Lillian and Harry prepared to follow, they saw Hermione retreating. Her face a mask of terror. Lillian's heart sank. Trouble was imminent. The troll had arrived. She rushed forward to shield Hermione, while Harry suddenly stepped in front of Lillian. In that moment, Lillian was at a loss for words. Lillian, you should hide behind me like Hermione. I promise to protect you. After I hold off the creature, you and Hermione must quickly run to fetch the professors for help. Now was not the time for bravado. This was sheer recklessness. Be careful, Harry. As he spoke, the troll swung its enormous club towards him, prompting Lillian to urgently warn Harry. Harry reacted just in time, conjuring a barrier to deflect the blow, but the troll's strength was overwhelming, shattering the barrier and providing little respite. Thankfully, they seized the opportunity to pull Hermione back and evade, as the club crashed down, creating a gaping hole in the floor. The troll looked perplexedly at the club, seemingly questioning how it could have missed its target. Then it turned its gaze toward them. And in an instant, Lillian felt all the hairs on her body stand on end as the club swung back up once more. This was utterly untenable. Brother, use the sleeping spell. Harry hastily cast the sleep charm, yet this time the effect was minimal. The troll merely succumbed to a brief stupor. However, that fleeting moment was sufficient. Following Harry's incantation, Lillian swiftly unleashed the bone-breaking curse, but in the next instant, only the mace was shattered. The troll remained unscathed. As the troll realized its weapon was gone, it descended into a frenzy, swinging a powerful fist toward Lillian and Hermione. Harry attempted to use the binding spell from the sidelines, but to no avail. Fortunately, Hermione managed to pull Lillian aside just in time to narrowly escape. No, brother. I must unleash the flames, Lillian urged. You must cast the armored charm quickly. The roaring flames finally inflicted damage upon the troll, scorching its flesh and causing pieces of charred skin to explode under the onslaught of lightning, filling the air with a repugnant stench. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters, for the troll still lived. The creature let out a furious roar, rendering the ears of the trio temporarily deaf. Though amidst the rage, there lingered an imperceptible hint of vulnerability and sorrow. Lillian understood that this was the final moment. It was evident that the troll had sustained severe injuries. She sensed that her magic was far more potent than during their training sessions. The intricate patterns illuminating her wand were a testament to this power. Even with the armored charm, the troll's electric fury had transformed its hair into a wild frizz. Regrettably, the magic required was immense. At that moment, Lillian realized her own magical reserves were depleted, meaning she would be unable to withstand the troll's final strike fueled by pain. In a desperate attempt, she pushed Hermione out of harm's way just as the fist descended. Avada Kedavra! Harry's voice rang out as he invoked the killing curse. It was astonishing. Neither he nor Lillian had ever succeeded in this spell during their training. In the next heartbeat, The troll halted, its body beginning to disintegrate. Seizing the moment, Harry tackled Lillian, rolling them both a few times before coming to a stop. "Lillian, I'm so relieved you're unharmed." "Truly," Harry exclaimed, rising to embrace her, tears streaming down his face. "I'm fine, brother. You did splendidly. It was you who protected me in the end." "I am truly happy," Lillian reassured him. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Malfoy's mood soured upon overhearing them. He emerged to correct Lillian's misattribution of gratitude. "Oi, Lillian, it was I who saved you, you know? How can you speak such nonsense? That fool Harry could never cast the killing curse." Wasn't it Harry who succeeded?" "I thought so," she mused. "Malfoy, how did you end up here?" Regardless of who cast the spell, both Lillian and Harry were astonished to find Malfoy present. "I merely happened to pass by, and then I saw you on the brink of death. Considering our wager, you can't die just yet. Now that I have rescued you, the wager should be nullified, right? But wasn't the wager due a couple of days ago? Moreover, what kind of passing by leads you to this exact spot?" Nevertheless, since he had just saved her, they chose not to pursue the matter further. "Of course, the wager is void." Malfoy immediately began to gloat. "Honestly, you lot are pathetic. After practicing magic for so long. And yet it comes to this? What a waste of Professor Snape's teachings. Truly embarrassing. Clearly, I am the most exceptional." Lillian and Harry's tempers flared, just as Hermione's voice broke through. "Ron, how are you? Wake up. Why is Ron here again?" The trio turned towards the sound, discovering Ron sprawled on the ground with his broken wand in hand, his hair in disarray. What on earth happened? They rushed over, and Hermione cast a healing spell while Lillian shot her a skeptical glance. "All right, amidst the chaos, we cannot treat a friend's life as a jest." Fortunately, Ron was merely unconscious, having been stunned by Lillian's magic. As for the wand, Lillian suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. "Can someone explain what transpired?" came Professor McGonagall's furious inquiry from behind them. They turned to face her, realizing the gravity of the situation now that the professor had arrived. "Professor McGonagall, I assure you we were merely passing through. Do you believe that?" Lillian marveled at her own audacity to joke in such a moment. However, seeing McGonagall's raised wand, she recounted the events in full detail. After Lillian finished, Snape appeared visibly pleased, though he deemed it necessary to chastise Harry a few times. He then praised both Lillian and Malfoy for their remarkable performance, finally silencing himself under McGonagall's piercing gaze. After all, further comments could lead to trouble, which was contrary to his character. "Are you stating that you children defeated the troll?" Quirrell's voice interjected, laden with skepticism. The mere thought of the troll being released by him ignited my anger, prompting me to retort, "Of course, Professor Quirrell. Who else could have defeated it?" Quirrell appeared flustered by Lillian's response and fainted, with McGonagall rushing to support him. "Surely this isn't a ruse." Lillian glanced innocently at the other professors. "This is not my doing. This is a ruse. Enough. The matter of the troll is now clear. Dumbledore had arrived. Now, we must deliberate on how to address your actions, which is quite a headache." Ron, from behind, remarked that Hermione's scolding was the catalyst for the incident. However, out of concern for Hermione, he decided against punishment. Although Ron remained unconscious, Dumbledore outlined his decisions. As for Harry and Lillian, their bravery in confronting the troll without abandoning their friend, especially Lillian's impressive flames, did not go unnoticed. "Therefore, I award Gryffindor 40 points. Dumbledore proclaimed in a light-hearted tone. Lastly, for Malfoy, though he had invoked an unforgivable curse, considering it was to save a fellow student and was pivotal in defeating the troll, Slytherin would receive 10 points. However, I must warn you, Malfoy, never use the killing curse again. If you do, you shall be expelled from the school. Do you understand?" Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he addressed Malfoy, who begrudgingly accepted the warning after Snape signaled him to comply. Finally, the matter of the troll reached a resolution. Chapter 16, Quidditch vs. Christmas, which holds greater importance. With the troll incident behind them, the bonds between Hermione, Lillian, and Harry grew closer once more, and they also forgave Ron. After all, when Ron awoke in the hospital wing, he apologized and clarified that he had only followed Hermione out of concern, though he lacked any formidable magic and could only offer anxious encouragement from the sidelines. As a result, he had been stunned by Lillian's magic and his wand was broken, leading the trio to find both humor and exasperation in the situation. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, which drew strong reproach from Ron, resulting in their eventual ejection from Madame Pomfrey's care. Lillian and Harry also explained to Hermione the reasons for their recent absence. After vanquishing the troll, Malfoy had inadvertently revealed their clandestine studies of magic under Professor Snape's tutelage, rendering any further concealment unnecessary. Hermione did not chastise them this time, yet her eyes betrayed a yearning that was unmistakable. Subsequently, Lillian sought to subtly inquire with Snape whether Hermione could also be permitted to join. Of course, Lillian feigned ignorance. Hinting that Hermione bore a resemblance to the mother described by others, Snape remained silent, leaving Lillian somewhat disheartened. However, during the next training session, she was elated to see Hermione. It proved to be effective. Lillian jubilantly embraced Hermione in celebration. As for Ron, upon learning that they would be studying with Snape, he nearly fainted, shaking his head more fervently than a rattling drum. The training intensified, with Professor Snape expressing his dissatisfaction with their performance despite their victory over the troll. Particularly critical of Harry, he remarked that had Malfoy not intervened with the timely casting of the Avada Kedavra, Harry would have been left helplessly watching Lillian perish at the hands of the enraged troll. "Is this what you call protecting Lillian?" Snape derided Harry. Observing Harry clench his jaw and ball his fists in self-reproach, Lillian tugged at his sleeve, wishing to convey that he need not feel guilty. "Lillian, I'm fine. Professor Snape is right. I didn't protect you." Consequently, Harry's commitment to his magical studies deepened. Snape, appalled by their abysmal performance in combat, introduced a combat mode. Aside from the dangerous magician he would spar with, the rest would consist of pairs among the four of them. Oh, now it made sense why Hermione had been brought in. She thought otherwise. During another encounter when Hermione triumphed over Malfoy, he nearly uttered the slur mudblood, but swallowed it upon meeting Snape's fierce gaze. Lillian and Harry stifled their laughter as they observed Malfoy being thoroughly drilled. It was sheer delight. As for the rest of their school life, little had changed, except that following their battle with the troll and subsequent victory, many students approached them as if they were rare specimens. Lillian, lacking experience in handling such eager classmates, attempted to evade them like Harry, but to little avail. Thanks to Ron's big mouth, she then shifted the credit onto Malfoy, leaving him to deal with the headache. Naturally, Ron was displeased, as all the accolades were directed toward that insufferable Malfoy. Thus, the throng surrounding Harry and Lillian remained numerous. They exchanged exasperated glances, especially as the Gryffindor Lions even organized a celebratory gathering in the common room. Despite Lillian and Harry's repeated assertions that it was Malfoy who delivered the fatal blow, it was of no use. It was utterly exhausting. After some time, the fervor of the young wizards finally subsided, allowing them a moment to breathe as they joyfully anticipated the upcoming Quidditch match. However, Harry seemed exceedingly anxious, given the high expectations placed upon him. No amount of persuasion from Lillian would suffice. She resigned herself to the situation, confident that as long as she could intervene to thwart Quirrell's interference, everything would turn out well. The day before the match, Harry's Hedwig and Lillian's newly named owl, Cleopatra, whose dark feathers around her eyes reminded Lillian of the makeup of the Egyptian queen, arrived bearing 2 anonymous parcels during their meal. Harry's gift was none other than a Nimbus 2000 broomstick, while remarkably, Lillian received the same. She was at a loss for words. It was truly a delightful surprise. Although thrilled, Lillian mused that she would have been even happier had it been a parcel of sweets. They both pondered who could be so generous as to gift such items, especially since Lillian had little use for a broomstick, given that she was not participating in Quidditch. Lillian suspected that Sirius was behind the gifts, but she could not reveal this. When Harry smiled at Professor McGonagall, Lillian realized he was mistaken. Surely Dumbledore was more likely to have sent them, considering he had gifted her as well. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose the truth. Yet, she harbored some doubts. Was Sirius already making his presence felt? The timing seemed off. Regrettably, she could not confront him directly and would have to wait for another opportunity. On the day of the Quidditch match, Lillian deliberately seated herself opposite Quirrell, donning magical glasses that would enhance her field of vision. These had been prepared in advance solely to keep an eye on Quirrell. Of course, she and Harry explained that it was to better enjoy the spectacle, ensuring they wouldn't miss her brother's performance. Harry became invigorated, passionately declaring that he would perform admirably in the match, determined not to disappoint his sister. This unexpected revelation took Lillian by surprise. Indeed, brotherly affection was a peculiar phenomenon. As the match commenced, Lillian focused intently on Quirrell, but the electric atmosphere soon drew her attention to the game. She caught the exhilarating commentary from Jordan as Angelina Johnson scored, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. After several scores from Gryffindor, a wave of cheers erupted. The Slytherins, in such circumstances, resorted to unscrupulous tactics. They scored through deceitful means, causing Harry to grow increasingly anxious as he finally spotted the golden snitch and darted after it. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to sway uncontrollably, prompting Lillian to recall the pressing matter and glance at Quirrell. Indeed, he was chanting a spell. How could she have allowed herself to be distracted by the match? This realization filled Lillian with frustration, but there was no time for self-reproach. She swiftly retrieved the magical device she had prepared in advance and activated it. The device, discreetly placed near Quirrell, took effect immediately, causing him to faint and restoring the broom's stability. However, Hermione, observing through her telescope, misconstrued Snape's actions. believing he was casting a spell. Fortunately, with Harry's broom restored, Hermione refrained from igniting any confrontation with Snape. A commotion ensued in the professor's box due to Quirrell's collapse, necessitating the arrangement for other professors to carry him to the hospital wing. It was likely that tales of Quirrell fainting from the match's excitement would soon circulate throughout the school. The magical device had been quite the expensive purchase, dissipating after use, thus eliminating any concern of being discovered. At this juncture, Harry had remounted his broom and collided with Slytherin Seeker, both racing towards the golden snitch. The Slytherin Seeker attempted to force Harry down, but Harry's audacity surpassed expectations. Ultimately, he dove towards the ground, executing an emergency stop just before crashing into the earth. To everyone's shock, the earlier departed Slytherin Seeker returned, colliding with Harry just as he was about to grasp the golden snitch. Harry tumbled across the ground, eliciting gasps from the audience, while Lillian's heart raced with anxiety. Though she knew he wouldn't be harmed, he was her brother, and witnessing him being knocked down was a source of great concern. Fortunately, Harry rose to his feet and, with a swift motion, expelled the golden snitch from his mouth, securing a triumphant 150 points for Gryffindor. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, save for the Slytherin section. This was indeed Harry's moment of glory. Lillian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Subsequently, Hermione voiced her concerns to Snape during training, yet he offered no explanation. Hermione was disheartened to discover that her mentor could cause harm to a student. Snape inquired if Lillian shared the same sentiment towards him. Lillian hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge her thoughts. Snape appeared indifferent, yet she discerned a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. After some contemplation, she confided in Hermione that Professor Quirrell had interfered with the match and that Snape was attempting to thwart him. In truth, Quirrell had been rendered unconscious by a rebound of magic, not due to excessive excitement. Of course, she told a minor fib, attributing her knowledge to her enchanted glasses. Claiming she had been concerned for Harry's safety and had glanced towards the professor's box in hopes of seeing one intervene. It was then she observed Quirrell and Snape casting spells, and from their lip movements, it was evident that Snape was indeed rescuing someone. However, she pondered that no one would believe her, and she was perplexed as to why Quirrell would seek to harm Harry, so she refrained from speaking out, fearing it might alert the enemy. Hermione, feeling guilty, apologized to Snape. Lillian noticed Snape smiled gently at her, a moment that she was certain was not a mere figment of her imagination. How thrilling! They deliberated extensively on the motives behind Quirrell's actions, but alas, they could not reach a conclusion. After posing some inquiries to Hagrid, they boldly speculated that Quirrell might target whatever the three-headed dog was guarding. In an indirect manner, Hagrid inadvertently revealed the existence of Nicholas Flamel. The name left everyone in a state of confusion. Lillian elucidated that he was the greatest alchemist in the world and a friend of Professor Dumbledore, then cast a meaningful glance at the astonished trio, implying that they ought to read more, lest they remain ignorant of such information. This earned her a resentful look from Ron and a knowing expression from Harry and Hermione. How lonely it was to possess knowledge yet be unable to express it. Lillian mused to herself. Fortunately, due to private tutoring and her explanations, Harry decisively excluded Snape from suspicion this time. However, the trio's deductions were not far from the truth. Quirrell indeed sought the Philosopher's Stone, albeit not for personal gain. During this period, Malfoy, with his usual mockery, criticized Harry, and consequently, Lillian was also caught in the crossfire. Gryffindor's victory dealt a stinging blow to Malfoy's pride, especially since he had previously insisted that Harry could never succeed. He had boasted in the Great Hall about Slytherin's consecutive victories, declaring that even with the chosen one on their side, Gryffindor could not hope to win. And then, he was thoroughly humiliated. Now, a few jibes from him seemed trivial, considering his monumental embarrassment. Naturally, a lesson still needed to be imparted. It would be amusing to trip him up during practice and watch him falter. Days passed, and Snape abruptly announced that he had personal matters to attend to, thus halting lessons for a few days. Although they were curious, the opportunity for a much-needed respite led them to visit Hagrid's hut together. Lillian recalled that this period should coincide with Hagrid hatching the dragon egg, and the thought thrilled her. Sadly, it was a Western dragon. Her heart longed to encounter an Eastern dragon. Yet, regrettably, that was not to be. The absence of a dragon left Lillian disheartened for several days, causing Harry and the others to suspect she was unwell and insist on dragging her to the hospital wing. They only felt relieved once they confirmed she was indeed fine. Time at school always seemed to fly by, and amidst the bustle, Christmas arrived. Winter in England often brought heavy snowfall, blanketing the world in white, though the sun would occasionally peek through the clouds. The golden sunlight glimmered on the silvery snow, a sight both beautiful and sacred, as if a gift from the Creator. Some mornings, Lillian would awaken to find the snow piled high enough to reach her thighs. Ron's nose and ears turned a rosy red from the cold. and he had to layer on several garments beneath his ample wizard's robe to feel warm again. The four of them gathered by the fireplace in the common room, sharing laughter and stories. They recounted the time Quirrell had been struck by magical snowballs cast by the Weasley twins, causing him to flee in terror. His reputation plummeted further, and many students began to question his suitability as a teacher. One snowball had even struck Voldemort's location on the back of Quirrell's head, inciting a secret sigh of relief from Lillian, though she kept this thought to herself. After the final class of the afternoon, the entire Hogwarts community buzzed with excitement, for they would soon embark on the long-awaited holiday. Hermione packed her belongings and prepared to depart, while Lillian and Harry remained on the list of students staying behind. They were delighted to learn that Ron and the Weasley twins would also remain, as their parents were visiting their brother Charlie in Romania. It was splendid news. The festivities would surely be more lively with friends around. As for Malfoy, that troublesome child, he mocked them for having no one to spend the holidays with, yet unexpectedly handed them Christmas gifts. Who would have guessed? Thus, Lillian and Harry prepared no gift for him. Even Harry's gift for Snape was a result of Lillian's extensive persuasion. This was problematic. Observing Malfoy on the verge of a meltdown, Lillian quickly interjected, "Malfoy, your gift is rather premature. We typically send our presents just before Christmas Eve. Who would have thought you would send yours first? Rest assured, our gift will surely surprise you." Malfoy's demeanor softened, but upon turning to see Ron, he resumed his antagonistic antics. "Weasley, why are you still at school? Did your mother have too many children and decide not to keep you?" A confrontation seemed inevitable. Enraged, Ron threw a punch, and Malfoy brandished his wand in retaliation. With his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, unexpectedly present, Lillian nearly believed Malfoy would abandon them, but upon reflection, that was certainly not the case. The two lackeys charged alongside Malfoy. Lillian discreetly cast a spell to interfere, and soon, their magic collided with one another, resulting in Ron's punch landing just as the trio crumpled to the ground. "Not my fault. I was merely an observer," Lillian thought, shifting her gaze elsewhere. Snape, who had not yet left the school, descended the stairs and chastised the disheveled Malfoy. It seemed the training had yielded no results. Their spells had struck their own teammates. "Upon your return from the holidays, your training will double. As for you, Mr. Weasley, fighting with classmates at school incurs a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor." With that, he took Malfoy away, leaving the trio in stunned silence. Once Ron regained his composure, he wailed in despair, "What a dreadful start to the holidays." On Christmas morning, Lillian and Harry heard Ron's voice echoing from the common room, prompting them to rush out of their rooms. Ron, clad in a sweater knitted by his mother, beamed as he declared, "Everyone has a gift." Lillian and Harry exchanged a smile, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld a collection of gifts piled beneath the Christmas tree, incredulous that they were all meant for them. Ron urged them to hasten their exploration, and as Harry and Lillian tore into the largest parcel, they were met with a delightful surprise, a generous assortment of sweets. Overwhelmed with joy, Lillian glanced at the accompanying card, only to discover that it was from a magical candy shop she had secretly funded alongside Dumbledore, unbeknownst to Harry. Stealing a furtive glance at Harry, she noticed he had yet to read the card, still pondering who the sender might be. Thus, she quickly distanced herself from any implications. The card revealed that Professor Dumbledore believed Christmas should be filled with cheer, hence the gift for them to share. Harry nodded and picked up another parcel, which, to Lillian's astonishment, contained an invisibility cloak. Finally, she laid eyes on it. Lillian and Harry excitedly explained the enchantment of the cloak, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek, hidden beneath its magical fabric. Under Lillian's persistent hints, Ron finally discovered the new wand she had prepared for him, especially since he had broken his original wand due to an incident involving Lillian. Ecstatic, he lunged to embrace her, but Harry swiftly pulled Lillian away, causing Ron to tumble to the ground. "Harry, what are you doing? You nearly damaged my new wand," Ron exclaimed. "Keep your distance from my sister. No hugs." Harry's expression conveyed an unmistakable message. He was not about to let Ron take advantage of his sister, which turned Ron's face a shade of green. The subsequent parcels contained books from Hermione, which were various works Lillian had asked Hermione to find in the Muggle world. For the time being, they served to pass the time, though their future use remained uncertain. There were also new products sent by the companies they had invested in, many of which were delightful little trinkets. It suddenly struck Lillian that prior to their arrival at school, they had invested in several companies. But after relinquishing control to a financial firm, they had scarcely kept track of the matter. Aside from occasional updates and significant pending issues, there was little for Lillian and Harry to worry about. To her surprise, the financial firm had not embezzled their funds. Indeed, Dumbledore proved to be remarkably reliable. She wondered if he had employed magic in the process. Among the gifts she had mentioned giving to Malfoy were several thriving Muggle companies. Perhaps his father would scoff at their profits. Yet, in the card, Lillian had told Malfoy that these gifts were his private property, intended solely for his use. Of course, there was more to it, after all. He had always lived in a noble family. Furthermore, the gifts Malfoy had bestowed upon Lillian and Harry were precious magical artifacts. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Lillian decided to present Harry with a magical item that appeared distinctly Slytherin and was even more valuable. As for the surprise she had alluded to, it stemmed from her apprehension of Malfoy's potential wrath. Alas, Lillian felt quite burdened. The holiday had only just begun, and unbeknownst to her, it held more surprises than she could imagine. Chapter 17. You know, Lillian will feel quite unaccomplished because of this. Before the holiday commenced, Lillian had already informed Harry and the others about who Nickleby was, and the Room of Requirement had become their training ground. Lillian was curious whether Dumbledore would place the Mirror of Erased within the Room of Requirement. Speaking of which, she also pondered about her true desires and the magical properties of the Philosopher's Stone. Just as she began to contemplate these matters, the following day, she found Harry and Ron eagerly insisting on taking her to a wonderful place. Why did she suddenly feel they seemed rather dubious? Not quite the good fellows she knew. It must be a figment of her imagination. They arrived in front of an unfamiliar house. Ah, is my memory failing me? Lillian questioned Harry, attempting to suppress her excitement while feigning confusion, only to be interrupted by his mysteriously mischievous expression. Lillian, it's not the place that matters, but what lies within. You'll see soon enough. She thought. They seemed even more villainous now. Could she endure her brother's antics? Harry and Ron exchanged sly grins before covering Lillian's eyes and leading her inside. After a short distance, they removed their hands from her eyes. As Lillian blinked to adjust her sight, she beheld a most impressive mirror, towering to the ceiling, its golden ornate frame supported by clawed feet. The inscription at the top read, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon woser. It was indeed the Mirror of Erased. Harry, now anxious, urged Lillian to focus on the mirror and see if she could glimpse anything. Obediently, she gazed into the mirror. To her dismay, it reflected nothing but emptiness. How could this be? Lillian, do you see anything? Harry's excited yet anxious expression revealed his hope that she might catch a glimpse of their parents. The hope in Harry's eyes compelled Lillian to swallow her initial words of disappointment. Oh my, Harry, I think I see Mom and Dad. But how could this be? She struggled to express her astonishment and joy. Harry, upon hearing this, joyfully yet sorrowfully embraced Lillian, tears streaming down his face. Lillian, I knew it. I just knew it. This is wonderful. Sister, I miss them. Harry wept bitterly, and Lillian could only reciprocate his embrace, gently patting his back to console him. She too cherished Lily and James Potter. They had treated her with kindness and would have sacrificed anything to protect their children. Indeed, Lillian harbored deep resentment towards Peter and Voldemort. Had it not been for them, she and Harry would have enjoyed a blissful life. Yet, as Harry wept in her arms, she realized that her feelings for their parents paled in comparison to Harry's. At that moment, as she reminisced about them, she felt no urge to break down in tears. Instead, she found herself longing to eliminate Peter and Voldemort even more. Thus, Lillian reassured Harry, "Brother, you still have me. I will never leave you." Harry remained silent, only sobbing softly, though his grip on Lillian tightened. Lillian felt slightly breathless, yet she did nothing to extricate herself, allowing him to hold on. Meanwhile, Ron stood by, uncertain of what to say, silently accompanying the two as they wallowed in their sorrow. He couldn't comprehend why he beheld such a beautiful scene while his companions faced heartbreak. Eventually, after Harry had cried enough, he released his hold on Lillian. "Lillian, you're right. I still have you. I am grateful to Mom and Dad for leaving me a sister, allowing me to have family in this world." After speaking, Harry suddenly flushed with embarrassment, perhaps realizing how foolish it was to seek comfort from his sister while crying. Lillian, unreservedly, took the opportunity to tease him alongside Ron. The conversation concluded as Harry, red-faced and indignant, pushed them towards the dining hall for a meal. Lillian cast one last glance at the mirror, burying the secret of her own empty reflection deep within her heart. The divine is devoid of desire, yet she was no deity. It was impossible for her to see nothing. She could only speculate that perhaps Dumbledore had intervened in some manner. Unbeknownst to her, after she departed, the mirror flickered with crimson light, and a figure within it opened its blood-red eyes, emotions of sorrow, resentment, and jealousy manifesting like a tangible essence. On the other side, the trio arrived at the hall, where the Weasley twins curiously inquired about their tardiness. Having already conspired to conceal the matter of the mirror on their way, the trio merely claimed that they had been overly excited the previous day and had consequently overslept. The Weasley twins exchanged glances at the visibly guilty Harry and Ron, then at the unapologetic Lillian, ultimately sharing a knowing smile, clearly unconvinced but choosing not to press further. In the ensuing days, Harry behaved quite normally, as if he had put the events of that day behind him. Yet, Both Lillian and Ron were acutely aware that he was merely feigning ease for their sake, so they pretended to be oblivious. Ron confided in Lillian about Harry's clandestine escapades from the dormitory at night. However, Lillian, still uneasy, decided to stealthily follow him one night. As anticipated, she found him before the mirror. Without uttering a word, she approached and sat beside him. Harry glanced back at his sister before returning his gaze to the reflection of their parents in the mirror, lost in thought. Lillian too stared vacantly at the empty space. "Harry, Lillian, you've returned," came the voice of Dumbledore from behind. "It appears you have discovered the wondrous allure of the Mirror of Erist, just as those before you have. I trust you are aware of its purpose." Lillian and Harry snapped back to reality, gazing at the mirror in silence. "Allow me to offer you a hint. The happiest individual in the world sees only himself in the mirror, exactly as he is," Dumbledore remarked, observing the mirror. "Thus, it reflects our deepest, most fervent desires, regardless of what they may be. Harry, since you have never beheld your parents, you see them standing beside you and Lillian. However, remember this, the mirror neither reveals truth nor imparts knowledge. Individuals waste away before it, and some are driven to madness. Therefore, tomorrow it shall be relocated to a new location. I hope you will refrain from seeking it again, lest you forget the reality of life for the sake of illusion." Dumbledore offered his counsel to Harry, casting a final glance at Lillian. Before departing, Lillian voiced her lingering curiosity. "Professor Dumbledore, if someone saw nothing at all, could that be possible?" Lillian's gaze was tense as she tried to appear merely inquisitive. "That is impossible, Lillian. You must understand that no one is devoid of desire." Dumbledore replied, his surprise genuine. "Even a god." Lillian pressed on, unwilling to relent. "Even a god," Dumbledore confirmed. With a forced smile, Lillian thanked him and departed the room alongside Harry. On her first Christmas here, a new layer of uncertainty settled in her heart, leaving her to wonder if it would ever be resolved. As the end of term approached, the trio, apart from Ron, felt no anxiety about failing their classes. In fact, they were confident that their grades would be satisfactory, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere, save for Ron's last-minute cramming. He was perpetually restless, fidgeting at every opportunity during study sessions, claiming hunger or the need to use the restroom. Lillian was the first to abandon the idea of continuing to tutor him, finding it exceedingly exasperating. Thus, she decided it was better to leave this endeavor to Harry and Hermione. Lillian believed that taking proactive measures against Voldemort was far easier than teaching Ron. Yes, it was time to subtly suggest to Harry that they ought to seek out Hagrid for answers. For the record, she did not have any personal desire to see the dragon egg. She merely thought it would be interesting. Thus, as Lillian furrowed her brow and exited the classroom, Harry and the others, as anticipated, worriedly asked her what was wrong. "Today in Professor Quirrell's class, it reminded me of the incident with my brother, and I can't help but wonder why he would act that way. Moreover, the other day while reading, I discovered that the previously mentioned Nick and the Philosopher's Stone's creator and owner were one and the same. Hermione, do you remember? I borrowed that book from you." Hermione, taken aback by Lillian's sudden reference, nodded after a brief pause, acknowledging her memory. "You mean, I remember now. Goodness, how could I have forgotten such crucial information? I merely regarded it as a light-hearted story." Hermione appeared somewhat vexed. "Lillian, are you suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden beneath the trapdoor?" Harry, ever the perceptive brother, deduced her implication. "But why?" Ron queried, clearly puzzled. This time, Hermione answered, "Perhaps he seeks wealth and immortality. The Philosopher's Stone can grant that." At once, they all felt they had unraveled the mystery. Hagrid had mentioned that the three-headed dog was his pet, Fluffy. Harry pieced together the information. "Therefore, Quirrell is likely trying to extract information from Hagrid," exclaimed Hermione and Ron in unison. "We must go find Hagrid at once." With that, Harry grabbed Lillian's hand and dashed towards Hagrid's hut, signaling for Hermione and Ron to follow. Lillian had not expected that her mere suggestion would spark such enthusiasm in the others, leading them to fill in the blanks on their own. She had hardly contributed. Nevertheless, the outcome was what mattered. As they approached Hagrid's hut, it felt akin to nearing a volcano's mouth. Lillian knew they were right to come. Hagrid had retrieved the dragon egg. What is Hagrid up to? It may be December, but there's no need to stoke the fire so fiercely. Ron quipped as he knocked on the door. "Oh, it's you lot. Unfortunately, there are no entertainments today. You'd best head back," Hagrid said, his demeanor anxious as he attempted to shut the door. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." Harry interjected just in time. Upon hearing this, Hagrid, disregarding the need to conceal the dragon, opened the door wide, allowing the trio to enter. "This is quite dire," he said. Upon entering, they found the warmth intensified. However, this did little to dampen their curiosity about the secrets within. After hanging up their coats, Harry voiced their suspicions. As for Lillian, she remained fixated on the direction of the fireplace, though it was thoroughly obstructed by Hagrid's large frame. Sensing her gaze, Hagrid quickly stepped back, blocking the view even more. Is this really necessary? Lillian thought, rolling her eyes internally. She merely wished to catch a glimpse of the dragon. Was that so wrong? Lillian, you agree, don't you? After sharing their guesses, Harry suddenly mentioned her name. Lillian, still staring at the fireplace, nodded nonchalantly. Why would you suspect Quirrell? He is so timid. Cough, cough, I mean. Professor Quirrell is also one of the professors guarding the stone, and he has no reason to steal it. Hagrid chuckled, seemingly unconvinced by the children's theory. We all heard that. You were definitely implying Quirrell is too cowardly to steal the stone, right? Hagrid, you've just spoken your mind. One of? So the professors are all involved in its protection, using magical means? Therefore, it's not just Fluffy guarding it. Hermione chimed in, sipping her hot cocoa as she shared her thoughts. Of course. Besides, I don't believe anyone could get past Fluffy, no one. Hagrid proudly extolled Fluffy's fierce prowess. The four little ones had all encountered the three-headed dog, and as they beheld Hagrid's expression, which radiated with pride for his child, they found themselves at a loss for words. Is this not a true reflection of the indulgent parent's portrayal of their beloved offspring? A situation they dare not provoke further. Do you not detect a scent of something charred? Hagrid, your clothes are on fire. At this moment, Lillian, whose gaze had not strayed from the fireplace, exclaimed in alarm. Just as Hagrid was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled the dragon egg hidden behind him, and in a frantic attempt to stop the others rushing to assist, he stumbled and fell, the furniture around him creaking ominously under the strain. The cacophony was painful to hear. Now, they could only try to extinguish the flames while attempting to help Hagrid to his feet. However, his size made it an arduous task. Indeed, the adage that one should let a large person fall rings true. Getting up is truly a challenge. Once Hagrid finally managed to rise, Lillian stood before the fireplace. Hagrid, what is this? It's still moving. Realizing he had been discovered, Hagrid resignedly placed the dragon egg on the table, and before he could explain, the shell had already cracked. It was indeed a Norwegian ridgeback. Although the dragon showed little gratitude, belching fire and singeing Hagrid's beard, he affectionately named the little creature Norbert. It is illegal to keep a dragon. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, Hagrid, you will be imprisoned in Azkaban. While Hermione was equally excited to see the dragon, she expressed her disapproval of Hagrid's clandestine pet ownership. No one will discover it, and besides, I have always wanted to raise a dragon. My theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. I am certain I can care for it properly. Hagrid defended himself, though a hint of guilt flickered across his face. But it seems quite dangerous, and in a few months, your house will not be able to accommodate it. Hagrid remained resolute in his desire to keep the dragon, causing Hermione to feel a pang of concern. Norbert is very well behaved, I assure you. He is merely a bit mischievous. Isn't that normal for a child? As for the issue of space, fret not. Once Norbert grows, I shall release him into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had fully embraced the role of a doting, overindulgent parent. To be honest, Lillian felt a tinge of disappointment that the dragon was rather unattractive. She had always preferred the flower-like dragons. While listening to their lengthy debate on whether to keep the dragon, Lillian decided to steer the conversation back. Hagrid, did you just say that Norbert was given to you by someone else? Yes, after he handed him over, he seemed quite relieved. We shared a few drinks and found ourselves in excellent conversation, Hagrid boasted, puffing up with pride. I even introduced him to Fong, and he was particularly thrilled to hear that Fong enjoys music. Oh dear, how could I have let that slip? Hagrid finally realized the gravity of his words. We must inform Professor Dumbledore at once. Although Lillian inwardly scoffed, recognizing this as a plan devised specifically against her brother, she thought, foolish brother, do wake up. In Dumbledore's office, Harry and the others began to chatter excitedly, sharing their information and speculations. Dumbledore listened in silence before suddenly turning to Lillian. Lillian, do you share this view? Huh. Oh, yes, Professor, I believe so, and Professor Quirrell attempted to harm my brother. How can this be allowed? Why do they all insist on soliciting my opinion? It baffles me. Are you suggesting that Quirrell intends to harm Harry? Dumbledore clearly found this revelation shocking. Lillian recounted to Dumbledore the words she had shared with Hermione that day. Dumbledore's expression darkened, and Lillian sensed he had deduced the connection between Quirrell and Voldemort. I will handle this matter. You may leave it to us. For now, you should return. Additionally, you have all done well. 10 points to Gryffindor. Though the four little ones were curious about the unfolding events, it was evident Dumbledore would not divulge further details, and they resigned themselves to returning to their dormitory. The following day, as Lillian made her way to practice the Incendio spell, she encountered Malfoy blocking her path. I saw you yesterday. You're finished. Lillian pondered that he must be referring to the discovery of Norbert. Malfoy, why would you think that? Being a dragon rider is incredibly cool. Lillian feigned surprise. Or are you scared? She regarded Malfoy with a disdainful gaze. Through their many encounters, she had clearly mastered the art of handling him. Indeed, This child could not withstand provocation. Who said I am afraid? I merely intended to send you all to Azkaban. He was clearly agitated. TSK, TSK, TSK. All right, I understand. You are not afraid. Her tone was deliberately mocking, evident in her dismissive attitude. Malfoy, you. Do not take it too far. It's just a dragon rider. Who is afraid of whom? I will undoubtedly become a dragon rider first. Then I will send all of you to Azkaban. With his face flushed, Malfoy spat out the words through gritted teeth before turning on his heel and leaving. What was his purpose here? To amuse? Humph. Once he befriends Norbert, he'll be in over his head, thinking he could report? Dream on. Little Malfoy had been deftly outmaneuvered. Lillian, you've already mastered the incendio spell. There is no need to continue. Snape recalled the scene of Lillian practicing the fire magic and attempted to dissuade her from further training in the incendio spell. This simply cannot be. An idea sparked in Lillian's mind. Professor Dumbledore appeared deep in thought when he heard Quirrell wanted to harm Harry. This frightens me. So may I assume that the Dark Lord is not dead? After all, only he would go to such lengths to attempt to kill my brother. I wish to protect him. Very well, I will teach you, but I hope you prioritize your own safety first. Snape relented, as he could never refuse Lillian's requests, especially when those pleading eyes were upon him. Lillian found that her practice of the fire magic progressed at a remarkable pace compared to other spells, with a potency that was quite impressive, consistently reducing the training equipment in the room of requirement to ashes before she would cease her efforts. Snape felt a mix of regret and pride. The slender little girl seemed to be developing a penchant for destructive magic, which was indeed a source of concern. Well, if she is to be wild, let it be. At least it's safe, right? Life, filled with activity, always seemed to pass swiftly. Each visit to Hagrid's hut to see Norbert inevitably brought Malfoy as presents, who, in his attempts to tame the dragon, always ended up humiliated by Norbert, thus concluding a thrilling day. By the way, Lillian noticed that Norbert seemed to enjoy being near her, which puzzled her. If it were due to the Phoenix bloodline, he should detest her instead. After all, dragons and phoenixes are often at odds. Perhaps it is different in the West? As fellow magical creatures, there may be some mutual understanding. Regardless of the reasoning, it was a positive development that Norbert felt close to her. Rapidly growing, Norbert now appeared quite imposing, and her dream of becoming a dragon rider was within reach. Malfoy, you ought to treat Norbert better. Do not merely try to overpower him. During this time, Hagrid frequently scolded Malfoy for bullying Norbert, clearly harboring a bias against him. However, due to Lillian's prior explanation that Malfoy nearly sought to imprison them upon discovering his dragon, her clever resolution to drag Malfoy into the fray was indeed commendable. After all, Hagrid had not expelled Malfoy, had he? They had grown accustomed to witnessing Malfoy's misfortunes daily. Even feeling a tinge of sympathy for him, it was clear to all who bullied whom. Dobby, Malfoy, come here. While it was rather gratifying to see Malfoy in distress, Lillian resolved to take some measures to prevent him from retaliating out of embarrassment and actually reporting them. Dobby, behave, do not bully Malfoy, understood? Lillian gently stroked Dobby's rough back to calm him. Malfoy, be gentle with Dobby. Now come over and stroke him slowly, then feed him some roasted meat. Lillian turned to Malfoy, urging him. Reluctantly, Malfoy shuffled over and reached out to touch Dobby. Upon realizing that Dobby would not bite him, he eagerly began to caress the scales on Dobby's back, not forgetting to offer him some food. Although he still wore that infuriating expression that suggested it was a privilege for Dobby to be graced by his presence. Hermione and Ron, watching Malfoy interact amiably with Dobby, could not resist stepping forward, eager to seize the opportunity to pet the dragon while Dobby was being so docile. Typically, Lillian was the only one who had won Dobby's affection. Everyone else had to consider Dobby's mood before approaching. For a brief moment, they all reached a harmonious consensus, collectively indulging in the pleasure of petting the dragon. As for Harry, Lillian had ensured that Dobby was familiar with him from the very beginning. After all, distinctions must be made. However, Dobby had grown too quickly, prompting Lillian to ask Ron to notify his brother Charlie first. Then came the task of persuading Hagrid to understand that the Forbidden Forest could not conceal the increasingly large Dobby, who would inevitably face danger. Upon hearing that Dobby might be in peril, Hagrid's maternal instincts were ignited, and he finally consented to the proposal. The ensuing events unfolded smoothly, and a month later, Charlie arrived. Everyone was reluctant to part with Dobby, but there was no alternative. He could not remain. During their final farewell, Charlie allowed each of them to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies on a dragon. Lillian discreetly captured the moment with her camera, gifting everyone a photo. This would serve as a testament to their becoming dragon riders. As for why Lillian did not bond with Dobby, it can only be said that while she found him immensely endearing, Western dragons did not quite align with her aesthetic preferences. A few days later, have you heard? A creature that hunts unicorns has appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Neville whispered, leaning in to share the information during a meal. Lillian paused, her chopsticks hovering over a soup dumpling, before continuing to savor her meal nonchalantly. Just last night, a unicorn was attacked. Hagrid is particularly furious and will be patrolling the Forbidden Forest every day from now on, determined to capture the hunter. Lillian silently swiped Harry's remaining chicken leg from his bowl, which had been entirely captivated by the unicorns, taking a bite before returning the bone. Subsequently, she pondered if it would be prudent to secretly unleash fiendfire to incinerate Voldemort. Her purpose for learning fiendfire was precisely this. She wondered if there were any regulations against setting fire in the area. But vengeance takes precedence. It would be thrilling to lurk in the shadows and strike. Voldemort might not perish easily, but he would certainly feel pain. Where did my substantial chicken leg go? Why is there only a solitary bone left? As discussions dwindled, Harry returned to his meal only to find what should have been a chicken leg had been reduced to a lone bone. Lillian, what is the meaning of this? Brother, what do you mean? I have my own. Why must I take yours? What about the trust between siblings? Lillian retorted, her indignation bolstered by her righteous stance. Harry regarded Lillian with suspicion. He knew his sister well, and this incident was undoubtedly linked to her. It truly wasn't you? He asked, noticing her nodding in affirmation. Lillian, however, felt that perhaps he had eaten it and simply forgotten, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Meanwhile, Lillian, stifling laughter, quickly lowered her head when Harry glanced her way. In the afternoon, Lillian requested Harry's invisibility cloak under the pretense of heading to the restricted section to read. She had skimmed through some books hastily that day and needed to finish her notes. Harry stared at her in disbelief. He had not anticipated his sister's continued interest in those tomes. That evening, Lillian secretly ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorns. Although Hagrid had previously taken them to the unicorn's habitat, they had relocated due to the recent attack. Not long into her search, Lillian fortuitously heard an explosion nearby. Rushing over, she spotted Quirrell in a black robe hovering in midair, while Hagrid lay on the ground, clutching a bleeding wound on his abdomen. Before Hagrid were several similarly injured unicorns, who, despite their wounds, faced their assailant fearlessly. Truly, unicorns exemplified the epitome of purity. Hiding behind a large tree, Lillian knew it was time for her to intervene. Having grown increasingly adept with her wand, she had long realized that when she concentrated all her energy on a singular, pressing objective, the potency of her spells multiplied exponentially. Concealed in the shadows, as she witnessed Quirrell wave his wand, she swiftly unleashed fiendfire before quickly relocating to continue her concealment. Caution was paramount. On Quirrell's end, a massive golden flame coalesced into the form of a phoenix, surrounded by lightning-like serpents that roared as they lunged at the enemy. Quirrell, caught off guard by the presence of another, could only conjure a protective charm in a futile attempt to shield himself. Alas, time was against him. The multi-layered barrier he had just erected was devoured by the phoenix birthed from fiendfire, striking Quirrell directly. A piercing scream echoed as he was flung away. Sliding 3 meters upon landing before coming to a stop, Quirrell met the same fate as the troll, not only scorched to a crisp, but also left with singed flesh. Appearing grotesque and repulsive, the unquenchable fiendfire and the lightning crackled on, while Quirrell's screams persisted. In the next moment, Lillian distinctly heard a voice that did not belong to Quirrell. Dumbledore. A surge of immense magical power erupted. A portion aimed to cast a stunning spell, while another targeted the very spot where Lillian had just hidden to cast the killing curse. Indeed, one must remain astute. However, it had not occurred to her that Voldemort might mistakenly believe Dumbledore was responsible, perhaps due to the flames of the phoenix. After casting the spell, Quirrell hastily made his escape. This subterfuge was exhilarating. Lillian felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as she was about to return to sleep, she noticed the unicorns approaching her, clearly drawn to her presence. The invisibility cloak indeed had its flaws. Panic surged within Lillian. She was certain she could not outrun the unicorns, even if they were injured. Wait, did I just unintentionally insult myself? Amid her frantic thoughts, the unicorns halted, choosing not to advance further. What was happening? In a surreal display, the unicorns knelt before Lillian, their horns radiating a blinding light directed at her. Lillian, sensing their goodwill, did not shy away but instead welcomed the warm light as it enveloped her. It was entirely harmless, imbued with gratitude that imparted profound meaning to Lillian. This is the blessing of the unicorn. As the name suggests, Lillian is destined to receive the goodwill of the unicorn clan, along with the blessings derived from their primal power. How could Quirrell and Voldemort have such a serendipitous encounter? This was beyond Lillian's wildest imagination. Upon witnessing Hagrid faint after catching sight of the cloaked figure, Lillian hesitated for a moment before rushing to his side to staunch his bleeding. It was time to flee, lest they fall into Dumbledore's hands. The following day, during mealtime, Neville mentioned that a mysterious individual had allegedly aided in scaring off the monster with fire. Hagrid, having lost too much blood, was still lying in the hospital wing, and for now, the unicorns were safe, although a portion of the forbidden forest remained barren. Harry regarded Lillian with suspicion. After all, she had borrowed the invisibility cloak just the day before, and then this incident had unfolded. Everything seemed rather dubious. Nevertheless, Harry refrained from voicing his thoughts. The small group went to visit Hagrid, and aside from being a bit weak, all of his injuries had healed. However, they encountered Dumbledore, who requested Lillian to visit his office. "Lillian, it has been quite some time since we shared sweets. Do try this new fizzing honey candy. It is truly delightful." In the office, Dumbledore refrained from immediately questioning her, instead offering her a handful of candy. As she indulged, he inquired about her experiences at school this term. Reminiscent of a doting elder at home. "Lillian, may I now ask where you were last night?" The crux of the matter had finally arrived. Upon hearing this question, Lillian felt a sigh of relief in her heart. She knew she could not conceal the truth. After all, that spell was too distinctive. With the Fire Phoenix and the Lightning Dragon involved, not to mention her recent practice of the Incendio spell with Snape, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be aware. And even Snape could surmise it was her doing. Thus, Lillian confessed to Dumbledore that she had been intrigued by Neville's information and had stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest that night, only to discover Hagrid in mortal peril, prompting her to employ the Incendio spell she had recently mastered. To her astonishment, the results were remarkable. Lillian beamed at Dumbledore, her pride evident in the strength of her magic. Dumbledore first admonished her for venturing into the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour, then commended her bravery in using magic to protect Hagrid in a moment of crisis. Ultimately, he cautioned her not to become complacent due to her magical prowess, reminding her that there are always greater challenges and individuals beyond one's comprehension, and excessive pride could lead to peril. Lillian nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of his words. Arrogance was out of the question, unless one day she could match or surpass him or another. Chapter 19. The horrific appearance of Quirrell after his burns. After Lillian's departure, a third presence materialized in Dumbledore's office. The mysterious figure that Hagrid and Lillian encountered was undoubtedly linked to Quirrell. "Albus, how do you intend to address them?" Severus Snape's eyes glinted with barely concealed fury, sensing that Dumbledore's approach was far from satisfactory. In truth, Dumbledore remained silent, choosing not to respond. This is nothing short of a farce. Snape thought he might soon lose his composure. "Albus, surely you do not believe that childish traps can thwart them? We both know that is utterly impossible." Suddenly, Snape realized something, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as he scrutinized Dumbledore. Or perhaps these traps were actually tests for Lillian and Harry. The very notion startled him. "What exactly are you planning? They are still children. 11-year-olds still in their first year. Are you truly willing to allow a cryptic prophecy to lead a few children into facing a mysterious figure? How could you?" Snape's tone grew increasingly irate. This was a notion born from an overindulgence in fairy tales. "Severus," Dumbledore interrupted Snape before he could finish, his visage no longer exuding the authority of a superior, but instead reflecting a profound weariness. "Do you not yet understand? Our time is limited. He will grow more powerful, while I am gradually weakening. I have little time left to maintain a balance against him. Harry and Lillian must mature swiftly. Only their strength can continue to counter him. But he is the mysterious figure. You must know the limitations of the protective magic surrounding Harry." Snape raised his voice, fully aware that if the mysterious figure were to indirectly kill Harry, the protective magic would amount to nothing. "Severus, we must have faith in them. Lillian performed admirably. She even injured Quirrell, or perhaps Tom. That should suffice, should it not? They will become Tom's greatest adversaries and legends throughout the magical realm." Dumbledore remained steadfast in his belief that this was the best course of action. Lillian's achievements were merely coincidental. We are all too aware of how she attained her victory. Snape gazed at Dumbledore with disappointment. Dumbledore's obstinacy reminded him of troubling memories. He could not fathom why Dumbledore insisted on following this singular path. It had been the case in the past, and it remained so now. If only Dumbledore wished for it, immortality would be within reach. Why then? Was he concerned about not having enough time to counter the Dark Lord? It felt like a flimsy excuse, a ludicrous rationalization. Unless, of course, he harbored a death wish. But how could that be? "Severus, what transpired 11 years ago serves as the best evidence." Dumbledore spoke sternly, his brow furrowed. This was the reason he placed his hopes in Harry and Lillian, perhaps more so in Harry, while Lillian was merely a safeguard. After all, the prophecy only mentioned Harry. Lillian was an unforeseen variable. But Lillian, this unexpected individual, could either herald the dawn of hope or usher in despair. Which side would she ultimately align with? "Albus, if you insist on pursuing this course, I can only hope you still remember our agreement." Snape warned Dumbledore, his expression grim, before striding out of the headmaster's office without mercy. Unlike Dumbledore, who seemed disinclined to take action, Snape resolved to impart protective magic to Lillian and Harry as swiftly as possible. Rigorous training lay ahead, particularly for Harry. But that would have to wait until after the final exams. Fawkes, do you think I should trust the inherently knowledgeable Lillian? Snape, having departed, did not hear the sigh that echoed in the darkness. Lillian and Harry were still unaware of the grueling training that awaited them, as they were currently engaged in their final review before the end-of-term examinations. To be precise, they were being coerced into studying by Hermione. Hermione, we have memorized the material. And thanks to Snape's training, our current level is certainly at the high-scoring stage. Why do we still need to review? You should be more concerned about Ron's studies. Harry lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Hermione, determined to drag the mischievous Ron into the conversation. He was beyond saving. Have you forgotten that we previously attempted this? It proved utterly futile. At this juncture, Hermione grew incensed. The three academic prodigies had tirelessly urged Ron, yet they could not salvage his academic performance. It was incredibly disheartening. He was not truly a dullard. Why could he not simply apply himself? This was the second time Hermione felt a profound sense of existential doubt in relation to Ron. It must be said that Ron possesses an impressive knack for this. However, at this moment, Ron could only strive to diminish his presence. Otherwise, he might genuinely find himself on the receiving end of a beating. As for us, there was no need for concern. Harry was still struggling, primarily because the material for review was all too familiar, and he truly did not wish to revisit it. Especially after speculating that Lillian was indeed the one who drove away the monster, he yearned to swiftly acquire more formidable magical knowledge. After all, he had vowed to protect Lillian. He could not possibly allow her to be the one safeguarding him, could he? Meanwhile, Lillian, of course, was also painfully ensnared in her studies. The recent magic they were learning was somewhat advanced, and she feared that if the foundation was shaky, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, she did not voice any objections. Harry, it would be wise to heed Hermione's advice and review. Mastering the fundamentals of magic is crucial. A skyscraper cannot rise without a solid foundation, and a weak base can easily lead to collapse, Lillian reminded him. Instantly, Harry became earnest, engrossed in his book. Lillian was right. The fundamentals were indeed important. Hermione, meanwhile, felt a surge of frustration rising within her. Was she to infer that the fault lay with the speaker? Should she take her leave? She had a deep-seated aversion to those who were overly attached to their sisters. In her vexation, Hermione noticed Ron glancing over occasionally and snapped at him. What are you gawking at? With your grades? Shouldn't you be studying? Ron felt utterly innocent, small, and helpless, yet he dared not retort. After all, he truly was a lackluster student. In this day and age, academic underachievers had no rights. After the exams, Ron discovered that perhaps he wasn't as dismal as he had thought. He even managed to scrape a passing grade in Snape's potions class. What more could he ask for? Although he was not as accomplished as the other three, this was still quite commendable. Just as he was basking in this realization, Hermione poured a bucket of cold water over him. Ron, if we hadn't pushed you to study, you wouldn't have achieved this score. So don't get too full of yourself. Ron wanted to argue, but Hermione's fierce gaze intimidated him. He feared being petrified. Make sure to review thoroughly at home. We'll be conducting a surprise quiz when you return. This level of performance is utterly insufficient. And as for you, Lillian and Harry, next semester, I will undoubtedly surpass both of you. Just you wait. With that, Hermione departed with an air of nonchalance. What does that have to do with us? Lillian and Harry exchanged puzzled glances. Perhaps it was just a typical moment of female irritability that occurred monthly, but that didn't seem right. After all, they were only 11 years old. Ultimately, the trio concluded that Hermione must have been disheartened by her exam results, landing in third place, and thus preemptively entering a phase akin to menopause. As the end-of-term exams came to a close, Lillian and Harry found themselves once more in the room of requirement. Professor Snape awaited them there. Professor Snape, has the matter with Quirrell and the monster been resolved? Harry inquired. Harry, that is not your concern. What you should be focusing on is the upcoming devilish training. Prepare yourself mentally. I will not show any mercy, Snape replied. Harry fell silent, feeling that the devilish training was likely aimed solely at him. Was it too late to back out now? The following days of training confirmed Harry's suspicions. As for Lillian, she was exempt since she was a girl and his sister. Hermione was also a girl, so that was beyond argument. But what was up with Malfoy? His training was nowhere near as grueling as Harry's. It was utterly unfair. Harry thought this, and voiced it aloud, only to be met with even more punishing training. For instance, he found himself engaging in one-on-one duels with Snape, who relentlessly pummeled him until he was left gasping for breath, only to then force him to consume a potion so vile it made him question his very existence. Additionally, Snape would deliberately have him surrounded by a throng of animated objects, forbidding any assistance from others, and then proceed to make him drink more potions. Such instances were numerous. Even Malfoy began to feel pity for him. having refrained from hurling insults for several days. Truth be told, while Lillian thought it was indeed terrible and felt a pang of sympathy, there was also a slight sense of schadenfreude in her heart. Time must have arrived. Observing Snape's demeanor, Lillian felt they were on the verge of delving beneath the trapdoor. Otherwise, Voldemort would truly acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Although she believed Dumbledore couldn't possibly rely solely on this single plan. Just like last time, Harry and the others were far too adept at overthinking. This left Lillian devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Facing the three-headed dog, she realized she wasn't feeling particularly enthusiastic. Why could she not guide the situation step by step like in the script? It was so frustrating. Lillian, are you all right? Harry gently inquired upon noticing her pallid complexion. Surely his sister wasn't frightened? I'm fine. I'm just concerned about whether we can truly stop Professor Quirrell, she replied. Lillian, are you perhaps underestimating your abilities? Harry thought, recalling the scene of Lillian wielding fire magic, and he began to suspect that his sister was engaging in quite the display of Versailles. During their conversation, the three-headed dog had already moved aside. Frankly, had Hagrid never considered using magic to help the three-headed dog clean its mouth? It was terribly foul. As for the devil's snare, Lillian suspected it was deliberately designed for them. Otherwise, it would be far too simple for Voldemort. Now, Ron was behaving quite obediently. The pressure from Hermione over the past few days had made him a bit timid, allowing them to pass through this challenge without needing to cast any spells to save him. Next, they arrived at Harry's moment of glory on the broomstick. Amidst a series of flips, dodges, and extreme ascents, Harry successfully captured the key. Subsequently, they faced the formidable Wizard's chess challenge. With an additional player, there was an extra space, and Lillian was determined not to adhere to the original script for this round. Although she knew Ron would succeed, she couldn't guarantee the same with the extra player. After using the shattering spell to destroy one of the pieces, it became evident that, like in Wizard's chess, it would self-repair. However, this posed no significant issue. As long as they reached the opponent's side, they could use the shattering spell to open a pathway and swiftly run through without encountering too many problems. After sharing her plan, everyone agreed to give it a try. As they approached the opposite side, Lillian consciously positioned herself at the back, ensuring that everyone could successfully escape. Together, Lillian, Harry, and Hermione cast the shattering spell. Thanks to Snape's training, their attack power had significantly increased. The two pieces blocking their path exploded, sending debris flying in all directions, leaving them with varying degrees of injuries. However, this was not the time for concern, as at that moment, the remaining pieces began to stir. Harry quickly shouted, "Now, run!" The four of them dashed out of the chessboard, but the pieces beside the exploded ones were faster. Lillian noticed that Harry ahead of her clearly wouldn't make it in time. "Harry, be careful!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed. Lillian lunged forward, tackling Harry to the ground just in time to avoid the stone sword held by one of the pieces. Obstacles were everywhere. In that split second of falling to the ground, Lillian cast a protective spell, rolling off the chessboard with Harry in her arms. Once no one remained on the board, the pieces indeed halted. Harry angrily pushed Lillian away and stood up. "Lillian, that was dangerous, don't you realize? Or do you not trust your brother?" The training sessions with Snape during this period were no trifling matter. "I could have easily evaded the attack. How could you take such a reckless risk? What if you were injured?" Harry was evidently agitated, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. "Brother, it's an instinct to protect family, something I cannot control. You know, just as you always rush in front of me to shield me," Lillian said, her gaze pleading as she looked at Harry. He hesitated, Hermione and Ron offering their support from the sidelines. Ultimately, it was Harry who yielded first. He always found himself at a loss when it came to Lillian, despite knowing it was not right. "You must promise not to act so recklessly again, understand? I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed," Harry warned Lillian weakly, fully aware that she would likely defy this promise in the future. Yes, I understand. I won't be so reckless next time," she replied, her sincerity evident, though a hint of mischief lingered beneath her words. Just like so many times before, they brushed past the issue. At the entrance, Lillian and Harry left Hermione and Ron behind. The individual they faced was an adversary they could not afford to ignore, and it was perilous for Hermione and Ron to advance further, as they could easily become hostages. Thus, they would part ways here. The journey ahead would be faced by Lillian and her brother alone. Lillian contemplated this. "Are you afraid, Lillian?" Harry softly inquired, holding her hand. "Brother, how could Lillian be afraid? You will protect me, won't you?" She responded with a light laugh. "Indeed, I shall protect you," Harry affirmed, tightening his grip on her hand, his gaze resolute. The path ahead consisted solely of descending stairs, the silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. The dim candlelight flickered ominously against the darkened walls, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Yet, they pressed on, each step firm and deliberate, drawing courage from one another's presence. After what felt like an eternity, Lillian and Harry finally arrived at the final chamber, where Quirrell stood before the mirror of Ariste, his back turned towards them. So it is you. You have arrived sooner than I anticipated, Harry, Quirrell said, turning with an air of confidence. A heavy silence enveloped the room. My eyes have become tainted. They are no longer of use. My heavens, what a grotesque creature, Harry exclaimed, instinctively covering Lillian's eyes as he beheld Quirrell's hideous visage. However, it was in vain, for Lillian had already glimpsed Quirrell's repulsive face. His exposed skin was marred, with burn wounds that had split open, revealing raw, inflamed flesh beneath, blood seeping forth. The untreated wounds oozed a foul yellow pus, and his mouth displayed a complete set of gums devoid of teeth, rendering him a ghastly sight. Was this the result of his own actions? Facing Quirrell's charred appearance, Lillian thought perhaps it was best to be blind. Quirrell, in his devotion to Voldemort, had truly gone to great lengths. Even in such a state, he continued to scheme, a testament to his dedication. Quirrell, noticing the shock and revulsion on the faces of the two children, lost his composure and shouted furiously, "Do not laugh. What is that look in your eyes? I will kill you both." Yet, the more agitated he became, the more his wounds gaped, blood and pus flowing with increased rapidity. Lillian felt that he might very well perish without her or Harry needing to intervene. "Calm yourself, you fool," a hoarse voice reprimanded from within the room. "But master," Quirrell began, but upon hearing the voice, he regained his composure, albeit begrudgingly. "The most important thing now is the Philosopher's Stone. You do not wish to die, do you? Once I obtain the stone, I shall achieve immortality, and your wounds will be of no consequence. Do you understand?" Voldemort spoke with an air of certainty. This time, Quirrell did not beckon Harry to approach, instead using a summoning spell to force both Lillian and Harry to face the mirror. "Harry, what do you see? Think carefully before you speak, or else your sister." Quirrell glared menacingly at Harry. I see myself as the Minister of Magic. No one shall dare harm me or Lillian again," Harry said, casting a furtive glance at the pocket of his trousers, gripping it tightly as he spoke nervously. "He is lying," Voldemort declared. "Now, let me converse with Harry." "Yes, master," Quirrell acquiesced. He unwound the cloth from his head, releasing a foul stench. Indeed, there was no limit to how grotesque one could become, Voldemort being a far greater horror than Quirrell. Perhaps it was time to consult Snape about a new pair of eyes. Lillian and Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over them. "Harry and Lillian, I believe we need not be at odds, do we? You possess the ability, the talent, just as I do. Together, we could achieve greatness. Who would want to align with you, a monster? Do not overestimate your worth. We understand the folly of making deals with a dangerous beast." Lillian retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the now grotesque Voldemort. Had he retained even a semblance of his former charm as Tom Riddle, perhaps it would have been a different story. A dangerous beast? "Lillian, do you think I would not notice your actions after you used fiendfire to burn us? Yet, I spared your life. Consider that my goodwill what? You are the one who set the fire? That is despicable." Quirrell gasped at Voldemort's revelation, trembling with rage. "Silence. Who permitted you to interrupt me? Forgive me, master, but Lillian, she will be your ally in the future, so do not interrupt me again. My patience is limited. Do you understand?" Quirrell was forced to fall silent once more, albeit with reluctance. "Lillian, Harry, my ambitions have failed, and thus they label me a monster. This is merely the way of the world. The victor is king, the vanquished a villain. There is no absolute good, nor absolute evil in this realm. The magical world has languished in decay for far too long. It requires a grand transformation to emerge anew. If Harry simply surrenders the Philosopher's Stone, we can rewrite history together. What a thrilling achievement that would be." Voldemort's fervor grew as he spoke, as if envisioning himself at the pinnacle of power. "Harry, you too wish for a future where no one harms your sister, do you not? Without power, all is but an illusion. Thus, relinquishing the Philosopher's Stone is your wisest decision, is it not?" Slowly, Harry withdrew the Philosopher's Stone and extended it forward. Lillian felt a surge of anxiety within her. "Not like this. Brother, you mustn't tea," before she could finish her protest. She witnessed Harry take advantage of Quirrell's and Voldemort's distraction with the stone, charging forward. Quirrell, caught off guard, relinquished his grip on Lillian's hand. In that fleeting moment, Harry pulled Lillian back and returned to his original position, while Quirrell, already injured, stumbled back 2 steps. "I thought you were intelligent." Voldemort's patience had worn thin. "Seize them, no matter the cost." "Yes, master." Quirrell's intentions aligned with this command. He raised his wand, ready to cast the killing curse. In the midst of their exchange, Harry stepped in front of Lillian, clutching Quirrell's hand. Quirrell let out a horrified scream as his hand began to petrify and crumble. He shoved Harry away, staring in disbelief at his own hand. "Brother, use your hand to strike his face." Lillian hurriedly called out to Harry, who was staring in disbelief at the sensation in his hands. Obediently, Harry summoned Quirrell, who was caught off guard and shattered into dust amidst a scream. "Bravo, brother! You did it!" Lillian celebrated joyously, casually igniting the remains of Quirrell's ashes with a burst of fiend fire. Indeed, the ashes, which should have remained inert, emitted a chilling scream once more, this time belonging to Voldemort. "Harry, Lillian, you will regret this." As only a charred black mark remained on the ground, Lillian finally felt at ease. The aftermath of the strike had not deceived her. She cast a lingering glance at Harry, still shaken by the revelation that Voldemort had not been entirely vanquished. Clutching Lillian, Harry praised her. "Lillian, you are truly brilliant. Your strike was exquisite." "I share the same sentiment, Lillian," came the voice of Dumbledore from behind them. Chapter 20. Concerning Harry's misfortunate holiday. "Grandfather Dumbledore, you finally arrived. Could you not have been a tad quicker?" Lillian remarked with discontent as she observed Dumbledore emerging from the ethereal blue flames of a phoenix. "Lillian, I apologize, but I believe my timing was rather fortuitous." "Do you not?" Dumbledore replied, looking upon them with a sense of reassurance, his resolve growing ever firmer. "Had you arrived sooner, we wouldn't have been so frightened." However, Lillian knew better than to voice such sentiments, so she proudly informed Dumbledore of her and Harry's triumph over Voldemort, eager for praise. Dumbledore, of course, obliged. "You both performed exceptionally well. Indeed, it could not have been better. It was a masterful display." Harry, initially smiling as he held Lillian's hand and listened to Dumbledore's commendation, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lillian felt her heart skip a beat, bending down to embrace Harry as tears streamed down her face. "Brother, do not frighten me. Wake up, Grandfather Dumbledore, please check on him. How could he suddenly faint? Is he gravely injured, enduring it to spare my worry? Please, I beg you." Dumbledore, alarmed, hurried over to assess Harry, and upon discovering it was merely exhaustion, he sighed in relief and reassured Lillian. "Lillian, Harry is simply fatigued. There is nothing of great concern. He merely needs rest." Upon hearing this, Lillian too felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she couldn't help but grumble inwardly about Harry's lack of consideration for her feelings. "Once he awakens, I shall certainly," she thought, glancing at his ashen face and tightly furrowed brow. "Well, never mind. I shall forgive him." "Harry, Lillian, are you both all right?" Hermione and Ron rushed in from outside, and upon seeing Harry collapsed and Lillian weeping over him, they seemed to misunderstand the situation. They then embraced both of them, tears streaming. "Lillian, do take heart. Your brother Harry is a great hero, and we shall be with you moving forward. It seems Harry has indeed passed on." In that moment, still glistening with tears, Lillian was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Do not worry, we are fine. Harry is not dead. He merely fainted from exhaustion." Lillian offered a helpless embrace, softly comforting them, while explaining Harry's condition. Hermione and Ron, caught up in their tears, awkwardly halted, only able to foolishly repeat, "It's all right, it's all right." As Dumbledore approached the place where Quirrell had turned to ash, pondering deeply, he reminded them once they had finished speaking. "All right, children, I believe it is time we take Harry to the hospital wing to rest. Other matters can be addressed once he awakens." When Harry regained consciousness in the hospital wing, he found a table at the foot of his bed piled with various gifts, including sweets and greeting cards. He stared at them in bewilderment, struggling to sit up, only to find Lillian sleeping at his bedside, her hand tightly gripping the sleeve of his robe. "How long have I been asleep?" Harry thought, feeling slightly dizzy, especially as a throbbing pain radiated from his scar. Just then, his stomach growled painfully. Yet, gazing at Lillian's peaceful visage, he felt a sense of relief. At last, he had protected his sister. "Harry, you have finally awakened. Now Lillian can rest easy," Dumbledore remarked with a teasing tone as he entered and found Harry staring at Lillian. As if on cue, Lillian stirred awake and, seeing her brother was indeed unharmed, finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. She cheerfully recounted the amusing events that had transpired during his 2-day slumber. Harry and Dumbledore smiled as they listened to Lillian chatter excitedly. Lillian then informed him that many admirers who knew of their triumph over the Dark Lord had come to see him, bringing numerous gifts, particularly an abundance of sweets. "Lillian, you didn't sneak a few while I was unconscious, did you?" Harry chided playfully. "You truly know how to spoil the mood." "I did not. You were unconscious. How could I possibly eat?" Lillian exclaimed. "Grandfather Dumbledore can vouch for me. A co-conspirator must be brought to justice." Dumbledore cleared his throat, looking slightly guilty as he assured Harry, "I can attest that Lillian did not indulge excessively." Gurgle, gurgle. "Apologies, I believe I am rather hungry now." Harry blushed, glancing at the two before him. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a feast appeared on the table. "I believe that is indeed the case, though I must prepare something light to avoid any complaints from Madame Pomfrey. I hope it suits your palate." "Grandfather Dumbledore, this." Harry hesitated, feeling embarrassed at the thought of Dumbledore watching him eat. It is of no concern, Harry, eat heartily. Lillian and I shall wait for you. Do not worry about us. With such encouragement, Harry had no choice but to dig in. Thus, Lillian and Dumbledore watched as Harry devoured his meal, while Lillian continuously swallowed her own saliva, yearning for a taste. But this is prepared for my brother. I must resist. Harry, can't you see how enviously I gaze at the food? She thought. How can you bear to eat in front of me? The light-hearted banter continued until Dumbledore waved his wand to clear away the remnants of the feast. And only then did they commence a serious discussion. Professor, about the Philosopher's Stone. Harry inquired, eager to know what had become of it after he fainted. You should already be aware that the Philosopher's Stone belongs to my dear friend Nicholas Flamel. Under his guidance, we have destroyed the stone. So there is no need for concern. Is it truly so easy to destroy the stone? But what about Master Nicholas? Lillian queried, puzzled. You need not worry. Even without the stone, Nicholas possesses ample elixirs to sustain his life. In truth, immortality and wealth are not of paramount importance. Merely existing forever may not be a blessing. There are far more significant matters in this world, such as the bonds of family that support one another, and the selfless friendships we cherish. These hold far greater value. Just as the protective magic your mother left behind is woven from love. Even one as powerful as Tom cannot shatter it. Thus, I implore you to cherish the present and hold dear those who treat you kindly, for they constitute your greatest treasure. I understand, Professor. Thank you, Harry responded with a smile after a moment of contemplation, glancing at Lillian. What about you, Lillian? I understand as well. Thank you, Grandpa Dumbledore. This bowl of wisdom is quite potent. Unfortunately, Lillian, having endured the relentless onslaught of toxic internet platitudes for too long, was not as moved. Moreover, the allure of the Philosopher's Stone did not captivate her significantly. Once Madame Pomfrey confirmed that Harry was well enough to leave, they returned to the common room. Hermione and Ron embraced them once more. After ensuring everyone was safe, they exchanged smiles. After lying down for 2 days, Harry emerged just in time for the announcement of the House Cup. That evening, the young witches and wizards gathered in the Great Hall. However, apart from Slytherin, the atmosphere in the other houses was somewhat subdued. Slytherin had been the consecutive champions of the House Cup for several years, and this year, they were once again leading the ranks, leaving little doubt in anyone's mind that Slytherin would claim the title once more. Gryffindor's mood was equally bleak, perhaps even more so than the other two houses. After all, the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor had persisted for many years. Throughout the semester, while Lillian had accrued a fair amount of points, Snape had been unrelenting in deducting points from Harry, particularly since Harry had adopted the persona of a top student. His mischievous escapades with Ron had escalated. The point deductions were cascading down like a waterfall. Lillian and Hermione were almost at their wits' end. Nevertheless, they were not at the bottom, holding a commendable third place. In last place was Hufflepuff. Yet, as members of the central ensemble, Gryffindor was bound to experience some extraordinary occurrences. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore would award Gryffindor additional points. This much was certain. Therefore, Lillian had no cause for concern, as the delectable feast before her was far more enticing. When Dumbledore and the professors rose, everyone knew the moment to announce the House Cup had arrived. Another academic year had concluded, and it was time to unveil this year's House Cup standings. The scores were as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with a total of 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, with 400 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And reigning supreme, Slytherin, with a total of 472 points. As soon as the announcement was made, Slytherin erupted in cheers. Malfoy, in particular, cast a provocative glance towards Gryffindor, seemingly targeting Lillian and her brother. However, retribution, though delayed, would surely come. Well done, Slytherin. Yet, recent events must also be taken into account. Thus, I have a few final points to award. To confront formidable adversaries requires not only strength, but also courage and wisdom. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, fully aware of the dangers, steadfastly stood by their friends to face challenges together, each receiving an additional 20 points. Harry Potter and his sister, Lillian Potter, confronted terrifying foes with unwavering resolve, unyielded by temptation, displaying extraordinary courage and conviction, each receiving an additional 50 points. And let us not forget Neville Longbottom, who, in a moment of bravery, intervened to stop his friends, earning an extra 10 points. It is worth noting that Neville, having overheard the plans of the 4 friends, created a bit of trouble by blocking the door, leading Lillian to cast a sleeping charm to ensure he rested peacefully. If my calculations are correct, I believe it is time for a change in decor. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transformed the hall's decorations to represent Gryffindor's red emblem. Following a brief silence, Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, while the other houses extended their congratulations, except for Slytherin, whose mood had soured considerably. Malfoy, in particular, turned an alarming shade of green, glaring at Lillian and Harry with barely concealed fury. A world where only Slytherin bore the brunt of disappointment was realized. Lillian discreetly glanced in Snape's direction, as she suspected he would be scowling at Gryffindor. To her surprise, although Snape's expression was indeed sour, there was a flicker of something resembling approval in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this should be viewed as a positive development, no? Snape had noticed Lillian's subtle gesture. She flashed him a smile, then turned to chat with Harry and the others, unaware that Snape had momentarily paused, his lips curling into a stiff smile. Although faint, Malfoy witnessed it. At that moment, Malfoy felt doomed. The headmaster appeared to be so enraged that he began to smirk ominously. Slytherin would likely not survive until the morrow. Thus, amidst the jubilant atmosphere of Gryffindor and the oppressive gloom of Slytherin, the feast drew to a close. Next came the much-anticipated holiday for the young witches and wizards. While Lillian and Harry excitedly discussed their holiday plans, they were oblivious to the grim fate that awaited Harry during the break. Severus, have you truly decided to become the temporary guardian of Lillian and Harry during this holiday? Dumbledore gazed at Snape in shock, unable to fathom such a notion. Albus, I believe I have made myself quite clear. If you have no objections, then it is settled. Snape regarded Dumbledore with a cold indifference, completely disregarding the incredulity in the man's expression. Dumbledore fell silent. May I inquire about your reasoning? Never mind. I believe I can surmise, he replied, appearing quite exasperated. Snape's reputation for being unapproachable had taken quite a hit this semester. Yet, the reasons were well understood among them. Very well, I shall take your agreement as given, Albus. Without waiting for Dumbledore to utter another word, Snape elegantly exited the office after receiving acknowledgement of the arrangement. Harry, take care of yourself, Dumbledore declared, feeling he had done his utmost. Chapter 21. The disastrous holiday of Harry begins. Lillian, Harry, do you have any plans for the holiday? Hermione and Ron inquired with curiosity, fully aware that Lillian and Harry currently had no place to go. We haven't decided yet, but our most pressing task is to find a place to live, as we have no home to return to. At this point, Lillian felt grateful for having asked Dumbledore to invest in some Muggle companies before coming to school. Although James and Lily had left them a substantial inheritance, who wouldn't want more money? With the current funds, purchasing a small island should be feasible, right? Lillian, Harry. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office, Professor McGonagall announced as she approached the four friends gathered together. By the way, today's password is Cockroach Cluster. Dumbledore is looking for us? Is he arranging our holiday accommodations? Surely he wouldn't expect us to continue staying at his home? Lillian and Harry exchanged puzzled glances, both silently voicing their thoughts. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, they found Dumbledore seated at his desk, enjoying some newly developed sweets. Upon noticing their arrival, he eagerly waved them over to join him, pouring 2 cups of a drink named 2 cups of the Emerald Forest. The enchanting juice known as the Emerald Elixir is truly a sight to behold. As a magical concoction, it contains within its depths a miniature, deep green mousse that frolics amidst a verdant forest of shifting blue-green hues, occasionally darting past twinkling mini meteors. Lillian was instantly captivated by this exquisite drink. It was simply stunning. What do you think of the taste, Harry? Albus Dumbledore mischievously winked, prompting Lillian to view him as a playful old rascal. Grandfather Dumbledore, it tastes delightful. I absolutely adore it, Lillian replied sweetly. And Harry? I like it as well. That's splendid to hear, Dumbledore responded, visibly relaxing with a nod of satisfaction. However, an inexplicable chill ran down Harry's spine, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. Ahem. The reason I summoned you today is to inform you of a matter concerning your holiday arrangements. Grandfather Dumbledore, have you found us a guardian? Lillian expressed her astonishment, intrigued as to who it could be, given that Dumbledore had already secured a suitable caretaker before Sirius arrived. Guardian might be too strong a term. It is merely a temporary arrangement for the holiday. This individual is someone you are quite familiar with, Severus. Oh dear, it's Snape. Lillian gasped in shock, her mind reeling. Ultimately, she had no objections, but she immediately turned to Harry. As expected, Harry's expression darkened, his eyes filled with dread. He could not fathom why Dumbledore would appoint Snape as their temporary guardian, given his notorious antagonism towards him. Is the universe conspiring against us? Professor Dumbledore, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Why would you assign Professor Snape as our temporary guardian? You must know. Harry, I am well aware. But I believe you ought to reconsider your biases. Severus is, in fact, a trustworthy individual. At this juncture, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Severus had indeed presented him with a formidable dilemma. Wait a moment. Could it be that Professor Snape wishes to be our guardian because of Lillian? Harry's mind sparked with a revelation. Silence enveloped them, a profound stillness. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he glanced at Harry and Lillian. Goodness, is this truly the case? If so, I am even more opposed. Who knows what his intentions are? Harry vehemently objected. Objections are futile. This decision is final. You shall accompany Severus to his home during the holidays, so hurry and prepare your belongings. Had Dumbledore succumbed to a relaxed demeanor? Was this a case of soft persuasion turning into hard resolve? Without allowing the two youngsters to voice their protests, he ushered them out, or rather, ordered Fawkes to transport them away. After Fawkes had delivered them, he lingered by Lillian for a moment before retreating, as if wary of some unseen force. Lillian, however, was too preoccupied to ponder the matter, her thoughts consumed by the impending reality of spending the holiday with Snape. Lillian, please tell me this isn't true, Harry implored, his eyes beseeching hers for reassurance. Harry, I wish I could say otherwise, but alas. The truth is as it stands. We are to reside with Professor Snape during the holidays. I might as well end it all now, Harry shouted in despair, his voice echoing in the emptiness, a sentiment that could have incited a media frenzy if overheard. Lillian could easily envision the headlines. Harry Potter driven to despair by Hogwarts' rigorous curriculum. Harry, do not entertain such thoughts. Consider the bright side. We will have an entire holiday to continue our training. Professor Snape will surely find a solution for our wandless predicament outside of school. But he has it out for you. I am merely concerned. Harry, your thoughts are perilous. Do you understand? Lillian interjected, halting his impending words. I assure you, it is not as you perceive. However, the specific reasons must remain undisclosed for now. Lillian gazed at Harry, perplexed by his penchant for dangerous musings, unable to comprehend his fears of external threats. Upon returning to the common room, Hermione and Ron approached, inquiring about Dumbledore's summons. Harry, with a grim countenance, retreated to his room, leaving Lillian to shrug helplessly at his departing figure. Lillian, what is happening? Why does Harry appear as if the world is ending tomorrow? For him. It might as well be, she mused, feeling somewhat indifferent. Heavens, is Voldemort making a comeback? Not quite. It's merely that Professor Dumbledore informed us our temporary guardian for the holiday is Professor Snape. Hermione and Ron fell into an eerie silence. You mean you and Harry will be staying at Snape's house during the holiday? My goodness, that is terrifying. What if Snape decides to eliminate Harry? While Ron's dramatics were exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth to his fears. His imagination rivaled Harry's in its wildness. Yet, it was hard to believe that Snape would go so far. He had risked his life to protect Harry, and now Lillian was simply an added consideration. Nonetheless, Snape's usual demeanor towards Harry could indeed be chilling. Nevertheless, the holiday arrangements were set in motion, indifferent to Harry's objections. Before their departure, Hagrid presented Lillian and Harry with 2 photo albums containing family portraits of James and Lily cradling them as infants. Lillian felt a warmth blossom within her heart, and she exchanged a smile with Harry. They both assumed they would accompany Snape directly to his home, but unexpectedly, once outside Hogwarts, he employed apparition to bring them before a rather dilapidated house. A bold conjecture surfaced in Lillian's mind. Could this be their former home? The very residence where James and Lily once lived? On the other hand, Harry remained puzzled as to why Snape had brought them here, wondering if it was some sinister plot to eliminate them. He quickly pulled Lillian behind him, eyeing Snape warily. Yet, Lillian felt tears welling in her eyes. While Harry lacked memories, she possessed them, and she knew precisely where they stood. Snape, lost in thought, did not regard the 2 children, his gaze fixated on the house. A complex mixture of pain and nostalgia flickering in his eyes, though his expression remained inscrutable. Lillian yearned to tell him it was not his fault, but the words remained trapped within her. Professor Snape, what is your purpose in bringing us here? I cannot believe this is your home. Harry finally queried after a prolonged silence. This is certainly not my home, Snape replied, finally snapping back to reality, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Harry. Where has your decorum gone? Is this how one speaks to a professor? Clearly, there is much you still need to learn. The usual sarcasm was delayed but ultimately delivered just before Harry was on the verge of losing his temper. Here lies your home. Harry gazed in astonishment at Snape, his wand trembling in his grasp. Are you saying this is our home? Harry's voice quivered. Indeed, I am not so cruel as to deceive you regarding such matters. Am I? If you must question my words, you are free to leave at this very moment. I shall not impede your departure. Snape sneered at Harry, his disdain evident. Seemingly indifferent to Harry's possible exit, perhaps even relishing it. Do you not worry that Lily, in the afterlife, might witness you tormenting her son? Harry struggled in silence, ultimately relinquishing his wand, tacitly accepting the truth. May we enter and explore? Snape offered no response and strode inside, with Lillian and Harry closely trailing behind. The interior of the house exuded warmth, a testament to its inhabitants' zest for life. Scattered throughout were remnants of childhood, stuffed dolls and puzzles, among other trinkets. It was clear that they had loved Lillian and Harry dearly and eagerly anticipated their arrival. Yet, this idyllic scene was marred by the specter of treachery. The very betrayal that had led Voldemort to their doorstep stemmed from Snape himself, who had divulged the prophecy. As this realization dawned on Lillian, a flicker of melancholy surged within her. She hastily suppressed this feeling, sensing something amiss, yet lacking clarity. She redirected her gaze towards Snape. Indeed, she noted the reddening in his eyes, a mix of remorse and envy. This was the family he had envisioned with Lily. The trio ascended to the second floor, arriving at the chamber where the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Dust had begun to settle in the house, and this room was no exception. The two cradles within bore signs of wear. It was here that Lily had forever departed from them. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Lillian let them flow freely, revealing she was not devoid of emotion. Harry, too, was rendered speechless by grief. Snape did not weep, yet the regret in his eyes threatened to engulf him, the silence around them heavy with an oppressive stillness. Professor. Lillian wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. I am sorry. Snape murmured an apology to Lily. It is not your fault, Lillian instinctively replied, her heart racing as she turned to gauge Snape's reaction, only to find no surprise etched on his face. She suspected that perhaps Dumbledore had confided something to him. As time passed, Snape composed himself, his demeanor returning to normal as he regarded the two children. I now present you with a choice. Will you spend your holiday in this house, or return with me to my domain? The moment Snape finished speaking, Harry promptly replied, Professor Snape, I wish to remain here, in the home of Lillian and myself. It would be even better without you. Snape narrowed his eyes at him, his thoughts inscrutable. And you, Lillian? Professor, I too wish to stay here. I believe our parents would be delighted to see us. Very well then, from this day forth, this shall be your holiday residence. However, let me make it clear that this does not exempt you from training. The rigorous regimen commences now. Instantly, Snape's presence intensified, intimidating enough to deter direct gazes. Harry felt as if he were prey to a venomous serpent, with death lurking at any moment. Thus began their arduous training holiday. Of course, the intensity of this training primarily fell upon Harry, while Snape often went easy on Lillian, to the extent that it could be likened to a leisurely stroll. Having departed from the confines of school, Snape's teaching methods grew bolder, far surpassing the limitations of the classroom. He frequently summoned grotesque and ferocious creatures for sparring sessions with the two children. Lillian engaged in one-on-one drills, while Harry faced a horde. Each day, she witnessed Harry being pushed to his limits, his blood flowing as if it could drown the first floor of the house. Yet Harry's resilience only grew, refusing to yield. At least now he could down a vial of an unknown healing potion without flinching, a far cry from his previous state of near collapse with every sip. Occasionally, Snape would bring Draco Malfoy along. The convenience of magic allowed Snape to create a makeshift resting area adjacent to the house after deciding to reside there. Along with training grounds and a potion class, he had similarly crafted a temporary abode for Malfoy, who would visit sporadically to train but did not stay overnight. Witnessing Snape's merciless treatment of Harry softened Malfoy's attitude towards him significantly. It was impossible to be disdainful. They needed to unite against the beasts and Snape. The most unfortunate of them all was Harry, to the point where even Malfoy felt reluctant to mock him, a true travesty. Consequently, the only source of conflict between Malfoy and Harry remained Lillian, escalating to the point of drawing wands at the slightest disagreement. During Malfoy's initial attempts to provoke Lillian under Snape's watchful gaze, he would smirk, convinced that Snape would side with him, only to discover the truth was quite the opposite. Malfoy soon experienced a day of Harry's training firsthand, coming perilously close to leaving this beautiful world behind. After a few more encounters, Malfoy ceased to openly antagonize Lillian. Thus, a peculiar equilibrium was established where only he and she bore the brunt of injuries. Each day, Lillian's heart ached for Harry as she witnessed his severe wounds. She had suggested to Snape that he might show Harry a bit more kindness. Unfortunately, the results were negligible, although Snape agreed. His version of leniency merely involved slightly more palatable potions and a reduction in the number of creatures they faced by 1 or 2. Nonetheless, Harry's injuries were not as grave as they had been earlier, leaving Lillian at a loss for words. Perhaps the most joyous aspect of their time together was residing in the home their parents once shared. The remnants of their lives imprinted within the rooms filled her heart with warmth and strength. When Lillian once more petitioned Snape for kinder treatment towards Harry, he declined her assistance. You need not worry about me. I can feel myself growing stronger, he asserted. Training is no simple endeavor. I am not a prodigy. If I wish to protect you, I must attain greater strength. This is beneficial. I can sense my progress daily. Oh dear, I almost thought you had a penchant for suffering, Lillian exclaimed. This brutal method is quite problematic. We could certainly adopt a gentler approach. Brother, must you persist in dwelling in such a grim world? Ultimately, however, Lillian acquiesced to Harry's insistence, abandoning her concerns. As the start of term approached, Merely a fortnight remained until the anniversary of the old wizard's passing. Reflecting on her time with him, Lillian found her focus waning during training, nearly falling prey to a creature's grasp. Severus Snape and Harry were both irate, surprisingly united in their reprimand of Lillian. Although to Malfoy, it hardly resembled a lesson. He was swiftly met with retorts when he spoke up. Lillian, aware of her misstep, promptly acknowledged her fault and promised to be more cautious henceforth, thus earning their forgiveness. However, the situation did not improve. After Lillian once again nearly sustained grave injuries due to her momentary distraction, Snape and Harry furrowed their brows in concern, with Harry directly grasping Lillian's shoulder and demanding to know what had transpired. After a moment's hesitation, she revealed her desire to return and pay homage to the old sage. It was he who found me and nurtured me. Otherwise, I would have perished as an infant. On the anniversary of his passing, it is my duty to honor him. Lillian earnestly conveyed this to them. After a prolonged silence, Snape concurred that perhaps the rigorous training could be temporarily set aside to allow them a few days of respite, thus granting Lillian's request. Thus, in the fortnight leading up to the commencement of the school year, they ventured to the east, spending the remainder of their holiday, nearly driving Lillian to the brink of madness. Chapter 22. Eastern Training commencing with the commemoration of the Old Sage. The group boarded a plane to the east to pay their respects to the Old Sage, with Harry momentarily concluding his arduous training. Incidentally, it was now 1992. The memories from his past life as a liberal arts student involuntarily surfaced. The dissolution of the Red Bear in December of the previous year, Mr. Xiang's southern tour in January of this year, and the 14th National Congress of the Flower Cultivation scheduled for October of this year. These were all significant points from his school days. The rote memorization had surprisingly lingered in his mind. Reflecting on the time spent in school, Lillian couldn't help but smile. The identity of a cultivator was indeed peculiar. Such a sense of belonging was etched into their very souls, irrespective of the realm they traversed. Ahem, I digress. As previously mentioned, any mysterious forces from other countries intending to engage in cultivation must register and report their activities. Smugglers and those with ulterior motives are a different matter. Then, an incident arose. In the specialized department of cultivation, Li Su, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the Ministry of Magic? Lillian was taken aback to see Li Su, who was supposed to be at the ministry, now working in this specialized department, two entities entirely distinct in nature and hierarchy, and seemingly even somewhat adversarial in Lillian's eyes. She speculated boldly that perhaps he, like Snape, was a double agent. Ahem, while Li Su's gaze wandered, and he scratched his head, clearly pondering how to spin a tale. Ah, there's a reason for this, but it's not convenient for me to divulge right now. Please refrain from pressing, you will find out in due course. Ultimately, he abandoned the pretense of deceit and opted to convey this to Lillian. She naturally expressed her understanding. All right, but how did you return? Tomorrow marks the anniversary of the old sage's passing, so my brother, my teacher, and I have come to pay our respects. Mentioning the commemoration, Lillian's demeanor dimmed slightly. Allow me to introduce you. This is my twin brother, Harry Potter, and this is my potions teacher, Severus Snape, who is also our guardian. Harry, Professor Snape, this is Li Su. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the flower cultivation. Lillian, who is he? Harry and Snape rarely found common ground, yet they both regarded Li Su with suspicion. Oh, he was in charge of managing my staff at the ministry. And he is also a good friend. Lillian cheerfully introduced Li Su to Harry and Snape. However, upon hearing that Lillian and Li Su were good friends, Harry and Snape's expressions grew even more ominous, the atmosphere around them growing palpably colder. Li Su hurriedly sought to shift the topic, fearing he might be metaphorically killed by their glares. What was this sudden sensation akin to meeting one's brother-in-law and father-in-law? It was daunting indeed, considering the 10-year age gap between him and Lillian. Time truly does fly. Speaking of which, you have indeed been gone for a year. You must be here to register, right? Follow me. With that, Li Su hastily moved ahead, not bothering to check if they were following, as the atmosphere was simply too stifling. He silently mourned for Lillian's future boyfriend. Brother, Professor, let's hurry and catch up. Lillian tugged at Harry's hand and Snape's robe, hastening after Li Su. Master Rual, what brings you here for registration today? Upon reaching the registration desk, they encountered a striking middle-aged woman who appeared to be idly resting her head on her hand. Li Su's expression mirrored his surprise. Evidently, he had not anticipated seeing her there. Ah, Xiao Su, what brings you back today? Upon hearing his voice, Master Rual looked up, her surprise evident upon recognizing Li Su. She promptly stood and approached him, patting his shoulder as she spoke. Then, with a hint of reproach, she lamented the staff member who should have been at the desk. That scoundrel Anyang insisted on celebrating his girlfriend's birthday today, claiming he would be dumped otherwise. So he asked for leave, and since I had nothing to do, I decided to come here myself. Well, who would have thought there would be one less single soul in this realm? Li Su remarked with mock sorrow, clearly referring to himself. Master Ruo, they are here to register. This is Lillian, though you may also call her Only. This is her brother Harry, and her teacher, Severus Snape. All right, come forward to register. Master Ruo displayed little interest in their identities, nonchalantly inviting them to proceed. You are from the magical world of Britain, Lillian? Do you know Ollivander? Upon learning of Lillian's British origins, Master Ruo suddenly grew animated. Lillian felt an ominous premonition. Yes, I do. In fact, Ollivander crafted my wand. You are truly the one, Master Ruo exclaimed, leaping from her seat and seizing Lillian's hand, inspecting her as if she were a rare specimen. Child, I am an old friend of Ollivander. I even assisted him in inscribing the runes on your wand. Did he never mention me? Master Ruo's enthusiasm was palpable, leaving Lillian somewhat flustered. Harry and Snape, unable to comprehend Chinese, merely observed with puzzled expressions. Assuming Master Ruo's warmth towards Lillian stemmed from her good rapport in the flower cultivation community. He did mention you, and I must express my gratitude. Your enchantments have been immensely beneficial to me. Lillian mustered the courage to engage in conversation with Master Ruo, silently pleading for salvation from her sudden bout of social anxiety. Really? I'm glad to hear that. So what brings you back this time? Is it to handle the remaining Thunderwood? At this, a predatory gleam flickered in Master Ruo's eyes. Ah, so that is the reason. No, not at all. I have returned to pay respects to the old sage who raised me in my childhood, and I only possess that single piece of Thunderwood. Everything else is gone. Lillian endeavored to pull the corners of her mouth into an awkward yet courteous smile as she responded to her inquiry. Subsequently, she witnessed the elder, who had just moments ago been jovially grasping her hand, abruptly change her demeanor and release her grip to sit back down. Oh, I see. Then please register and leave at once, she said, her tone laced with practicality. Is it really that pragmatic? Weren't you supposed to welcome me as a friend when I came to the East? Is this all there is? You all are simply coveting my presence. Bah, bah, bah. Coveting my lightning wood. How base. By the way, have you integrated that phoenix blood? Yes, indeed. How did you know? Lillian was momentarily taken aback. You will find out in due time. After you pay your respects to those who adopted you, return here. There are matters that require us to venture to Kunlun. The elder, with her head bowed, took note of Snape's information without lifting her gaze. Elder, may I know? Enough. You will discover it when the time comes. Asking me here will yield no answers. Now hurry along. Before Lillian could finish her sentence, she was hastily ushered out by the elder. She turned to find Li Su waiting at the door, his expression one of bemusement. Li Su, is the elder always like this? I mean, her temperament is somewhat, Lillian hesitated to voice her thoughts. Don't take it to heart. The elder has always been this way. You will get used to it. Li Su reassured her, patting her shoulder with the knowing expression of one who has been through similar trials. He remembered how his own treatment upon arrival had been even less favorable than Lillian's. All right, let's discuss Kunlun later. Kid, let go of your grip. Came the cold voices of Harry and Snape. Huh, when did Harry learn to exude such an icy demeanor? Is this obsession with his sister contagious? No, wait. Should it be more like an obsession with daughters? Li Su flinched at the sudden reprimand, and, upon noticing the two formidable figures standing like bodyguards behind Lillian, hastily released his hold. They are always like this. Just get used to it, Lillian said, echoing his earlier words as she patted his shoulder. Do you have a place to stay? Don't worry, we have money, Lillian boasted, her demeanor quite proud. Ah, the insidious nature of capitalism. Flaunting wealth is a crime punishable by death. Li Su glared at her, feeling betrayed by Lillian's abandonment of their impoverished camaraderie. Harry and Snape stepped forward, brandishing their wands protectively. Lillian quickly recounted the earlier events to prevent a confrontation. My heart is so weary. After bidding farewell to Li Su, the three arrived at the hotel he had recommended. During the journey, Lillian briefly explained the earlier happenings to Harry and Snape. However, they were evidently more concerned about the relationship between Lillian and Li Su, neglecting her need to visit Kunlun. This is truly absurd. Lillian wished she could shake them awake. I swear to the great Merlin, there is absolutely nothing between us. We are merely friends. Why does that sound akin to a scoundrel's oath? No, it must be my imagination. Lillian gazed earnestly at Harry and Snape, ultimately managing to alleviate their concerns. Lillian, we do not oppose you making friends. But you must be discerning. There is not a single good man among them, understand? Harry and Snape surprisingly aligned in their admonition, which was quite a remarkable feat, indeed. Ah, yes, I understand, she replied, her professional smile forced into service. The following day, the trio set off early for the old Taoist's grave. A year had passed, and the area was overgrown with weeds. Lillian used her magic to clear the undergrowth, then planted various flower seeds she had purchased. After applying growth potions and weed suppressants, the task was finally complete. From this day forth, the hillside would bloom with flowers year-round, free from the encroachment of weeds. Lillian recalled the old Taoist mentioning that flowers were his favorite as a child. After bowing before the grave of the old Taoist, Lillian felt a profound sadness wash over her. Memories of the old man's incessant chatter from her childhood flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. Sitting before the grave, she shared the highlights of her past year's school life with him. When the time came to leave, she reluctantly returned to the hotel, comforted by Harry along the way, while Snape affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, Lillian remained unaware of the chaotic trials awaiting her in Kunlun the following day. Chapter 23. On Lillian's awakening magic and her training in Kunlun. Early in the morning, Lillian and her companions arrived once more at the registration office of the special department. However, it was deserted. Just as they were about to leave, Elder Rue finally arrived, looking as though she had just awakened from slumber. "You're here? Follow me," she said, glancing at the three before turning away, reminding them to keep up, as it was not her concern if they fell behind. Such a temperament. Lillian grasped Snape and Harry tightly, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. She simply did not wish to cause trouble or be at odds with the elder. Fortunately, Lisu expressed his intention to join them just as they reached the entrance, breaking the awkward tension. Well, now the focus is on him. Dead friends don't hinder the living. "Elder, are you saying we must climb up?" Lillian exclaimed in shock at the towering Kunlun mountain before her. "Indeed, little one. Hey, could you refrain from wearing such an expression of schadenfreude? And Lisu, your grin is stretching all the way to your ears. Don't think I can't see." Thankfully, they had magic. Teleportation should pose no problem. Lillian glanced at Snape, sensing no issue. "Magic is prohibited," Elder Rue reminded her in a deliberately drawn-out tone. They exchanged glances, their silence laden with unspoken words. "Harry, Professor, let's just go back." Lillian tugged at Harry and Snape, unwilling to tolerate this any longer. She would not be bullied. She was well aware that this mountain was no ordinary challenge, and climbing it would be arduous. They were intentionally making things difficult for her, and she was incensed. "I advise you to reconsider. This presents a significant opportunity for you." Elder Rue spoke nonchalantly. Lillian halted in her tracks, her thoughts racing. Was it the reason she had surmised? She looked at Elder Rue, searching for clues in her expression, but found nothing but boredom. But I am awakening magic, and yet, one who masters one method knows none. In this modern age, one must keep pace with progress. Lillian clearly saw the disdain in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, she turned to glance at Lisu, who quickly averted his gaze, as if to feign ignorance. So he was merely a test subject? Enough. If we continue this, night will fall. Come on, will Lillian climb the mountain or not? He was growing anxious. "All right, out of goodwill, you may all ascend together. You can handle the trial by yourself, right?" "Very well." Lillian pondered for a moment before acquiescing. To take advantage of a bargain is foolish. To forego an opportunity demonstrates a lack of discernment. With a huff, Lillian turned to explain to Harry and Snape, but was interrupted by Lisu, who approached with 2 single-sided earpieces. "Here, let them wear these. It's too cumbersome to explain. This can translate in real time." "Wow, I adore this gadget," she exclaimed. "Speaking of which, I believe I've encountered something similar in a novel from my past life." Harry's earpiece was charming, adorned with a fluffy little rabbit, while Snape's bore a skull. This makes Snape appear more villainous. His aura is decidedly menacing. As Lillian watched Harry and Snape vanish into thin air, tears of envy welled in her eyes. "What else can I do?" "Climb," she resolved, taking a deep breath. Lillian ascended the first step, only to be met with a crushing weight that nearly brought her to her knees. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and steadied herself. Indeed, this was no ordinary mountain trail. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, each step growing heavier, an agonizing ordeal for a mage reliant on ranged attacks. Thankfully, the enhancement from her phoenix blood had fortified her physique, yet each glance upwards at the seemingly endless stairs elicited a deep sigh. As she counted over 3,000 steps, the effort had drawn blood from her clenched teeth, but relinquishing her grip would release her determination, so she swallowed the crimson fluid. After a few more steps, the bleeding became a trivial concern. She could distinctly hear her bones creaking, and with each additional step, blood seeped from her orifices, her eyes clouded with a crimson haze. "I can't hold on any longer." A fleeting thought crossed her mind before she collapsed, her spirit crushed despite her unwillingness to accept defeat. All her previous efforts had been in vain. Lillian lay battered and bloodied, her garments torn from the fall. It seemed this opportunity was not meant for her. As she lay on the steps not far from the foot of the mountain, her consciousness began to wane, the surroundings gradually suffused with a sanguine hue. Trickling down the stairs, in her hazy vision, she thought she saw Lillian James. Is this how I die? Surely not. Will they watch my demise? Perhaps they were unaware, just as she had not foreseen this fate. A wave of despondency washed over her. It felt rather suffocating to perish this way. These thoughts flickered through her mind as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, damn it, are you instigating a war? Seeing Lillian stagger with each step, blood trickling from her lips. Harry and Snape were gripped by urgency, particularly Snape, whose formidable and inscrutable presence radiated like a serpent lurking in the shadows. The others seated nearby quickly rose, vigilant. You need not worry. This is merely an illusion, and Lee will not come to harm, spoke a Taoist with an ethereal demeanor, calmly stroking his chin whiskers as he regarded Snape. An illusion? Snape narrowed his eyes, his intensity escalating as his wand readied for action. Indeed, an illusion. If she can endure it, then it is merely a test. Failing it, however, would render her worthless. The Taoist's nonchalance belied the growing danger in his gaze. His hands trembling slightly. What is happening? I have witnessed countless prodigies, but only those who mature into their potential are truly remarkable. Those who perish prematurely are nothing. This is not a matter of cruel indifference, but a result of my extensive experience, especially when the trials involve those of foreign lineage. However, this young girl was different. Her fate was intertwined with his own. Alas, if Lillian were aware of the preceding events, she would surely deem herself innocent. Though her appearance was of foreign descent, her soul was undeniably that of a true flower cultivator. What do we call this? A tragic misfire against allies. Nevertheless, the Taoist believed the little girl would not perish. She might only become an ordinary person henceforth, which was a pity, given her integration of Phoenix blood. Yet, it was uncertain. She had more than just these two guardians. Strangely enough, it seemed too soon for such occurrences. Fate indeed plays its tricks. Although he appeared to have contemplated much, it was merely a fleeting thought. Master, you never mentioned such a situation would arise. Li Su was incredulous, having assumed it would be a simple trial, starkly different from his own past experiences. We did not force her into the trial. It was her choice. If she seeks opportunity, it cannot come without struggle. The speaker was Elder Rual, ever so indifferent. Snape nearly lost his composure upon hearing this, and Harry's eyes reddened with regret. He had failed to protect his sister. These individuals must atone to her. Avada Kedavra. This time, Harry successfully cast the spell, but alas, it had no effect on the adversaries. Such affection for your sister, little one. A pity your prowess falls short. The Taoist smiled benignly, unfazed by Harry's earlier threat to his life. This blatant disregard sent Harry into a frenzy, preparing to strike again. Harry, enough. Snape's expression regained its calm, though the tight grip on his wand betrayed his unrest. Lillian will be fine. I recall the Felix Felicis she consumed before departing. She will not come to harm, otherwise. A savage glint flickered in Snape's eyes. Lillian. Harry did not respond to Snape, for within the illusion, Lillian had closed her eyes, lying in a pool of blood, her complexion pallid. The impending battle was on the verge of erupting when a pivotal turn of events occurred, causing both Harry and Snape to become even more agitated. Lillian. Mom and Dad. They cried out in unison, though Snape disregarded James' presence entirely. What is happening? Had they not already? It appeared the young girl harbored secrets yet untold. The Taoist paused in surprise. Generally, the trial should have concluded by now. Yet some other force was safeguarding Lillian, akin to the protection Harry once received. The image of the Potter couple emerged, their expressions tender and filled with concern as they gazed upon Lillian. This was their little girl. Though they felt joy at seeing her, they would rather not, for it signified she was in peril, her life hanging by a thread. Lillian, it is not yet time to slumber. You must awaken and press onward. We shall forever remain by your side, alongside Harry. This was Lily's gentle voice. She tenderly tapped Lillian's head, withdrawing a portion of her protective power to allow another mysterious force within Lillian to flow, thus saving her. Had Lillian been awake, she would have discerned that this very force was indeed the Phoenix blood, just a trace, yet immensely potent. Well, it seems the fusion of Phoenix blood entails more than mere transformation. It turns out she was firmly bound by the protective power left by Lillian James. In her endeavor to eliminate danger, she inadvertently barred herself from numerous opportunities, leaving her at a loss for words. Perhaps this was indeed the intent of the Phoenix's blood? After all, if it were merely a sensation, it would not be able to impede her so thoroughly. It seemed she might be dealing with a rather lethargic Phoenix. Lillian felt her senses were in a peculiar state. She could hear voices addressing her, yet she was unable to respond. The pain coursing through her body felt akin to flesh being torn apart, not just the tearing, but also the sensation of bones breaking and regenerating, and her meridians being reshaped. She could perceive it all too vividly, especially as these transformations were enveloped in a flickering play of red and blue light, each pulsation marking a new beginning. Yet, she remained alive, thanks to a gentle warmth within her which steadfastly shielded her heart from the encroaching red and blue light. With nowhere to escape, the light could only continue to swirl chaotically within her, subjecting her body to yet another cycle of excruciating pain. Caught in this relentless loop, what could Lillian do? Her current state rendered her powerless. Although the warm light was ostensibly protecting her, she wished fervently for respite. The agony was unbearable. Just then, the warm light seemed to pulse, creating a narrow opening for the red and blue light to infiltrate. Seeing an opportunity, the red and blue light surged eagerly into the gap. However, the warm light stood firm, unwavering in its principles. Allowing even a sliver of entry was its utmost act of mercy. Any further requests were out of the question. Thus, Lillian endured pain that nearly led her to the brink of death. How excruciating was the sensation of her heart being pierced. At that moment, all Lillian desired was to be liberated from her suffering. Fatigued, she longed for annihilation. Alas, the entities within her remained indifferent to her agony, continuing their own course. Ultimately, the red and blue light fully penetrated her heart. In that instant, the pain dissipated entirely. Each heartbeat surged with newfound vigor, radiating through her entire being. The inhumane torment gradually faded until it vanished, replaced by a warmth reminiscent of being cradled in her mother's embrace, soothing and reassuring. Unable to resist, Lillian closed her eyes, surrendering to a state of complete relaxation. Then she awoke, yearning for slumber. Would she ever be able to frolic joyfully again? Frustrated. Upon awakening in the real world, Lillian and James had returned to the realm of the deceased. Thus, when Lillian opened her eyes, all she beheld was the picturesque scenery of Kunlun Mountain, save for the conspicuous bloodstains on the ground. Once more, she faced the towering staircase. It seemed fate dictated she must continue her ascent. Perhaps it was better to persist. After all, climbing a mountain was preferable. Reflecting on the pain she had endured, Lillian found herself oddly appreciative of the challenge. She adored mountain climbing, smiling JPG. However, as soon as she took a step, the entire world began to spin and tilt. And before her stood a throng of people. What was happening? Lillian felt utterly bewildered. Before she could utter a word, she was fiercely embraced. Just as she was about to struggle, she heard Harry's voice. "Lillian, I'm so relieved you're all right. I'm sorry." The tears that Harry had withheld earlier flowed freely upon seeing Lillian, disheveled and weary, standing before him. Snape, who had raised his arms to embrace her, instead lowered one to gently pat her head. "Thank goodness, you are unharmed. Brother, what happened? Did we succeed in the trial or fail? I'm so confused." Lillian stammered, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Haha, congratulations, my young friend. Your very presence here signifies success." The Taoist stroked his beard, a genuine smile illuminating his face. The surrounding individuals excitedly congratulated the trio, further deepening Lillian's confusion. It felt reminiscent of the time she and Harry had triumphed over Voldemort, though her thoughts were muddled. As for the sincerity of everyone present, at least the smile on the elder's face appeared quite stiff. Ahem, enough of this commotion. Why such noise? It is unbecoming. He adjusted his attire, then approached Lillian and her companions with a smile marked by age. "Congratulations, child. You have successfully passed the trial. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Daoxing, the current leader of Kunlun. Of course, you may also call me Grandfather Zhang. Indeed, the traits of reality are often hereditary." "Oh, you certainly did not phrase it that way earlier," Harry remarked with a teasing glance at Zhang. The elder's face flushed with rare embarrassment. Indeed, it was somewhat awkward. However, as the head of a sect, it was others who should feel awkward. Unfortunately, before he could speak further, Snape took Lillian's hand, preparing to leave. "Very well. I've grown accustomed to this," Harry thought internally, but he still grasped Lillian's other hand. "Wait, the energy within Onley is still unstable. You cannot resolve this by leaving." Zhang Daoxing interjected as he noticed their intent to depart. Since Lillian has passed the trial, she is now a cherished treasure of Kunlun and cannot leave. Moreover, the elder looked less than pleased with Lillian's retention. Sadly, no one paid her any heed. "Since earlier, you have been addressing Lillian as Onley. She is Lillian Potter. Kindly do not mistake her identity." Snape's emotionless voice resonated. He harbored a dislike for this place, as it forced him to relive his losses, despite having just reunited with Lillian. Nevertheless, since she found joy here, he retained a modicum of patience. "This is not an issue. We refer to her as Onley because that is the name under which she registered with the special department. As cultivators, we naturally prefer this name," Zhang Daoxing quickly replied. At that moment, Lillian finally regained her composure. She tugged at Snape's hand, indicating she had something to convey. "Grandfather Zhang?" Lillian hesitantly called out, having heard his previous remarks. Yes, good child." Zhang Daoxing beamed, his face crinkling with joy. However, Lillian, Snape, and Harry were not entirely in agreement. "Brother, Professor, I understand what I am doing. I have endured the pain. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Otherwise, my suffering would be in vain. Lillian articulated her thoughts clearly to Harry and Snape. Grandfather Jean, I wish to comprehend the full extent of this matter. This is a rather straightforward tale, and it must begin with your time spent with the old Taoist. The elder paused, allowing everyone to take their seats before he began to recount the story. In that moment, he felt as though a formidable beast were watching him intently. Lillian urged Harry and Snape to sit, all the while listening intently. Yet, she had not anticipated that the tale would involve the old Taoist, leaving her momentarily stunned. Old Taoist grandfather, did you not lack cultivation? To her surprise, Zhang Daoxing abruptly halted. Grandfather? What troubles you? Ahem, well, let me think. Ah yes. The old Taoist indeed lacks cultivation, yet he is a bona fide Taoist with credentials. Furthermore, he must have recounted the stories of his lineage to you. Tales of sacrifice for the nation and its people. Zhang Daoxing recognized that the true reasons could not be divulged. But he could share the superficial details and quickly organized his thoughts to explain. So, thus, they possess a certain privilege. Though the old Taoist lacked the capacity to seize it, he truly knew nothing. At this point, Zhang Daoxing could not suppress a sigh. Others believed that the lineage was on the verge of extinction. However, upon contemplating this, he cast a glance at Lillian. After all, the young girl before him was not an authentic foreigner, which alleviated his concerns. Ultimately, she was one of their own. The privilege had come into my possession, yet I had not become a disciple of the venerable old Taoist. But you are his granddaughter, implying that you still belong to this lineage. Nevertheless, if you had not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. You need not bestow this privilege upon me. This is indeed fortuitous, is it not? Yet, one ought not to be so forthright in speech, for it leaves them feeling somewhat uneasy. Yes and no. Why is this person reminiscent of Dumbledore? Could you not speak more swiftly? He had mentioned to us that your aptitude was exceedingly high and well suited for cultivation. Alas. Before the initiation plan could be set in motion, he had already passed away, leaving this matter in limbo. Zhang Daoxing took a sip of tea and continued speaking. It was not as straightforward as that. Zhang Daoxing internally scorned his own capacity for fabrication. Subsequently, we intended to reach out to you. But who would have thought that you awakened your magic at the tender age of 10? Thus, any prospect of entering the Tao was effectively extinguished. I was so close to the realm of cultivation. And what of the present situation? Later, when we encountered you, we discovered that your awakening was not merely ordinary magic. You possessed the blood of a divine beast within you. We deliberated on this matter, yet you expressed a desire to return to England to find your family, which once more left the matter unresolved. Zhang Daoxing spoke with a hint of exasperation. He was beginning to think that Lillian was truly destined to be estranged from Taoism. Yet here she was. Ollivander must have informed you about the exorcising sword, correct? It currently resides on Kunlun Mountain, albeit with a slight mishap, rendering it unusable by any of us. Thus, it has been entrusted to Elder Tianrua, who is the father of Elder Rua, for safekeeping. Upon hearing this, Lillian cast a meaningful glance at Elder Rua, realizing the implications. TSK, Tisk. Elder Rua's expression was quite precarious at that moment. However, Ollivander's letter indicated that you could wield wands and daggers crafted from the same materials, which is indeed intriguing. This implies that the exorcising sword is also exclusively attuned to you. Hence, we convened once more to discuss the matter. After another sip of tea, we also discovered that what you had integrated was not solely the blood of the phoenix. The exorcising sword had also utilized the phoenix blood you provided. We observed that the sword exhibited a spectral form reminiscent of the phoenix, intertwined with ethereal blue lightning. After consulting various texts, we discerned that its essence is indeed that of a phoenix, yet it possesses characteristics of an ancient divine beast, that being Yu Jia. At this moment, Zhang Daoxing's eyes reflected both shock and reverence. Yu Jia? This divine beast's name was unfamiliar to me, yet it seemed formidable. It is one of the 4 legendary creator beasts. Everyone believed it existed solely within myth. Unexpectedly, Zhang Daoxing gazed at Lillian with a complex expression, while those beside him looked on with envy. Lillian once again recalled that narrow alley. What exactly had transpired there that allowed for such an inheritance? However, the bloodline of Yu Jia is scarce, measuring merely a micron by current standards. Is that a sudden assault from my former scientific knowledge? I am a student of the humanities. Moreover, it remains in a sealed state. Thus its influence is negligible. Your lightning struck what is not as simple as it seems. The ethereal blue lightning emanates from it, though we currently know only that it is an exceptionally rare lightning-struck jujube wood. Another sip of tea was consumed. Hence, even if I do not return this time, you would still seek me out? Indeed, you are in Hogwarts, England, which complicates matters, just as it would be somewhat troublesome for you to come here. However, primarily, we wish to wait until your graduation to discuss this further. Dumbledore is rather troublesome. Now, Lillian felt somewhat perplexed. If they needed to wait until graduation, what was the current situation? This is not yet resolved, since you are already here. Ahem. A hint of unease surfaced. Very well, since I am already here, I shall have a compelling reason. Given that you possess more than merely magical elements, it is only natural that you could delve into the practices of cultivation, though it ultimately depends on your own desire. What say you? Would you care to remain and study during this period? It would not impede your return to classes. We must not be too overt in our recruitment. It must be gradual, lest you decide not to return. As for Dumbledore's seeking individuals, what individuals? I do not recognize them. This is a treasured asset of Kunlun only, and bears no relation to Lillian. Zhang Daosheng, internally devising future ploys for recruitment, felt a tinge of embarrassment, grateful that those nearby could not perceive his thoughts. The sect leader, it simply wouldn't be due to refuse. Alas, it is quite a headache. I will stay? Lillian resolutely answered this inquiry, finally realizing her dream. Is this not a cause for celebration? She had yearned to cultivate for many years. Lillian. Harry and Snape appeared less than enthusiastic. My blood cannot flow in vain. My brother and the professor, do you not agree? What could Harry and Snape possibly say? Lillian had clearly made up her mind to pursue the ways of the Eastern Masters. Then let her learn. They would always stand by her side. Observing Harry and Snape's expressions, Lillian understood they had acquiesced. This trip had not been in vain. She relished the reasoning of since I am already here. Lillian felt a swell of joy within her heart. Thus, Lillian commenced her journey of cultivation in the eastern realms of the magical world. Albeit for just over half a month. Only, it is time for the early class. This was Li Su's booming voice from outside the door. He had yet to divulge his presence here alongside the Ministry of Magic, and Lillian did not inquire, believing that the appropriate time for revelations would eventually arrive. At 4 in the morning for an early class, Lillian struggled to rise, her eyes filled with resentment. This was 2 hours earlier than her usual rising time. After washing up and opening the door, she found Li Su dozing off in a state of fatigue. Do you always conduct early classes at such an hour? Not at all. It is merely that your situation is exceptional. Li Su relished in her dismay. I suspect you are targeting me, and I have acquired evidence. Do not overthink it. This is a matter pertaining to your bloodline. Time is somewhat limited, and we must strive to awaken your powers, lest we squander the trials of yesterday. Li Su, seeing Lillian's accusatory expression, kindly attempted to explain. Very well. Shall we not apply to Dumbledore for an extension to return to school? That is not out of the question. Perhaps a letter can be written later. Unbeknownst to Lillian, Snape had already informed Dumbledore ahead of time, and it was not with pleasant tidings. In fact, it was suggested that Harry also needed to be retained. The gist was that they should hurry to reclaim their people in half a month, or else they might not return at all, leaving Harry to contend with the dark forces alone. One cannot deny the cunning of that old schemer. Thus, Lillian found herself following in Harry's footsteps, thrust into a life of tumultuous challenges. Chapter 24. The Chaotic Life at Kunlun. Only, it is time for the early class. This was Li Su's booming voice from outside the door. He had yet to divulge his presence here alongside the Ministry of Magic, and Lillian did not inquire, believing that the appropriate time for revelations would eventually arrive. At 4 in the morning for an early class, Lillian struggled to rise, her eyes filled with resentment. This was 2 hours earlier than her usual rising time. After washing up and opening the door, she found Li Su dozing off in a state of fatigue. Do you always conduct early classes at such an hour? Not at all. It is merely that your situation is exceptional. Li Su relished in her dismay. I suspect you are targeting me, and I have acquired evidence. Do not overthink it. This is a matter of your lineage. Time is rather short, and we must strive to awaken your powers as much as possible. Otherwise, yesterday's trials will be in vain. Li Su kindly explained to Lillian, who wore an expression of accusation. Well, how about we apply to Dumbledore for an extension to return to school? That might not be out of the question. I'll write a letter later. Unbeknownst to Lillian, Snape had already informed Dumbledore in advance, and not in a favorable light, even suggesting that Harry should also be retained. The implication was that they needed to hurry and reclaim him in a fortnight, or else they would all be unable to return. If Harry could not return, then it would be up to her to confront the Dark Lord. One cannot deny the cunning nature of the old schemer. Subsequently, after Harry, Lillian also found herself in dire straits. I truly have no more Phoenix blood left. I implore you to spare me. How could the precious Phoenix blood be wasted? You are abusing a child. The previous statement was directed at the peculiar individual who, upon discovering that Lillian had produced the wood, came daily to stomp around and throw tantrums. Indeed, a peculiar person. To acquire the wood, they even resorted to seduction, employing both male and female charms. I am merely 11 years old, not yet 12. I am still a child. Please, grant me mercy. Do not approach me. Ors. The latter was aimed at the elders who incessantly tormented her under the pretext of awakening her Phoenix blood as potential, including Zhang Daosheng. Is it truly necessary to be this ruthless? Brother, I shall no longer take pleasure in your misfortunes. QEQ. Suddenly, she recalled something. It seemed she intended to trade the remaining phoenix blood. With this thought, Lillian rose from the training grounds and approached Zhang Daosheng, who believed he had hidden himself well in the corner. Grandfather Zhang. What grandfather? Young friend, you have mistaken me. I am merely a layman of Kunlun Mountain. The caught off guard Zhang Daosheng feigned innocence. Do not pretend, Grandfather Zhang. I sensed you from day one. Lillian wore an expression of resignation. I wish to propose a trade. I still have some phoenix blood left. As she saw Zhang Daosheng attempt to feign nonchalance and escape, she hurriedly clarified her intentions. After that, only they and the lurking figures were privy to their transaction. Meanwhile, Snape respected Lillian's choices. Since she had not given up, he would not intervene. Though he felt pity for Harry. Lillian is working so hard. You cannot afford to slack off. That day, Harry commenced his own grueling training regimen. What a pair of unfortunate siblings they were. Each day, Kunlun echoed with 2 agonizing screams, enough to sadden the listeners and evoke tears, truly unsettling. Were it not for the certainty that this was Kunlun, the young Taoists would have thought they had stumbled into some dark cult. After yet another brutal defeat that left them in tatters, Lillian and Harry exchanged glances, each raising their respective potions and gulping them down. His was the potion concocted by Snape, while Lillian's was a specially crafted herbal remedy from Kunlun. QEQ. No. If you torment me, I shall torment your disciple. Thus, Kunlun embarked on its daily chaotic routine. Who had Lillian targeted today for her magical concoctions? Anyang. Brave one, safe travels. After making her resolution, Lillian decided not to waste such valuable resources and began experimenting with a blend of Eastern and Western practices. Initially, no one was willing to cooperate, but she offered too much to refuse. Want money? I have money. Want magical artifacts? I have money. Want better food? I have money. In this manner, many were willing to become her test subjects. Although the results were promising, the fusion of Eastern and Western methods also posed challenges, as evidenced by the current predicament. Hurry. Hurry. And Yang's soul is about to leave his body. Quickly fetch the revitalizing pill. Oh no, yet another failed prescription. No matter, I have already identified the issue. And next time it will succeed. How delightful. And Yang, slowly regaining consciousness, heard that little demon's voice. Will you come again next time? I have a premonition of success. I still value my life. Before Yang could finish, he heard a voice that seemed to radiate with light. 20 million. I'm in. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. And Yang, suddenly invigorated, leapt up, exhibiting none of the weakness he had just displayed. Those nearby were stunned. He was truly a werewolf. If forced. Lillian felt a twinge of guilt. No pressure, and Yang appeared to be thriving. Everyone knew he had a vain girlfriend, Sai. No amount of persuasion could sway him. What could be done? Well, thank you in advance. No problem. I must go accompany my girlfriend now. Farewell. And Yang cheerfully left with his bank card, already planning what gift to buy for his girlfriend. A clear case of a lovesick fool. Returning to the main topic, Lillian's experiments did yield successful outcomes. The young Taoists who volunteered were merely relying on luck. However, this was acceptable, as there remained experiments combining magic and cultivation. Good heavens! A single misstep could lead to a massive explosion. Were it not for Lillian always arming them with protective spells and formations, no one would dare to participate. Naturally, there were also duels. Lillian, somewhat shameless, employed every means at her disposal. Cultivation cannot outmatch my magic. Is my magical power insufficient? I have Snape's potions. I refuse to suffer losses. The harsher your master trains me, the more I will retaliate. After all, it is not only I and my brother who must endure hardship. Come, let us harm one another. Indeed, Kunlun was alive with activity today, filled with vitality. Throughout the chaotic month and a half in Kunlun, Lillian's strength surged dramatically. Yet she felt a pang of embarrassment when comparing herself to the predecessors who had traversed realms before her. They were far more formidable. Although she possessed a golden finger, her growth was sluggish. At least half a month had passed since she had unlocked part of her phoenix blood, while the Yujia lineage remained entirely sealed. Lillian had a vague premonition that the Yujia bloodline was not intended for her. Overall, the training of the past half-month had been forged from blood and tears. Lillian could only express her envy and jealousy. She had already voiced her grievances. She too desired a system, wishing to effortlessly enhance her magical abilities through reading and completing tasks. However, she did not possess such a luxury, so she would proceed step by step. In the blink of an eye, the final day of this month arrived. What day was it? The day Dumbledore and Zhang Daosheng would vie for her. The others were merely spectators, eating melon seeds. This tale begins with a letter sent by Snape. Chapter 25. If they do not act soon, Lillian may turn to the dark side. Upon receiving the letter, Dumbledore found himself questioning his life choices. Severus was increasingly shattering his carefully constructed persona. The matter concerning Tom was unresolved. Inevitably, he would need to continue as a double agent. And what was this situation? The Death Eaters were not blind. His extraordinary kindness toward Lillian had become a weapon against him, and who had originally agreed to protect Harry from the shadows. This would make it difficult for him to explain things to Tom in the future. Nevertheless, it was imperative to reclaim her. He could not allow his student from Hogwarts to be poached by others. Dumbledore, having prepared an array of rare and exquisite items for over half a month, finally made his visit to Kunlun on the last day. "Grandfather Dumbledore, you've come to Kunlun as a guest?" Lillian exclaimed, her hands clasping the newly developed amplification ring. Her smile radiant as she revealed her pearly whites. Lillian had become a touch more plump, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her petite stature rendered her even more endearing. She appeared in splendid spirits, beaming with joy, seemingly thriving in this place. Dumbledore suddenly sensed that his mission to recruit might not proceed as smoothly as anticipated today. Bang! Crackle! Fizz! Crackle! "Ah, Lillian, you've betrayed me." Dumbledore, lost in contemplation, was jolted by the sudden cacophony of explosions and the heart-wrenching cries that followed. Turning his gaze toward the source of the commotion, he beheld a charred humanoid figure sprawled on the ground, occasionally twitching. Has this Eastern Kunlun fallen under the sway of dark forces unbeknownst to me? Such cruel experimentation on human subjects. He lamented. Alas, I had made adjustments, believing there would be no further issues. How could this have exploded again? This marks the 23rd explosion. Have my hypotheses been utterly flawed? The protective gear crafted with the nested floral array truly proves ineffective? Lillian, dejected, stared at the darkened figure while resting her chin on her hand, showing no concern for the fate of the individual. Is this the work of Lillian? That well-behaved child? How could she be involved in this? No, it must be Kunlun that has led her astray. She must be brought back, or else. Should she become a dark sorceress, or shall I weep? Lillian, what on earth is happening? Is it Kun? Ah, Grandfather Dumbledore, this is my new concept. A nested protective wristband, though it regrettably failed. However, you need not worry. I am confident I shall succeed. Is that truly my concern? And what of that person? Is it acceptable that he remains in such a state? When will he recover? Lillian, are you implying that I should continue this madness? In your dreams. This time, no amount of money will persuade me otherwise. A whole building? Splendid. I do appreciate such decisiveness from the boss. It is truly refreshing. Indeed. The individual in question was Anyang, the very same darkened figure from earlier. However, it had been previously noted that Lillian's protective measures were commendably well executed during the experiments involving the fusion of Eastern and Western artifacts. Thus, despite his ghastly appearance post-explosion, he was, in fact, unharmed. Furthermore, having consumed a rejuvenating elixir that tripled his healing effects before the experiment, he was still quite capable of lively dancing, albeit in a rather awkward manner. Anyang had once been playfully struck by Harry during a bout of fun, leading to an entire afternoon spent executing comical dance moves, which his fellow apprentices had recorded, and in an effort to prevent them from leaking, he had to act the part of a fool for quite some time. Speaking of Anyang, it brings to mind another amusing tale. Over half a month prior, he had ventured out with a card to select a gift for his girlfriend, only to discover that she had taken up with a wealthy young man who was more handsome than he. Everyone expected him to be heartbroken for some time, and Lillian, feeling sympathetic, decided to cease using him as a test subject, for he had genuinely cared for his girlfriend. However, to everyone's astonishment, he transitioned seamlessly into a new relationship with a girl named Xiao Xiao. Unfazed, he continued his charming antics, leading him to ponder, as long as I have enough admirers. Does that make me not a mere love-struck fool? This boy is in dire need of a lesson. No need for sympathy. Boss, should you decide to proceed next time, do be sure to call upon me. I await your message. I must go and keep Xiao Xiao company now. Go and do it quickly. Lillian rolled her eyes at Anyang, shooing him away. Dumbledore felt a pang of age, realizing he could hardly keep pace with the current generation. Lillian, perhaps you should remember that the time has come for us to return. For the first time, Dumbledore found himself speechless. Time has flown by so swiftly? Excellent. We can finally leave. Was her reaction not somewhat off? Dumbledore fell silent once more. Did she not enjoy this place? She had been well cared for. Perhaps prolonging her stay would only lead to further complications. Should Lillian learn of the myriad thoughts occupying Dumbledore's mind, she would undoubtedly tear up and implore him. Do you know how I have endured these past weeks? Grandfather Dumbledore, allow me to take you to see Grandfather Zhang. Lillian cheerfully tugged Dumbledore toward Zhang Daoxing's abode. Lillian, wait. I believe we can simply head to the reception hall. Dumbledore quickly corrected her eager stride. Fine. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can depart. I wish to linger here no longer. I am terribly unfortunate, and Harry is equally so. Every day, we endure relentless torment. By the time Lillian ushered Dumbledore into the reception hall, others had already gathered in anticipation. Grandfather Zhang, I have brought Grandfather Dumbledore. Another grandfather? Does Only truly enjoy adopting grandfathers? Zhang Daoxing felt a mix of bemusement upon hearing Lillian refer to Dumbledore in such a manner. He had thought himself the only grandfather in this setting, only to be pleasantly surprised. Albus Dumbledore, welcome to Kunlun. I extend my greetings on behalf of the community. Please, take a seat. Zhang Daoxing courteously gestured for Dumbledore to sit. Only, you too, be seated quickly. Lillian hastily took her place beside Harry. Such a flower name. They are indeed ours. You are too kind. I merely come to retrieve our wayward students from Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, while settling into the seat prepared for him. Ha ha, Albus. You are mistaken. Only and the others are quite well behaved, aside from their penchant for creating chaos throughout Kunlun, and we at Kunlun greatly appreciate such lively children. Zhang Daoxing said with a forced smile. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Pour the tea. Li Su, standing beside Zhang Daoxing and Dumbledore, promptly complied. Ready to serve tea to Dumbledore. No need to trouble yourself. The tea is too bitter. I prefer something sweet, like Eastern pastries or fruit wines, Dumbledore said, his hand deftly guiding Li Su as he poured, revealing his evident aversion to the tea. Lillian thought this must be an amusing story behind it all. Her curiosity piquing. Albus, the tea in the East offers more than mere flavor. It is steeped in profound meaning. I believe that with more experience, you will come to understand, Zhang Daoxing continued. Moreover, tea is first bitter, then sweet. It possesses a delightful taste. Despite Zhang Daoxing's persistent encouragement, Dumbledore remained resolute in his refusal, and the topic was reluctantly set aside as Zhang Daoxing produced a small flask of wine, pouring it into Dumbledore's cup. This wine is crafted from peach blossoms and Kunlun's unique spiritual fruits. It possesses a sweet and refreshing flavor. Do give it a try. Lillian was certain she detected a twitch at the corner of Zhang Daoxing's mouth. Was he lamenting the precious wine? The appearance of the wine suggested it was indeed rare. Grandfather Dumbledore, do indulge a bit more. Upon learning it was the sweet peach blossom spirit, Dumbledore's earlier hesitance dissipated. After taking a sip, his eyes gleamed with delight. This wine was remarkable, even momentarily halting the gradual decline of his magical prowess over the years. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired whether more of this wine was available. Zhang Daoxing readily confirmed that not only was it available, but in abundance. He promptly refilled Dumbledore's cup. Indeed, we have plenty of this wine. You may have as much as you desire. But as for Only, Dumbledore immediately sensed that this was the beginning of a competitive endeavor. In an instant, he set aside the exquisite liquor he was about to savor. Though it was indeed a fine wine, the well-being of the students took precedence. Thus, he swiftly interrupted Zhang Daoxing's ensuing remarks. Speaking of Only, you must be referring to Lillian, correct? This child, along with her brother, has become quite the free spirit, neglecting to return home for over half a month, and Snape has been rather lenient with them. Truly scandalous. With the school term fast approaching, I shall take them back today. I am immensely grateful for your care during this time. Upon finishing his words, Dumbledore cast a spell, placing a collection of rare treasures upon the table before Zhang Daoxing. Master Zhang, this is but a small token of my appreciation for the care you have extended to Lillian and her companions over the past weeks. Professor Dumbledore, you are mistaken. Lillian and Harry are beloved by all in Kunlun. We would gladly have them stay longer. This gift, however, we cannot accept. Perhaps you might consider allowing them to remain a bit longer? Before Zhang Daoxing could finish, Dumbledore interjected once more. Master Zhang, that sentiment is misplaced. Lillian and Harry are still students, and academics must take precedence. How can they allow their capriciousness to interfere with the commencement of the school year? I believe Only's true education lies here. If she were to return to Hogwarts, it would be a waste of her talents. Just look at her. After more than half a month here, her spirit has transformed, and her abilities have vastly improved, unlike when she first arrived. Unable even to climb the stairs. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience? Was that merely normal stair climbing? Lillian cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Daoxing, who was spouting nonsense. A heated debate ensued between Zhang Daoxing and Dumbledore concerning where Lillian and Harry should continue their studies. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, verging on conflict. Severus Snape and the elders of Kunlun also rose simultaneously, drawing their weapons. Oh dear, is a fight about to break out? I can't wait, let it happen. A smile of barely concealed delight spread across Lillian's face, prompting those nearby to glance back in surprise. Harry looked at Lillian with a mix of exasperation and concern. He felt that after spending more than half a month in Kunlun, Lillian had been utterly led astray, or perhaps she was simply driven to madness. Her current demeanor exuding a sense of chaos. Why are you all standing? Sit down, sit down. We share a friendly relationship. This decision shouldn't rest solely with us. We ought to consult Only. If she wishes to stay, then she shall. If not, she will return with you. Zhang Daoxing spoke in a kind tone, prompting everyone to take their seats once more. He smiled warmly at Lillian, inquiring whether she wished to remain or return to Hogwarts to continue her studies. Lillian felt an unmistakable sense of a benevolent threat emanating from Zhang Daoxing, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end and her heart to race. This was a precarious situation. She was certain of it. Thus, the astute Lillian deftly redirected the question to Harry. Although she too wished to leave Kunlun, she could not voice it. Yes, brothers are meant to shield their sisters. Of course, wherever my brother goes, I shall follow. We agreed never to part ways. Brother, do you believe we should stay or leave? What have I done to deserve this? When did my sister become like this? Oh right, ever since we arrived in Kunlun, things have been amiss. My poor sister, we cannot remain here. I want my sweet and obedient sister back. I believe Professor Dumbledore is correct. We should return to complete our studies. And Master Zhang, did you not mention that we were to wait until Lillian graduated before continuing our education here? If that is the case, brother is right. Since you intend to return, I shall accompany you. Master Zhang, I apologize. You understand, I have been apart from my brother for 10 years. Now that we are finally together, I cannot bear to lose him again. Lillian pinched her thigh, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Zhang Daoxing with innocence. She needed to convince him that her tears stemmed from deep sibling affection, and not from a desire to escape Kunlun. Whether he believed her or not was inconsequential. Ultimately, Lillian departed from Kunlun. On the plane, Lillian felt an inexplicable sense of having forgotten something important. Oh well, if it eluded her mind, it must not be significant. She would let it go. Meanwhile, Enyang arrived at the testing grounds as usual, gazing despondently at the empty space before him. He had promised his girlfriend a lavish house, and now this was the outcome? Lillian, what have you done to me? Above Kunlun, roars echoed once more. Meanwhile, back with Zhang Daoxing. His disciple Li Su voiced his concern. Master, is it truly wise to let them go? It matters not. I had no intention of keeping them against their will. Zhang Daoxing replied, stroking his beard nonchalantly. Li Su hesitated, casting a conflicted glance at his master. Zhang Daoxing, sensing the turmoil in his disciple's eyes, shot him an admonishing look. Speak your mind. What are you hesitating for? It's quite grating. Master, I still don't quite grasp why. Could it truly be just because of the treasures Li possesses? Do you think I would risk everything merely for that? After Li Su finished speaking, Zhang Daoxing surveyed the surroundings, confirming their safety before casting an exasperated glance at him, regardless of whether it is in Li or Lillian. Even if she lacks any innate talents or treasures, we would still regard her as a fellow cultivator. Li Su recalled the time when Lillian first attempted to climb the mountain, and Zhang Daoxing's infuriating remarks made him wince. What do you know? That is called having style. Above all, remember that Li embodies the spirit of Hogwarts, and you may yet find that she surpasses you in status in the future. After imparting this profound insight, Zhang Daoxing took a sip of the liquor nearby. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 full cups he had poured for Dumbledore, and a fresh wave of regret washed over him. His precious liquor. Enough, enough. What are you still doing here? Hurry and get lost. I grow weary of seeing you all day long. Go on, go. Preoccupied with thoughts of his liquor, Zhang Daoxing dismissed his disciple, eager to avoid further inquiries. Chapter 26. The dramatic lines have all been uttered. Is that it? Achoo. Upon receiving this year's enrollment notification, Lillian let out a loud sneeze, inadvertently subjecting Clea to a barrage of saliva. Enraged, Clea took flight, pecking at Lillian's head incessantly. As Lillian dodged while hastily apologizing, she quickly cast a cleaning spell, though Clea remained unappeased. Ultimately, after signing an unequal treaty that included double treats and bathing Clea for a month, the matter was settled. Turning her head, Lillian spotted an iris flower. Iris, you didn't see anything, right? Lillian looked at the iris with hopeful eyes. In response, the iris gave her a disdainful glance, leaping from the table into her arms and licking her palm in consolation. The iris, though unable to speak, Lillian often suspected it pretended not to hear, was indeed a clever cat. Its expressive demeanor conveyed understanding. Thus, following Clea, Lillian promised the iris many benefits, knowing that while the cat might not divulge their secret, its charm was undeniable. Now, back to business. In this year's back-to-school notification letter, there was a primary reminder for Lillian to head to King's Cross Station on September 1st to catch the train for school, accompanied by a book list for her second year. Lillian meticulously perused the list and, as expected, discovered several works by Lockhart. It seems inevitable that he would be the professor for the defense against the dark arts class next semester. The mere thought of attending class under the tutelage of this peculiar individual, who only knows how to cast the Obliviate spell, made Lillian feel that Dumbledore must have done this on purpose. If Tom were to learn of this, he would surely faint in the girls' restroom. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. It was Harry, holding the notification letter in his hand. What's the matter, Harry? Lillian inquired. Lillian, you received this semester's notification letter too, right? Harry responded. Well, what do you think this is? Lillian said, shaking the letter in her hand, gazing at Harry with a hint of exasperation. Harry merely grinned at her. I just wanted to ask if you know Lockhart. More than half the books we need to buy this semester are his. Well, cough, cough. You'll find out in due time. He's quite a fascinating character. However, I wouldn't recommend you engage with him too much. It might lead to misfortune. Lillian was at a loss as to how to explain this person to Harry, especially considering Lockhart's current reputation was extraordinarily favorable. Misfortune? Harry echoed, taken aback by Lillian's description of their new teacher, looking at her with curiosity. Does he carry a curse? Is it that everyone around him meets with ill fate? Or is he a jinxed soul, bringing ruin to his friends and family? Harry's eyes widened in sudden realization as he regarded Lillian. A jinxed soul? You really have a varied repertoire of knowledge, haven't you? Is this even appropriate to learn? Well, if you're speaking of curses, it doesn't seem entirely inaccurate. He certainly seems to be afflicted at present. That's about right. In any case, it's best to keep your distance. All right, it seems I was correct in my assumptions. Harry remarked, a knowing look in his eyes. Lockhart is indeed a jinxed soul. Never mind him. Lillian, I plan to go buy the books right now. Do you want to join me? Of course, just give me a moment, Harry. Lillian returned to her room to don her modified wizarding robe, still predominantly black. Favored by wizards, yet adorned with intricate golden butterfly embroidery at the sleeves and hem, complemented by a lace leaf-patterned capelet and a thistle-vined bow at the waist. Finally, she styled her hair into a bun and secured it with a dark green leaf-patterned bow. Grabbing a vintage, twisted-edge leather suitcase, an upgraded version of a space-folding trunk. She felt utterly perfect, although there was a slight Slytherin vibe to her ensemble. Oh, how unfortunate. Has Snape's influence seeped into my fashion sense? Oh well, as long as it looks good. With a joyful demeanor, Lillian appeared before Harry, who hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Lillian, is there something on my face? Lillian asked, gazing at him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Lillian, we're simply going to buy books. Don't you think your outfit is a tad extravagant? Harry replied, indicating that it was merely a quick outing, unnecessary for such attire, and that there was something inherently off about her getup. One must always dress splendidly when stepping out. I want to be young forever. Lillian placed her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks at Harry. If my memory serves me correctly, we are merely 12 years old. Under the increasingly perilous gaze of Lillian, Harry chose to swallow his retort. The atmosphere was still charged with the chaos from Kunlun's recent upheavals. Harry certainly did not wish to become Lillian's experimental subject. Sister, you are quite right. Girls ought to take care in their appearance. Leave the rest to your brother. Harry puffed out his chest with bravado. Lillian smiled with satisfaction. This outfit had even received praise from Snape. How could it possibly be unattractive? Thus, Lillian and Harry joyfully embarked on their quest to procure books, attracting quite a lot of attention along the way. Lillian even encountered a charming young lady who complimented her cuteness. Indeed, Harry was as dense as a brick. Humph. Pride often invites downfall. Now, Lillian and Harry stood bewildered, gazing at the dilapidated, filthy street, suffused with an ominous aura. Where on earth were they? Surely this wasn't Nocturne Alley? They hadn't even used flu powder. Oh well, the pressing concern should be the dark wizard, who was casting a predatory gaze upon them. Oh, what adorable little children. Have you lost your way? Allow me to guide you. Just follow me. Before them stood a frail witch, her moss-covered teeth glistening as she offered a sinister smile to Lillian and Harry. Her hands, as withered as parched twigs, reached out toward Lillian. Do refrain from smiling if you cannot do so sincerely. Lillian observed the dirt embedded beneath the witch's fingernails, a wave of disgust causing her hairs to stand on end. Madam, we are not acquainted. I must decline. Lillian firmly rejected her while taking a step back. If she were to be dragged away by this woman, who knew what might transpire, certainly, it would not bode well. Moreover, the surrounding wizards were watching with a gleeful anticipation, which was far from reassuring. What kind of reputable wizard would reside in Nocturne Alley? They were not mere toddlers. It's quite all right. You'll get to know me in no time. This place is unsafe. Heed your grandmother's words and come with me. I assure you of your safety. The witch was taken aback by the children's refusal, her expression shifting to a more amiable, yet eerie, demeanor, and her hand reached out with greater urgency. At that moment, Harry shoved the witch away, pulling Lillian behind him. Madam, kindly keep your distance. My sister Lillian does not appreciate peculiar individuals laying a finger on her. Harry glared at the witch with vigilance. The witch, clearly losing her patience, retorted. I've spoken to you kindly, and yet you refuse to comply. I warn you, it would be best to follow me now. My patience wears thin. She raised her wand, threatening Harry. While her threats might have been effective against ordinary young witches, She was unfortunately dealing with extraordinary children recently returned from Kunlun. Harry regarded her with a gaze of pity. Why provoke Lillian, who had just completed her advanced studies? Expelliarmus. Upon confirming they were indeed in Nocturne Alley, Lillian had already gripped her thorned rose wand, concealed beneath her robe. Now was the perfect moment to use it. A crimson spell of disarming struck the witch, causing her wand to fly from her grasp and land before other wizards nearby. She herself was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. She felt humiliated. How could a mere 12-year-old girl have bested her? The youthful radiance of Lillian's beautiful face made her want to scratch it. A flash of jealousy and hatred flickered in the witch's eyes, distorting her entire visage. I suggest you remain still, ugly old crone. Lillian emphasized her words on ugly and old. Are you certain this won't provoke her? Harry sighed, exasperated. Ah, I will have you dead. The witch, indeed, succumbed to madness, lunging toward Lillian in a frenzy. TSK, TSK, TSK. When venturing out, who doesn't have a few tricks up their sleeve? The witch, who had lunged forward, was abruptly sent flying, crashing against the wall behind her, and spewed forth a copious amount of blood. I had warned you against recklessness, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now, look at the state you're in, severely injured. How tragic. Lillian gazed upon the wretched witch with a mixture of pity and disdain. The witch's face contorted further, her teeth clenched as she glared at Lillian. You little wretch. You are doomed. Today, whoever captures them, I demand nothing from them but their lives. The dark wizards nearby, witnessing the protective capabilities of Lillian's wizarding robes, were stirred into action. After the witch's declaration, they cast her a scornful glance. Whoever captures them will claim them as their prize. You are bereft of your wand, and yet you dare to negotiate with us? Are you lost in a fantasy? Taunted a pimply-faced male wizard. The witch was left speechless. Her wand had been snatched away by a nearby wizard after being knocked from her grasp, and in her fury, she had overlooked this fact. Now, she was utterly powerless. Hey, don't act as if we're the ones on the chopping block here. Clearly, it is you who are in peril. Are you prepared to meet your doom? Detestable dark wizards? Lillian flashed a wicked smile, her emerald eyes transforming into a deep crimson. The corner of her left eye was adorned with a phoenix feather pattern, while a dark golden phoenix tattoo emerged on her right cheek. Behind her loomed a towering 2-meter golden phoenix totem, accompanied by its piercing cry. The majestic aura of the divine beast filled the air, leaving the dark wizards around her momentarily paralyzed, disbelief etched across their faces. Was this truly the power befitting a mere 12-year-old? As they remained in shock, the two small figures that had just been exchanging threats suddenly vanished from sight. Was such a dramatic entrance merely a prelude to an escape? How could you bear to disgrace the guise of a phoenix? Damn it, we've been played. All the dark wizards seethed, glaring at the direction in which the two had disappeared. They had anticipated a confrontation, only to find themselves humiliated. Yet, their frustration surged. I swear, if I encounter them again, I shall make them wish they had never been born. The pockmarked male wizard declared vehemently. Harry frequently glanced back at Lillian, his mouth opening as if to speak, but hesitating. Lillian now appeared completely composed, her demeanor restored as she strolled contentedly through Diagon Alley, showing no trace of her earlier dramatic display. Harry, why do you keep staring at me? Although I am aware that I look quite lovely today, she quipped. Lillian, what you just did, Harry began, but she interjected. While I have indeed grown stronger in Kunlun, there were so many dark wizards just now. I'm not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Lillian felt her brother was harboring a strange misconception about her. I thought you were going to unleash something grand. Instead, this was your plan? You utilized your spatial abilities to flee? The disparity in expectations is quite disheartening. Harry was left speechless. Lillian, Harry, are you both here to purchase books? Came Hermione's voice. The two looked up to see Hermione standing at the bookstore entrance, her smile radiant. Indeed. We set out as soon as we received the letter. Hermione, have you already made your purchases? Not yet. Mr. Lockhart's book is exceedingly popular, and I haven't managed to squeeze in yet, Hermione lamented. Ah, we could always buy other books first and return later when the crowd has thinned. That is not the same, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, startling both Lillian and Harry. Realizing her outburst, she glanced around apologetically and explained in a hushed tone, Mr. Lockhart is here specifically to promote his book. By the time we return, he may be gone. Girl, he is truly not worth the adulation. Find someone else to idolize. Lillian and Harry exchanged a glance, expressing their collective exasperation. Clearly, no amount of reasoning would suffice at this point, so they joined Hermione in the queue. They were subsequently subjected to Lockhart's self-aggrandizing tales, an experience far from pleasurable. Lillian, if you truly understood Mr. Lockhart, you would surely come to admire him, Hermione asserted, observing Lillian's unimpressed expression. No, I shall never do so, and certainly not when he inevitably faces disgrace in the near future. You speak the truth, young lady. Once you learn of my exploits, you will undoubtedly fall for me. A sudden, oily voice broke in, belonging to a man clad in ostentatious attire, flashing a broad, gleaming smile. How do you have the audacity to utter such words? Do you lack even the slightest self-awareness? Lillian shot back, noting Hermione's fervent enthusiasm and Harry's bewildered expression. You must be Harry Potter, Lockhart remarked, shifting his focus to Harry and eagerly grasping his shoulder, his excitement palpable. At this, the reporters behind Lockhart went into a frenzy, their cameras flashing, nearly blinding the trio. Harry attempted to shake off Lockhart's grip, but regrettably, Lockhart clung to him as if his hands were glued. Harry frowned but remained silent, considering the chaotic surroundings and the presence of reporters. Lillian, however, refused to indulge Lockhart any further. Mr. Lockhart, you're hurting Harry's shoulder. He is quite uncomfortable, she exclaimed loudly, interrupting his self-promotion. Lockhart's smile faltered momentarily before he released Harry's shoulder, donning a mask of feigned sincerity as he apologized. Claiming his excitement over the savior had momentarily overpowered his judgment of strength. Hermione chimed in, defending Lockhart as if Harry had committed some grave offense by not forgiving him. To which Harry merely offered a wry smile, indicating his indifference. The ensuing moments were filled with Lockhart attempting to present himself as magnanimous, downplaying Harry's misunderstanding of him, followed by his announcement of his new role as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He concluded with a self-satisfied grin, departing with an air of flamboyance. Lillian, you were right. Proximity to him breeds misfortune. This is truly dreadful. I fear the defense against the dark arts class this term may be doomed, Harry remarked, rolling his eyes. What are you two discussing? Mr. Lockhart is quite wonderful. He just explained that his earlier mishap was due to his excitement. Why must you be so petty? Hermione glared at Harry with disapproval. Harry quickly apologized and redirected the conversation as they proceeded to purchase books, skirting the controversy. Hermione was beyond saving. They would have to wait until she discovered the truth for herself. As they wandered, they encountered the Weasley family and spotted a Tom Riddle diary among the books being purchased by their future sister-in-law. I must get my hands on this book. How delightful it would be to converse with Tom. Lillian mused, her excitement growing. Thus, she began chatting with Ginny, familiarizing herself with her future sister-in-law. So, Ginny, I must say, your robes are quite lovely. Where did you have them tailored? Ginny admired Lillian's robes, her eyes sparkling with envy. Lillian promptly replied that she had modified her own robes and offered to create a set for both Ginny and Hermione. Ginny and Hermione beamed at this prospect. For what girl does not delight in beautiful garments? Their gratitude shone brightly in their expressions as they looked at Lillian. Lillian directly expressed that if Ginny truly wished to express her gratitude, she could exchange the notebook with her, and Hermione could offer a Muggle literature book in return. Ginny swiftly remarked that the notebook was hardly worth such a garment, and she was entirely unaware of when it had appeared among her belongings. Naturally, Lillian gestured towards her brothers, suggesting that perhaps they had procured it for her, but there were so many books that they had not had the chance to inform her. Furthermore, we are friends now. There is no need for such formality between friends. If I deem it valuable, then it is valuable. Thus, Tom's notebook was secured by Lillian. Chapter 27. Remember, no man is worth a dime. After acquiring Tom's notebook, Lillian did not hasten to open it. Instead, she took to jotting down her questions in her accompanying notebook while in the living room. She intended to ask him each one in due time. For instance, she pondered the mathematical riddle of chickens and rabbits in a cage, whether the four mythical beasts of physics truly existed, how to substantiate the science behind geographical feng shui, and whether the paradoxes of time could ever be resolved. Of course, not all inquiries could be of a stringent academic nature, so she also noted some lighter topics. For example, the dilemma of a mother and a girlfriend coexisting in death, brain teasers, and the reason behind Dumbledore's fear of tea, as well as the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, among others. She was confident that Tom would find the exchange quite delightful. Lillian, what are you writing? Harry, seated beside her, noticed her radiant smile and leaned in to catch a glimpse of her notes. Harry observed the questions Lillian was penning down, his eyes swirling in bewilderment. What frightful inquiries are these? Lillian, what sort of devil are you? He quickly lifted his head to gaze at her, fearing that continued scrutiny would lead him to question his very existence. Lillian, what are these? Harry blinked, trying to alleviate his dizziness, casting a perplexed look in her direction. These are questions I have recorded in preparation to engage in a scholarly dialogue with a respected teacher. I am certain he will find our discourse exceedingly enjoyable. Lillian replied with a cheerful smile. Respected, a fervent reverence from the Death Eaters, no doubt. Teacher, a self-proclaimed erudite upperclassman, without a doubt. Harry regarded Lillian as though she were a harbinger of doom. Are you certain the teacher will be pleased? He seems to harbor a grudge against you, does he not? A moment of silence for him, His plight is surely more tragic than that of any love-stricken subject, enduring both physical and mental torment. One must never provoke Lillian's ire. She is invariably correct. Except, of course, when it comes to the matter of sweets. Harry resolved this in his mind. Moreover, while Lillian might show him leniency, Snape certainly would not. The memories of his torment in Kunlun caused him to shudder involuntarily, sending a chill down his spine. It wouldn't happen to be Lockhart, would it? After all, aside from him, no one else has recently crossed Lillian's path. With school starting again tomorrow, may fortune smile upon him. Amen. On the other side, this term, I must find a way to subdue Harry and Lillian. Do you have any clever ideas? Speak up, Goyle, Crabbe. Malfoy and his two lackeys were enjoying afternoon tea while scheming to suppress Harry and Lillian. Boss, I think you could feign a confession of love to Lillian. And then, Goyle's lewd gaze towards Malfoy was interrupted by a sharp cry from Malfoy. Have you been struck by the Express? How could you possibly confess to her? I was merely suggesting. There's no need for such an exaggerated reaction. Boss, just hear me out. You absolutely won't come to harm. Goyle insisted, patting his chest in assurance. Huh. I am most curious to hear what you have to say. Malfoy gestured for him to continue. Look, boss, you confess to Lillian, but it's all an act. If she agrees, it means she has feelings for you, and you would have gained the upper hand over her. You could then ultimately reject her, leaving her heartbroken. At this point, Goyle chuckled softly. Malfoy and Crabbe repositioned their chairs slightly, pretending not to know him. Then, as her boyfriend, she would have to heed your every command. You could even sow discord between her and Harry, witnessing their rift unfold. Doesn't that sound splendid? Malfoy felt a flicker of interest, yet hesitated. But what if she doesn't accept my advances? Boss, you could craft a poignant persona, frequently appearing before her. If your relationship sours, Lillian would undoubtedly reject your overtures. Maintain an air of melancholy, feigning unrequited love, and soon the entire school will rally to your side. If she succumbs to your charm, it plays out as previously mentioned. If she rebuffs you, the whole school will support you, and she will find herself isolated. Goyle raised an eyebrow, confident in his scheme. Are you 12? That's ruthless. I merely intended to suppress them, not to ruin their reputations or sever their familial ties. Besides, support from me? Have you forgotten the dreadful reputation Slytherin holds in this school? Nevertheless, TCH, I never would have guessed this little rascal harbored such cunning. I must remain vigilant. Otherwise, I might unwittingly fall into his trap. Crabbe pondered. Malfoy regarded Goyle with an odd expression. Boss, what is that look you and Crabbe are exchanging? Did I say something wrong? Goyle was perplexed by their demeanor. Isn't this plan rather splendid? No, you're not wrong. This method is quite effective. Malfoy's expression returned to normal, regarding Goyle with newfound admiration. From now on, you shall devise strategies to deal with them. Crabbe hesitated, still unclear about his own standing within the school hierarchy. But we do have a good relationship, right? How do you perceive my treatment of you? Malfoy suddenly inquired. Goyle, somewhat confused, nodded affirmatively, asserting that Malfoy had been quite kind to him, and he held Malfoy in high esteem. That's good. Just remember what you said today. Malfoy smiled approvingly at him. Admiration is well and good. Otherwise, I too fear being led astray. Yet, I must remain cautious of Goyle moving forward. Of course, boss. What is the matter? Nothing serious. Let us continue discussing the confession to Lillian, delving into the details to prevent any unforeseen complications. Malfoy waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing of great concern. Thus began his path of self-sabotage for the new term. The day passed with both sides devising their schemes for mischief. Lillian, hurry up. We must depart. Harry paced anxiously at the door. Today marked the commencement of the Hogwarts term, and with only 2 hours until the train's departure. Lillian was still in her room, seemingly preoccupied. Coming. Honestly, Harry, there are still 2 hours left. I do not understand why you are so anxious. Lillian complained, finally emerging while clutching her tulip-patterned crossbody bag. She glanced in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, and smiled contentedly. Perfect. Harry watched as Lillian approached, feeling a mix of pride and exasperation. His sister was indeed lovely and well-dressed. She truly was the little princess of their family. Indeed, she is becoming increasingly adept at presenting herself. You're not a dragon, you're a phoenix. Why the obsession with glittering attire? I've yet to see Dumbledore favor such flamboyance. How can one even compare Lockhart to Lillian? That greasy man is utterly unworthy. In truth, Lillian does not adorn herself like a walking light bulb. Her only embellishment is a crown-like hairpin adorned with gradient green crystals. She delights in intricately embroidering dark golden patterns on the cuffs and hems of her wizarding robes, which shimmer subtly like twinkling stars as she moves. Yet, one cannot help but wonder why Lillian has such an affinity for green. It almost resembles Slytherin. Harry pondered this thought aloud. Brother, it is undoubtedly to complement my emerald green eyes, Lillian replied, giving Harry a look typically reserved for oblivious boys. Although there was indeed some influence from Snape, she genuinely aimed to match her eye color, albeit it did lean slightly away from Gryffindor. While she was undeniably beautiful, Harry couldn't help but feel concern over which rogue might take advantage of her charms. At the mere thought, he found himself wanting to give that fellow a good thrashing. As Lillian had mentioned, their timing was impeccable, for they soon encountered the entire Weasley family, along with a rather tempestuous Malfoy. From a distance, Malfoy spotted Lillian and Harry, initially intending to deliver a cutting remark, but then recalled their plans. Upon noticing Lillian's striking beauty today, he halted, his face flushing crimson. In response to the puzzled looks from Lillian and the others, he growled, "You'll regret this," before making a hasty retreat. What on earth was wrong with him? Lillian wondered, glancing curiously in the direction of Malfoy's retreat. Harry, too, was perplexed by Malfoy's behavior, but his instincts as an older brother tingled with unease, sensing that trouble was looming. Thus, he refrained from responding to Lillian and blurted out, "Lillian, remember, no man is worth your trust." Chapter 28. A day of aerial adventure belonging to Harry. "I shall not partake in this," he declared. "Huh, brother, is something amiss? Aren't you a boy?" Lillian scrutinized Harry with an odd look. Could it be that her brother had developed an inclination toward males? Surely not Malfoy. My goodness. Lillian thought she had stumbled upon a revelation. After all, many in her past life had been fervently shipping the two of them. Would they now be able to indulge in their affection up close? What to do? The excitement was palpable. But was Harry lamenting the impossibility of love with Malfoy? No. Though Ginny was his sister-in-law, her brother's affections were paramount. It seemed time to explore transformation potions. Alas, if only Anyang were here. He was the most convenient test subject. Achoo! Far away, while tending to his flowers, Anyang sneezed mightily, feeling a sudden chill. Observing his surroundings for any signs of misfortune, he resumed his grumbling about Lillian. His romantic endeavors had taken a tragic turn, primarily due to the lack of a spacious apartment, prompting him to seek yet another girlfriend. The previous flat had long been given to his former partners. Yes, he was that generous. This led to his current finances being insufficient compared to prior relationships, placing him on the brink of yet another breakup. Why can't this child simply find a normal girl and enjoy a proper romance? His master, the elder Tion, was surely exasperated. Meanwhile, Harry and Malfoy both felt a chill, an inexplicable sense that something was amiss, though they could not articulate what it might be. Malfoy was still rallying himself, determined to take the first step toward confession next time. "You can do this, Malfoy. You are a noble pureblood wizard." For Lillian, that half-blood, to receive your confession would be a tremendous honor. After repeating this mantra several times, Malfoy found himself convinced. Later, as Lillian and her brother prepared to board the train, she moved forward while Harry lingered behind, and Dobby seized the moment. It was rather peculiar for Dobby to be so uncharacteristically proactive. Shouldn't he be preventing Lillian from proceeding? Wouldn't that ensure Hogwarts' safety? Lillian quickly produced a notepad, jotting down a message for Cleo to convey to Harry, urging him not to act impulsively. Surely, this would prevent him from driving the enchanted car. "Lillian, why are you alone? Where's Harry?" Hermione inquired, noticing Lillian waiting in the compartment by herself. The siblings were inseparable. Had they quarreled today? "I'm not quite sure. He should be here shortly," Lillian replied. "All right, but why do you always seem to do everything together? It's quite rare to see you alone, is it?" Lillian mused, contemplating her moments with Harry. Perhaps they both longed for the familial bond they had so desperately sought. In her past life, she was an orphan, witnessing the deaths of Lily and James. Harry was her only remaining kin. Is there a problem with that? Lillian thought not. "Fine, I see by your expression that you see no issue with it. But it is your affair, after all," Hermione shrugged before continuing. "But the train has already departed." "Where are they?" Just then, Cleo returned, and Lillian opened the train window to let her in, only to discover Cleo clutching the note she had written. The train had indeed left without them. It appeared Cleo had been a step too slow. "Well then, enjoy your aerial adventure, my dear brother." "No worries, Hermione. Even if they miss the train, they can always contact the professors to fetch them. Still, I have an ominous premonition. Isn't it true that you despise divination class?" "Hermione, you might not have even studied it yet, and still, perhaps this is a sixth sense unique to girls." "Lillian, look. Is that Harry and Ron?" Hermione suddenly exclaimed, pointing out the window. Lillian turned, munching on a snack, and beheld the magical car. "Is that the enchanted vehicle? Not too shabby, though a bit worn." "Indeed. Your calmness is bewildering. I hardly know how to respond. It seems as if Harry were my brother." Hermione stared incredulously at Lillian, who remained unfazed while enjoying her snack. "Where on earth did you get that treat?" Hermione questioned, eyeing the seemingly ornamental little bag at Lillian's side. "Undetectable expansion charm." "What?" Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words. "This is the undetectable expansion charm. You must be familiar with its function, right? It's also known as the mysterious Eastern artifact. Crunch, crunch. Hermione, ignoring the sound of Lillian snacking, looked at her with wide eyes. My situation is somewhat unique. I might possess a certain talent in spatial magic akin to that of fire magic. Crunch, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Crunch. It's no great issue. It's delicious. Would you like to try? Lillian, I believe Harry would disapprove of your snacking. True, but it is indeed delightful, Hermione replied, popping a chip into her mouth. It's best to indulge while he is away, and since you're eating it now, we're both accomplices. So I'm not worried about you telling him. Hee. Lillian felt that something was off upon returning from the summer break. I want to learn, thank you. How could Hermione possibly reject such a splendid opportunity for learning? Worry not. Professor Dumbledore is our accomplice, and should any issue arise, he will bear the burden. Furthermore, Professor Snape has generously provided me with numerous potions for dental care, so there is no need for concern. Hermione glanced at Lillian, who had noticeably rounded out since last semester. Though she had been rather slender then, her newfound plumpness was quite charming. However, if this continues, will she not become quite portly? Lillian, what is the situation with Harry and Ron? Ginny's voice chimed in from the doorway. Our future sister-in-law has arrived. Oh, they are fine. We should be able to see them once we reach school. Ginny, the clothes I promised you are ready, and you shall receive them when you and Hermione arrive at school. Really? Lillian, I cannot thank you enough. No need for thanks. We are friends, are we not? The three young ladies then engaged in idle chatter, completely disregarding Harry and Ron. Harry, hey, is this how you display courtesy? This sister is in dire straits. After the train arrived at the station, Lillian felt cheerful, thinking that Harry and Ron must have already encountered the Whomping Willow and been discovered, but assuredly, they would be fine. After all, with the protective artifacts on them. It would be a miracle if the Whomping Willow did not simply break. There was no cause for alarm. Once they disembarked, Hermione and Ginny still felt uneasy about Harry and Ron and wished to seek Hagrid to explain what they had just witnessed. Unfortunately, as second years, they were no longer required to share a small boat with the first years. Hence, Ginny took it upon herself to relay the message. Soon, Lillian and Hermione observed Ginny tugging at Hagrid's coat, informing him that she had seen Harry and Ron flying past the train in a magical car. Hagrid was taken aback. This was not good news. He hurriedly summoned a few upperclassmen to escort the first years while he himself sought out Professor Dumbledore. Hermione, I believe we need not worry any longer. Hagrid must be on his way to Professor Dumbledore. Let us hasten and join the throng, lest we miss the carriage. Lillian urged, pulling Hermione along to catch up with the older students, arriving at the thestral-drawn carriages. Lillian beheld the thestrals, just as described in the book. Their bodies were pitch black, with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Their skin clung tightly to their skeletal frames, each bone distinctly visible, and their eyeless sockets were encased in white, gazing intently ahead. From the shoulder blades sprouted large, dark, and resilient wings, reminiscent of enormous bat wings. However, this was not a sight to celebrate. Experiencing death was no joyous affair. Lillian had witnessed her own demise, as well as the deaths of Lily and James, and even the passing of the old wizard. These were sorrows she wished to avoid. Lillian, what are you gazing at? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued by Lillian's unwavering focus on the front of the carriage. The thestrals. I am observing the thestrals, Lillian replied, turning her gaze to Hermione. What? The thestrals? Those mystical creatures visible only to those who have experienced death? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, that is precisely what I am referring to. They are exactly as depicted in the literature. Lillian, I must apologize. Hermione suddenly regretted her inquiry, realizing it must have reminded Lillian of the person who had adopted her, now deceased. It is quite all right, I do not mind. One cannot remain perpetually ensnared in the past, can they? Lillian offered a gentle smile to Hermione, assuring her that all was well. Lillian, Hermione, may we sit here? A female voice abruptly interrupted their dialogue. Lillian and Hermione turned to see Parvati and Lavender. Of course. Come join us. As they settled in the great hall, awaiting the commencement of the opening ceremony, Harry and Ron had yet to arrive, and notably absent were Dumbledore and several other professors, including Filch. Lillian was aware that this would not pose a significant threat to Harry, thus she was not overly concerned, as the sumptuous feast laid out before them was far more enticing. However, the conspicuous absence of the headmaster and numerous professors rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense, with whispers and murmurs rising among the assembled crowd. Just as Lockhart was preparing to stand and offer his services to preside over the sorting ceremony, the doors swung open, revealing Professor Dumbledore alongside Harry and Ron. Lillian mused that perhaps Ginny had informed Hagrid ahead of time, which expedited matters. Yet, both Harry and Professor Snape bore grim expressions. What other incident had transpired? Their relationship had seemingly softened. At the very least, Snape would not have banished Harry from the school. So what was the enigmatic matter she was unaware of? Once Harry and Ron took their seats next to Lillian and Hermione, she feigned ignorance of his well-being and broached the topic of any potential punishment he had received. Harry confirmed that there was indeed a punishment, though it was not severe. Naturally, Lillian inquired whether something significant had occurred, given the troubled expressions on both his and Snape's faces. Harry's demeanor remained somber. Yet he stated that it was a matter between them, one he could not disclose. Very well, I shall refrain from pressing further. I shall learn in due time. The sorting ceremony, though delayed, proceeded without further complications. Following this, Hermione echoed the question Lillian had previously posed, yet Harry and Ron remained tight-lipped about the circumstances, leaving both Lillian and Hermione at a loss, and eventually, the matter was left unresolved. What truly transpired? Let us rewind to the moment when Harry and Ron plummeted into the Whomping Willow while piloting the magical car. Chapter 29. Another day of Harry and Snape competing for a sister. Just as Lillian had remarked, Harry's protective enchantments detected the imminent danger to their master and promptly enveloped the entire magical car in a shield. This resulted in the Whomping Willow being blasted into a gaping hole. Both boys were taken aback. Harry, what is happening? Ron stammered, gulping nervously. It must be the protective necklace Lillian placed on me that activated, Harry replied, glancing at the droplet-shaped pendant around his neck, which had dimmed. Impressive. I wish I had a sister like that. No, I desire that necklace. Ron exclaimed. Harry, that necklace. Where can I acquire one? Ron inquired cautiously. It was crafted by Lillian herself. She only shares it with those she holds dear, Harry proclaimed with pride. Close friends? Then I. Before Ron could finish, the protective barrier dissipated, and the magical car ejected them, along with their belongings. At that moment, several professors arrived on the scene. Witnessing Harry and Ron sprawled on the ground in an undignified position. Thankfully, they appeared unscathed. A mortifying moment indeed. Aside from Filch, the others visibly exhaled in relief, while Snape's expression darkened after a brief sigh of relief. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Operating a magical car while traversing the Muggle world, do you wish to expose the entire wizarding community to Muggles? Snape admonished sharply. Or do you believe yourself so adept that nothing could possibly go awry? Especially Harry Potter. Did you ever pause to consider the feelings of those who care for you while engaging in such reckless behavior? What would become of Lillian if something were to happen to you? It appears that all this training has been in vain. Your magical prowess has indeed improved. Yet I never anticipated your intellect to be so foolish and rash. Severus grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, though a flicker of concealed delight lingered within him. According to the regulations of the magical world, you are to be expelled and banished from Hogwarts forever. It seems you are ill-suited to care for Lillian. Henceforth, allow me to take on that responsibility. After all this time, I find myself reflecting on my own actions only to discover you are merely vying for my sister's attention. How duplicitous. Harry glared at Severus, who sought to claim his sister. Severus, I believe you are overstating the matter. Those regulations do indeed exist, and I am complicit in them. However, Harry and Ron belong to Professor McGonagall's house, and it is she who should address this issue. We have no authority here. Furthermore, we are all aware of Harry's protective nature towards Lillian. Dumbledore paused, then turned to Harry. At this juncture, Harry, I recall advising you to approach issues with rationality and composure. You agreed, yet look at your current actions. I had hoped my experiences would serve as a cautionary tale for you, but it appears they have not. Dumbledore gazed at Harry with a hint of disappointment. Professor Dumbledore, I am truly sorry. Harry, feeling dejected, offered his apology. His actions had indeed been reckless, and he knew there were better ways to resolve the situation. Professor McGonagall, it is now your turn to announce the consequences for Harry and Ron. Your actions have been exceedingly perilous. However, that does not imply I will expel you. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron's faces lit up with relief. Yet, to ensure you grasp the gravity of your actions, I will inform your families, and you shall remain at school this term to perform community service. Do you have any objections? None whatsoever. This is far preferable to expulsion. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. We have no objections. This punishment seems rather lenient, Albus. Severus, we must afford the youth an opportunity. We cannot simply condemn them outright. Who among us has not acted recklessly in their youth? However, no buts. The matter is settled. Since their head of house has not raised any concerns, we need not intervene further. Harry Potter, although your punishment has been determined, I find it disproportionately mild. I wish to establish a pact with you regarding Lillian. I do not wish for you to handle future matters with the same reckless abandon as today. You are not alone. You have family. If you wish to spare Lillian from sorrow, take care of yourself. Otherwise, I shall assume the responsibility for her care. Think again. Lillian is my sister. I shall fulfill that duty. I am her brother, not you. Harry asserted angrily, making his position clear to Severus. I hope you remember your words. Though I would prefer you do not. Severus narrowed his eyes at Harry, contempt evident in his gaze. The Gryffindor cub. The odds of them maintaining rational composure were exceedingly slim. Damn it. I will not allow your schemes to succeed. Harry seethed inwardly. Should Lillian learn of this? She would only express her incredulity. She would think, is that all? Why keep it a secret? Alas, Lillian remained oblivious to the situation. Currently, she sat on her bed, cradling her iridescent cat. On the bedside table lay Tom's diary. Indeed, Lillian was about to embark on her scholarly exchange. Engaging in conversation with Tom seemed a splendid choice. Did it not? A notebook must not go to waste. It should be utilized to its fullest potential, and should it lose its value, I shall pierce it with the sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 30. How can a senior not know this? Voldemort's malevolent methods had captured a fragment of his soul. Lillian believed the sword of Gryffindor could indeed harm him. Pretending to take notes, Lillian accidentally dripped ink from her quill onto the diary, revealing a message. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Are you a student at Hogwarts? You must be from Slytherin, correct? If so, I am your senior. Seniors are quite impressive. Feel free to ask me any questions, any at all. Tom, you said so yourself, so do not blame me for being impolite. Lillian thought to herself. He asked me to inquire, so do not say I am bullying him. Really? But how can a senior communicate with me through a notebook? Lillian feigned ignorance. In truth, I am merely a notebook. The one who created me is named Tom Riddle. He employed some peculiar methods to preserve his memories and thoughts within the notebook, thus allowing me to converse with you. Wow, senior, you are truly remarkable. I happen to have some perplexing questions. Allow me to ask. Suppose there are several goblins and a number of muggle mice in a cage. Counting from above, there are 35 heads, and counting from below, there are 94 feet. How many goblins and muggle mice are there in the cage? There is a well that is 9 meters deep, and 2 young wizards are simultaneously climbing up from the bottom. Due to the slippery walls, Wizard A climbs 3 meters during the day and slides back 1 meter at night, while Wizard B climbs 2 meters during the day and slides back 1 meter at night. When Wizard A reaches the top, how far is Wizard B from the well's opening? Tom felt a barrage of question marks flooding his mind. Did young wizards need to learn such things? You do not know either, senior? Then let me change my question. Are you familiar with the 4 divine beasts of physics? Legend has it that possessing them allows one to deduce the essence of all things, compress space, transcend life and death, and reverse time. Senior, do they truly exist? When were these divine beasts discovered? I was unaware of this. Transcending life and death is precisely what I have long sought after. It seems I must devise a plan to search for them after my resurrection. If they are real, then… Senior, you do not know this either? So you are nothing but a fraud. Let me ask you a few more questions. If you can answer them, I shall believe you. Otherwise, is this my fault? You should consider the nature of your inquiries. Senior, you must know about animagi, right? Oh. Lillian suddenly recalled that Voldemort indeed lacked the ability to become an animagus. Of course I do, and I am quite exceptional at it. Do you wish to learn this magic? I can offer you advice and guidance. I cannot afford to be humiliated any further, though I do not possess it. I am well versed in the theory. No, that is not it. I merely wish to publish a paper explaining what animagi truly are from the perspective of biological genetics. What is this nonsense? Biological genetics? Tom felt his intellect being insulted, and from the scientific perspective, explained the geomancy of geography. Moreover, one of the 4 legendary beasts of physics that was just mentioned is said to possess the ability to reverse time. However, this brings forth the conundrum of temporal paradoxes. Thus, the question arises, can such paradoxes be transcended? Senior, do you have any knowledge regarding this matter? Expletive. I would also like to provide an answer, but presently. This young wizard seems utterly bewildered by the curriculum. Do you consider these to be reasonable academic inquiries? It is quite absurd. Did not the senior proclaim that any question is permissible? Ahem. Indeed, any question is valid, but for such elementary learning queries are mere legends. Should you not seek the answers on your own? Furthermore, if a question is too simple, do refrain from asking me. Education necessitates personal diligence. One should not constantly seek shortcuts. TSK. Tom, it seems you have met your match. Very well, may I inquire about matters of daily life? Daily life? You say? That should not be too bizarre, I hope. Go ahead, ask away. Is there someone you fancy? Do not be shy. I can offer you some suggestions. I assure you, Wait, could it be that this is not the real Tom? Is he truly that nosy? Besides, has Tom ever been in a relationship? Where does he find the audacity? Not at the moment, but perhaps in the future. I wish to ask why Dumbledore harbors such a fear of tea. And are he and Grindelwald merely fated adversaries? Do they truly share no other connection? This too. I am equally curious, and I must express my astonishment. No, this young wizard is not quite right. What a hodgepodge of inquiries. Let it be. This conversation cannot continue. Tom declares he is done. Additionally, senior, if you Before Lillian could finish her sentence, the notebook in front of her slammed shut, refusing to open again. How can it possess a forced shutdown feature? This is intolerable. Yet, witnessing Tom's predicament brings her immense joy. Indeed, conversing with him has proven to be an excellent decision. For the melancholy stemming from Harry's concealed matters has dissipated, thanks to Tom's misfortune. Let us spare him for today. There is no need to poke him with the sword of Gryffindor. We shall converse again when the mood is less cheerful. Thus, Lillian placed Tom's notebook into her shoulder bag for tomorrow's use. Dangerous items must be kept close at hand. Otherwise, if they fall into the wrong hands, reclaiming them would be a daunting task. As the semester commenced, Professor Sprout of Herbology decided to begin the first lesson by teaching the young wizards how to repot mandrakes. Professor Sprout inquired if anyone knew the properties of mandrake roots. Hermione, as usual, raised her hand. Ms. Granger, please share. Mandrake, also known as the mandragora, magical apple, is typically utilized to assist those who have been petrified, enabling them to revert to their original forms. However, it is also quite perilous. As hearing the cry of a mandrake can be fatal, Hermione answered confidently. Naturally, Professor Sprout was impressed and awarded Gryffindor 10 points. The others across from Hermione exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, such dangerous plants could not be kept at school. Hence, they were to repot seedlings of the mandrake. The professor distributed earmuffs to each student to muffle the mandrake's screams. Once everyone had donned their earmuffs, Professor Sprout proceeded to uproot the mandrake. In an instant, a piercing scream filled the entire classroom. Despite the earmuffs, some could still hear a portion of it. Lillian felt a sharp pain in her head. The sound was far more grating than a harpy's shriek, causing Longbottom to faint from fright. Lillian endured its cries while also critiquing its appearance. This mandrake was truly grotesque. Its entire body was wrinkled, its hands and feet branch-like, yet it resembled an infant, even emitting shrill screams. Professor Sprout paid no heed to Longbottom and instructed all the young wizards to grasp the mandrake firmly and pull it out. In that moment, an even more intense scream reverberated throughout the classroom. I cannot bear it any longer. Lillian discreetly cast a silencing charm for herself and Harry, and the world around them fell silent. Both Harry and Lillian smiled with satisfaction, as they could see mutual disdain for the plant in each other's eyes. Opposite them, Malfoy stuck his hand into the mandrake's mouth, only to be bitten. After struggling to free his finger, he angrily tossed the mandrake back into its pot. Harry erupted into laughter at his misfortune. It must be noted that since the beginning of the school year, Malfoy seemed to be concocting some grand scheme. As he continuously cast glances in their direction, one wonders what he intends to do. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Merely observing will not cost them anything. The return to school life is always filled with such trivial skirmishes, plain and unremarkable, to the point where Lillian finds herself somewhat nostalgic for Kunlun. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She is not suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. What she truly misses are those adorable students who wholeheartedly supported. Ugh. Are you certain it is not because you contributed too much? Her experiments, especially the ever-enthusiastic Anya. Anya, I thank you for remembering me. Upon returning, she cannot continue as before, can she? Well, not entirely. Upon this thought, Lillian's eyes sparkled with excitement, causing Harry at the adjacent table to shiver slightly. Danger. Harry raised his head, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss, save for the astonishing gleam in his sister's eyes. Could it be? That light appeared whenever Lillian embarked on a new innovation and found a collaborator. One could only imagine the unfortunate souls who would face her experiments daily. Who would be the unlucky one to fall under Lillian's scrutiny? No, I must feign ignorance. Harry quickly averted his gaze to his homework. This indeed is homework. Hermione observed this scene, puzzled, and stared at Harry for a moment. What is going on? Hermione pondered, then turned her gaze to Lillian. What a terrifying expression. I believe I should pretend I have seen nothing. Thus, Hermione, like Harry, lowered her head to feign engagement in her studies. As for Ron, he remained blissfully unaware. His mind as carefree as ever. Hey, Harry. Lillian and Harry simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice, only for a flash to erupt, nearly blinding them. They both instinctively closed their eyes, and upon reopening them to face the newcomer, they found a first-year student holding a camera. So he is. I am Colin Creevey, and I am also in Gryffindor. Colin, pleased to meet you. Harry greeted him somewhat bewilderedly. However, Colin was not content with merely an introduction. He even requested Lillian to help him take a picture with Harry. Shouldn't this task be assigned to Ron? I want to prove that I truly met you. This is from my father. Colin fervently pursued this photographic opportunity, sharing details about his family. Does this child possess no sense of danger? Why divulge so much information? However, the screeching owl arrived, halting their conversation. Ron's owl wobbled as it flew in, appearing as though it might fall at any moment, which caused a wave of concern. Fortunately, it did not falter mid-flight, but instead landed directly in their cereal bowl. Everyone burst into laughter, while Ron, turning pale, retrieved the red envelope from the owl's beak. As expected, Professor McGonagall had indeed informed his parents. Oh, this cannot be true. Chapter 31. Lillian's genuine disdain for Lockhart. Ron gazed despondently at the envelope, on the verge of tears. Look, Ron has received a howler. Simon looked at Ron with a gleeful smirk. Lillian, do you have any way to help? Ron cast a pleading glance towards Lillian. Sorry, Ron, I'm at a loss as well. Lillian shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Just look, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and the consequences were terrifying. Neville recalled the incident with a look of lingering dread. Ron gulped nervously and gingerly opened the howler. At that moment, Lillian hastily cast a spell to shield Harry and herself from the auditory onslaught. In the next instant, the howler, having been merely partially opened by Ron, transformed into a pair of vivid red lips, unleashing a cacophony of shouts and roars directed at him. Lillian couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. It must be said that the magically enhanced Mrs. Weasley possessed astonishing ferocity. Lillian swore she could see cracks forming on nearby cups from the sheer force. Ron's expression oscillated between embarrassment and terror throughout. After the letter self-destructed, Malfoy burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Ron, you truly had this coming. Your father is likely to be dismissed by the ministry. Ron's fists clenched in frustration. Lillian instantly turned her gaze toward Malfoy, ready to chastise him, only to find his face flushed as he swallowed his words and hurried away. Running again? What is going on? Lillian began to ponder if she had unwittingly wronged him in some way. He was no Yongin, was she truly that intimidating? Wait, speaking of Yongin, I feel like I've forgotten something, but never mind, it's of no consequence. Yongin, I'm seriously impressed by you old six. You're all talk. Meanwhile, Harry regarded Malfoy's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. Turning to Lillian, he advised her to steer clear of Malfoy. He asked trouble. It must be noted that although Harry often displayed a lack of awareness, he was quite astute regarding the possibility of Lillian being swayed. What is this? The intuition of a protective brother? All right, brother. Lillian expressed her bewilderment at the convoluted thought processes of boys, deeming it abnormal. So, was Harry really interested in Malfoy? Was he not looking at her, but rather at Harry? Never mind. Never mind. This is becoming quite convoluted. It's better to focus on her new ideas. For instance, she was not particularly eager to become an animagus, merely curious about what animal she might transform into. If only it could be a giant panda, how delightful. Furthermore, she pondered if her Patronus would be a stag like Lily and Snape. Lillian, we should head to class, Harry's voice reminded her. Lillian, if you have something to prepare, please let me know. I'd like to be mentally prepared. Before Harry could finish, Lillian joyfully interjected, Brother, are you going to help me? That would be wonderful. I love you so much. Sending hearts. I'm not. I didn't. Stop making wild claims. Harry thought to himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Lillian, I didn't. Harry attempted to clarify. Don't worry, brother. I understand, Lillian assured him, patting his shoulder and denying him the opportunity to explain. All right, let us go to class. With that, Lillian happily left the dining hall. No, Lillian, come back, Harry exclaimed, struggling to free himself. Now, let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts professor. That would be me, Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-level wizard of the Order of Merlin and a distinguished member of the Dark Arts Defense League. This man exuded an astonishing level of confidence. Lockhart entered the classroom clad in a dazzling golden outfit, his face adorned with a self-satisfied smile as he flashed his gleaming white teeth after speaking. What baffled everyone was that Hermione and a few other girls were utterly smitten by him. Conversely, the boys wore expressions of confusion, gazing at Lockhart's antics with incredulity. How did he manage to speak so freely while dressing so flamboyantly? Did he not realize how greasy he appeared? Upon realizing no one was responding, his smile dimmed somewhat. After clearing his throat several times, he began distributing a quiz to everyone. Harry and Lillian turned pale at the sight of the quiz. The entire content revolved around Lockhart himself. There was not a single question related to defense against the dark arts. How many students, aside from Hermione, could possibly answer all the questions? Moreover, Lillian outright refused to respond. Thus, her answers were as follows. Her favorite color was green. Her greatest achievement was defeating Voldemort alongside Harry, and her deepest wish was to live happily with her brother forever. Quite perfect. You have truly disappointed me. Hardly anyone knows that my favorite color is lavender. Especially you, Lillian Potter. Your answers have nothing to do with me whatsoever. Lockhart glared at Lillian with irritation. This compels me to give you a score of 0. Such disheartening results. Professor, I wrote about myself. This is called self-awareness. Is there something wrong with that? Lillian Potter. If I recall correctly, the quiz I assigned was about me. Why are you answering about yourself? But Professor, I know nothing about you. I genuinely don't know how to respond. How could you possibly know nothing about me? After all, I am. I promptly interrupted Lockhart, though it was quite impolite. Professor, may I inquire how this relates to defense against the dark arts? Of course it relates. I am your new professor for defense against the dark arts. And I am a third-level wizard of the Order of Merlin as well as an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League. But you cannot expect everyone to adore you. For instance, I do not. Just because I know nothing about you doesn't mean I cannot excel in defense against the dark arts. What kind of logic is that? Lillian Potter, if you do not even recognize your own defense against the dark arts professor, how can you possibly succeed in the subject? Lockhart appeared visibly flustered. In that case, I wonder if the professor dares to compete with me in magic. Let us see who can truly tame those little creatures you brought along. How about that? It shouldn't be too difficult for a professor, right? Lockhart was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that a first year which would confront him so boldly in class. Shouldn't witches be entirely enamored with his charm and fervently support him? Of course I can. But I must clarify one thing. My duty is to teach you how to confront the most loathsome creatures in the magical world. You will soon face your deepest fears within this classroom. However, as long as I am here, you are all safe. But Lillian, are you truly prepared to challenge me? You must understand that this is a very dangerous matter. Lockhart regarded Lillian with a serious expression. If he weren't smiling, he would indeed appear quite grave. But you need not worry. I will protect you. Even though you have contradicted me, I am still your professor, am I not? He then winked at me. The other girls in the back erupted into squeals. Have some dignity, will you? Girls, can you not be a bit more reserved? He drew aside the curtain, and the young wizards were met with the sight of the Cornish pixies contained within the cage. Oh, how terrifying. Lillian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lockhart once again queried Lillian, asking if she truly intended to challenge him. With unwavering determination, she nodded in affirmation. Consequently, he released the Cornish pixies. The mischievous creatures erupted from the cage, wreaking havoc with wild abandon. Lillian glanced at Lockhart, urging him to cast a spell to control the pixies. Lockhart, flashing a confident smile before the young wizards, declared, Pescapixie Pesternami. However, his attempt to recapture the pixies ended in failure, and they continued their rampage, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He tried again. This time his wand responded with a crack, emitting a plume of black smoke from its tip. Yet the pixies remained unperturbed. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Lockhart hastily dashed out of the classroom, leaving a gaggle of young wizards behind, all under the pretense of training them. Lillian, wielding her thorn rose, employed the binding curse, ensnaring all the pixies in place. Alas, the pixies suspended in midair were not as fortunate as their grounded counterparts. They plummeted to the ground, seemingly dazed by their fall. What a thrilling and perilous lesson this turned out to be. Lockhart's popularity plummeted, though there remained a faction of fervent admirers, much like the young wizards standing before me now. Lillian Potter, I hear you made Professor Lockhart look foolish in class. Are you mad? How could you do such a thing? I do not perceive it as making him look foolish, Lillian replied, maintaining her composure as she regarded the young wizards. If by that you mean he presented a quiz that did not assess our knowledge of defense against the dark arts, but rather asked us trivial questions about his favorite color. Or if you refer to my challenge where he could not even cast a spell and ended up fleeing, leaving us to confront danger, then I would assert that the madness lies not within me, but within you. You are simply grasping at straws. How could Professor Lockhart be that sort of person? Just wait. In the days to come, you shall face retribution from Lockhart's fan club. Retribution? Is that what you mean? Lillian's eyes turned crimson once more, and a dark golden phoenix pattern appeared on half her face, with a phoenix totem displayed behind her. I must say this special effect is quite useful, kudos. Lillian glared menacingly at the young wizards and casually cast a shattering curse, causing one of Lockhart's books on the table to explode. The young wizards were taken aback by her sudden display of ferocity, momentarily frozen in place. If you desire vengeance, I welcome it at any time, Lillian said with a sweet smile. However, you might want to consider the consequences of such retribution. For instance, using the shattering curse to turn you into fireworks, or binding you to assist me in experimenting with potions. I just happen to need subjects for my new ideas at school. As she spoke, her brilliant grin widened, revealing her gleaming teeth. Why, you're a monster. The young wizards stared at Lillian with terror in their eyes, screaming and fleeing as if they had encountered a beast. Lillian, you frightened them, Harry remarked. If I don't scare them now, what will happen when they truly seek to trouble me later? That would hinder my studies, wouldn't it? Lillian retorted confidently. Lillian, you are indeed in the wrong. That was in class, and you should respect the professor, Hermione admonished her. But what if I were to say that all of Lockhart's accolades are fabricated? That he has appropriated the legendary experiences of others as his own? Is that acceptable? Lillian countered. What are you talking about? Even though the professor's performance today was lacking, how could he possibly do such a thing? Don't speak without evidence. Hermione's frustration was palpable. I possess a potion that can compel the truth. Hermione, would you like to give it a try? Since I dare to speak, it naturally indicates that I have evidence to uncover the truth. Or do you trust him over me, your friend? So you're saying it's true? Hermione began to waver upon hearing about the potion. Indeed, it is true. I swear by Merlin's name. Lillian raised 3 fingers in oath. In this context, invoking Merlin's name proves quite effective, much like swearing by the heavenly way in the realm of cultivation. Thus, Hermione finally placed her trust in Lillian. This cannot be true. How could this happen? My idol is nothing but a complete fraud. Hermione was devastated, on the verge of tears, while Lillian could only stand by and offer silent comfort. Yet, she did not regret revealing the truth. Throughout this semester, the trio continued to study potions under Snape's guidance. Thus, Lillian embarked on her chaotic, meticulous potion-making journey. During this process, she recalled the unrequited love between Harry and Malfoy and decided to concoct a potion of special significance, one meant for her brother's happiness. Chapter 32. He flees, he pursues, she cannot fly away. Thus, she created a transgender potion, aptly named, with significant input from Professor Snape. Let us thank him, Little Bird in a Person's Embrace. Lillian found it to be absolutely perfect. Why such a name, you ask? Because this potion was crafted for her brother to transform into a sweet, soft girl. Of course, it was not merely about being a little bird in a person's embrace. While engrossed in her work, Lillian also began to inject her thoughts into the ongoing spells or potions during other magical classes. Consequently, following Seamus, Hogwarts welcomed yet another unremarkable explosive prodigy. However, there were distinctions. Each time, Lillian completed the assignments assigned by the professors and earned additional points before continuing her experiments. So no one believed her studies were declining. The professors merely reminded Lillian to prioritize safety. Did Lillian blow up a house again today? Who was caught by her for experimentation this time? Such conversations became common in Hogwarts after Kunlun, a delightful development indeed. Kunlun, exactly. It cannot be that only we experience chaos. If there is a headache, let us all share in it. Indeed, the initial speculations proved true. Though no one anticipated that Lillian's target would be the entire school. Absurd. Harry mused quietly, attempting to diminish his presence in hopes that Lillian would forget her previous promise made in the dining hall. Brother, come quickly. My protective potion is ready. You must help me test it. I assure you, this time it truly works. Lillian, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can we discuss this later? What's wrong, brother? Where do you feel unwell? Oh right, I have a slight stomach ache and was on my way to Madame Pomfrey. How could you have a stomach ache? Have you been sneaking food behind my back? Lillian accused, glaring at Harry. How could he indulge himself in secret? Yet, seeing his pale complexion, it seemed he was indeed unwell. Thus, Lillian pulled out another vial of potion. You shall not escape today. Haha, it's all right. Just drink this vial of potion. It is a newly developed restorative elixir of mine, and I assure you that one sip will cure you completely. Well, it is still in the experimental phase. But fret not, the success rate is a commendable 80%. There may be some side effects, though. What? Am I truly expected to down this potion today? Oh dear. The pain has suddenly vanished. Lillian, was that potion you mentioned? I will drink it. Naturally, a potion with an established success rate is far safer than one that is only 80% effective. With a composed yet fatalistic expression, Harry lifted the potion and drank it in one swift motion. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Everything else seemed unchanged. Is this truly a successful product? This reaction does not seem quite right. Thus, Harry turned to inquire with Lillian. Lillian, you? But as he began to speak, he noticed something was amiss. This is my voice. Why has it transformed into a feminine tone? Harry's heart raced as he glanced at Lillian, only to find her face adorned with a knowing expression. A sense of foreboding crept over him as he turned to see his reflection in the nearby metal knight. His form had morphed into that of a long-haired girl, strikingly similar to Lillian. Harry felt as though he might suffocate from the shock. He swiftly turned back to Lillian, seeking an explanation. Yet, Lillian appeared equally astonished. Oh no, I must have mixed up the potions. This is the damsel's charm, a potion intended to change one's gender, not the protective elixir. I'm so sorry, brother. It was not my intention. What nonsense. I suspect you did this on purpose. Harry roared internally. Is there an antidote? None, dear brother. It has only just been developed. So how could there be an antidote? Lillian blinked innocently, indicating her inability to assist. But worry not, it will only last for 3 hours. Thank goodness. Only 3 hours. What a relief. But wait, I was just about to practice Quidditch. Ah, brother, you were going to practice Quidditch. It's my fault for mixing up the potions. Lillian feigned guilt as she gazed at Harry. Perhaps we should ask Ron and Hermione to help you excuse yourself while I quickly concoct an antidote. It could be ready in an hour. Absolutely not. I cannot let anyone see me transformed into a girl. Harry reacted vehemently. What do we do now? Perhaps you could impersonate me and request an excuse, while I remain here to hastily brew the antidote. I suppose that could work, Lillian mused. Then it's settled. Hurry and get to it. Very well, brother, go quickly. Seeing Lillian's agreement, Harry hurriedly dashed toward the exit. Wait, brother, you should change into a different outfit first. Harry looked down at his clothes and, finding nothing amiss, gazed at Lillian in confusion. Brother, you are now me, so you should wear the female school uniform. No, I refuse. Harry protested vehemently. Otherwise, it would reveal the ruse. Lillian gazed at him innocently. Could we not find a compromise? No. Surely you wouldn't want anyone to discover you've transformed into a girl, would you? Lillian, you can do this, Harry exclaimed, realizing she was indeed his sister. Fine, but you must not tell anyone. Otherwise, we shall sever our sibling bond. Oh, you truly care about that, don't you? That was the most serious thing you've ever said. Yet, some matters tend to repeat themselves, time and again. Okay. Of course, I want to breathe a word. You have my word. Though her thoughts might have been otherwise, Lillian nodded in agreement. Now, clad in female attire, Harry and Lillian bore an uncanny resemblance. With emerald green eyes, lustrous black hair, and a visage strikingly similar to Lillian's. Harry found the Gryffindor female uniform, an upgraded version of Lillian's, fit him perfectly, save for the scar on his forehead, which was thankfully concealed by bangs. Thus, Harry awkwardly donned the female attire and made his way toward the Quidditch training grounds. The sight of Harry attempting to avoid others was quite amusing, and Lillian, covertly trailing behind, was nearly in stitches. However, midway, they encountered Malfoy, who was on his way to confess his feelings to Lillian. Currently, Harry was embodying Lillian's appearance, and the situation took a humorous turn. Harry stealthily dodged fellow students, anxious to avoid any greetings or conversations that might reveal his identity. Yet, after some time, he realized his worries were unfounded. Ever since Lillian began her quest for assistance at Hogwarts, most students seemed to steer clear of her, just as they would with the ghosts. After a nerve-wracking journey, Harry discovered this truth and soon became less apprehensive, mimicking Lillian's usual demeanor as he strolled toward the Quidditch practice. Then, as if summoned, Harry unexpectedly encountered Malfoy and his entourage, who were in search of Lillian. Their loud and conspicuous approach, especially with Malfoy clutching a large bouquet of roses, was unmistakable. Consequently, a throng of students excitedly followed in their wake. As Lillian had perfect vision, Harry, in an effort to resemble her, had refrained from wearing glasses. Though he spotted a large group in the distance, their faces remained indistinct, leading him to assume some sort of event was unfolding. However, his steps faltered momentarily. After all, with so many people around, what if someone familiar with Lillian called out to him? Especially considering Ron's penchant for revelry. As Harry wrestled with his thoughts, Malfoy's group also caught sight of him. Boss, I see Lillian. Crabbe exclaimed excitedly, seizing Malfoy's arm, who rolled his eyes in response. Of course, I can see her too. I'm not Harry, after all. The surrounding students grew even more animated, as this was another principal character in their midst. Yet, they expressed surprise, although they had deduced that the other main character was indeed Lillian. Seeing her in person was hard to believe, especially since these two were known for their intense rivalry. Was this what they called a love-hate relationship? Or perhaps a pair of playful adversaries? The students could only shake their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the dynamics. On the other side, Lillian was equally astonished. How did Malfoy discover this information so swiftly? Just minutes ago, she had transformed Harry's gender, and now he was rushing to confess his feelings. Following closely behind Harry and remaining invisible, Lillian was brimming with excitement. Harry and Malfoy were indeed real. The ship enthusiasts felt elated. Enough already. Harry is currently in your guise. Can't you consider this for a moment? Lillian, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Was someone speaking just now? No. In summary, Harry felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something unpleasant was about to transpire. As he noticed the approaching crowd and caught sight of the roses in Malfoy's hands, it dawned on him that the individuals were indeed headed for Lillian. Draco, that scoundrel, harbored inappropriate feelings for Lillian. I must thwart him. Harry's thoughts raced as his eyes blazed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, it struck him that he was currently in Lillian's form. Curse it, that fool Lillian. As the crowd drew closer, Harry felt a wave of panic wash over him. He took off in a sprint, desperate to escape. However, Malfoy was quicker than him, darting over and kneeling on one knee. Wait, one knee? No, it was both knees. Malfoy hastily corrected his posture, his face paling with embarrassment. Yet, he straightened his back, maintaining an air of composure, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The surrounding young wizards erupted in laughter, including Lillian, who lamented the absence of a phone, wishing she could capture this splendid moment. Damn it, who made the floor so slippery? What a disgrace. Malfoy wore a smile on his face, but internally, he was seething. Fortunately, this slip caused Harry to be momentarily stunned, forgetting to flee, only to be surrounded by the approaching young wizards. Draco, you must have done this on purpose. At that moment, Harry felt an overwhelming surge of frustration towards Draco. The relationship that had somewhat thawed last semester had plummeted to absolute zero. Nay, even below zero. In that instant, everything Malfoy did seemed wrong. Of course, he was trying to steal away Harry's dear little sister. Draco, what are you doing? Harry felt as if his eyes were about to shoot fire. Lillian, I know there's been some misunderstanding that has made you dislike me, but I have something important to say. I hope you can spare me a few minutes. Malfoy endeavored to appear sincere. Draco, I don't care what you're up to, but I need to speak to my brother. Get away from me. Harry glared at Malfoy and the onlooking young wizards with fierce determination. Honestly, that wasn't something Harry would typically say, but he was too furious at that moment. Meanwhile, Lillian stood anxiously to the side, thinking, oh dear, why isn't she agreeing? Didn't they come to an understanding? What is wrong with Harry? Yes, despite being a bit far away and unable to hear their conversation, she could read their expressions. It was evident that the situation was a refusal. She regretted not having learned to read lips. If Harry knew what Lillian was thinking, he would probably have been infuriated. Who agreed to anything with him? Wasn't that potion you tricked me into drinking? Could you please use your brain? This sister isn't worth it. Although Harry's tone was harsh, Malfoy was merely executing his plan, and seeing Lillian like this brought him some measure of joy. We had anticipated this scenario long ago. Malfoy instinctively brushed aside the slight pang of sadness within him. Thus, he gazed at Harry with a look of disappointment and regret. Lillian, I know I was wrong earlier, but it was because I wanted your attention so desperately. I never anticipated it would lead to this confrontation. I'm truly saddened. But I fear that if I distance myself, you will genuinely alienate me, so I can only continue to argue with you. It wasn't until the holiday, after you left, that I realized I truly like you and want to be with you. Malfoy was passionately reciting his lines, unaware that there was a hint of genuine feeling behind his words. However, enough. Draco, you scoundrel. You've been coveting Lillian all along. I'm going to beat you to a pulp today. Harry had gritted his teeth, ready to strike as soon as Malfoy began his heartfelt confession. Upon hearing Malfoy finally express his true feelings, Harry's mind was consumed by Malfoy's last words. I truly like you and want to be with you. The thought of Lillian belonging to this scoundrel made Harry's blood boil. His eyes reddened, eerily reminiscent of Lillian's when she was furious. This was intolerable. I must not let him escape. In a flash, Harry delivered a punch to Malfoy, who was engrossed in his monologue. Ouch! Malfoy cried out, collapsing to the ground. His flowers scattered. The onlookers were bewildered. Wasn't this a confession? Why did it suddenly escalate into a brawl? Did we miss something? However, witnessing Lillian preparing to inflict further damage brought the young wizards back to their senses, and they rushed in to break up the scuffle. Of course, there were screams. And amidst the chaos, some took the opportunity to settle personal scores. For instance, hey, who stepped on my foot? Someone shouted, while simultaneously slapping a girl they disliked. And then, it spiraled out of control. Those with grievances retaliated, especially among the Gryffindor and Slytherin students, who glared at each other with fierce animosity. In summary, chaos ensued, with young wizards transitioning from attempting to mediate to engaging in an all-out brawl, black wizard hats and vibrant spells flying, and even clothing and undergarments being tossed about. As for Harry and Malfoy, they were already locked in combat. Malfoy was being pummeled by Harry. No, it should be Harry now. Yes, Harry had reverted back. It hadn't been 3 hours as Lillian claimed, but only 1 hour, which was why she had told Harry that an hour was sufficient to concoct the restorative potion. They hadn't anticipated that Malfoy would intervene. Lillian, engrossed in the spectacle, had forgotten about the original matter. Thus, Malfoy was currently being thoroughly beaten by Harry, who was clad in women's attire, with Harry unleashing all his pent-up fury. Let us not even mention how shocked Malfoy was, forgetting to fight back. Meanwhile, Lillian was utterly perplexed. Wasn't this a confession? Why had it turned into a brawl? She felt just like the young wizards earlier, certain she had missed some crucial step. Stop it. What are you doing? Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The professors had arrived, with Professor McGonagall, already furious, leading the charge, and the other professors wore equally grim expressions. This was utterly disgraceful. Hogwarts had never witnessed such a deplorable brawl. These young wizards were completely out of control. They must be severely punished. However, before doling out punishment, the cause must be discerned, and the instigators identified. Thus, the professors scanned the scene with low spirits, ultimately landing their gazes upon Harry, dressed in women's clothing, and Malfoy, whose face was bruised and bewildered. How did these two end up here? Could they be the instigators? The professors found themselves in a state of confusion. Malfoy, well known for his propensity to engage in such antics. Malfoy, hey, clarify that. I'm the victim here. Can't you see I'm about to turn into a pig's head? But how could Harry be involved? And in women's clothing? In an instant, the professor's gazes toward Harry transformed, a mix of bewilderment and pity, as if this child had long suffered mistreatment and turned astray. Not only had he become a crossdresser, but he was also a delinquent. Surely, the normal demeanor he displayed in front of Lillian was merely a facade to keep us from worrying. Particularly severe as Snape, who was so shocked he could barely grip his wand, but then realized Lillian must have led Harry astray. Snape's lips twitched involuntarily as he turned his gaze aside, thinking, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything. Then he spotted Lillian hiding behind a pillar after her invisibility charm wore off. They exchanged silent glances, and Lillian could only offer a sheepish smile. After a moment of silence, Snape turned to see Malfoy's battered face. Forget it. I'm exhausted. Snape simply closed his eyes. The three troublesome children were a constant source of concern. Thus, Harry missed an opportunity to prove his innocence. What a colossal misunderstanding this is. Let us all share a laugh, or rather, let us take a moment to mourn for Harry. Ahem, Harry Potter, could you kindly elucidate what has transpired here? Professor McGonagall softened her tone, wary of causing further distress to Harry's already battered young heart. Professor, it was like this, and then it ended up as you see it now. To be honest, I am as perplexed as anyone about how it devolved into a brawl. Harry recounted the events, emphasizing Malfoy's infatuation with Lillian and asserting that he had dressed as her today after receiving word that Malfoy intended to confess his feelings. Just look at what he is up to. After finishing, he shot Malfoy a fierce glare, then turned to the professors with utmost sincerity, attempting to project an image of a brother who would go so far as to don feminine attire for the sake of his sister. Yet, he sensed the professors' expressions contorting in disbelief. How could they not be bewildered? The professors felt their emotions akin to a roller coaster ride, never anticipating such a melodramatic turn of events. Even Snape opened his eyes in surprise, gazing at Harry, as if to say, was it not Lillian who ensnared you? However, it seemed that Draco's confession had revealed a vulnerability that had not been adequately addressed. Moving forward, he would have to be as vigilant as Harry, or perhaps even more ruthless, ensuring Draco had no time to pursue Lillian. Snape's face was as stormy as ever, a fitting reflection of his usual demeanor. Draco felt the atmosphere chill around him, finally snapping out of the shock that had momentarily paralyzed him. Poor Draco, oblivious to the grim fate that awaited him in the days to come. The professors, of course, would not merely take Harry's word for it. So they inquired with the now conscious Draco and other young wizards present. They soon discovered that indeed, it had begun with Draco's ill-fated declaration to Lillian. And they too were astonished by how the situation escalated into chaos. Absurd as it was, the truth remained. The professors could only shake their heads at the antics of the current generation. While they found it exasperating, a resolution was imperative. All young wizards present would receive a deduction of 3 points, a reprimand for each, and each must submit a 10,000-word reflection to my office by first period tomorrow. As for Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, each shall face a 10-point deduction. The remainder will be dealt with as the others. Professor McGonagall pronounced her verdict with unwavering authority. Instantly, the corridor filled with the lamentations of young wizards, particularly from Gryffindor and Slytherin, whose numbers had dwindled into the negatives. Regrettably, the professors remained unmoved. Even Lockhart appeared to revel in their misfortune. Harry and Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback. What? Potter, Draco, do you have any objections to this ruling? Professor McGonagall squinted at them. No, they both hastily shook their heads. Professor McGonagall was indeed terrifying. Now, quickly return and commence your reflections. Do not block the corridor. She added, oh, and 5 points will be deducted from Lillian as well. Upon hearing this, the young wizards hurriedly fled, fearing that any delay would result in further deductions. However, upon hearing that last statement, they halted in their tracks, bewildered. How could there be a penalty for Lillian when she was not even present? Was it possible that? Professor McGonagall's gaze swiftly swept toward Lillian, causing her heart to race. It appeared that not only Snape had noticed her presence. After all, aside from Lockhart, none of the other professors seemed particularly surprised by her appearance. Lillian thought to herself, steeling her resolve as she emerged from behind the pillar, her face adorned with a forced smile directed at Professor McGonagall. Professor, what a coincidence. Yet, Professor McGonagall remained expressionless. I do not wish for a repeat of today's events. With that, she departed alongside the other professors. Snape lingered behind, casting a complex gaze at the trio, eventually settling on Draco for an extended moment. Draco was drenched in cold sweat, sensing an ominous premonition. However, Snape said nothing and simply walked away. Lillian, what are you doing here? Harry inquired, perplexed, while the remaining young wizards also cast curious glances in her direction. I heard that you were in trouble, so I rushed over to see. But before I could show myself, I saw the professors approaching. So help. This is so embarrassing, and I feel especially guilty towards you. Harry, today's fiasco is entirely my fault. Lillian lamented, her head drooping in shame. Unable to voice the lie any longer, Harry sighed and affectionately ruffled her hair. Lillian lifted her gaze to meet his. He bore no resentment. His eyes were filled with a mix of exasperation and affection. In an instant, tears streamed down Lillian's cheeks, and she sobbed loudly. Brother, I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would turn out like this. I was just trying to make a joke. I didn't mean to wah. Lillian clung tightly to Harry, who was murmuring reassurances as he comfortingly patted her back. The surrounding young wizards were taken aback by Lillian's sudden outburst, and many rushed to console her, despite her usual tendency to tease others. Yet, their antics were harmless, and no one actually harbored any ill will towards her. Comfort was freely offered. Suddenly, Draco emerged, dampening the mood. All attention shifted to him as silence fell over the gathering. Stop crying. I can't bear to see it, he began, but was met with a barrage of complex stares before he hastily retreated. Lillian and a group of young wizards burst into laughter, while Harry clenched his fists once more. Lillian, stay away from Draco. That scoundrel has no good intentions. Gazing at her furious brother, Lillian responded with laughter, readily agreeing to his plea. In the subsequent days, the tale of the incident spiraled out of control, becoming increasingly absurd. Did you hear? Draco from second year confessed to Lillian and got pummeled by her brother. He.S. still bedridden, and the doctor says he won't recover for at least a year and a half. Let me share a secret. I heard Draco Malfoy attempted to confess to Harry Potter, but failed, and ended up taking his own life. What? But I heard they both liked each other. Harry even dressed as a girl to impersonate Lillian, but she swooped in and stole his heart. No. It's obvious that Malfoy liked Lillian, but she fell for her brother Harry. Malfoy, not one to back down, challenged Harry to a fight, only to end up infatuated with the brother who bested him. No. Malfoy merely saw Lillian as a substitute for Harry. Such rumors proliferated, each more ludicrous than the last, with the most prevalent summary being a tale of pursuit and evasion, with her unable to take flight. Lillian and Harry found themselves dreading attending classes, as each day brought curious glances their way, accompanied by a myriad of peculiar expressions. It truly was a situation that left them feeling utterly despondent. Hermione and Ron, too, approached, casting sympathetic looks at Lillian and Harry, assuring them that they must remain strong. It would eventually pass, and they would support them regardless of their choices. What nonsense is this? It's clear you've believed the rumors. Lillian and Harry quickly interjected. Hermione and Ron, upon hearing their denial, looked at them with skepticism. Is that truly the case? But no buts. Do you not grasp what we've gone through? Lillian rolled her eyes. In the name of Merlin, I swear. Chapter 33. An annual income of millions? Will you join us? Well, we believe in your innocence. Hermione and Ron finally came to trust that the rumors circulating outside were mere fabrications, albeit with a hint of disappointment lingering in their hearts. Ron then looked at Harry with a gleeful smirk. Oh my goodness. Harry, you are actually dressed in women's clothing. In a fit of indignation, Harry drew his wand. But fortunately, Lillian and Hermione quickly restrained him. This incident undoubtedly became a haunting nightmare for Harry. Truly, it was pitiable. As for Malfoy, his plight was even more dire. Malfoy was now plagued by existential doubts, not only due to the increasingly outrageous rumors surrounding him, but also because Harry and Snape seized every opportunity to reprimand him, all under the guise of training. Why was it that Harry could afford to do so, yet Professor Snape also felt the need to partake? His gaze was utterly menacing. What on earth was happening in this world? Additionally, the focus of hostility that once fell on Harry had now shifted to him, rendering his days intolerably difficult. Malfoy found himself enveloped in confusion once again, feeling as though everything was utterly surreal. He had merely expressed his feelings. Why had everything deviated so drastically from their initial expectations? Help. Please, boss, stop hitting me. I was wrong, I admit it. Is that not enough? If you keep this up, someone might die. Indeed, if not for the unexpected, that was surely Goyle's voice. We all knew that the ill-fated idea of Malfoy pursuing Lillian originated from Goyle. However, the current reality had transformed beyond recognition, bearing no resemblance to their initial assumptions. Furthermore, the rumors about Malfoy were rampant, compounded by the relentless drills from Snape and Harry. Malfoy believed that if this continued, he would truly be unable to remain in this school. He blamed Goyle for all of this chaos, convinced that it could never be his own fault. Thus, the earlier pleas for mercy emerged, mirroring how Harry had once beaten Malfoy into a pulp. Now, he was retaliating against Goyle in kind. His methods were undeniably brutal, as even Crabbe dared not intervene, opting instead to cover his eyes and sneak glances, attempting to minimize his presence. In contrast, Harry and Lillian fared much better. Aside from the vexation of rumors, little else seemed to have changed, They had been the center of attention before. Undoubtedly, Harry's spirits had lifted considerably in recent days, for he finally had someone to share the brunt of Snape's ire, granting him a welcome reprieve. As for the increasingly ludicrous rumors, at least Lillian had ceased her experiments on unsuspecting subjects. On one hand, the primary motive for visitors was to discern which version of the rumors was true. On the other hand, one version suggested that I had morphed into a mad, dark wizard out of love turned to hate. It must be said that the essence of humanity is indeed rooted in gossip. People can concoct the most outlandish tales. However, two exceptions existed within this chaos. Lillian, are you truly not considering this? It pertains to a grand plan for the future of the magical world. Others would leap at the chance to join us. George and Fred harmoniously pitched their magical prank shop to Lillian, hoping she would join their venture. But it hasn't even launched yet, has it? And why are you seeking me out? Lillian inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as her interactions with them had been limited. Yet, she felt a flicker of familiarity. In the HP stories, such encounters were common in parallel universes. It seems their grand vision might not be entirely unfounded. However, such a cliché plotline can't possibly be replayed, can it? In fact, it is indeed so. The writing is rather trite. And Harry's gender transformation is but one example, yet he seems to be enjoying it quite well. Of course, we mean your transformation of Harry into Harriet. Ahem, I mean. We believe you embody the spirit of our shop. Bold and creative, attributes that many young witches and wizards lack. We are confident you would be an exceptional partner, especially with your unparalleled talent for mischief, which has instilled fear in countless young sorcerers, making you a perfect fit for our shop. Ah, I see. So it's primarily about being the delicate flower after all. In truth, the potion was not as extraordinary as it appeared. Its effect bore similarities to the polyjuice potion, merely allowing one to transform into a gender-swapped version of oneself, as opposed to taking on the appearance of any known individual. Its limitations were significant, yet it proved exceedingly effective for pranks, as Harry had personally tested. Thus, their interest in her began to make sense. However, observing the prolonged silence from Lillian, the Weasley twins assumed she was declining their proposal. Lillian, you must think this through. This is a venture that could yield millions annually. Are you truly not considering it? Lillian suspected that they might be underestimating her, the affluent Lillian. As she gazed at the two with incredulity, George grew anxious, and Fred was unable to intervene in time. Lillian, if you join us, we will grant you access to the Marauder's map whenever you wish. Wait, you mean the Marauder's map I'm familiar with? Lillian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If all goes as you say, it should indeed be the very one. Fred produced the map, placing it on the common room table. Indeed it is. All right then, I, Lillian, am fully in. Is 5 million enough? If not, I can contribute more. Lillian proclaimed enthusiastically, patting the shoulders of the Weasley twins beside her, uttering this iconic line. The Weasley twins were left utterly dumbfounded. They had merely sought to recruit a talented individual, yet this talent was now offering financial backing as well. Lillian, are you serious? Is this for real? Their eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions a comical mix of astonishment. After all, Lillian was merely a second-year witch, making her claim hard to trust. Of course it is. My brother and I are quite wealthy. Lillian beamed at their astonished faces. Professor Dumbledore can vouch for this. This is absolutely amazing. We are going to strike it rich. No? Our shop can now become a reality. George and Fred erupted in ecstatic cries, their enthusiasm rivaling that of a howler. However, they suddenly grew sheepish as they glanced at Lillian, realizing that their shop had yet to open, and they felt a twinge of guilt. Lillian, the shop isn't even operational yet. You've already invested in us, and 5 million is far too much. It's hardly warranted. Perhaps we should scale it back. Though it pained them, this might be the first and last time they encountered such a sum. Nevertheless, they were good-hearted children, possessing a strong sense of business ethics. Not to worry, it's merely a preliminary investment. Did you not claim we could earn millions annually? I have faith we can achieve this. Do you not believe in yourselves? After all, bringing her on board would encompass far more than just prank products. Kunlun understood it best. Lillian smiled kindly. Meanwhile, Harry quietly distanced himself from Lillian, casting a sympathetic glance at the exuberant Weasley twins. These unfortunate children, what could have possessed them to choose Lillian as their partner? How could they be so misguided? Yet, there is no turning back, while we hold a firm belief in our capabilities. We can only offer a maximum of 500,000, beyond which we shall, indeed, refuse your inclusion. Fred uttered these words with a pang in his heart. That sum indeed weighs heavily. Is this money burning a hole in their pockets? Never mind, they can research while gradually providing the funds. It's settled. 500,000 it is. George and Fred jubilantly leapt into their own rendition of a dance. Lillian, from now on, you shall be the esteemed head of our establishment. Here is the active map. You may take it for now. Head of the establishment? In that moment, an image of a notorious school bully flashed through my mind. No, no, I mustn't dwell on that. I cannot abide that gaudy smoky makeup. Can we forego the title of head? Absolutely not. It is our respectful designation for you. Though you are young, you are indeed our most pivotal collaborator. Their resolute gaze left no room for argument. But it has been decided. At that moment, Lillian felt an urge to dye her hair pink, channeling the spirit of a hot-blooded school queen. The pinker the hair, the fiercer the demeanor. Yet, they are not exactly the troublemakers of the school, are they? It is utterly inconceivable. But what is this fluttering in my heart? No, stop. Do not think. Thus, with the combined efforts of the three, they resolved to wait until after graduation to launch their shop. The Weasley brothers remarked that as students, they could not operate effectively, and they did not wish to place their trust in others. Well, Lillian thought, they have received the funds, and the prank items they previously crafted, along with the formulas, have been handed over to them. The rest is no longer her concern. She has become quite the hands-off manager of all her companies and is unable to commit to a regular job, though this made Lillian appear rather foolish. We all know how this story ends. The shop is destined to flourish. Moreover, she has already taken steps to apply for patents on those items. Yes, under Snape's name, for she is still too young and not accustomed to seeking the limelight at such an early stage, and it could prove quite troublesome. Lillian detests complications, though the troubles she brings to others do not count. For instance, in potions class, Malfoy, Draco, why do you choose to daydream during lessons? Slytherin loses 2 points. Snape's expression remained impassive as he deducted points once more. Malfoy felt on the brink of collapse. He finally understood how challenging Harry's previous days had been. For a moment, he felt a strange sense of camaraderie. However, upon recalling those dreadful rumors, no, why would anyone sympathize with that cross-dressing weirdo? Ugh, how distasteful. Malfoy shot a glare at Harry, then lost 2 more points for failing to pay attention. With no more spirit left to protest, Malfoy focused intently on the lesson, scarcely daring to move his eyes. Meanwhile, Harry was basking in satisfaction. Snape's attention had been diverted significantly by Malfoy, and witnessing the bully stumble was enough to make him chuckle. Harry Potter, Gryffindor loses 2 points. The two of them suddenly became quite compliant. Lillian and Hermione exchanged exasperated eye rolls. Those two are such troublemakers. After class, Wood and Harry discussed the training schedule for the semester as they walked. Wood announced that he had spent the entire summer devising a brand new Quidditch training regimen. This plan would be more rigorous, commencing earlier and lasting longer than before. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Their leisure time had just dwindled considerably. They soon encountered the Slytherin team on the grass. Despite Malfoy being Snape's prime target, he still approved Slytherin's use of the Quidditch pitch. Today, Slytherin has the field all to themselves. We all know Hermione is currently studying with Lillian. So Ron joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team at the training ground. Though he could not participate, watching from the sidelines was better than enduring the tedium of playing wizard's chess alone in the dormitory. It was far more entertaining to observe the training. Slytherin's new seeker, Malfoy, made a formal entrance. As before, every Slytherin player wielded a Firebolt 2001, the latest model. How did you acquire those? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, they were a gift from Malfoy's father, the Slytherin captain replied smugly. But it's not just his father. We're not quite sure what he is so proud of. Weasley, it's merely a trifling expense for my father, Malfoy scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ron. This time, without Hermione's interjections, there was no muddy incident. He turned his ire toward Ron. Weasley, you'll never even touch a Firebolt 2001 in your lifetime. After all, your family is notoriously poor. The smugness of his expression was insufferable. This remark offended 4 individuals. The Weasley brothers heard it too. However, before they could retaliate, Ron angrily drew his wand and aimed a curse at Malfoy. Yet, both Malfoy and Ron were protected by the amulets I had given them. The spell rebounded towards Ron after being directed at Malfoy, bouncing off of him. Harry, who was approaching to assist Ron, stood directly in the path of the spell. But of course, being my brother, he also possessed a share of the necklace, causing the spell to bounce off once more. This time, it struck Slytherin Captain Flint, leading to a rather dramatic scene as he fell to the ground, expelling snails from his nose. The Slytherins turned away in disgust, and Malfoy, too, lost interest. Yet, they could not simply ignore him. They helped him up. They were not familiar with Hagrid, so they did not seek his assistance. As for Snape, Malfoy shuddered at the mere thought of going to him. That was not an option. Ultimately, they took their captain to the hospital wing to seek Madame Pomfrey's help. Unbeknownst to them, Colin had spread word of the incident. Rumors began to swirl once more. Truly, there was no cleansing oneself of this in the Thames. What? Malfoy, consumed by jealousy, intends to settle scores with Harry during the Quidditch match? How exhilarating. The younger wizards were utterly delighted. relishing the fresh gossip every few days. Chapter 34. The Days of Being Wronged at Hogwarts. Poor Harry, once again, could not escape the torment of helping Lockhart respond to letters, nor could Lillian. Having failed the class tests, they found themselves in Lockhart's office, copying responses and idly passing the time. It was impossible to engage earnestly in this task. Of course, they were not the only ones to receive failing grades. However, who could forget that Harry was Harry Potter, and Lillian had so boldly confronted Lockhart in class? Harry, Lillian, have you considered that there could be no greater form of punishment than assisting me with my correspondence? Especially you, Lillian. The more letters you write, the more you will realize how ignorant you once were and how biased your views of me have been. But I shall choose to forgive you, for I am Lockhart. After all, fame is an unreliable companion. It has always stemmed from the actions of the renowned. A celebrity such as myself, naturally, would not be overly concerned with trifles. Lillian clenched her teeth as she listened to his incessant rambling, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch the person before her. The pen in her hand etched a bold vertical line across the parchment. Harry grasped Lillian tightly, fearful of her impulsive nature. As Hermione had remarked, he remained the teacher. Despite Snape's later support of Lillian's actions, she still faced a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall, although she harbored a strong dislike for Lockhart. Directly challenging a teacher in class was undeniably inappropriate and could set a poor example for the young witches and wizards. Hence, some discipline was necessary, though the punishment amounted to a mere point deduction. At that moment, Harry lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly pressed his hand to his forehead, revealing an expression of anguish. Lillian, did you hear any strange sounds? A sense of foreboding gripped Lillian's heart. Something felt amiss. After all, Tom's notebook was supposed to be in her bag. Lockhart inexplicably turned to inquire what was happening with Harry. Once again, Harry asked Lockhart if he had heard anything peculiar. Lockhart provided the same response as Lillian. They both had heard nothing. Harry, you must be overly fatigued. You're beginning to hallucinate, he quipped, glancing at his watch in sudden astonishment. No wonder. Look at the time. 4 hours have already flown by. Time flies when one is having fun. He concluded with a wink at Lillian and Harry, but as he surveyed the room, Lillian sensed a hint of fear in him, perhaps prompting him to let them go. Lillian tugged at Harry's sleeve. He signaled reassuringly, yet a sense of panic lingered within Lillian. The notebook was indeed in her bag. However, when she rummaged through her bag during Lockhart's speech, she found no trace of the book. Lillian began to realize that events had come full circle. The story was far from over. On their way back, Harry remained vigilant, scanning the area, while Lillian clutched his shirt tightly, reminded of the haunting echoes from the films. Her anxiety intensifying. They needed to return to the dormitory at once. Yet, Harry broke free from her grasp and hastened along the wall, seemingly entranced, ignoring her pleas. Brother, let us go back to the dormitory, please. This is rather frightening, she urged, trailing behind him. Harry did not respond to her concerns. His mind was consumed by that voice. It was not until Hermione and Ron appeared ahead, blocking Harry's path, that he posed his question once more. But how could Hermione and Ron hear it? Lillian, observing Harry's evident obsession, shouted in frustration, Brother, have you not considered that the voice you heard in Lockhart's office is now echoing in the corridor, yet only you can perceive it? This indicates a conspiracy, a plot against you. This matter should not be pursued by you alone. We must inform the professors, or even Dumbledore. No matter how extensive our training, we should seek assistance from adults who are far more powerful than us. Why must you tackle this alone? You are still a child. Have you not thought about how formidable an enemy capable of causing chaos at Hogwarts might be? At the very least, it should not be us. Lillian's passionate outburst brought Harry back to a semblance of reason, but he interrupted her once more. But the voice is speaking. It intends to kill. And I cannot stand idly by. By the time we find a professor, it may be too late. I'm sorry, Lillian. With that, he dashed away, leaving Lillian feeling utterly wronged. Yet, she could not abandon him. The remaining 3 hurried after him. Harry, wait. Don't run so fast. Brother, slow down. Don't be in such a rush. You'll be mistaken for the culprit. Harry and his companions noticed the small spiders scuttling across the ground, causing Ron's complexion to pale. I despise spiders, he muttered, while Lillian directed her gaze toward the wall, where it ominously proclaimed that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and enemies of the air should beware. The blood-written warning, coupled with the eerie atmosphere, made it seem as if they had stepped into a horror film. On the hooks meant for lanterns hung Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Harry cautiously approached the feline, but Lillian quickly pulled him away and cast an invisibility charm, enveloping the 4 of them. Sure enough, moments later, a group of passing young witches and wizards appeared around the corner. Surely, Harry would not be misinterpreted this time. Lillian felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that matters would not unfold so smoothly. She urged Harry and the others to sneak quietly to the back of the group, And as everyone's attention was captivated by the writing on the wall and the cat, she subtly lifted the invisibility charm, signaling for silence. As they raised their heads, they caught sight of Malfoy, who wore a contemplative expression as he regarded the writing on the wall. "What are you lot doing here? Make way." Filch pushed through the crowd, spotting his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris. "Who killed my cat?" His voice was laced with fury as he glared at the surrounding young witches and wizards. Then he spotted them at the back of the group and lunged forward, seizing Harry by the collar. "Did you kill my cat, Harry Potter?" The malice in his tone was palpable. "Excuse me? Are you out of your mind? We weren't even standing there. You're talking nonsense." Harry protested, shaking his head in denial, but Filch clearly did not believe him. Lillian felt her temper boiling over. "Mr. Filch, kindly observe that we are at the back of the line. You may inquire with the surrounding young witches and wizards if they saw us arrive. Or you could ask Professor Lockhart to vouch for us. We spent the entire evening in his company, assisting him with those tedious letters. So why accuse Harry unjustly? Who else would wish to harm my cat? I will make you pay for her death." Filch raged, his demeanor becoming increasingly unhinged. "Calm yourself, Filch." Dumbledore's voice resonated from the direction of the Slytherin students. The Slytherin witches and wizards parted, and Dumbledore commanded, "Everyone return to your dormitories immediately. No one is to leave. Except for the four of you." The heads of various houses began ushering their students back to their quarters, while the four remained behind. Lillian felt on the verge of tears. What had been the purpose of her invisibility charm? Ultimately, it led to this outcome. "She is not dead, Filch. She has merely been petrified," Dumbledore reassured him. Lockhart sidled up to the cat, eager to boast. "I agree, it must be so. Alas, I was not present at the time." After glancing at the cat, he continued, "I happen to know the method to save her." The crowd eyed Lockhart skeptically, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze to the cat, falling silent. "But I have no idea how she was petrified," Dumbledore expressed his regret. "Ask them, it was their doing." Filch was unequivocally intent on implicating Lillian and Harry. "Mr. Filch, are you out of your mind? Please refrain from unjustly accusing us." Lillian exclaimed. "Did you actually see us committing the act? We weren't even near that cat. If you doubt our words, you could inquire with Professor Lockhart whether Harry and I have been diligently assisting him with his correspondence, rather than hastily assuming us to be the culprits." Lockhart, caught off guard by the sudden mention of his name, quickly affirmed, "Indeed, what Lillian says is true. Harry and Lillian have been in my office responding to readers' letters. As you know, I am quite a renowned figure, and it is only natural that I receive a considerable volume of correspondence that I cannot keep up with, though it is a rather sweet inconvenience." As the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, Lockhart hastily curtailed his lengthy monologue. "Ahem, I can indeed attest that we have been together, and they had no opportunity to commit any crime. This is impossible. The writing on the wall was clearly theirs, and Lillian evidently harbors tendencies akin to those of dark wizards. Who knows what horrific experiments she is conducting with my cat?" Filch seethed, his frustration boiling over. "I swear I will not be restrained. I must confront this old fool. Professor Dumbledore, please believe us. We did not petrify Mrs. Loris. I swear it," Harry implored, grasping Lillian's hand earnestly as he looked towards Dumbledore. "Nonsense." Filch remained unconvinced, feeling that all of Lillian's previous actions had been in vain, as her invisibility had failed to protect them from false accusations. "Are you completely devoid of reason? Mr. Filch, we would stake our honor in Merlin's name that we had no part in this. Are you brave enough to swear that you have not been targeting Harry all along?" Lillian glared fiercely at Filch. At this moment, Severus Snape interjected on their behalf. "Albus, I believe that Lillian and Harry were merely in the wrong place at the wrong time." Ron could hardly believe that Snape would utter such words, yet Harry, Hermione, and Lillian felt an undeniable sense of relief. Perhaps Snape was not entirely malevolent, after all. However, Lillian sensed that the entire situation was far too suspicious and warranted a thorough investigation. At that moment, Lillian fervently wished for the presence of surveillance. This matter was of utmost importance. No, even in the magical realm, she intended to procure several surveillance devices. This was simply intolerable. Hermione then spoke up in their defense. "Though it could be said that she nearly implicated Harry, we did not see them in the dining hall, so we came looking for Harry and Lillian. Later, we encountered them, and I overheard Harry say." As Hermione gazed at Harry, she refrained from mentioning the peculiar sounds he had heard. "Heard what?" Snape's gaze shifted to Hermione's face. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Harry was left with no choice but to fabricate a lie. "I said I wasn't hungry. After all, we hadn't eaten yet," he continued. "Then, as we were returning to the common room, we spotted Mrs. Loris." Snape could clearly discern the falsehood but chose not to challenge it. Until proven guilty, they were innocent. As Snape turned his attention to Dumbledore, he heard the latter state, "But my cat has been petrified. I demand to see someone punished for this." Filch felt utterly aggrieved, nearly on the verge of tears. What kind of unjust logic is this? No matter how I explain it, he refuses to listen. What is wrong with you? You want to see someone punished, so you must pin it on them? Once this ordeal was over, Filch resolved to prank them for several days. Acting now would only serve to deepen their suspicions. Lillian, suppressing her anger, rolled her eyes at Filch. We will restore her, Filch. Dumbledore reassured him. As I understand it, Madam Sprout has cultivated exceptionally healthy mandrakes. Once they mature and the antidote is produced, Mrs. Loris will be restored. Madam Sprout nodded in affirmation. During this time, I advise everyone to exercise caution, Dumbledore warned. His words seemingly directed at the four of them. He must have surmised some of the truth. Dumbledore then surveyed the room, glancing at everyone present. That was certainly peculiar, wasn't it? Hermione remarked as she ascended the staircase, addressing the others who followed. Peculiar? What are you talking about? Harry looked up at Hermione, who had turned to face them, her expression slightly condescending. You heard that sound. Only you could hear it. Then Mrs. Loris was petrified. It is indeed very strange. Lillian unconsciously clenched her fists, realizing that Hermione's words could imply that she was beginning to suspect them. Should I tell them? Inform Dumbledore and the others? Harry, clearly agitated, fixed his gaze on Hermione, feeling that she too might misconstrue their intentions. Are you out of your mind? Ron exclaimed. No, Harry. Even in the wizarding world, hearing strange sounds is not a good sign. With that, Hermione turned and walked ahead. Her reasoning was sound. The grand portrait of the bearded man on the wall seemed to echo Hermione's sentiments. However, none of them could have anticipated that new rumors would begin circulating throughout the school, claiming that Lillian had fallen to the dark arts and that Mrs. Loris had been petrified due to her experiments. Lillian felt deeply that this was Tom's revenge for their academic exchanges. What a petty individual. Tom, petty? Have you considered the nature of the questions you were asking? Some individuals even approached her with mockery, taunting that she would surely be expelled from Hogwarts. How infuriating. Are you all mad? Lillian refused to tolerate their insolence and retaliated with magic. This only served to solidify the accusation of her being a dark wizard. To her surprise, however, Draco Malfoy defended her, maintaining that this was not her doing. Harry, for once, offered him a smile. Well, the majority of people in this world are conformists and ignorant. I suppose I must understand, Lillian reflected. It was akin to the internet trolls of her previous life. They would never recognize the fallacy of their actions and words. Such falsehoods could drive a person to despair or even lead them down a true path of darkness. Upon reaching their dormitory, Lillian began rummaging through her belongings in search of Tom's notebook, yet it eluded her. Just then, a realization struck her. The day Harry had impersonated her, he had mistakenly taken the wrong bag. During their scuffle, the bag had fallen, and its contents had scattered, subsequently gathered by them. Thus, it must have been during that time that it was lost. Lillian lamented, striking the table in frustration. Truly, one must not harbor ill intentions. In attempting to prank Harry, she had only ensnared herself. Now, she knew where Tom's notebook was, yet she was left wondering which student had taken it. The headache she felt mirrored that of a certain queen's empathy in an instant. Lillian unfurled the Marauder's map that the Weasley twins had given her, hoping to uncover Tom's name within its enchanted confines. Regrettably, this has proven ineffective. His name has yet to surface. Lillian contemplated that it might be prudent to consult Dumbledore, succinctly explaining the notebook's functions. Although he would not intervene or orchestrate further plans, at the very least, it could heighten vigilance and ensure a contingency. Moreover, the matter of surveillance warranted discussion with Dumbledore as well. In a vast institution devoid of any monitoring, relying solely on intuition for apprehensions was simply unacceptable. Lillian resolved to discreetly install surveillance in every nook and cranny. As for the animosity the young wizards harbored towards her, that was entirely intentional. After all, it wouldn't be under her name that such acquisitions were made. Let them speak ill of her behind her back. Bring it on. Mutual harm, indeed. Chapter 35. Is this not premeditated? Even a dog would not believe it. Lillian, I believe it's quite late. A proper young wizard should already be tucked in bed. Dumbledore remarked, observing Lillian, who had guessed the office password and entered with a smile, exuding a sense of resignation. Having traversed the secret passage undetected, Lillian feigned ignorance to Dumbledore's words. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall and Snape exchanged disapproving glances towards her, and Lillian mused that her once innocent facade was increasingly implausible. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. But that is under normal circumstances. Truth be told, Lillian also harbored an aversion to facing Dumbledore. The sensation of having one's innermost thoughts laid bare was utterly dreadful. Nonetheless, in times of trouble, she was more than willing to seek his and the other professor's assistance. After all, engaging in personal heroics at such a tender age was unwise. They were not invincible, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. One might say, This is akin to possessing abilities yet being excessively cautious, reminding one of a certain anime. That being said, Lillian, do you have significant information regarding today's incident to share with us? In the presence of others, Dumbledore maintained an air of authority, lacking the benevolence he displayed in solitude, though his tone remained gentle. Ahem, indeed, it pertains to today's events. Lillian beamed innocently at the three before her. As for their inner thoughts about her, she could only lament that there was little she could do about it. Was there? I acquired a notebook before the term commenced. It introduced itself as Tom Riddle. Does that name ring a bell? The pupils of the three across from her dilated, their astonishment palpable as they regarded Lillian with disbelief. They were certainly familiar with the name, yet never had they anticipated to hear it in this context. However, at present, it was merely a notebook, and thus it did not imply much. Clearly, Lillian had many secrets to unveil. It claims to have been created by a senior from Slytherin, possessing knowledge of every conceivable question. Consequently, I engaged it regarding academic matters, only to discover it is nothing more than a grand deceiver. It couldn't answer a single question. Lillian exclaimed, her right fist striking her left palm, her face alight with indignation and contempt. Tom, do you even speak coherently? Wait a moment, Lillian. May we inquire what sort of questions you posed? Dumbledore interjected, curiosity and skepticism flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it was true. Tom had been an astonishing academic during his student days. What kind of academic conundrum could possibly challenge such a genius? Perceiving their dubious gazes, Lillian promptly retrieved her notebook from her satchel, presenting it to Dumbledore. He first cast a glance at her before perusing its contents, while Professors McGonagall and Snape shifted closer. In the next moment, all three donned expressions reminiscent of Tom's perplexed visage. What is this? Are these inquiries even conceivable for a typical wizard? A sudden pang of sympathy for Tom struck them. No, this must be an illusion. With a swift motion, Dumbledore closed the notebook. Relieved that these queries did not pertain to the school's professors, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Lillian, you actually posed these questions to Tom? This is unacceptable. Merely recalling such inquiries induces a headache. Dumbledore regarded Lillian with a rare expression of incredulity and profound significance. Snape and Professor McGonagall, after rubbing their temples simultaneously, cast Lillian glances imbued with a touch of strangeness. Are these questions problematic? Lillian inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Aren't these inquiries rather ordinary? Very well. The issues aren't substantial. Please continue. Dumbledore acquiesced, knowing that ultimately, it was Tom who would suffer, not them. Observing Lillian's bewildered expression, Dumbledore sensed that further discourse would inevitably lead her inquiries to involve them, thereby validating her concerns as quite reasonable. I have discerned that he is intentionally attempting to manipulate my thoughts. Yet, perhaps due to our delightful exchanges, Tom, feeling a profound connection, relinquishes his control over me out of guilt each time he reaches a certain point, Lillian declared triumphantly, her head held high as she spoke with a smile. No. If you think it through, you must realize that this cannot be the case. Tom feels guilt. Pray tell, are you jesting? Have you considered that your excessively peculiar questions might have driven him to a state of withdrawal? The three regarded Lillian with expressions that conveyed their utter disbelief. This child ought to avoid posing questions in the presence of others in the future. In that moment, even Snape contemplated a temporary retreat from Lillian. The emotional toll was unbearable. Then, Harry, while impersonating me, mistakenly took the wrong bag, and the notebook was lost, taken by an unknown party. At this juncture, Lillian's demeanor soured. If only she had been more vigilant. Nevertheless, significant matters often twist and turn in unexpected ways, though the paths may differ. One could not help but wonder if such outcomes were inevitable. Are you implying that Madame Loris is the mastermind behind the manipulation of young wizards through Thomas' notebook? At this, Dumbledore and the others fell into deep contemplation. If this were indeed the case, the school would no longer be safe. One could not rely on Tom to refrain from harming those young wizards. The unfortunate fate of Filch's cat was merely the first step. But Lillian, how? Professor McGonagall's eyes were rife with skepticism. It was indeed plausible that Lillian, under the notebook's influence, might have articulated these matters to confuse them. I believe the pensive can attest to my innocence, no? Lillian earnestly met Dumbledore's gaze, despite her discomfort. Moreover, Professor McGonagall, the Dark Lord's name is hardly a secret. Besides, aside from Mr. Filch, no one else would target dear Harry so directly. The one most intent on causing Harry distress must surely be the Dark Lord, would it not? The three professors regarded Lillian, once again enveloped in silence. Minerva, I place my trust in Lillian, Dumbledore asserted, turning to Professor McGonagall with unwavering conviction. Snape also expressed his confidence in Lillian. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Lillian for a protracted moment, ultimately, in the sincerity reflected in her eyes. She chose to reluctantly place her faith in her. On that note, I have another matter to address. Recalling her other purpose for being there, Lillian hastily shifted the topic. Her ability to explain further was waning. Just as today my brother was wrongfully accused, I have discovered that significant issues plague the school. Lillian gestured dramatically, forming a large semicircle with her hand. Mr. Filch hastily concluded that Harry was the perpetrator based solely on conjecture and subjective assumptions. And I dare say most people accepted his hypothesis. At such a moment, it is astonishing that no one considered utilizing the pensive to exonerate the brother. Of course, the pensive cannot be employed for every situation. However, we could explore alternative methods. Thus, I believe the magical community should evolve in tandem with the times, at least by introducing real-time surveillance equipment in schools akin to that in the Muggle world. This is not a restriction on the freedom of young wizards, but rather a protective measure to prevent incidents like today's from occurring again. At this juncture, Lillian suddenly realized that such actions might inadvertently jeopardize many future participants. Ahem. There's little to be done. Lillian is simply concerned for the safety of the young wizards. What is wrong with that? Smiled JPG. Surveillance in the Muggle world? They appeared somewhat befuddled, naturally exhibiting the obvious resistance. Imagine installing cameras in the corridors, allowing those in the monitoring room to observe students' activities with clarity. If we were to place them in perilous areas, such as the Forbidden Forest, wouldn't it resolve numerous issues? For instance, those wandering outside at night. Cough. I'm not implying anything untoward here. That isn't against the rules, is it? Upon hearing the mention of loitering outside at night, Dumbledore and the others couldn't help but glance at Lillian, their eyes laden with meaning, considering she is currently the one who might be out late. Lillian feigned a cough to mask her embarrassment. Wouldn't this be advantageous? It could save Mr. Filch and the on-duty professors a great deal of time and effort. Are you perhaps forgetting about your endeavor to confront Tom? Isn't this a disservice to yourself? Dumbledore felt a twinge of sarcasm. Nevertheless, it is indeed a rather splendid idea. Lillian, your proposal is quite innovative. Utilizing Muggle surveillance devices, if I recall correctly, sounds rather promising. I imagine that should you meet with Nicholas, you would have much to discuss. Please compile a detailed implementation plan for me later. For now, let us continue our discourse. Professor, I have brought the plan. Lillian reached into her bag and produced a thick stack of parchment. The three exchanged puzzled glances as Lillian once again felt the weight of their scrutinizing gazes. It is hard not to suspect that she has been plotting this for quite some time. If Lillian were aware of their thoughts, she would vehemently refute their accusations. How could she have been scheming? Her sincere eyes would reveal otherwise, wouldn't they? Trust you? Not a chance. You are quite mischievous. How could one not suspect premeditation when you have even sketched out a detailed magical surveillance device, complete with various hypotheses and explanations? We shall deliberate this matter thoroughly, Lillian. I believe it is time for you to rest. This child must have been led astray by those in the East. How vexing. She seems to cause more trouble than Harry. This excuse again. She can pull an all-nighter without issue. If we are to be candid, this could very well be a talent honed from her past life, couldn't it? Should Lillian discover that Dumbledore has labeled her a troublemaking child, she would undoubtedly protest vehemently. It is truly unjust. The trouble always seeks them out. She despises trouble. Just wait a moment. Shouldn't you all be searching through your notebooks? Dumbledore had not anticipated that before being sent away, she would also ensnare the young wizards. He felt an increasing headache. Truly, Lillian, smiled JPG. But that can wait until tomorrow, can it not? The well-behaved young wizards ought to be heading to bed now, Dumbledore said with a smile as he watched Lillian. Lillian felt a shiver run down her spine. Continuing this line of conversation could lead to peril. Fine. Although she believed a surprise inspection tonight would be more effective, circumstances dictated otherwise, and she chose to acquiesce. Upon returning to her dormitory, the iris flower leapt into her embrace, nuzzling against her palm before shifting to find a comfortable position to drift into slumber. Oh, Iris, I need to sleep too. Now I can hardly move. But this is the magical realm, and such matters are easily resolved. Thus, Lillian produced a thorn rose. She quietly cast the sleeping charm on Iris, who opened her eyes in disbelief before promptly fainting. This master is no longer suitable. This was Iris's last thought before losing consciousness. Cree, would you care to join in as well? Lillian smiled at the startled Cree, who promptly flew away. Very well. It seems it does not wish to participate. Now, I can finally retire for the night. And Lillian felt quite pleased. Minerva, Severus, what are your thoughts on Lillian's assertions? Dumbledore inquired of Professor McGonagall and Severus after Lillian had departed, gazing out the window. If what Lillian said is true, it indicates that the Dark Lord has resurfaced. Given the gravity of the situation, I presume you would refrain from taking action, would you not? Severus narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore. Severus, we have already discussed this matter. What we need to address now is Lillian's proposal regarding the use of Muggle surveillance. Dumbledore shifted the topic. Furthermore, I will make certain arrangements to ensure their safety. You need not worry. I sincerely hope so. Severus remained skeptical of this assurance. Considering the precedents set in the previous semester, I believe this matter is of great necessity, Professor McGonagall interjected, responding to Dumbledore's query. The young wizards today are exceedingly reckless. Installing surveillance is indeed a viable solution. However, we must ponder how Muggle technology can be effectively implemented in the magical realm. Severus, what is your perspective? I find Lillian's idea to be splendid. This would mitigate many troubles caused by young wizards disregarding the rules, thus allowing for more clever and well-behaved children like Lillian to thrive. Dumbledore suddenly felt he should not have posed the question to Severus. The very utterance of it seemed devoid of conscience. Does Severus even possess a conscience? How would I know? I too believe this is an excellent means of managing the young wizards. If that is the case, we shall further examine Lillian's thoughts tomorrow, considering it was she who proposed it. I will also reach out to Nicholas to gauge his opinion and expedite the realization of this matter. If necessary, we can always arrange for Harry and the others to have a backdoor entrance. This is not the first time. As for the search, let it proceed. The focus should be on the young wizard's notebooks. We shall pay close attention in class tomorrow. Very well. The following day, the professors indeed conducted a thorough search in class, with Severus being the most diligent. He must have thought that promptly destroying the notebook he possessed was the best way to protect Lillian and Harry. Thus, even notebooks that merely seemed suspicious would be confiscated. This resulted in a considerable outcry from many young wizards, as some of their notebooks contained more than mere notes. However, as Lillian had anticipated, this search yielded no substantial results, and the notebooks remained unfound. For the next few days, Severus's displeasure was palpable. His usually composed demeanor appeared even more intimidating, causing most young wizards to avoid him at all costs, fearing they might be caught at a vulnerable moment. Malfoy and Harry had no means of escape. Each day, they returned to their dormitory with bruises and scrapes. In the name of Lillian, Harry and Malfoy engaged in fierce confrontations for several consecutive days, both ending up in the hospital and currently in recovery. Lillian found such rumors quite amusing. If they were in the hospital, then who was it that attended classes punctually each day? Had they perhaps been transformed by a polyjuice potion? Meanwhile, the installation of surveillance equipment was progressing smoothly. For instance, in the magical realm, the issue of electricity could be resolved simply by inscribing magical runes onto the monitoring devices and channeling magical energy into them for power use. Moreover, there was no need to fret excessively over the magical runes, as the magical community possessed its own energy conversion runes. Although most alchemists were unable to inscribe them, Dumbledore had sought the expertise of Nicholas Flamel to address this challenge. They even conspired to install the cameras discreetly and then conceal them, ensuring that most young witches and wizards remained oblivious to the matter. However, Lillian was also a participant in this scheme. She was fully aware of the camera placements, and thus, with blue ink, marked them on the Marauder's map. The blind spots of the cameras and various hidden passages were laid bare. The Marauder's map had truly evolved into a bug-level artifact for Lillian at Hogwarts. TSK. She eagerly anticipated the moment when Tom would be caught red-handed during his next misdeed. Ha! Tom, I truly appreciate your thoughts about me, Chapter 36. Shall we change schools? Classmates, please lend me your ears. Excellent. Today we shall learn to transform animals into goblets. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, Fidelius. Professor McGonagall patiently instructed the young witches and wizards in Transfiguration class. After outlining the day's lesson, she gently uttered the incantation and waved her wand, transforming the owl on the podium into an exquisite lace goblet. The young wizards gasped in awe. Isn't it magical? To completely alter a living being into an inanimate object devoid of any life characteristics. Each execution felt utterly astonishing. Now it's your turn. Who would like to demonstrate first? McGonagall descended from the podium, and although she posed the question, she made her way to Ron. Before she could call Ron up, Lillian raised her hand. Very well, Lillian, you go first. With a smile, Lillian stood and took out a thorny rose, aiming her wand at the iris flower on her and Harry's desk to perform the transfiguration. 1, 2, 3, Fidelius. In an instant, the iris transformed into a petite goblet, delicately etched with purple iris flowers. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall appeared quite pleased. Now, everyone should learn from Lillian. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? Mr. Weasley, it's your turn. 1, 2, 3, Fidelius. Ron pretended to clear his throat and pointed his wand at his pet rat, Scabbers. Everyone knew that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. Thus, Lillian subtly interfered. Consequently, Ron's magic succeeded only halfway. Scabbers did indeed transform into a goblet, albeit a furry-tailed goblet that squeaked. Lillian sighed with disappointment. Why wasn't he at an explosion? Peter Pettigrew truly had the luck of the devil. The others couldn't help but laugh. Ron appeared a bit embarrassed. Lillian silently apologized to him. She would make it up to him later, as she certainly would not let this rat slide. Perhaps she could swiftly resolve this hidden danger and then gift Ron a new little rat. The others thought it plausible that Ron's spell could have worked with that old, broken wand of his. But how could a new wand produce such an outcome? It was indeed rather absurd. Mr. Weasley, I think you ought to practice more diligently in the future, don't you agree? Yes, Professor McGonagall, I will practice diligently. Ron replied with a glum expression, gazing at the Scabbers goblet. At that moment, Hermione raised her right hand from a bit behind. Granger, do you also wish to demonstrate? Not exactly, Professor. I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall, clearly taken aback by Hermione's inquiry, looked around at the other students, only to find them all curiously focused on her, evidently intrigued by the topic. McGonagall displayed a pained expression but ultimately acquiesced to address the question. Very well. I believe everyone is aware that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest wizards and witches of the time: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The 3 of them coexisted harmoniously. However, one among them was different. Ron glanced back at Lillian and Harry, smirking and whispering, clearly knowing who it was. Indeed, I nodded inwardly. Slytherin, the professor, sought to further filter the students eligible for admission. He believed that only children from magical families should be allowed to learn magic, which meant pure bloodlines. Unable to persuade the others, he left the school. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a secret chamber within the castle. This room is commonly referred to as the Chamber of Secrets. Before he departed from the school, he sealed the chamber, awaiting the return of his true heir. This heir would unlock the chamber and unleash the terrifying contents within, eliminating all those he deemed unworthy of studying magic, specifically the offspring of Muggles. Hermione gazed at Professor McGonagall with red-rimmed eyes. McGonagall nodded before continuing. Of course, the school staff has conducted several searches, but such a chamber has yet to be found. At this point, McGonagall feigned a sigh of relief. The young witches and wizards seemed more relaxed with the topic. However, Professor, did the legend reveal what was inside the chamber? Hermione pressed again. The legend states that only Slytherin's heir can control the creature within, rumored to be a terrifying monster. In fact, anyone who speaks Parseltongue might have a chance. I internally scoffed while glancing at Harry. If it weren't for her inability to do so, the chamber, well, it was best not to engage in too many adventures. I would rather follow my brother and pick up the pieces. Simultaneously, she noticed Ron glancing back at Malfoy, seemingly convinced that he was the true mastermind behind it all. Is that true? Do you think there really is a Chamber of Secrets? Ron inquired as they rounded a corner in the corridor. Of course, can't you see? McGonagall expressed her concern. All the professors were certainly worried. After all, from the information she had, 90% of it still related to Voldemort, which was far more alarming than knowing that a Slytherin student had unleashed a monster. Yet, if there were indeed a chamber and it had been opened, it signified that Slytherin's heir had returned to the school. The question remained, who was he? Hermione echoed Harry's thoughts with her inquiry. Actually, you needn't worry. He cannot conceal it for long. Lillian responded nonchalantly to the question. The 3 individuals nearby paused momentarily, turning their scrutiny towards Lillian. Lillian, how do you know this? Are you hiding something from us? Harry gazed at her with a mixture of suspicion and accusation. In his mind, he felt a twinge of grievance, thinking it unfair that his sister had entertaining news yet chose not to share it with him. How could that be? It's merely a small secret I happen to know. But I've sworn to someone else, so I cannot divulge it at the moment. You will find out soon enough. Lillian tilted her head and looked at them kindly, her eyes sparkling as she attempted to charm her way out of the situation. In reality, she was thinking, I won't tell you now. That would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Harry internally scoffed. Actually, I believe we've already arrived at an answer, haven't we? Ron interjected, his eyes catching sight of Malfoy passing by, and he raised his voice to express his speculation. Your targeting is rather obvious, you know. Consider this. Among our acquaintances, who would regard the offspring of Muggles as scum? Ron observed that Malfoy was ignoring him and grew more animated, raising his voice further. Are you suggesting Malfoy? Hermione caught onto Ron's line of thought. Of course. He isn't. Weasley, perhaps you should be more mindful of your surroundings when speaking ill of others. Malfoy retorted. You truly embody the lack of decorum expected of someone from the Weasley family. Malfoy, whom are you calling uncouth? I wouldn't want to mention certain individuals who, as supposed heirs, harmed their classmates, not even sparing a mere cat. Ron's sarcastic tone evoked curiosity about its origin. Weasley, do not slander me. Though Malfoy nearly let slip a derogatory term, he instinctively glanced around, relieved to find Snape was not nearby. Clearly, the psychological impact of Snape's recent demeanor weighed heavily on him. In any case, it wasn't me. If you continue this tirade, do not blame me for being impolite. Once he confirmed the vicinity was safe, Malfoy resumed his haughty demeanor, gazing down at Ron with disdain. Enough, Ron. It's not Malfoy, Lillian interjected, attempting to mediate before a physical altercation ensued. It wasn't he that she disliked a good fight. Rather, certain corridors had recently been equipped with surveillance devices, including the one where they stood. If a real brawl broke out, they would all be in trouble. Yet, Lillian knew they remained oblivious to that fact. Lillian, you are actually defending Malfoy? Those rumors. Ron regarded her with suspicion. Lillian found those rumors rather bothersome, as they affected those around her. She felt a tinge of disappointment. Malfoy, too, gaped at Lillian, his expression a mixture of disbelief and hidden delight. Lillian sensed that whatever he was about to say would not bode well. Fortunately, before he could speak, Hermione interjected. I concur. My relationship with Malfoy has improved significantly, and he has no need to. Hermione, how could you? Ron was taken aback. Hermione had been insulted by Malfoy, labeled a mudblood, and he had even retaliated on her behalf. Now, however, she was defending him, which felt like betrayal to Ron, betrayal from a close friend. Ron, you know Professor Snape is not only favoring Lillian, but also Malfoy. Thus, he is involved in our training. And we assumed you were aware of this all along. Hermione was surprised by Ron's intense reaction. That was last semester. Didn't you notice these issues before? He certainly hadn't, and with a Weasley brain, he might not realize such matters even after 100 years. What a fool. Can't you stay silent for once? This is bound to escalate. Have you forgotten that all your protective gear was confiscated by Snape? Consider this your moment of silence, Lillian thought to herself. Just then, Ron swiftly drew his wand. Dentus Maximus. Malfoy, still laughing boisterously, was sent flying. After a yelp, he picked himself up. When he raised his head, laughter erupted from everyone, including the onlooking young wizards. Other young wizards? Oh dear, Lillian immediately felt the situation turning dire. It seemed today's gossip had just found its material. Malfoy's once handsome, arrogant countenance was now marred by two large, white front teeth, instantly diminishing his attractiveness. He looked foolish, even without looking. Malfoy knew he must appear ridiculous. Enraged, he brandished his wand to cast a petrification spell, but alas, he was interrupted. Stop! What are you doing? Assaulting a fellow student on school grounds. No one expected a professor to arrive so swiftly. The surrounding young wizards scattered in a hurry. Lillian and her friends, however, were unable to flee, being directly involved. I knew it would come to this, Lillian thought. Didn't I advise you all to remain calm? Impulsiveness is the devil, and you don't seem to grasp that. Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, come with me to the office. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall and Snape did not blame the others, leading the dejected Malfoy and Ron away. Speaking of the surveillance device upgrades, they had indeed proven successful. Not only had they resolved previous energy storage issues, but they had also incorporated invisibility charms, connecting the visual feed to magic arrays, voice capture enchantments, and rapid transport spells, among other features. Rumor had it there were additional functions, but Dumbledore remained mysteriously reticent, and Snape diverted the topic whenever Lillian inquired. How did the professors arrive so promptly? Compared to last time, this was almost instantaneous. Harry marveled at the speed of the professor's arrival today. Don't say that. Lillian recalled Harry dressed as a girl, bursting into laughter. It must have been a passing young wizard who reported it. Ron and the others should be fine, just losing some points. After uttering this, Lillian pulled them away from the surveillance area. That device could also hear, so it was best to keep a distance. By the way, I never expected you, Hermione, to speak up for Malfoy. Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin? Don't be ridiculous. That is hardly plausible. Hermione shot Lillian an incredulous look. No, Hermione. I believe Ron has a point. Although Malfoy has somewhat softened towards you, his family has been Slytherin for centuries. Some things may not be as they seem, Harry remarked. While acknowledging that Malfoy's support of Lillian made him appear less detestable, yet Lillian's defense of him was a dangerous signal. This did not prevent him from tarnishing Malfoy's reputation further. He needed to inform Snape about this incident as well. Then let us set a trap for Crabbe and Goyle, Hermione suggested, glancing uncertainly at Harry. No, they aren't that foolish yet. Perhaps there are other methods. She reconsidered before Harry could respond. I assure you, there is no need for concern. The real answer will soon be revealed. Master Nicholas is close to finishing all the magic arrays. Once all the corridors are equipped, there will be an unexpected twist with Tom's notebook. Lillian, since you cannot reveal the secret, you cannot hinder us from seeking the truth now. Hermione cast an exasperated glance at Lillian, who could only respond with a sheepish smile, indicating her intention to remain silent. I believe we can utilize this method, but I must forewarn you that it is quite arduous. We will likely contravene at least 50 school regulations, and it poses a significant danger. It appeared they were indeed resorting to the polyjuice potion. Ultimately, This was how they would resolve the issue. Lillian silently retrieved the potion from her bag, gazing at them with an innocent expression. Hermione, you're not suggesting we use this to transform into them, are you? Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Hadn't they just agreed to keep quiet? How did you even obtain this? Professor Snape taught us during the holidays, she replied. The conversation faltered. It was indeed impressive to have someone behind them like that. Reluctantly, Hermione accepted this reality with a heavy heart. What are you all discussing? Harry inquired, somewhat confused. He recognized the potion, but was unclear about its relevance to the situation. Brother, you'd best refrain from asking that question in front of Snape. It could be fatal, Lillian warned. This potion can allow us to transform into Crabbe and Goyle, enabling us to extract information from Malfoy. That is splendid. Lillian, you're truly remarkable. Just like my sister. Harry beamed at Lillian, who felt herself blush under the praise, as though Snape had never taught him anything during the holidays. However, the potion's effect seemed somewhat familiar. Ah, the Polyjuice potion. Thank goodness you finally remembered. Lillian rolled her eyes at him, shrugging nonchalantly. In fact, both you and Hermione could concoct it as well, but since we have a ready-made one, it would be unwise to risk making it anew. It takes at least a month, and that is far too lengthy. Hermione had initially considered brewing it herself. But upon hearing this, she realized it was indeed impractical. A month's time could result in numerous victims. You're right, Lillian. Once this matter is resolved, we can brew more in the room of requirement. Let us not forget we have Professor Snape on our side, don't we? Lillian patted Hermione's shoulder and winked at her when she looked her way. Hermione returned her gaze with a smile. Let us not dwell on that for now. Shall we seek out Malfoy? He will surely divulge everything. Harry was eager to confront Malfoy. No, we should wait until his cronies are absent. Going now would expose us. Lillian replied, exasperatedly observing Harry, whose excitement was palpable. Thus, the trio, having agreed upon a time, returned to the Gryffindor common room, where they found Ron despondently slumped over a table, scribbling something. Ron, what's the matter? Is the punishment severe? Ron lifted his eyelids to glance at the three of them before returning his attention to the blank sheet of paper in front of him. The punishment isn't too harsh, just a 5-point deduction and a 3,000-word essay. Your expression suggests otherwise. You don't understand. There were so many little wizards caught in the office today, Ron exclaimed, rising in excitement. Caught. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. Yes, all of them were little wizards who broke the rules. There were about 20 in total. What on earth? The three were baffled. When had Hogwarts ever been this efficient? Lillian struggled to stifle her laughter. Ah, it seems the first batch of little wizards has fallen into a trap. They all laughed heartily. According to the professors, besides the Chamber of Secrets monster, there's a magical creature that ordinary little wizards cannot see or touch, and no miscreant can escape its detection. Ron's demeanor shifted from dejection to enthusiasm as he animatedly shared the rumors he had heard. So, you and Malfoy are. Indeed, we were caught by it. Oh, perhaps we should consider transferring schools? Ron lamented, once again lowering his head, gazing at the mere 10 words he had written for his essay, groaning in despair. Lillian, you can't mean that secret you mentioned is related to this, can you? Ah, this, Hermione interjected, quite perceptive, is indeed the case, but Lillian cannot admit it, otherwise her plans would be jeopardized. Of course not, Lillian replied with a disarmingly genuine smile. Oh, you're all here. Ha ha, Ron. I never imagined you had a fondness for Lillian, even going so far as to cast the Longbottoming spell on Malfoy for her sake. Ha ha. What is going on? The little wizards found this revelation utterly ridiculous. Chapter 37. This year's Quidditch is still full of mishaps. As Lillian and the others devised their plan to use the Polyjuice potion, the Quidditch matches of the year arrived as scheduled. There were minor interruptions. As Ron officially joined the rumor mill, a turn of events that truly surprised everyone. Neville and Seamus entered the common room, their faces brimming with schadenfreude and gossip. Ron himself was utterly astonished. How could a feud with Malfoy somehow be linked to Lillian? Was the rumor mill really this unreliable? Harry, Lillian, how could this happen? Ron's lips quivered, on the verge of tears. It's all right. It's just something you'll have to get used to, Harry sighed, patting Ron's shoulder. Suddenly, Ron felt an affinity with Harry and Lillian, realizing he should never have believed the rumors even a little. They were indeed victims in this situation. However, remember to keep your distance from Lillian in the future, understood? Harry's grip on Ron's shoulder tightened, his expression turning ominous. He squeezed Ron's face until it contorted in pain, prompting a cry from him. Harry, are you out of your mind? Ron felt all the sympathy he had just felt evaporate. How could anyone think he and Lillian were involved? It's fine. It's just a precaution. As the ancient proverb goes, don't take it to heart. Harry's demeanor returned to normal, as though nothing had transpired. Terrified, Ron fled back to the dormitory. Lillian, that was Harry, right? Hermione, startled by Harry's sudden change in demeanor, quickly sought confirmation from Lillian. I suppose so, right? Lillian was uncertain. The one who was smiling a bit ominously could not possibly be her brother. It must be an illusion. Lillian, wait, brother. Hermione and I have something to attend to, so we'll step out for a bit and not disturb you. Bye-bye. Lillian watched as Harry maintained his previous smile while waving at her. Then she grabbed Hermione and fled. What is going on with Lillian? Harry asked, puzzled as he observed Neville and Seamus, who were trembling in each other's embrace. Harry is terrifying. For some time, Ron dared not approach Lillian, fearful of further misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Neville and Seamus had been thoroughly frightened and hadn't slept well for several days, their dark circles under their eyes making them look like pandas. Returning to the topic of the Quidditch matches, as Lillian lamented that this year she could finally enjoy the games, she felt an unsettling sense of something forgotten. Go for it, brother. In the Gryffindor common room, Lillian was offering encouragement to Harry, who was not feeling as tense this year. Last year, in a perilous situation, Harry had successfully captured the Golden Snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory, which significantly bolstered his confidence. Lillian, we shall prevail, Harry declared, locking eyes with her. Though it was unclear whether he was speaking to her or reassuring himself. Do not worry, brother, if we won despite the treachery last year, this year will be no different. Oh dear, Lillian suddenly recalled what she had overlooked, the troublesome house elf. In an instant, she could only regard Harry with pity. This year's match was bound to be fraught with unexpected events, such as the fate of a protagonist. Harry, it's almost time for us to take the field. Enough chatter. Wood approached, draping an arm over Harry's shoulder and offering a friendly smile to Lillian without uttering anything more. While they were indeed not well acquainted, the greater concern was not wanting to become the subject of gossip. Poor Ron was already at his wit's end. You see, he is avoiding Lillian like the plague. Unfortunately, no matter how one tries to evade, the tongues of the masses cannot be silenced. Wood was not keen on embarking on a new year with unspoken feelings, especially since he had someone special in mind. Misunderstandings must be avoided at all costs. All right, Lillian, you should head to the stands. We must prepare to enter the field. Okay, Harry, do be careful, understood? Lillian couldn't help but remind him as she turned to leave. When I watch from the stands, surely Harry won't suffer a broken arm. Will he? Have faith. Do you not trust me? We possess the illustrious flying genes of the Potter family, Harry replied with pride as he regarded Lillian. Indeed, they were quite exceptional, yet such talent could not shield one from malicious intent. Without foreknowledge, it was nearly impossible to guard against. Just be cautious. I must take my leave. Lillian shrugged and made her way toward the Gryffindor stands. Harry, Lillian is right. We are once again facing Slytherin, who possess 7 Firebolt 2001s, which is quite formidable. Moreover, Slytherin is notorious for their underhanded tactics in pursuit of victory. It is wise to remain vigilant and never let your guard down. Understood, Captain. I will be careful, Harry responded, seriousness washing over him. The Firebolt 2001 posed a genuine challenge. Wait, that's odd. He and Lillian have money too. Why didn't he think to buy one? Lillian, why did you arrive so late? Thankfully, we saved you a seat, or you would have been left standing, Hermione exclaimed, pulling Lillian into the space beside her. Apologies, I was cheering for my brother. Thank you, dear Hermione, Lillian beamed, showing her bright smile in gratitude. While Hermione blushed and rolled her eyes at Lillian's unabashed charm. That was rather cheeky of her. Harry should. Just as Hermione was about to voice her thoughts, both teams entered the field and the match commenced. Hermione's focus shifted entirely to the game, joining the other young witches and wizards in cheering. Slytherin, armed with their Firebolt 2001s, displayed remarkable speed, coupled with their traditional tactics, despite Gryffindor's utmost efforts to intercept. Slytherin maintained a commanding lead with a score of 90-30. Throughout the match, Lillian remained utterly absorbed, indeed watching the game rather than Harry. She recalled that Harry was fully equipped with protective gear, leaving little cause for concern. Strangely, Lillian thought, why had she been forgetting so many things lately? She should have a photographic memory. Yet, she could recall spells with clarity. She had even consulted Madame Pomfrey about it, only to find that it was simply Lillian who deemed certain matters unimportant and thus became forgetful. Amidst the disparity in broomstick speeds, Harry felt somewhat helpless. He had yet to spot the Golden Snitch. Nearby, Malfoy was taunting him. Following the previous incident, their relationship had returned to a frosty state, which was entirely expected. Malfoy, recalling how all his declarations to Lillian had been inadvertently delivered to Harry, wished to obliterate the embarrassment of having to endure Harry's ludicrous cross-dressing. As Harry glanced at Malfoy, a bludger suddenly hurtled toward him, prompting Harry to duck just in time to evade it. Be careful, Harry, Wood called out. But in the next moment, he was struck by the returning bludger, which knocked him off his broom and out of the match. The bludger, seemingly equipped with a tracking device, relentlessly pursued Harry, determined to unseat him. Here it comes, Lillian thought. It was the house elf Dobby making his move. Lillian. That ferocious bludger is fixated on Harry. This is outrageous. Hagrid exclaimed, observing the scene through binoculars, clearly agitated by the chase. Ron raised his wand, preparing to interfere with the bludger, but Lillian and Hermione quickly restrained him. Hermione, keep an eye on Harry for me. This bludger seems awfully suspicious. I need to investigate whether someone is causing trouble. If Harry falls, do not let Lockhart assist him. Before Lillian could finish her warning, she dashed down from the stands. She scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Dobby lurking in the shadows, casting spells. Silently, she retrieved her specialized house elf capture device. Although she had been forgetful lately, her bag contained a plethora of items, diverse and numerous. She would never admit it was because she had envied Doryman's pocket of wonders. One must have their own in the magical world. Dobby was so engrossed in Harry that he entirely overlooked Lillian's approach. The capture device ensnared him perfectly, enveloping the little elf in an energy net. Who is it? Dobby exclaimed in surprise at being caught, turning to confront Lillian concealed in the shadows. Lillian Potter, Harry's twin sister. She smiled as she stepped into the light, scrutinizing Dobby. The house elf before her had oversized ears reminiscent of a bat, bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, a long, flat nose, and was dressed in what appeared to be a pillowcase. He looked both dirty and disheveled, emanating a timid demeanor. Yet, this was reflective of how every house elf was cruelly enslaved by their masters. Only upon receiving a piece of clothing from their owner could they be liberated from a lifetime of servitude. Harry had seemingly done that for Dobby. It was certainly a necessary step. Perhaps it could be salvaged. Harry's sister. I did not do anything wrong. I merely wished to protect Harry. Dobby, oh. Dobby is a bad elf. Lillian noted how he began to weep, despite her not having uttered a single word yet. Oh, then why did you cast a spell on the bludger to harm Harry? Lillian observed Dobby's increasingly disheveled state as he wept, thinking to herself that she would not offer him any comfort. I did not. I only wished to frighten Harry. How could I harm Harry? He is the great benefactor of house elves. Dobby's head drooped lower with each word, adopting a pitiful expression. Enough, enough, stop crying. Hurry and lift the curse, or I shall keep you imprisoned indefinitely. Do you not worry that your master will think you have betrayed him? Hurry up. How can you be so wicked? How unfortunate for Harry to have a sister like you. Poor Harry. Dobby gazed incredulously at Lillian, hardly believing his ears. He could not fathom how such a benevolent person like Harry could have a sister so devilish. Just admit you can't lift it, Lillian retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Dobby will not yield to malevolent forces. Poor Dobby, sobbing, must repay Harry in the next life. Who said anything about killing you? Dobby is indeed feeling quite unwell. Your ability to infuriate rivals, even that of Filch, she mused, exasperated at being portrayed as the villain. But even so, it is unnecessary to harm him in the name of protecting Harry. Are they not worth saving? However, it was too late. Harry had already fallen. Oh, poor Harry. It's all Lillian's fault for locking me up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. This is all Lillian's doing. You must release me. I must return. My master will. What did you say? Lillian glanced towards the competition area and indeed saw Harry had fallen, given the time that had passed. It was only expected. Ignoring Dobby's subsequent protests, she swiftly captured him along with the snatcher and hurried towards Harry. Granger, you must trust me. My healing skills are quite exceptional. You must know I have survived many encounters with foes solely due to my outstanding medical abilities. Lillian heard Lockhart's distinctive tone praising his own medical prowess as she approached, nearly claiming he could bring the dead back to life. Thankfully, this also indicated that Hermione had indeed prevented Lockhart from casting any spells. Lillian sighed in relief. Well done, Hermione. Everyone, please disperse. Professor Lockhart, thank you for your intentions. But I have Professor Snape's specially crafted potion here. I'm afraid you cannot intervene. Lillian squeezed through to support Harry, who appeared to be unscathed, aside from his pale face, which had turned white from fear. Of course, while retrieving the potion, she feigned regret as she addressed Lockhart. What a pity. Lockhart retracted his wand, looking quite disheartened. Can you not have a clearer understanding of yourself? Are you not afraid of causing harm? Lillian, you finally arrived. We caught the culprit. Hermione anxiously inquired, but Lillian's gaze silenced her. We can discuss everything later. Brother, please take your potion. Do I have to? I'm fine. No, drink it immediately. Lillian timely interrupted Harry's protest. Harry looked at the viscous, green potion in her hand, his face contorting in distaste. This potion, concocted by Snape, was indeed effective, but its taste was akin to a pair of socks that hadn't been washed in a year. I grabbed the wrong one. My apologies. Lillian followed Harry's gaze to her own potion and realized her mistake, quickly retrieving another vial. Harry sighed in relief while rolling his eyes at Lillian, then took the potion in one gulp. It's bitter, but at least it's normal. The efficacy of the potion is what truly matters. Step aside, make way. Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out. The surrounding young witches and wizards quickly parted. How can you administer random potions to a patient? Professor Lockhart, you should keep a closer eye on them. What if something goes wrong? Madame Pomfrey, having spotted the potion in Harry's hand, glared at Lockhart in exasperation. Lockhart feigned innocence, as if it had nothing to do with him. Madame Pomfrey, this is a potion crafted by Professor Snape, specifically for treating injuries. Snape's potion? Then all is well. Let me see how our poor Harry is recovering. Madam, you have a double standard. He has nearly recovered. But I recommend he remain in the hospital for another day to monitor for any lingering issues. Very well, madam. Thus, Harry found himself once more in the hospital wing. After confirming that no one was around, I released Dobby. Oh, a house elf. Lillian, what is the meaning of this? How did you capture a house elf? Could it be? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. It's exactly as you suspect. He nearly harmed Harry, and I caught him red-handed. Lillian is lying. Dobby would never harm Harry. How could Dobby harm Harry? If only Lillian hadn't imprisoned Dobby. He began to cry again. All right, let me speak. Rest assured, I'm not wrongfully accusing you. I cannot endure his incessant whining any longer. Blah, blah, blah. In summary, that is how it ended up like this. The hospital room fell silent, everyone gazing at Dobby with expressions that suggested they believed he had lost his mind. So, Lillian, your implication is that he acted for my benefit, intending to protect me from the basilisk by harming me to ensure I would leave school? Harry found Dobby's reasoning utterly incomprehensible, his expression darkening. Yes, brother. Lillian appeared equally exasperated. Harry, it's not like that. Dobby would never harm Harry. Harry is my great benefactor. Moreover, if Harry had allowed Dobby into his home and heeded Dobby's advice, or had he not come to school after missing the train, this situation would never have arisen. Dobby felt quite aggrieved yet powerless. So it was you. You are the reason I crashed into the wall and missed the station. Ron stared at Dobby in shock, his face flushed with anger. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. Yes, Dobby did not want Harry to come to harm, so. Dobby felt a twinge of guilt. So you used the guise of protecting me to harm me. I don't need it. Do you realize we could have died? Or if it weren't for the protective necklace, we could have been crushed by the Whomping Willow. Harry felt a surge of rage. But this was the only way to ensure Harry wouldn't remain at this school. Harry felt a weight in his chest. This house elf was impossible to reason with, akin to Filch. Yet Dobby had already punished himself by burning his hands with an iron. Dobby extended his bandaged hand, looking at Harry with pleading eyes. Harry felt utterly at a loss. What could he do? He was just as helpless in this situation. How could he have gotten into such a predicament? It seemed he could no longer afford to be overly compassionate in the future. Chapter 38. Tom, times have changed. Sigh. Lillian, just administer the potion and let him go. Although he was aware that harboring such kindness would not lead to a favorable outcome, Harry ultimately succumbed to his compassion and resolved to release Dobby. How could this be? Ron attempted to contest Harry's decision, but upon witnessing Dobby's pitiful hand, he found himself at a loss for words, lowering his head in silent frustration. Very well, brother. While Lillian felt a twinge of unease at allowing Dobby to go free, she recognized that since Harry had chosen to overlook the matter, there was little she could do. Besides, Dobby would surely face punishment upon returning, which could be seen as a form of retribution for Harry, thus justifying his release. Reluctantly, Lillian handed Dobby a vial of potion before reclaiming the capture device. Dobby reacted swiftly, thanking Harry before vanishing in an instant. Harry, I will continue to protect you, echoed throughout the room. What does he mean? Harry's expression shifted to one of terror. Brother, I believe it means precisely what you think it does, Lillian remarked, refusing to admit her slight sense of schadenfreude. It was reminiscent of the feeling of being benevolent yet deceived. Oh, this cannot be true. Harry despaired, clutching his head as the phrase reverberated incessantly within his mind. Harry, you've worked hard. Ron and Hermione regarded him with pity, which only deepened Harry's sense of distress. Just as Lillian reveled in her fleeting delight, Madame Pomfrey entered to inform her that Dumbledore wished to see her in his office. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore mentioned that today's password is Fizzing Wisby. Do not forget that. Clearly, Madame Pomfrey had not forgotten Lillian's occasional lapses in memory. Lillian, what could Professor Dumbledore possibly want with you? Harry inquired, removing his hands from his head, looking at her with curiosity. I'm not certain, but it should not be anything grave. Harry, you should rest. I will go see him now. Truth be told, Lillian was also intrigued by Dumbledore's summons, as he typically refrained from interfering in her and Harry's affairs. Fizzing Wisby. Lillian, you've arrived. Come, try this new candy and tell me how it tastes. A familiar opening line. Thank you, Grandpa Dumbledore. This candy is truly delightful. Did you summon me here just to enjoy sweets? Lillian unceremoniously grabbed a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth while inquiring about the reason for Dumbledore's call. Admittedly, the candy had a delightful flavor reminiscent of vanilla ice cream and matcha cake. But why not simply indulge in the ice cream and cake directly? It was perplexing. That house elf. Cough, cough, cough. How could you? Upon hearing Dumbledore mention house elf, Lillian nearly spewed her freshly sipped lemon tea all over him. Lillian, I believe the hospital wing is of great importance as well. Dumbledore, now somewhat exasperated, had anticipated Lillian was deliberately drawing his attention to the matter, only to find that the child had simply forgotten. Indeed, the hospital wing was under surveillance, and Lillian felt a headache coming on from her oversight. How had she forgotten such a crucial detail? Yet, it was fortunate that it was not a dire problem. That house elf belongs to the Malfoy family. What kind of look is that, Grandpa Dumbledore? As Lillian began to explain the previous incident, she noticed Dumbledore regarding her with a rather peculiar expression, reminiscent of the gleam she had seen on the faces of gossipy young witches and wizards. In any case, it certainly did not bode well. Never mind, Malfoy. Cough, cough. His house elf truly is, as you say, merely seeking to repay a debt? I mean, he does seem rather inclined to harbor a grudge against Harry. In truth, they shared that sentiment. However, it appeared that the elf genuinely wished to express gratitude. What could they do? Lillian cast a helpless glance at Dumbledore, who surely understood the situation as well. After all, any sane person would find it incredulous. It seems Dumbledore cannot be considered entirely normal either, can he? With his history with Grindelwald, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lillian subtly glanced at Dumbledore, taking a sip of her lemon tea to mask her perilous thoughts. Lillian, as you suggested, installing surveillance is indeed an excellent idea. None of us anticipated that a house elf would so brazenly disregard defensive magic to harm young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. It reveals a significant flaw in our defenses. Myself and the other professors will rectify this oversight. You should assure Harry that he need not worry about this issue any longer. Dumbledore's expression grew somber, as the blatant harm inflicted on his students truly incited his ire. The situation with Tom was unavoidable. The prophecy dictated that Harry and his companions would confront the perilous Dark Lord. However, that did not imply that others could run amok within Hogwarts. Henceforth, not only would additional defenses be implemented, but punitive measures would also be enacted to ensure that the unruly would face repercussions for their misdeeds. Unbeknownst to Lillian, she had inadvertently set many individuals up for trouble once more. Poor Dobby, it was not my intention. Lillian felt a pang of sympathy for the Dobby who would return next, imagining the comical confusion he would experience when attempting to apparate only to find himself still in the same spot moments later. Very well, Grandpa Dumbledore, I shall inform Harry. Lillian responded obediently, though her instincts warned her that Dumbledore, despite appearing benign, was not devoid of danger. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Recently, a young witch has been behaving as though under some form of control, frequently sneaking into the abandoned girls' restroom. I believe we have discerned the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Lillian, your conjecture was indeed correct. So soon? Tom is losing his composure. Tom, you fool. Had you not interfered, I would not have exposed myself so quickly. How can this be blamed on me? Tom, times have changed. You are out of touch. Therefore, Lillian cautiously inquired, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Dumbledore. Thankfully, she had preemptively erased any troubling records regarding Dumbledore's inquiries, lest she be overwhelmed by the thought of it. Dumbledore, when incensed, was truly a fearsome presence, akin to an insurmountable mountain looming before one, evoking despair and a sense of suffocation. Thus, you young witches and wizards must behave and refrain from causing disturbances, understood? Dumbledore reverted to his standard amiable demeanor, almost causing Lillian to doubt whether her previous fears had been mere illusions. Surely we have always been well-behaved, have we not? Lillian blinked innocently, asserting her role as the epitome of a diligent student. Dumbledore bestowed upon her a knowing smile, clearly unconvinced. However, they both understood that this was merely a procedural reminder, a formality to be observed. As for what lay ahead, it was evident that Harry would continue to be the miraculous savior against Voldemort. Yet, both parties tacitly chose to refrain from mentioning the matter. Who was that girl? Lillian was quite curious about the individual who was not originally part of the controlled narrative. She wondered who was unfortunate enough to be embroiled in this situation. Very well, Lillian, you may return now. If you tarry any longer, you shall finish all my candy. Very well, if you choose not to speak, I shall inquire with Snape instead. Farewell, dear Professor Dumbledore. By the way, I seem to have not spotted Fawkes in quite some time. Where has he gone? The Phoenix has its own nesting grounds. It cannot remain outdoors perpetually, Dumbledore replied enigmatically. Lily felt a peculiar unease. An inkling gnawed at her that this matter might somehow pertain to her. She soon shook off the thought, dismissing it from her mind. Using her fright as a pretext, she avenged herself by seizing a handful of sweets as she departed. Dumbledore felt a pang in his heart. Was the educational system failing so profoundly? Why did the young witches and wizards seem somewhat akin to brigands? Perhaps it was time to introduce a mandatory course on personal development and moral integrity. Thus, in the days that followed, the young sorcerers were compelled to endure a daily lesson on the true essence of goodness and beauty before dinner. They found the lectures unbearably tedious, their stomachs growling in protest. We genuinely wished to dine, not to hear those melodramatic tales. Spare us. Among the silver linings was Harry's ecstatic delight upon learning that Dobby would no longer be coming to school to cause him trouble. Meanwhile, Tom, Lily, being privy to these events, would occasionally inquire about the details, and Snape would dutifully inform her. Thus, Lily frequently witnessed the live surveillance feeds. At first, we could observe Tom, with disdain and contempt in his eyes, as he passed by one young wizard after another. Yet, he masked his true feelings, greeting them amiably, which lent him an air of approachability. If only the incessant gossip regarding Lily and various others could be quelled, all would be perfect. Indeed, he is enacting revenge. I knew it. Lily seethed, biting into the apple in her hand, her eyes aflame with indignation. Snape cast a dangerous glance at Tom, who was spreading rumors. Although he could not directly confront the Dark Lord, there were subtler methods at his disposal. Soon, Tom's path grew increasingly erratic. After confirming that no young wizards were nearby, he swiftly slipped into the abandoned girls' restroom. Moaning Myrtle, upon seeing him, was clearly terrified, emitting a scream that contorted Tom's face in irritation. Silence. Scream again, and I shall ensure you can no longer haunt these halls. He threatened her menacingly. Oh, you fiend. You shall reap what you sow. I will bring about your ruin. Myrtle lunged at Tom. He regarded her with indifference, as if such encounters were commonplace, fully confident that she posed no threat. Indeed, she passed right through him without inflicting any harm. Heartbroken, Myrtle retreated to her stall, lamenting her fate and cursing Tom. He cast a dismissive glance at her before turning his attention to the restroom's center, where a circular basin was surrounded by several bathing sinks. With practiced ease, Tom approached one of the copper taps, where an indistinct serpent-shaped engraving could be discerned. He then uttered a spell in Parseltongue. The engraving on the tap glowed, and the tiles of the basin began to rotate rapidly and orderly. Some tiles sank into the restroom floor, while others shifted aside, revealing a dark corridor, or perhaps a conduit. Tom calmly stepped inside, and the surveillance feed abruptly ceased. One could say that every movement Tom made before entering the pipe had been meticulously recorded. It was truly pitiful. He had believed himself to be executing a flawless plan, stealthily plotting within Hogwarts, manipulating everyone like puppets, only to discover he was merely a spectator in his own farcical drama, utterly oblivious. How tragic. Lily could not suppress a laugh, while Snape, observing closely, wore a smirk of derision. Professor Snape, when will you take action? Lily inquired. Dumbledore has grown senile. Snape's response was a sarcastic retort that was tangentially related. Yet, Lily discerned his underlying message. It seemed Dumbledore had yet to implement any measures, or perhaps he had, but they lacked potency. Ultimately, he still hoped that, as prophesied, Harry would resolve this predicament. Chapter 39. The Chain Reaction of the Little Bird Potion Explosion. Professor Snape, why is there no surveillance in the pipe? After learning of Dumbledore's intentions, Lily posed this question. Though there is a basilisk, merely installing surveillance should not arouse suspicion. Dumbledore and the others should be capable of this. Moreover, monitoring would ensure Harry's safety during his confrontation with Voldemort. It has been installed. Only audio surveillance, Snape reminded her. Lily instantly comprehended. The basilisk's eyes could not be directly or indirectly gazed upon. Listening to the sounds would reveal Tom's intentions. Sure enough, after Snape waved his wand to adjust the settings, Lily clearly heard Tom's conversation with the basilisk. I cannot understand Parseltongue. Meanwhile, Seamus, do not touch that potion. Harry watched helplessly as Seamus seized the potion Lily had left for him in the common room, which was on the verge of settling. However, Harry's outstretched hand was too late. The potion exploded amidst the terrified expressions of those present. Everyone in the common room was doused with the potion, leaving them utterly chilled. As a flash of red light enveloped them, all were affected. Oh no, this can't be happening. What is going on? I've turned into a girl. Oh dear. Hermione, your face. No, I didn't mean to. Oh, this is so cool. George, we are truly stunning. You know what I mean. Enough already. Stop looking so thrilled. Harry gazed at the common room, where everyone, himself included, had simultaneously undergone a transformation. He felt utterly exhausted, especially as the Weasley twins dashed to their room, donned dresses, and emerged with lewd grins. Why do you two boys have women's clothing? Harry could only mourn for the young wizards who were about to be pranked. Indeed, this was the Little Bird Potion, the very concoction that altered Harry's gender. He had merely intended to use it to prank Malfoy, enlisting Lily's help to brew a vial. However, Lily had been preoccupied seeking Snape, and after preparing the potion, she left Harry to watch over it. Little did he anticipate that, in the brief moment he dozed off, Seamus would seize the opportunity to claim the potion. The unsettled potion had exploded. What a stroke of misfortune. Harry, what shall we do? Where's Lily? Not everyone reacted as calmly as the Weasley twins. Ron felt on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Harry for becoming a girl in a dress. And now he found himself in the same predicament, under the scrutiny of so many others. He felt utterly despondent. Everyone, please remain calm. Lillian should be returning shortly. Let us wait here for a moment. Harry could only offer this reassurance to the anxious crowd, as he himself was taken aback by the unexpected explosion. Is it any wonder that it was Seamus? It has now escalated to the point where merely possessing a potion can lead to such an explosive outcome. How utterly terrifying. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I had no idea it would explode. If Ron managed to hold back his tears, Seamus, on the other hand, broke down in tears, and Neville, upon catching sight of his own feminine visage with flowing hair in the window, fainted on the spot. This isn't your fault, Seamus. In fact, I think it's rather amusing, don't you? The girls, having recovered from their initial shock, displayed a markedly different attitude compared to the boys. After the initial astonishment, they, including Hermione, eagerly inspected their reflections in mirrors, intrigued by their transformed boyish appearances. I never imagined I'd look so adorable as a boy, Hermione remarked, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of her now smaller front teeth. Shall we change our clothes and go out? The girls were evidently keen to catch up with the recently departed Weasley twins. Absolutely not. Harry intervened just in time. Let us wait for Lillian to return with the antidote before we consider any further actions. What if something unexpected occurs? All right, they conceded. What are you all so disappointed about? Harry felt overwhelmed, grateful that there were no classes at the moment. Otherwise, it would have been even more chaotic. In any case, let us wait a little longer. Unbeknownst to them, the premature use of the potion due to the explosion had led to unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, Lillian, unable to comprehend Parseltongue, realized that Voldemort's next scheme would undoubtedly fail. Emerging from the surveillance room, she encountered the Weasley twins at the stairwell. Hi, Lillian. Your potion works wonders. Lillian gazed at the two in bewilderment, certain she did not recognize them. Wait, they bore a striking resemblance to the Weasley twins. No way. Lillian stared in shock at the pair. You two used the potion on yourselves. Well, truth be told, we didn't expect Harry to possess such a talent for pranks, they replied, grinning mischievously. Lillian could only watch in exasperation as two rather attractive girls wore such lewd expressions, an utterly jarring sight. Harry? He used it on you? She exclaimed. Wasn't it meant to be used against? No. Let us explain. After an exaggerated explanation from the Weasley twins, Lillian found herself at a loss for words. What terrible luck indeed. Lillian, you, the twins stared at her, eyes wide in astonishment. What is wrong with my voice? Upon realizing her voice had changed, Lillian saw herself gradually transforming into a boy in their eyes. This is a disaster. Lillian felt a pounding headache. This clearly exceeded the intended use of the potion. Her antidote was likely ineffective now. This was a calamity. No, Lillian, isn't this fantastic? I have a bold idea. No, you don't. Come back. A sense of foreboding washed over Lillian upon hearing that statement, and just as she reached out, the two had already dashed away. Lillian had no choice but to return to her dormitory. She certainly couldn't roam about dressed like a boy in a skirt. However, even this short journey left her feeling flushed with embarrassment as the surrounding young witches regarded her with bewildered expressions, eyes wide with shock and a hint of recognition. Lillian suspected they must have mistaken her for Harry. This was perfect. Harry's reputation as a cross-dressing sensation was now inescapable. Sorry, brother, Lillian silently apologized, feeling helpless and resigned to her brother's predicament. Achoo. Meanwhile, Harry sneezed loudly, feeling an ominous chill. Something dreadful was about to happen. And it would not be a solitary incident. Indeed, Harry's premonitions soon proved accurate. Setting aside the irreparable damage to his reputation due to Lillian, the real predicament lay with the Weasley sisters. Upon discovering that their unexpected transformation had a contagious effect, events spiraled uncontrollably. Before encountering Lillian, the Weasley sisters had merely pretended to be girls, making declarations of love and frightening others in the boys' restroom, swiftly retreating after their antics. They remained oblivious to the psychological unraveling of those they had encountered post-transformation. Now that they were aware of the potion's infectious nature, the advanced version of the Weasley sisters was born, ushering in a new chapter of Hogwarts' nightmarish lore. The Weasley sisters dashed through the campus, making contact with anyone they encountered, cackling as they watched the affected young witches transform. Initially, the young witches were perplexed, believing the two Slytherins they encountered to be unhinged. Yes, you read that correctly. They were clad in Slytherin robes. Who knows where they acquired them? But it was clear they meant mischief. Those who felt bewildered soon found themselves covering their mouths in shock after uttering expletives, unable to fathom that the sounds escaping their lips were their own. Trembling hands explored other parts of their bodies, leading the more timid to break down in tears. Overall, however, the girls exhibited a much higher acceptance rate compared to the boys. No, this can't be real. How did I become a girl, a boy? Is this Hogwarts curse? Mom, can I go back? I don't want to be a stinky boy. Wow, this is so cool. By the way, is the physiological structure really the same? Hee hee, bro, you know, cough cough. As is commonly known, whenever a crowd gathers, a few oddballs are bound to appear. Let us skip that part. Aside from the initially affected Weasley twins and Harry, the subsequent victims exhibited a strong susceptibility to the contagion. After a while, the campus echoed with a cacophony of screams. If the professors were to check the surveillance now, they would witness young witches crying in terror or angrily shouting while touching their throats, groins, or chests. With the influx of people, there were also those who, like the Weasley sisters, reveled in the chaos, trailing behind them as they spread the potion like a terroristic attack. Among them were the darkened young witches, embracing the mentality that if they were to be affected, no one else should escape. Particularly among those with friends who remained unscathed, the urgency grew. Their twisted expressions of excitement sent those who glimpsed them fleeing in terror. A throng of panicked would-be victims scattered, while another group of ecstatic young witches, now perpetrators, laughed with abandon, the scene devolving into utter chaos. However, fleeing proved futile. The victims were inevitably caught. Thus began a new round of pursuit. The scene evoked a sense that the Dark Lord had invaded the school. As Lillian hurried towards the dormitory, the air filled with terrified screams and the sight of a group of pursuers racing past her. She realized the Weasley sisters had ultimately embarked on an irreversible path. No, the surveillance is operational. It shouldn't be like this. How could things escalate to such a degree? Where are the professors? Lillian was profoundly perplexed. The same confusion was echoed by the young wizards who had rushed to the office seeking help or to lodge complaints. As fate would have it, none of the professors were present in their offices, and the headmaster's chamber remained inexplicably locked, even to those who spoke the correct incantation. As for Severus Snape, who was monitoring the surveillance feeds, his attention was solely focused on Tom. Aside from Riddle, there were no other threats within the school. To ensure he did not miss any of Tom's perilous intentions, Snape adjusted the channel to concentrate on the Chamber of Secrets. Meanwhile, the idle Gilderoy Lockhart was left unbothered. On the other side, after Lillian finally arrived at the dormitory, the professors had just concluded their meeting in the headmaster's office. Indeed, it was a meeting, one convened to address the recent incident in the Chamber of Secrets and the installation of surveillance. All professors, except for Lockhart, were required to participate, including Filch, whose cat had also been a victim. Upon learning of the surveillance's existence, he had laughed malevolently, much to the dismay of the other professors, who wished to distance themselves from him and expressed deep sympathy for the young wizard's impending fate. With the knowledge that Dumbledore had made arrangements and that the young wizard's safety was assured, the professors emerged from the headmaster's office, only to be met with utter chaos outside. Perched above the teaching building, the professors stood in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Had the Dark Lord infiltrated the school? Otherwise, how could the entire institution be in such disarray? What was the cause of the cacophony and the panicked young wizards running amok? There were no enemies in pursuit. So was this truly Hogwarts? Had they somehow been transported to a strange realm? Regardless of their confusion, the professors swiftly drew their wands, remaining vigilant until they discerned there was no immediate danger, at which point they lowered their wands and exchanged bewildered glances. Their attention was then caught by Lockhart, who had just stepped out of his office, having finally admired his own beauty. My Merlin, this is simply magnificent. Truly, I am remarkable. Even in the guise of a woman, I remain stunning. My fanbase is bound to explode. I can hardly contain my excitement. In a certain sense, he was indeed formidable. The Weasley twins looked on in astonishment at Lockhart's reaction, as this was the first time they had witnessed such a display since the incident began. They were soon caught off guard by the arriving professors. I believe someone should clarify the current situation, exclaimed Professor McGonagall, now transformed into a man, yet still clad in a green gown, her voice laced with barely suppressed ire. Demons. I told you those young wizards are nothing but demons. They must be severely punished. Filch, unable to accept his transformation into a woman, roared in terror. Huh, Professor McGonagall, even as a man, you still possess great elegance, wheezed the Weasley twin, attempting to mitigate his guilt as he quickly explained the events amid the increasingly perilous glares from the professors. As the Weasley twin recounted the tale, the incident drew to a close. Chapter 40, the club's passionate prelude. The Little Bird incident came to a conclusion, and the potion was subsequently classified as a forbidden substance at Hogwarts. despite the numerous contributing factors leading to the severe consequences. The school opted to ban all young wizards from concocting it, particularly Lillian, Harry, and Seamus. Although Lillian was the creator of the potion, the incident had been an unfortunate accident. After intense discussion among the professors, they resolved to extract a solemn promise from Lillian that she would refrain from creating Little Bird within the walls of Hogwarts. Of course, she would still be required to write a 500-word reflection. After all, it was necessary to convey the gravity of the situation. Professor Snape remained the unsung hero in this matter. Next came the urgent task of developing an antidote, as the potion that had exploded was ineffective against the previous antidote. Although the continued incidents bore some of Snape's responsibility, he had acted to prevent a more significant threat, so the professors, aside from their complaints, did not believe he deserved punishment. This was, of course, also a result of Dumbledore's vigorous assurances. As for the other individuals involved, they were not so fortunate. Yes, I am referring to you, Weasley twins. As the primary instigators of this incident, they were awarded the remarkable achievement of losing 150 points for Gryffindor, along with a 30,000-word reflection and 2 weeks of cleaning the moving staircases. The Weasley twins felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. As the original cause of the incident, Harry could only be relieved that the professor's punishments were the extent of the consequences, for the ire had been redirected towards the Weasley twins. As for the initial genius behind the explosion, Seamus, it would be inaccurate to place the blame squarely on him. No one had anticipated that merely touching it would lead to such chaos. However, to let him go unpunished would feel unjust to the young wizards who had been affected later on. Thus, the professors decided upon a 3,000-word reflection for him as well. The other mischievous young wizards who had followed suit were similarly met with penalties akin to the Weasley twins, though the deducted points and cleaning duties varied. This marked the first instance in Hogwarts history where every house's scores were in the negative. The young wizards who had not participated and were instead victims could scarcely believe their ears. After fainting many, the professors realized the situation was untenable and, after deliberation, decided to award points to the untainted victims. Finally, the scores became more palatable, particularly upon witnessing Gryffindor's still negative tally, which provided a sense of balance, especially since nearly all of Gryffindor's cubs had engaged in this farce. Following this incident, Professors Dumbledore and his colleagues finally had the bandwidth to address the situation regarding Tom. The current young wizards were indeed a source of constant concern. After Lillian completed her reflection in a state of dejection, she felt an inkling that she had forgotten something of great importance. Throughout her lessons, meals, and breaks, she racked her brain but could not recall what it was. It was not until she encountered Snape again, or rather, the injured Snape, that the memory struck her. "Professor Snape, how did you get hurt?" Lillian exclaimed, astonished, in her mind. Only Voldemort had ever inflicted severe harm upon Snape, making this injury entirely unexpected. Yet, Snape had no intention of divulging the reason for his injury, merely urging the 4 young ones to practice, which piqued Lillian's curiosity even further. She recalled Voldemort's matter. Snape had promised to tell her about the aftermath. Yet now he was both injured and reticent about the cause, not to mention the subsequent details. With a determined glint in her eye, Lillian resolved to consult Dumbledore to uncover the truth. She believed Dumbledore must surely know what had transpired. In fact, she was correct. Her curiosity was half satisfied in Dumbledore's presence. "You wish to know how Severus was injured?" "Oh, Lillian, this matter is somewhat connected to you and Harry." "Grandfather Dumbledore." "Do you mean?" "Indeed, just as you suspect, Severus's injuries were inflicted by Tom. The specific details are not something Severus wishes to share, and I shall not disclose them either. Just know that this incident was to protect you and Harry. The next steps are for you to determine. What say you, Lillian?" She loathed those who spoke only in half-truths. "Very well, what should my brother and I do, Grandfather Dumbledore?" "Simply let things unfold naturally. Destiny will guide you to make the right choices at the right time. I find myself utterly vexed by the enigmatic Riddler. Had I not foreseen the ensuing events, I would undoubtedly be engulfed in confusion." Lillian resolved that she, too, would become a Riddler in the future. How delightful. Yet, as she pondered this, she was reminded that it was merely a continuation of events. "Even without your words, I am aware," she mused silently. Deep in thought, she unexpectedly collided with Malfoy, who appeared around the corner. Fortunately, the encounter was not perilous, and neither of the 2 small figures was repelled. Instead, they both tumbled to the ground, gazing into each other's eyes, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Coincidentally, Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged from another corner at that very moment, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. From Harry's perspective, Malfoy lay on his back, gripping the fabric of Lillian's clothing, while she, having fallen onto Malfoy, looked up at him with a mix of vulnerability and appeal for mercy. In that instant, an unnameable fury ignited within Harry. He vowed to confront this creep who dared to allure his sister. Merlin himself would be powerless to save him. Malfoy, what are you doing? Remove your filthy hands, Harry exclaimed, rushing forward to pull Lillian up. After assuring himself that she was unharmed, he turned to Malfoy, roaring in anger. Malfoy, still dazed, instinctively released his hold on Lillian's clothing upon hearing Harry's voice. As reality dawned on him, his face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, but his tongue was unrelenting. Harry, if you're sick, go seek treatment. It's people like you with impure blood who possess dirty hands. The boy's insults were thoughtless, despite his improved mindset. He still blurted out such words without consideration. Draco, perhaps you should ponder the implications of your words. Even a troll with its head full of rushes possesses more sense than you. Malfoy glared defiantly at the source of the voice, only to find Severus Snape hastening toward them after witnessing the scene on the monitor. I am doomed, Malfoy realized, understanding that he had just offended 4 individuals: Professor Snape, Harry, Lillian, and Hermione would not let him off easily. The thought of enduring their wrath during the upcoming training session made him wince in self-pity. He entirely neglected to account for Ron, who was wide-eyed, eagerly observing. However, his naivete was palpable. He would face dire consequences even before training commenced. As he wallowed in the anticipation of his impending misfortunes, Harry had already drawn his wand, unleashing a stunning spell without warning. Caught off guard, Malfoy felt the world spin as he found himself suspended in midair, screaming in terror. Before Snape could interject, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was supervising alongside Snape, seized the moment. Ah, what a splendid stunner, Harry. Although you may harbor numerous misconceptions about me, I must concede your prowess, albeit you're still a tad beneath my level. I hereby extend an invitation for you to join my club. Professor Gilderoy, can we set aside the club for now? I intend to send this lecherous creep to the depths of hell. Harry, aflame with rage, interjected. Harry Potter, you are the real creep. Your entire family is filled with perverts, especially you. You're nothing but a twisted brother-in-law. Put me down this instant, or face the consequences. Malfoy retorted, his panic causing his wand to slip from his grasp, rendering him powerless to defend himself. The atmosphere fell abruptly to an icy silence. Snape observed the unfolding drama, his lack of intervention making his stance clear as the head of Slytherin House. Oh, Harry, this is far too violent. Perhaps we could explore a more dignified resolution? Lockhart suggested, casting a disapproving glance at Harry before addressing the gathering crowd of young witches and wizards with a confident smile. In fact, I recently proposed the establishment of a dueling club to Professor Dumbledore, and I received an affirmative response. I believe settling your grievances here would be more beneficial, and you would benefit from my direct guidance as a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, while sparing the young wizards from any harm. The surrounding young sorcerers erupted in cheers, eager for the prospect. Regardless of the veracity of Lockhart's assurances of safety, Harry viewed this as a splendid opportunity, an occasion where he could unleash magic upon his foe without fear of retribution. Thus, Harry retracted his wand, solemnly expressing his gratitude to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, you are indeed correct. This idea is absolutely splendid. I can hardly contain my eagerness to join the club. Oh, the dueling club, is it? Very well, Professor. Since today is fortuitous, let us hold the inaugural meeting of the dueling club this very afternoon. Lockhart, I must remind you of your pressing obligations today, Snape interjected, cutting through Lockhart's enthusiasm without a hint of mercy. This man is truly insufferable. Can he be relied upon? Snape mused, skeptical of Lockhart's proposed dueling club. Oh, Professor Snape, I believe you can. Well, all right, you are correct. Today is indeed inconvenient. As a prominent figure, I take my responsibilities seriously. Children, perhaps we should reschedule for tomorrow evening. Enough, Lockhart. I trust you 1TB as bothersome as a slug. We must depart, Snape declared. Oh, Professor Snape, perhaps you should consider an eye examination. How could I resemble a slug? This is simply, Lockhart protested, trailing behind Snape, determined to impress upon him the gravity of his errors. Watching their retreating figures, Harry turned to Lillian, who was still bewildered by the turn of events, and walked away. Lillian, perceiving Harry's evident displeasure, wisely opted for silence. Although the incident was an accident, entirely not Malfoy's fault, it hardly mattered. If she were to voice this, Harry would surely become even angrier. Such was Lillian's intuition. Other young sorcerers, realizing the spectacle had dissipated, dispersed in groups, discussing the impending dueling club. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, deciding to follow Harry and Lillian to ascertain the situation. Excuse me? Has no one remembered that I am still dangling here? Malfoy lamented in despair. After 2 of his lackeys arrived to rescue him, Malfoy vowed that during the club activities tomorrow, he would ensure Harry understood the consequences of provoking him. Thus, amidst a swirl of new rumors, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the dueling club. Chapter 41. The Club's Fiery Confrontation. For the majority of young sorcerers, the following day proved to be an agonizing ordeal, slightly less torturous than the final day before a holiday, for gossip is a fundamental aspect of human nature, regardless of nationality. As evening descended, the activity classroom was teeming with eager attendees. While some were there for serious study, many more had come to witness the drama that had been brewing throughout the day. What? You ask what versions of the rumors are currently circulating? According to incomplete statistics, the most popular version among the young wizards suggests that Malfoy sought to court Lillian, but, upon failing to win her affection, resorted to forceful means. After being spurned, Harry, consumed by love, turned to hatred, confronted Malfoy, leading both parties to a fierce resolution of old grievances and new animosities. Determined that only one of them could emerge victorious to claim Lillian's favor. Frankly, Lillian found this speculation utterly absurd. These young wizards were far too idle, spending their days concocting baseless gossip. She was thoroughly exasperated. This was merely the most favored version. The more obscure interpretations were even more ludicrous. Nevertheless, all narratives converged on the notion that either Harry or Malfoy must perish today to resolve the conflict. Lillian mused that without the instigation of that meddlesome Rita Skeeter, the situation would not have escalated to this point. In a fit of frustration, she declared that Harry should stand on his head while drinking Ron's foot bath water. Harry, you truly are a dear brother. The scene shifted back to the arena. Brother, are you truly going to fight Malfoy? What? My beloved sister. Are you pleading for this wretched fellow? No, I fear you might actually kill him. Lillian observed Harry, whose expression was twisted into that of a villain as he glared at Malfoy, and then glanced at Malfoy, whose face was a mask of rage, vowing to redeem his honor by glaring back at Harry. In that moment, it was difficult to discern who truly was the hero of the tale. Forget it, brother. Just hold your breath. Sister, do not concern yourself. I know what I'm doing. Is that so? I don't believe it. Standing behind Lillian and Harry, Hermione and Ron shared a mutual sense of distrust towards the unfolding events. Lillian felt compelled to remain silent, although this was a misunderstanding. She sensed that her words could place Malfoy in real danger. After all, Harry's face had darkened to the point where he could easily play the role of a judge. His grip on his wand was so tight that the veins were visibly strained. Amidst her worry, Lillian also felt a sense of comfort and happiness. This was the affection that only family could bestow, was it not? As the professors took their places, the atmosphere became even more charged. Skipping over Lockhart's insipid opening remarks, when he finally inquired if anyone wished to step forward, all eyes turned to Harry and Malfoy. Both, eschewing conventionality, leapt onto the stage, fixating on one another as they circled slowly, searching for weaknesses. The anticipated duel between Snape and Lockhart was abruptly bypassed due to Harry and Malfoy's prearranged confrontation. Lockhart, ever the gossip, could not hide his eagerness to witness the spectacle. The young wizards in the audience were anything but quiet, with cheers, gasps, insults, mainly from Slytherin and Gryffindor, and encouragement, primarily from Hufflepuff, echoing throughout the chamber. No one paid heed to Lockhart's admonition to prioritize safety and friendship over competition. Once Snape declared the duel to commence, the two opponents exchanged formalities, and Harry launched the first attack. Disarm. For Malfoy, who frequently trained against Harry, this was an anticipated move. Although slightly slower than Harry, he reacted instantaneously, evading the spell and countering with his own. Reverse the hourglass. It was evident that Malfoy still harbored resentment over being left dangling in the corridor by Harry for several hours the day before. Just as Malfoy was familiar with Harry's tactics, Harry was equally adept at reading Malfoy's strategies. After casting his initial spell, Harry swiftly darted to the right, positioning himself in front of Malfoy to avoid the incoming hex while simultaneously preparing his next attack. Petrificus Totalis. Bind them swiftly. Both wizards incanted their spells in perfect synchrony, stepping aside to evade one another's strikes before launching another offensive. The hourglass falls. The earth freezes. Reverse the hourglass. Everyone knew who had executed that spell. Yet Harry was acutely aware of Malfoy's fixation on the previous day's events. Predicting that Malfoy would resort to that very tactic, he deftly avoided it and, with focused determination, unleashed two consecutive spells. Malfoy, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground in a desperate roll, yet he was not unscathed. The lower left corner of his robe was visibly frozen. The audience gasped in astonishment. Lillian watched anxiously from the sidelines. Although they often practiced together, today's duel was palpably different. Both were fueled by anger, and in such fervor, humans often act irrationally, especially when they are still in their youth. Although so far neither Harry nor Malfoy had resorted to particularly harmful spells, both Lillian and Hermione remained deeply concerned. As for Ron, he had already erupted in cheers upon seeing the frost on Malfoy's robe. eager to replace Harry in delivering a thrashing to Malfoy. Of course, what troubled Lillian most was the trajectory of the original narrative. She felt an impending sense of foreboding, remaining poised to counter whatever spell might be cast next. Harry, don't think that merely grazing the hem of my robe makes you remarkable. Victory belongs to Slytherin. The serpent emerges. Malfoy, clearly incensed by having been struck by the freezing spell, stepped forward and raised his wand with force, unleashing a dangerous incantation. The young wizards in the arena were taken aback. Few had anticipated that Malfoy would resort to such perilous magic so soon. Rather than fear, they were consumed by an exhilarating thrill at witnessing the unfolding drama. Indeed, they were ready to fight with all their might. Lillian was puzzled by the erratic behavior of her classmates, who alternated their glances between her, Harry, and Malfoy, as she watched the escalating tension on stage. Especially when she saw Harry, typically so quick to react, standing transfixed, as if bewitched, her heart raced with anxiety. Though she knew the plot would not culminate in injury, she felt a pang of concern for Harry, compounded by a deeper, more unsettling fear that she struggled to articulate. Lillian raised her hand, clutching her wand. The thorn rose. But Snape, ever vigilant, was the first to sense something amiss. Harry's behavior was uncharacteristic. He was about to move forward. Snape and Lillian acted almost in unison. However, Harry suddenly seemed to break free from his trance, gasping for breath as he brandished his wand with swiftness as the serpent stirred. Shatter them. The snake conjured by Malfoy, deprived of its master-esque skill, was struck directly by the spell, severed into pieces before vanishing along with the blood. A stunned silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by an even more fervent roar of applause. Lillian lowered her hand, and Snape retracted his foot, both acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. Lillian, I sensed something was off with Harry's reaction just now, Hermione remarked, frowning as she observed the renewed skirmish between Harry and Malfoy. I also felt that. It was as if he were possessed, as he should not fear serpents. Could it be that house elf named Dobby is involved again? Lillian had not anticipated Hermione would arrive at that conclusion. While her reasoning was sound, the fundamental issue was that the school had rectified that particular glitch. Dobby could not enter now. Of course, unless Dumbledore had intervened to resolve the matter, she would dismiss that thought. Yet, Lillian was inclined to trust Dumbledore in this regard. That shouldn't be possible. After the last incident, the professors resolved that issue. Dobby cannot come in. Then, it couldn't possibly be that a new professor has come to harm Harry, could it? Hermione recalled Professor Quirrell from the previous semester, and as she spoke, she pondered whether Harry was truly beset by misfortune. Following Hermione's line of thought, Lillian realized it did indeed resemble that scenario, even if the answer was not quite so straightforward. I cannot quite fathom the situation. Perhaps I shall inquire with Harry once the match concludes. Indeed, I sincerely hope both competitors descend from the stage unscathed. This remark need not be emphasized further. Thank you. So, how did we arrive at this juncture? Such an inexplicable lad. My attention returns to the two combatants, whose fervor has evidently ignited. Harry and Malfoy are clearly in the throes of a heated duel. Both parties disregard Lockhart's pleas for cessation, unleashing aggressive spells once more. This time, they conjure whirling sand and ferocious flames, narrowly evading one another's assaults. The young wizards, previously in close proximity, have prudently retreated several paces to avert any collateral harm. Lockhart, in desperation, seeks Snape's intervention, hoping he might quell the chaos that has spiraled beyond control. However, Snape, who has been diligently training the quartet, perceives no issue with the ongoing skirmish. Though the atmosphere brims with a heightened sense of lethality, it remains well within his capacity to manage. Professor Lockhart, perhaps you ought to recognize that the true battlefield is far more unforgiving than this. Yet, there is no yet. Perhaps you do not believe me? Well, Professor Snape, I suppose you are correct. Unsurprisingly, Professor Lockhart remains as timid as ever. Upon realizing Snape's complete lack of intention to intervene, he discreetly positions himself at the edge of the stands, ever ready to make a hasty exit. The tension escalates as both Harry and Malfoy narrowly evade one another's spells. It is evident that both are beginning to tire, their evasive maneuvers slowing. Glaring fiercely at one another, they simultaneously raise their hands to cast the disarming charm, which succeeds in sending their wands soaring into the air, landing beneath the stands. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the assembled young wizards as the wandless pair lunges at each other, resorting to physical combat. Each strikes and retaliates, exchanging blows and pulling hair, seemingly oblivious to their previous identities as spellcasters. Lillian watches in stunned disbelief as events unfold. In truth, she suspects that amidst their brawl, the two have long since forgotten the reason for their conflict. Their motivations appear purely rooted in an unwillingness to succumb to one another. Harry, who said that? I could never forget the grudge over my sister. That wretched blonde Malfoy. Observing the eager anticipation among the Slytherin and Gryffindor students as Harry and Malfoy engage in their scuffle, Snape realizes he can no longer remain a passive observer. If he does, the scene may devolve into a melee reminiscent of the infamous tales from Eastern history that Lillian once recounted. He deems it prudent to intervene for the sake of Dumbledore and the other professors, who have been preoccupied with their own affairs of late.